Master Yi, I have done everything within my power. Whether the young master awakens now relies solely upon his fortune. Thank you. There is no need for gratitude. Master Yi, that I shall take my leave. I will see you off. In a state of hazy consciousness, Yi Tian heard the voices of two men conversing. What has happened? Why can I not open my eyes? Then, to his horror, Yi Tian realized that he was unable to open not just his eyes, but his entire body was immobile. Only his consciousness remained alert. Before he could ponder further, a searing headache struck him. Memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Is it possible to traverse realms without a truck driver? Yi Tian was left speechless, while others experienced unexpected journeys, rising to greatness and triumph. He found himself in the unfortunate position of becoming a comatose antagonist. He had been comfortably lounging at home, relishing the cool air conditioning, sipping on sugary beverages, and indulging in his beloved Naruto series. But after a brief nap, he awakened to find himself inhabiting the body of another Yi Tian who shared his name. This Yi Tian was the legitimate son of the Yi family, one of the two prominent families in Kron City, effectively the young master of the Yi clan. As the saying goes, a tiger does not father a dog. Yet, this adage did not apply to Yi Tian. He had relied on the might of the Yi family, committing misdeeds throughout Kron City, bullying the weak and engaging in nefarious acts. The majority of the populace harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, rendering him a pariah, a rat despised by all. However, due to his status as the young master of the Yi family and their vast power, most dared not voice their anger. But as the saying goes, those who frequent the riverbanks are bound to get their feet wet. This time, he had encountered a formidable opponent, provoking someone his father could not contend with. His arrogance had backfired, leaving him battered and unable to care for himself, lying in a coma. It seems the original Yi Tian must have perished otherwise. I would not have crossed over. Damn it. Is this some kind of joke? I was perfectly fine at home, and now I'm embroiled in this traversal nonsense? Why must I become a villain? Of all fates, I have been reduced to a comatose state. Yi Tian wanted to weep, but found himself voiceless, only able to curse inwardly. At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Host awakening detected. System activated. A system? A golden finger? The standard accessory for all traversers? If Yi Tian were not in a comatose state, he would likely be leaping with excitement. Having read countless novels about traversals, he understood all too well what these two announcements signified: a chance for redemption, ascending to the pinnacle of life, winning the affections of a wealthy beauty. How does one utilize this system? Yi Tian silently chanted the invocation to summon the system, following the methods outlined in the novels. Yet, there was no response. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the system's notification sound echoed once more. Abnormal host status detected. Initiating automatic repair. Repair successful. Host consciousness has been bound. A strange warmth surged from deep within Yi Tian's body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, Yi Tian was astonished to discover that he could indeed move. As he opened his eyes, eager to survey his surroundings, an unexpected wave of dizziness struck him. Immediately afterward, he felt his consciousness manifest within a void space. Welcome to the strongest villain system of the Naruto universe. System is modifying the host. Modification complete. Host's internal energy has been transformed into chakra. The familiar system notification resounded again. Strongest villain system? Chakra. Naruto? What the heck? Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. Naruto was his favorite anime, one he had watched countless times from beginning to end. Each powerful jutsu he witnessed ignited a fervor within him. The very mention of Naruto in the name of his golden finger implied that he could wield those formidable techniques too. System, just casually grant me a jutsu of infinite Tsukuyomi level. You do not have this authority. Unlike the previously cold mechanical tone, this voice was evidently infused with emotion. Yi Tian found himself momentarily bewildered. As he stood there in a daze, a radiant orb suddenly materialized in the void before him. Out of this light emerged a small sprite, roughly the size of a palm, reminiscent of a sunny doll. Ahem. I guess you wouldn't have that authority. I just want to test it. Yi Tian awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Who are you? I am a sprite born from this system's space. You may call me Lord D. The sprite wore an enigmatic expression, floating gracefully beside Yi Tian and circling him a few times. Then, with a human-like frown, it remarked, "This host seems rather lacking in intelligence." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a twinge of displeasure. However, he had questions to pose and chose to dismiss the comment. "Your surname is D, right? Why have I been transported here? And what is the nature of this system? There are arrangements beyond our comprehension. My sole purpose is to assist you in understanding and utilizing this system. Refrain from inquiring further. What purpose does that serve?" The system's sprite frowned as it spoke, conjuring a pair of hands from its sides, placing them behind its back, and casting a condescending gaze upon Yi Tian. "Furthermore, when you next address me, ensure you do so with the proper respect. Refer to me as Lord D." Yi Tian gazed at the sprite hovering in the air, his mouth agape. After a prolonged silence, he found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he was bereft of responses, rather, he was incensed by this system sprite. This diminutive creature appeared quite endearing, yet the moment it spoke, it revealed an insufferable demeanor. The thought of this ignited a fury within Yi Tian. Raising his hand, he delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The sprite was sent crashing to the ground. Clearly stunned by the blow, the little creature lay on the ground for a considerable time before finally drifting upward, gazing at Yi Tian with incredulity. "You dare strike me? You actually dare to strike me? Do you not believe that I—" Such needless prattle. Yi Tian interrupted with visible irritation. Before the sprite could complete its sentence, he delivered another slap, sending it tumbling back to the earth. This time, the sprite floated up, pointing a tiny finger at Yi Tian. "You dare to hit me again? Do you not realize that?" Smack! Another slap silenced it. "You! Smack! I smack! I was wrong." Upon hearing this confession, Yi Tian's hand, poised to strike once more, halted midair. Chapter 2. Seizing others' qualifications. "Please, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I won't pretend any longer." As the little creature spoke, it squeezed out a few tears, feeling quite aggrieved. After all, it was merely a companion spirit of the system, existing solely to assist the host in their development. Regarding Yi Tian's earlier questions, it had no authority to know the answers. Its knowledge was limited to the functions and usage of the system itself. The act it had previously put on was merely an attempt to intimidate Yi Tian, hoping to gain the upper hand in their future interactions. Every previous host had treated it with utmost reverence, but it never anticipated encountering someone as audacious as Yi Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian had slapped it, leaving the spirit utterly astonished. Despite its long existence within the confines of the system, the spirit had never interacted with anyone other than its host, nor had it ever faced any grievances. The few slaps from Yi Tian brought forth tears it could no longer contain. "No more pretending? All right, I won't pretend anymore. You can call me whatever you wish." "Now that's more like it," Yi Tian said, retracting his hand from the impending slap. He gently tapped the little spirit's head with his fingertip. "From now on, I shall call you Little D. Whatever makes you happy." The spirit, floating nearby, wore a look of despair. "Now, tell me about this system in detail." "Very well," Little D said, wiping its tears with a small hand and glancing at Yi Tian. "This system is called the strongest villain system of Hokage. It has two main functions. First, when the host defeats or kills an opponent with superior talent, the system will seize a portion of their qualifications and convert it into talent points for the host. Once these talent points accumulate to a certain extent, they can directly enhance the host's qualification level. As for our current location, it is known as the lottery space. The lottery function is the second major feature of this system. I will elaborate on the additional functions later. But let us delve into the lottery's significance and capabilities for now. At this point, Little D sniffled, its tear-streaked face still glistening. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why are you so whiny?" "You." Little D's eyes widened in surprise as it looked at Yi Tian. "How can you speak so rudely?" "Rude? Goodness. You can't possibly be a girl, can you?" Yi Tian exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he scrutinized the floating spirit beside him. Upon being scrutinized by him, Xiao Di felt as though her very essence was laid bare. She conjured two small hands to shield herself. "Why do you gaze at me so? Do you wish for me to continue my tale?" "Oh, right. I nearly forgot the matter at hand." Yi Tian averted his gaze and murmured softly, "She should not be a female. She lacks the requisite attributes." Upon hearing this remark, Xiao Di widened her eyes in astonishment, as though she had witnessed something utterly bewildering. Perhaps she was taken aback by Yi Tian's audacity. Ahem, please continue. I am listening. Yi Tian sensed that his previous statement had been somewhat inappropriate. He cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Xiao Di's previously pale visage flushed crimson in an instant, the radiance surrounding her fluctuating, reflecting her inner fury. However, she found herself powerless against Yi Tian. In a sense, he, chosen by the system, remained her master. After a considerable pause, Xiao Di managed to compose herself. She cast a fierce glare at Yi Tian and resumed. The lottery is divided into two forms. After a full 10 minutes, Xiao Di finally concluded. Yi Tian nodded, lost in contemplation. Through Xiao Di's exposition, he had garnered a fundamental understanding of the system's function, to vanquish adversaries and enhance one's own attributes. This capability could only be deemed formidable. Attributes and talents are of utmost importance to a cultivator, significantly influencing not only the speed of their training but also their comprehension and combat prowess. However, one's innate attributes are largely fixed from birth and without extraordinary fortune. Enhancing them postnatally is nearly impossible. The system, like Yi Tian's, which allows one to seize the attributes of vanquished foes, is truly unprecedented, a quintessential tool for any traveler from another realm. Beyond attribute acquisition, the lottery function is paramount. Through this mechanism, one may obtain various ninjutsu and items. The lottery is further subdivided into two categories. The first is the ordinary lottery, which can be activated by expending points. The quality of the rewards is contingent upon the number of points consumed. The second type is the super lottery, which differs from the ordinary one. In this mode, the types and qualities of items obtained are entirely random, reliant solely on fortune. With good luck, one might acquire a cataclysmic super ninjutsu. With bad, a mere kunai or shuriken might be all that one receives. This form of lottery cannot be initiated by point expenditure. It requires the completion of tasks assigned by the system to earn opportunities for the super lottery. In addition to the lottery feature, there exists a system storage space, an achievement system, and various other functionalities, which will be elaborated upon later. For now, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Seizing the qualifications of others? Such endeavors delight me. Yi Tian let out a sinister chuckle before turning to his companion, Xiao Di. Xiao Di, what is my current score? Perhaps you should just call me Xiao Di from now on. That other title is rather unappealing, came the retort. Very well, Xiao Di, Yi Tian replied, eliciting yet another exasperated reaction from Xiao Di. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Di responded, you currently have no points whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Without points, there would be no opportunity to participate in the lottery. Points could only be acquired by completing tasks. Yet the assignment of system tasks was entirely random, leaving one uncertain as to when they might be triggered. Must I simply wait indefinitely? However, you have yet to claim your novice gift package, Xiao Di interjected. Novice gift package? Indeed. Since you have just bound to the system and considering your current lack of self-defense capabilities, the system has bestowed this reward upon you as a form of welfare. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and give it to me. After spending several minutes in each other's company, Xiao Di had grown accustomed to Yi Tian's brazen demeanor and chose to ignore him. With a flick of her wrist, a sphere of light materialized and floated before Yi Tian. Chapter 3. 1000-Year Kill. Would you like to open the novice gift package? The previously cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Open it, Yi Tian declared with unwavering resolve, silently chiding. Isn't that obvious? Who would refuse something valuable? Novice gift package opened. You have received 100 points and 3 super lottery draws. To Yi Tian's surprise, the system proved rather generous. I want to draw, he exclaimed to Xiao Di. Shall we proceed with a regular draw or a super draw? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian inquired, aside from the lottery, what else can these points be used for? At present, they can only be utilized for lottery draws. Then there is no reason to hoard them. Please initiate a regular draw. The regular lottery is categorized into 5 levels. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5, with each draw costing 10, 100, 1, 000, 10, 000, and 100, 000 points respectively. You currently possess 100 points, allowing you to select between Level 1 and Level 2. Let us go with Level 2. Drawing multiple times increases the odds of winning. Xiao Di nodded, extending her hand once more. A circular wheel materialized before them. Simply utter the word start to the wheel, and the system will automatically deduct points to commence the draw. After each draw, The rewards on the wheel will be randomly reset. Listening to Shouty's explanation, Yi Tian began to scrutinize the enormous lottery wheel before him. The surface was divided into 10 distinct sections. Among them, 3 housed exquisite wooden treasure boxes, evidently signifying prizes. 2 sections bore the inscriptions Double Flash and Triple Flash, respectively. The remaining 5 sections were all marked with thank you for participating. Little d, what do Double Flash and Triple Flash signify? Yi Tian inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. The wheel contained merely 3 items. The term Double Flash indicated that upon landing in this section, 2 items would be randomly selected from the 3 available to serve as prizes for this draw. Triple Flash, by contrast, meant that all 3 prizes would belong to you. I see, Yi Tian exclaimed, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the wheel. Let us begin. As his words echoed, the system promptly deducted 10 points from his score. Simultaneously, the pointer at the center of the wheel commenced its rapid spin. Simply call out when you wish for it to halt, Little d advised from the side. Yi Tian nodded, his eyes never straying from the wheel. Stop, he suddenly shouted after approximately 10 seconds. The wheel came to an immediate halt, though the pointer continued to rotate due to inertia, gradually slowing down until it settled on a section. Thank you for participating. Yi Tian sighed, shaking his head. Fortune did not seem to favor him. However, he remained undeterred, for he still had 9 draws left with his remaining points. Surely, he could not leave empty-handed. With that thought, Yi Tian wasted no time, consuming another 10 points to initiate his second draw. Yet again, luck eluded him, and he drew nothing. Undeterred, he continued to expend points on the wheel. The 3rd attempt yielded thank you for participating. The 4th attempt echoed the same sentiment. Finally, by the 9th attempt, he was met with yet another thank you for participating. Could it be? Did I neglect to consult the calendar before my journey? Is today an ill-fated day for draws? Yi Tian pondered, taking a deep breath as he decided to use his last 10 points for one final attempt. If I don't win anything this time, it will be a clear indication that luck is not on my side today, and I shall reserve the 3 super draws for tomorrow, he mused silently. However, this time, Lady Luck smiled upon him. As Yi Tian called for the wheel to stop, the pointer gradually decelerated and ultimately rested on the Triple Flash section. Perhaps my fortune is not so dire after all. Yi Tian clenched his fist in triumph, exhaling in relief. With the sound of a system notification, the 3 prize sections of the wheel began to illuminate simultaneously. Acquired, Mastery of Basic Ninja Techniques. Acquired, Standard Ninja Gear Set. Acquired, the Secret Transference Technique of the Leaf, the Ultimate 1,000 Years of Kill. The first 2 rewards were quite practical, but the 3rd reward utterly astonished Yi Tian. Gazing at the 3rd prize, an expression of bewilderment adorned his face. If his memory served him right, he first encountered this technique when Kakashi demonstrated it on Naruto. At that time, observing Kakashi forming hand seals, he anticipated the invocation of a formidable jutsu. To his surprise, it turned out to be something entirely different. Moreover, it was rumored that the 1,000 Years of Pain technique was developed by Kakashi's father, the legendary Konoha White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake, as a low-level martial art. It earned its name due to the excruciating agony it inflicts, akin to a death that lingers for a millennium. Although the difficulty of mastering it is reportedly low, its lethality against foes is sufficiently formidable. In addition to its regular damage, it typically inflicts both a breach of defenses and a psychological blow as dual effects. Those who fall victim to this technique, even if physically intact, often find their fighting spirit crushed, overwhelmed by despair. It is undoubtedly a fearsome technique. According to the accounts of the hidden hot water ninja in the anime, the terrifying lethality of the 1,000 Years of Pain earned Tsukumo Hatake the moniker of Konoha's White Fang. Just a jest, the name is indeed fitting, as experiencing it is undeniably painful. However, employing such a technique in combat seems rather underhanded to Yi Tian, leaving him in a state of conflict. Nonetheless, having it is better than not. It might prove unexpectedly beneficial in certain situations. Would you like to claim the reward? Yes. Congratulations, host, you have mastered Basic Ninjutsu. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the secret technique of Konoha, the 1,000 Years of Pain. The ninja tool set has been placed in the system's storage space. Please check it. With the sound of several notifications, Yi Tian felt as though something new had been added to his mind. It was the knowledge of basic ninjutsu and the method of utilizing the 1,000 Years of Pain technique. The system exhibited a commendable level of user-friendliness by eliminating the need for arduous training, allowing him to learn its application directly. Yution organized the information swirling in his mind. Naturally, the 1,000 years of pain required no further elaboration. As for the mastery of basic ninjutsu, it encompassed a series of low-level techniques such as transformation technique, clone technique, distinct from shadow clone, substitution technique, and escape technique, among others. In the anime, these were fundamental jutsu that every ninja was expected to master during their schooling. The system had bundled them all together and presented them to Yution. Let us try the clone technique. This technique differs from the shadow clone technique mastered by Naruto. The multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden skill that imposes a significant burden on ordinary users. In contrast, this low-level clone technique does not inflict harm on the user. Chapter 4. The 8 Gates of Opening Without Side Effects. This is truly extraordinary. Of course, the effects of these two techniques are not comparable. The clone technique merely creates afterimages using chakra. It does not manifest as a physical entity and cannot engage in combat. Generally, it is employed to disrupt the enemy's line of sight and is considered a rather practical ninjutsu. Yution, following the information in his mind, formed hand seals and shouted. Shadow clone technique. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet no clones materialized. Doubting the odds, Yution attempted the hand seals once more, but to no avail. Stop wasting your effort, remarked the floating Xiao Di, arms crossed and regarding Yution with an expression of disbelief. This is a virtual space created by the system. Your current form is merely a manifestation of your consciousness, devoid of any chakra. If you wish to try, do so upon your return to reality. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I wasted so much time. Yution retorted. You didn't ask. Fine. I am at a loss for words. Let us hasten and initiate the super lottery. Xiao Di let out a cold snort, waved her hand, and the scenery before them transformed instantly. The previous lottery wheel vanished, replaced by a more opulent and enormous golden wheel, similarly divided into 10 segments, each containing a prize, all encased in golden brocade boxes, radiant and captivating. The super lottery will not go empty. However, the types and qualities of the prizes are entirely random. What you receive depends on your luck. The method of drawing remains unchanged, Xiao Di briefly explained. Yution ignored her, fixating on the golden wheel and softly uttering, commence the lottery. One instance of the super lottery has been deducted. The pointer on the wheel began to spin. Estimating it was nearly time, Yution shouted once more, stop. The pointer gradually slowed, ultimately landing on a segment in the upper right corner. Congratulations! You have obtained Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. What? Surely, I cannot be mistaken? Yution felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was no stranger to the Sharingan. Anyone who had watched Naruto would undoubtedly have a lasting impression of this ability. Not only does it possess various supportive functions, but upon evolving into the Mangekyou Sharingan, it grants access to an array of formidable powers, such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Kamui, among others. There is even a possibility of mastering the terrifying divine power, Susanoo. Each variant is something Yution ardently yearned for. It appears my fortune is quite favorable to draw such a potent ability on my first attempt at the super lottery. Though, it would have been splendid had it been the Mangekyou Sharingan. With an exhilarated heart, Yution claimed this prize. A wave of peculiar energy surged from within him, and he sensed a transformation taking place. However, verification of this will have to await a return to reality. After all, his current form is not corporeal. It is merely a manifestation of consciousness, devoid of chakra. Lucky you, remarked Little D, crossing his arms with a tone laced with envy. It's just average. Don't flatter me, or I might become conceited. Yution feigned humility, yet his expression betrayed him, as his smile stretched almost to his ears, prompting a dismissive scoff from Little D. Shall we continue? Of course. Yution rubbed his hands together. With such fortunate luck today, it would be a waste to squander it. Let's seize the moment. TCH. Little D rolled her eyes. Before them, the golden roulette instantly reset, filling the previous empty slot and replacing all other prizes with brand new ones. With anticipation, Yution commenced his second draw. This time, the pointer stopped in a designated area, yet the system did not immediately announce the prize. Just as Yution felt puzzled, the golden roulette suddenly radiated a blinding light. What is this? Little D's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this guy possess such extraordinary luck? The announcement rang out. Congratulations, you have received Ultimate Taijutsu Secret Technique, 8 Gates, upgraded version. As the system voice echoed, A surge of golden light rushed towards Yi Tian, leaving him no chance to refuse, crashing into his forehead. Simultaneously, the methods of cultivating and utilizing the 8 gates flooded into Yi Tian's mind. It was indeed the 8 gates, and an upgraded version devoid of side effects. Yi Tian was overwhelmed with astonishment. This ability was undoubtedly the most impressive aspect of Naruto for him. When Madara became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his power was despairingly formidable. Who would have imagined that at a critical moment, Might Guy opening the 8 gates nearly led to the conclusion of the battle? The mere thought of Night Guy now ignites his blood with fervor. Were it not for Uchiha Madara's fusion with Hashirama's cells, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. It can be said that Might Guy is, aside from Kagaya Otsutsuki, the strongest practitioner of taijutsu in Naruto. While this is undoubtedly linked to his innate strength, the might of the 8 gates cannot be overlooked. However, acquiring such immense power inevitably exacts a tremendous price. When Guy fully opened the 8 gates and delivered that kick, he exhausted his life force entirely. This is the cost of utilizing the complete 8 gates, the sacrifice of life. Fortunately, Naruto later resurrected him through the power of 6 paths, ensuring his life was no longer in jeopardy. Yet, the fracture of his right leg remains irreparable. This is indeed the most significant drawback of the 8 gates of Duinjia. However, the version acquired by Yi Tian has been upgraded, eliminating the adverse effects. Its efficacy remains uncompromised. The user simply does not have to pay such a grievous price. Even when all 8 gates are opened, the aftermath merely results in a temporary state of weakness, without inflicting any damage to the body. Remarkably, after this period of weakness, one may even experience a degree of enhancement and strength. Does this imply that as long as my power is sufficient, I can infinitely activate the 8 gates? Extraordinary indeed. Is this not compelling me towards invincibility? As Yi Tian absorbed and processed the information swirling in his mind, he could not help but exclaim in wonder. Hovering in the air, Little D remained in a state of shock and disbelief. How could its aura be like this? Little D, what are you mumbling about? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Little D finally regained its composure. It's nothing, nothing at all. Are you astonished by this handsome fellow's extraordinary fortune? Yi Tian, brimming with exuberance, gazed at Little D, his face alight with triumph. Little D rolled its eyes and turned away, unwilling to look at him any longer. Each time it beheld Yi Tian's infuriating visage, an uncontrollable ire surged within. Yet, it felt utterly powerless against him, choosing instead to avoid the sight and remain unperturbed. Chapter 5. The dismal talent. It seems this host is quite different from the previous ones. I ought to make plans promptly, Little D pondered, its brow furrowing in thought. Its gaze gradually grew resolute, as if it had settled on a firm determination. Little D once more. Today, my luck is exceptional. This final draw, I must obtain something even more impressive. Yi Tian was almost euphoric, exclaiming with fervor, his words tumbling over one another. In the span of 4 sentences, he had already bestowed upon himself 3 different titles, leaving Little D utterly speechless. Could this boisterous individual truly be the one selected by it? Little D suddenly felt a twinge of regret over its earlier decision. Hurry up, Little D. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, my good fortune will slip away. Yet another new title. Little D was entirely disinclined to engage with him any further, weakly waving its hand. The wheel for the 3rd draw refreshed in an instant. For this final draw, just grant me something like the reincarnation eye. Let it begin. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Congratulations. You have obtained Intimate Paradise Limited Edition. Yi Tian, what on earth is this ridiculous item? Little D, how is it possible for such a thing to exist? Yi Tian felt a pang of disappointment. The opportunity for the 3rd draw seemed squandered in vain. This object possesses no substantial utility whatsoever. At best, it serves merely as a diversion during moments of tedium. Here, Little D, this is a gift for you. I have no desire for it. Oh, why are you blushing? Little D, I do not wish to converse with you. Could you possibly be a female? Little D, by the way, why do you have hands but no legs? Little D, aren't you tired of floating around like this? Little D, just as Yi Tian was about to inquire as to why it remained silent, the first word barely escaped his lips when everything before him shimmered, and he was instantaneously returned to reality. The little rascal is still upset. Yi Tian understood that this must be the handiwork of Little D, having expelled him from the system space. Just wait until I return next time. You shall see how I deal with you. Yi Tian rose from his bed, stretching his shoulders, and silently commanded, System, Open the personal information panel. Immediately, a virtual screen materialized before him. Host, Yi Tian race, human, talent. Waste, talent is classified into 9 tiers, with several levels below the 9th tier. Waste represents the most inferior talent, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. Talent points, 0-100, accumulation to a certain degree can enhance the host's talent level. Attributes, earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, yin. Yang, points, 0 superlottery chances, 0 strength. First stage, 1 star. There are a total of 9 stages, each divided into 10-star levels. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo, Ninjutsu. Basic Ninjutsu, Taijutsu. 8 gates, 1,000 years of pain items. Basic ninja tools. Intimate Paradise, limited edition, summoned beast. None having absorbed the memories of this body, Yi Tian gained a certain understanding of the world in which he now resided. In this realm, countless cultivators exist. Upon reaching the age of 18, each individual undergoes an awakening ceremony, through which one's talent, potential, and future development path can be discerned. Presently, the 2 most mainstream cultivation paths are that of the warrior and the mage. These 2 methods of cultivation are not ranked in superiority. Rather, they emphasize different aspects. Warriors focus on honing their bodies and refining their combat skills, excelling in close-quarters combat. When cultivated to great depths, their strikes can shatter mountains and fracture stones, demonstrating their remarkable strength. Conversely, mages prioritize communication with the elements of the world. Through the guidance of various magical incantations, they harness the elemental forces of nature to unleash wondrous spells, serving either to assist, attack, or defend. Given that mages can manipulate the elemental powers of the world, their offensive capabilities are undeniably formidable, significantly more formidable than warriors of the same rank. Yet in terms of physical prowess, they cannot be compared. Each of these 2 cultivation paths possesses its unique advantages and disadvantages. Beyond these, there exist other professions such as summoners and array masters, which fundamentally belong to the branch of magicians, albeit with differing emphases. Regardless of the chosen cultivation route, practitioners must progress methodically through 9 stages, delineated as 9 ranks by cultivators themselves. Each major rank is further subdivided into 10 minor star levels. For warriors, from the 1st to the 9th tier, each tier comprises 10 star levels. Junior warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, war master, great war master, war sovereign, war king, war emperor, and war god. Similarly, for magicians, junior magician, intermediate magician, advanced magician, great magician, mage, archmage, great archmage, holy archmage, and mage god. Cultivators must commence their training from the lowest levels and advance progressively to grow in strength. Upon his arrival in this realm, Yi Tian found himself among the lowest tier of practitioners, lamenting the abysmal quality of his innate talent. He could not help but express his discontent. Fortunately, he awakened a system, for without it, such a lackluster talent would render his journey in this world of strength exceptionally challenging. Thankfully, with the aid of the system, he could seize the talents of others, complemented by various potent ninjutsu. In the future, amidst the ranks of the strong, Yi Tian would undoubtedly carve out his own place, provided he could survive until he became a formidable force. After a moment of reflection, Yi Tian's gaze shifted downward. Mastery of basic ninjutsu was self-evident, consisting of rudimentary, auxiliary techniques. The true highlight lay in the 8 gates of Duanjia, refined to eliminate adverse effects. The 8 gates facilitate the release of excess chakra by unbinding the body's limitations, categorized into open, rest, life, injury, dismissal, view, shock, and death. Through the cultivation of the 8 gates, practitioners gradually unlock these restrictions. The power of the 8 gates is contingent upon the practitioner's inherent strength, exponentially amplifying their capability. This is but a brief overview of the 8 gates, which bears little distinction from its portrayal in anime. However, the version in Yi Tian's possession is an upgraded iteration of the 8 gates. It not only eradicates the side effect of consuming one's vitality, but also allows for the enhancement of personal strength through repeated use. With each activation of the 8 gates, following a period of weakness, the practitioner's physical attributes experience a comprehensive elevation, devoid of any adverse effects. Moreover, it includes various physical techniques that can be employed in conjunction with the 8 gates, such as the lotus of the opening gate and the lotus of the life gate. However, it is only by cultivating the 8 doors of Duanjia to the corresponding level that one can unlock them. Given Yu Tian's current strength, it is likely that he cannot even open the first door. Chapter 6. Provoking the wrong person. He must find a way to enhance his power. Yi Tian mused internally. Yet, his innate talent is exceedingly poor. Such a level of aptitude renders anyone incapable of cultivation. It was solely due to the system's modification that Yi Tian was able to complete his awakening ahead of time and break through to the first-tier professional strength. Otherwise, he would likely have lived his life as a mere idle heir, languishing without purpose. However, the situation has changed. With the system by his side, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. He should seek out someone with exceptional talent to engage in a bout, thereby enhancing his own aptitude. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of cultivation. Yi Tian shook his head. Then, with a mere thought, he retrieved the ninja tool set he had previously acquired from his storage space. The storage space, like the earlier lottery space, is vast and boundless. Yet it can only store lifeless items. Inside was the ninja tool set he had drawn. Upon opening it, he found an assortment of basic ninja tools, including shuriken, kunai, short blades, and countless others. Although these tools were merely ordinary iron ones, they would suffice for the time being. Despite their lack of quality, they were still quite user-friendly. Yi Tian wielded a short blade, and with his mastery of basic ninjutsu, using these tools felt effortless. Just as Yi Tian was about to experiment with the Sharingan he had just acquired, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. He quickly stowed the tools back into the system space. "Tiana, you are awake?" Just as Yi Tian finished storing his belongings, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from the doorway. Looking up, he saw a stern-looking middle-aged man standing at the entrance, holding the door in the act of having just pushed it open, gazing at Yi Tian in shock. "Yes, father, I am awake." Yi Tian awkwardly called out this title. Indeed, the middle-aged man before him was his father in this world, the current head of the Yi family, Yu Xingyuan. "Have your injuries healed as well?" Yi Xingyuan asked incredulously, taking 3 steps and 2 to reach Yi Tian's bedside. He grasped Yi Tian's wrist tightly. Yi Tian felt a surge of formidable energy emanating from the grip on his wrist, coursing through his body before finally being retracted. It truly has healed completely. Even the minor ailments from before have been completely healed. How has this transformation occurred? Yi Xingyuan furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Tian. "What is going on? I have no idea. It's as if I merely took a nap and then awoke." Yi Tian feigned innocence, aware that his recovery was undoubtedly linked to his secret system. Yet, this system remains Yi Tian's greatest secret, one he cannot afford to disclose, even to his seemingly benevolent father. However, it was evident that Yi Xingyuan did not believe Yi Tian's words and pressed him relentlessly. Regardless of Yi Xingyuan's inquiries, Yi Tian maintained his pretense of ignorance, feigning a lack of knowledge. In this vast world, filled with the extraordinary, perhaps a miracle truly has transpired, Yi Xingyuan pondered, muttering to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he berated Yi Tian, "You ungrateful wretch." "Huh?" Yi Tian was somewhat bewildered. His father, who had just shown concern, had now turned to scolding him. "You, who lack any learning or skill, relying solely on the Yi family's influence to stir trouble in Clan City. Fortunately, you haven't committed any heinous acts. I usually turn a blind eye. Yet, you are utterly useless. You were beaten to the point of being unable to care for yourself. Why did you have to provoke someone even I cannot contend with? If they hadn't merely beaten you senseless, it would have been a miracle. Had it been me, I would have broken your 3rd leg and tossed you into the street to feed the dogs." Yi Xingyuan's tirade continued unabated. As Yi Tian dodged the spittle flying from his father's mouth, he reflected on the earlier events. Earlier that day, as per his usual antics, Yi Tian had ventured out with a group of followers, indulging in mischief. Unexpectedly, he encountered an exceptionally rare beauty. Given Yi Tian's notorious lechery, he could hardly contain himself and approached her for a flirtatious conversation. However, the woman seemed to recognize him and consistently met him with disdain. With his pride wounded, Yi Tian intended to resort to force. Yet, he was unprepared for her extraordinary prowess. None of the companions he brought along stood a chance against her. They were all swiftly dispatched. Yi Tian, in particular, received special attention from her. "Do you have any idea who that woman is?" Yu Xingyuan gasped, glaring at Yi Tian. "Jiayu Ru, a 4th-tier, 3-star battle master. You certainly deserve that beating. With your frail physique, it's a wonder you weren't killed. She must have spared you out of respect for the Yi family." After speaking, Yi Jingyuan let out a heavy, disdainful snort. Yi Tian gazed at the pitiful figure of his father and could not help but scoff inwardly. It was only due to the reputation of the Yi family that he had sustained such grievous injuries leading to his demise. Had it not been for their familial ties, would his ashes not have been scattered to the winds? Your precious son has long since departed. Were it not for my unexpected arrival, you might never have seen him again. However, such thoughts could only linger in his mind, as they pertained to Yi Tian's most profound secret. After all, he was merely a fourth-tier battle master, while you, dear father, are a fifth-tier grand battle master. Would you truly fear her? Yi Tian displayed an air of indifference. You are not only a wastrel, but also a simpleton. Yi Zheng was immediately struck by a wave of frustration. Must you not ponder this carefully? With the vast influence of the Yi family, would we truly fear a mere fourth-tier professional? The real threat lies in her formidable backing. Do you know who her grandfather is? Yi Tian, Yi Zhengyuan. Are you not curious? Yi Zhengyuan looked at Yi Tian's nonchalant demeanor, utterly perplexed. I am curious. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders. If you are curious, why not ask? I was merely waiting for you to speak up. You rascal, you are driving your father to the brink of madness. Yi Zhengyuan gasped for breath, shooting Yi Tian a fierce glare. He finally spoke. This Zhao Yueru's grandfather is an inspector dispatched by the Holy Temple, a seventh-tier powerhouse. Moreover, he is currently residing within Kron City. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. A seventh-tier powerhouse. To think that this girl, whom I have offended, possesses such an impressive background. Chapter 7. The Awakening Ceremony. A seventh-tier powerhouse, not stationed at the Holy Temple headquarters. What brings him to our Kron City? Yi Tian voiced the question that lingered in his mind. Yet there was another unspoken thought. If he has come, why must he bring along such a beautiful granddaughter? Is this not a form of entrapment? However, he dared not voice this concern. Who could predict whether his father would indeed break his third leg in response? It is all for the annual spiritual awakening ceremony. The awakening ceremony. Yi Tian murmured these 4 words. Simultaneously, a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. In this world, every individual must undergo the spiritual awakening ceremony upon reaching the age of 18. Only after completing this awakening may one qualify for cultivation. And it also serves to assess each person's innate talent and the path suitable for their development. This means of awakening one's spiritual power is solely controlled by the Holy Temple and a select few others. Thus, each city hosts a grand awakening ceremony annually. All youths who turn 18 during this time will awaken the spiritual energy within themselves. Based on the detected attributes and talents, one must choose a future developmental path. Such a grand awakening ceremony necessitates the presence of the temple to oversee and officiate. Speaking of the temple, it stands as the most formidable force among humanity today. It is said that in ancient times, no such organization existed. Among humans, various factions intertwine in complexity. However, approximately 100,000 years ago, a terrifying power suddenly emerged on the continent. In response to this force, humanity united to establish the temple. After a millennium of evolution, the temple has now become the largest power among humans, controlling over 90% of the formidable beings within humanity. Furthermore, nearly 100 cities on the human side are also under the temple's dominion. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the current ruler of humanity. Noticing Yi Tian lost in thought, Yi Jingyuan seemed to suddenly recall something. Tianer, you turned 18 2 months ago. The awakening ceremony coincides perfectly with this occasion. It will be held tomorrow. You should attend with your cousins. Attend the awakening ceremony? Yi Tian shivered. Did you not just mention that this ceremony is personally presided over by Zhao Yueru's grandfather? If I attend, wouldn't that be walking right into the lion's den? Wouldn't he crush me to a pulp? Humph. Yi Jingyuan snorted. Now you're afraid? How could you have acted so recklessly before without considering the consequences? He shot a fierce glare at Yi Tian. A look of disappointment etched across his face. However, given his status, he would not truly make things difficult for a junior. After all, you did not truly harm that girl, and her injuring you quite severely was indeed excessive. You need not worry about this matter. I will handle it. As Yi Jingyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, he spoke to himself. Finally, he added, My son, Yi Jingyuan, cannot be treated unjustly. This last statement was delivered in a barely audible whisper, so faint that even Yi Tian, standing close by, could not decipher it. Rest well in your room today. Do not go out and cause any more trouble, he declared. Dinner will be sent to you later. At this point, Yi Jingyuan shot a fierce glare once more. Do not even think about sneaking away. I've had someone keep an eye on you. Understood. Yi Tian weakly waved his hand. Father, you've been scolding me for so long. Aren't you tired? You should really go rest. Oh dear. I feel as though my injuries have yet to fully heal. And my head is a bit dizzy. I need to recuperate now. Father, I want to see you off. As he spoke, Yi Tian supported his head with his hand, appearing as if he might faint at any moment. Yi Jingyuan could undoubtedly discern that he was fainting. However, upon witnessing his demeanor, he found it unnecessary to expose him. With a flick of his sleeve and a heavy scoff, he turned and departed from Yi Tian's chamber. Only after Yi Jingyuan finally left did Yi Tian exhale in relief, thinking to himself that he was even more verbose than my high school homeroom teacher. Yet, it appeared that this father was quite protective. Yi Tian chuckled softly, dismissing such thoughts, and began to organize the chaotic information swirling in his mind. Although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor upon his arrival in this world, the integration was not yet complete. He was still unfamiliar with certain matters. After meticulously sorting through the memories in his mind, Yi Tian commenced his study of the prizes he had acquired that day, particularly the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Sharingan. If all went as expected, these 2 techniques would become his greatest assets in the future. Time slipped away as Yi Tian immersed himself in his research. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, the square in front of the Lord S Manor of Kron City was already bustling with people. Not far from the grand entrance of the manor, a high platform had been erected at some point, featuring a dark stone approximately half a person in height at its center. Though its form was unremarkable, the pale white light that constantly swirled around it revealed its extraordinary nature. Beside the stone stood an elderly man with a head of silver hair, yet he appeared vigorous. Behind him stood a middle-aged man of refined and approachable demeanor, clearly positioned as subordinate to the elder. Lord Zhao, the time is nearly upon us. Once the members of the Yi and Lin families arrive, we can commence, the middle-aged man remarked. Hearing this, the elder known as Lord Zhao gazed up at the sky and nodded in agreement. You shall handle these matters. I will merely activate the awakening stone. Understood. The middle-aged man replied with a nod. Both men were responsible for the upcoming awakening ceremony. The elder needed no introduction. He was Zhao Wuyan, the esteemed inspector of the sanctuary and a formidable 7th-tier expert, the grandfather of Zhao Yueru. The middle-aged man was the current lord of Kron City, Sikong Zhen. Members of the Lin family have arrived. After a brief interval, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned to see a procession of over a dozen individuals making their way toward the platform. Leading the group was Lin Tianxiao, the head of the Lin family, followed closely by the younger members attending the awakening ceremony. They arranged themselves neatly to the left side of the high platform. With a resolute step, Lin Tianxiao approached the high platform and clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, stating, I am Lin Tianxiao, the current head of the Lin family in Clan City, and I respectfully greet the esteemed inspector. Chapter 8. The death of Yi Tian holds deeper secrets on the platform. Zhao Wuyan nodded with a smile, acknowledging the greeting. It was only then that Lin Tianxiao turned his gaze towards the elder behind him, Sikong Zhen. Sikong brother, it is a rare pleasure to see you amidst your busy schedule. I trust you are well. Just the usual bustling about. But you seem to be in good spirits. Lin family head, have your cultivation skills seen advancement? Haha, perhaps it is true that joy brings vitality. Recently, our family has welcomed a remarkable young talent, which fills me with great pride. As Lin Tianxiao spoke with evident delight, he cast a seemingly casual glance towards the Lin family contingent. Sikong Zhen followed his gaze, noticing a solemn young man in black standing among the Lin family members. The youth's aloof demeanor set him apart from the others. Is this the young man I have never encountered or heard of? Sikong Zhen pondered silently. At that moment, a stir arose within the crowd. Looking up, they saw Yi Jingyuan leading a small group from the Yi family approaching the high platform. However, compared to the Lin family's grand assembly, the Yi family's presence appeared rather modest, consisting of merely 7 or 8 individuals. Yi Tian stood at the forefront, his head slightly bowed as if deep in thought, occasionally glancing back at a slight, timid boy behind him. Each time Yi Tian looked at him, the boy's eyes would instinctively dart away. There was definitely something amiss. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. The boy he was observing was named Yi Tong, the youngest son of Yi Tian's uncle, thus making him Yi Tian's cousin. Only a few months his junior. Whenever Yi Tian engaged in mischief, he would invariably bring along Yi Tong, and this occasion was no exception. even amidst the encounter with Zhao Yuru. Initially, as Yu Tian had just traversed into this realm, his memories had not fully integrated, preventing him from reflecting on past events. However, while organizing his memories the previous afternoon, he sensed a discrepancy. Based on Zhao Yuru's reaction at that time, it was evident she recognized him. Furthermore, her subsequent attack lacked the force one would expect, clearly indicating she had shown restraint. Under those circumstances, it was apparent she intended merely to render Yi Tian unconscious for a brief period, leaving him to rest for a couple of days. Yet, unexpectedly, this resulted in the demise of the original Yi Tian, allowing the current Yi Tian to take his place. Originally, Yi Tian had not placed much significance on this matter. Consider it as the frailness of the original body. A mere assault would render it incapable of enduring, leading to its demise. At least until today, Yi Tian held this belief. However, that very morning, as the younger generation of the Yi family gathered to attend the awakening ceremony, Yi Tian encountered Yi Tong. This encounter prompted Yi Tian to re-evaluate the circumstances surrounding the demise of his predecessor. It was widely known that Yi Tian had been gravely injured and rendered unconscious. Now, witnessing him lively and vibrant before them, it was only natural for those present to feel a sense of incredulity. After all, it was common knowledge that Yi Tian's injuries had been severe. To recover completely in merely a day seemed utterly implausible. Yi Tian had long prepared himself for such reactions and remained indifferent to the astonishment of others. Yet, no one exhibited shock quite like Yi Tong did. Upon seeing Yi Tian, his expression mirrored that of one who had seen a ghost, and within the depths of his gaze lingered a hint of panic. This incited Yi Tian's suspicion. By piecing together fragments from his memories alongside Yi Tong's peculiar demeanor, Yi Tian arrived at a nearly definitive conclusion. The death of his predecessor was undoubtedly intertwined with this individual. Even if he were not directly responsible, he certainly harbored knowledge of the events. There was something amiss with Yi Tong. Once this matter was resolved, he vowed to investigate thoroughly. Although he was no longer the original Yi Tian, and these grievances did not directly pertain to him, how could he tolerate having someone who wished him harm lingering by his side every day? A resolution was imperative. As Yi Tian pondered with furrowed brows, the Yi family had already arrived at the front of the platform. Yi Jingyuan stepped forward to congratulate Lord Zhao Wuyan with a respectful greeting. Exchanging a few pleasantries with Si Kongjun before returning to the ranks of the Yi family, awaiting the commencement of the awakening ceremony. Lord Zhao, both families have gathered. Are we ready to begin? Yes. With Lord Zhao's affirmation, Si Kongjun advanced a step, surveying the crowd below before channeling his inner spirit energy and speaking with measured clarity. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Though his voice was not loud, the amplification of his spirit energy ensured that every soul in the expansive square could hear him distinctly. With the city lord's words, the assembled crowd dutifully fell silent. Once again, it was time for the annual Spirit Energy Awakening Ceremony. The attendees were already well acquainted with this event, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. According to convention, I shall first address the precautions regarding the awakening ceremony. As he spoke, Si Kongjun began to elaborate at great length. Lin Tianxiao in the audience felt a sense of ennui. These precautions were something he had to hear annually, and it was beginning to wear on his patience. Idly surveying the nearby Yi Jingyuan, he suddenly grinned. It seems your Yi family has not been particularly prosperous in recent years. Why have so few of you come today? Upon hearing this, Yu Jingyuan glared. What business is it of yours? Mind your own Lin family affairs and leave the rest to us. Ha. Lin Tianxiao laughed heartily. Yu Jingyuan, it appears my words have struck a nerve. Your menfolk are rather lackluster, and no amount of anger on your part can change that. Especially you, old Yi. After having one child, why has there been no further news? Is there something you wish to confide in me? Ha. Shut your mouth. Yi Jingyuan fumed, his face flushed with anger. If you continue with your nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. You're getting flustered. Lin Tianxiao teased, mimicking a child in a playful banter. Yi Jingyuan, gasping for breath, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, when his gaze fell upon the crowd of Lin family members, a thought suddenly struck him. Fear not, our Yi family will soon flourish. Lin Tianxiao was taken aback by Yu Jingyuan's abrupt and cryptic statement. What do you mean by that? In due time, when your daughter marries into our Yi family and bears my little Tian 10 or 8 robust children, our lineage will undoubtedly thrive. Don't be absurd. Marry that scoundrel from your family. I assure you, it's impossible. Not unless I am dead. TSK, you can't say for certain. Everyone in Clan City knows your daughter has an affinity for my son. That is simply because she is young and naive. Let me make this clear. Yi Jingyuan, my daughter would rather wed a pig than your good-for-nothing. Look at you. Is that what a father should say? I cannot control the matters of youth. Should passion ignite, you know how it goes. My little Tian has always been rather impulsive in such affairs. Cough, cough. Close your ravenous mouth. Lin Tianxiao was on the verge of spitting blood from his frustration. I warn you, Yi Jingyuan, keep a close watch on your son, Yi Tian. If he dares to lay a finger on my daughter, I guarantee he will regret ever coming into this world. Oh? Yi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Lin Tianxiao, enunciating each word with deliberation. Are you threatening me? I have stated my warning. Keep an eye on your son. Otherwise, I cannot promise what actions I might take against him. Lin Tianxiao, let me make myself clear. If you dare to lay a finger on Xiao Tian, I vow to exhaust all my strength and resources to ensure a cataclysmic confrontation between the Lin family and myself, where only one of us shall emerge alive. Yi Jingyuan's expression had lost its previous mockery, replaced by a steely gaze locked onto Lin Tianxiao, his tone grave and foreboding. Are you serious? Lin Tianxiao was taken aback. He had merely spoken out of anger, uttering words that slipped from his lips without thought. He never anticipated that Yi Jingyuan would take him so earnestly. He understood Yi Jingyuan well. Such declarations were not made lightly, and once uttered, they would surely be acted upon. Regret washed over Lin Tianxiao for his earlier words. It wasn't that he feared Yi Jingyuan. After all, the Lin family possessed a considerable strength that could rival, if not surpass, that of the Yi family. However, it seemed unnecessary to escalate matters over such a trivial issue to the point of mutual destruction. As he pondered how to gracefully step back from the confrontation, a gentle cough resounded from the elevated platform. Ahem, the essential points regarding the awakening ceremony have been addressed. Which family shall take precedence this year, esteemed heads? The voice was cultured and amiable, belonging to Sikongzhen, the lord of Krailin City. This year, it is the Lin family's turn, Yi Jingyuan replied, his face devoid of expression. Sikongzhen nodded. Then let us commence with the Lin family. When I call your name, please step forward to prepare for the awakening. As the two most formidable families in Krailin City, the annual awakening ceremony always saw the Yi and Lin families at the forefront, alternating in order each year. With the Yi family having led the previous year, it was indeed the Lin family's rightful turn this year. Sikongzhen was well aware of this, having merely sought to diffuse the tension between the two heads. Upon hearing Sikongzhen's words, Lin Tianxiao cast a grateful glance in his direction before shooting a fierce glare at Yi Jingyuan. The latter, however, was frowning, his gaze drifting towards Lord Zhao. Seemingly lost in thought, Zhao Wuyan, a formidable seventh-tier expert, could easily discern Yi Jingyuan's subtle movements, finding them somewhat amusing. The possessiveness displayed by Yi Jingyuan was typical of those from the Yi family. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why the young man was casting such a scrutinizing look in his direction. Was it perhaps related to the matter concerning Xiao Ru and Yi Tian, harboring some resentment towards him? Zhao Wuyan mused internally, a hint of exasperation flickering in his half-closed eyes. As Sikongzhen announced the commencement of the awakening ceremony, the once quiet square erupted into a fervor once more. At long last, the day had arrived. I must awaken my spiritual power. I have a premonition that my aptitude shall be at least of the 5th tier. 5th tier, you say? Merely awakening spiritual power would be an accomplishment. 5th tier aptitude would surely attract the attention of the 3 major academies. I shall boast and indulge in dreams. Is that any of your concern? Spare me. I no longer harbor lofty ambitions. If I can awaken my spiritual energy with a talent that is not entirely lacking, sufficient to support my cultivation to the 3rd tier, I would be content to ensure my livelihood. Can you not aspire to greater heights? A 3rd tier cultivator is hardly a noteworthy figure in our Kron City, let alone within the Sacred Hall. It is said that even a mere gatekeeper there possesses 5th tier cultivation. Is this truly the Sacred Hall? How terrifying. Enough of the commotion. Each has their own aspirations. Some find joy and contentment, while others are fueled by ambition. And there is no need to condemn one another. Furthermore, one's innate talent is determined from birth. Everything is predestined, and it is futile to dwell on such matters. Whether one becomes a dragon or a worm ultimately depends on their fortune. Just as the debate was intensifying, someone unexpectedly spoke a segment of wisdom that seemed to resonate with the crowd. The discussions quieted significantly. Meanwhile, on the stage, Sikongzhen retrieved a booklet and handed it to a nearby attendant. The attendant, upon receiving the booklet, began calling forth names from the list for awakening. Linley. The attendant announced loudly. As the name echoed, a youth emerged from the Lin family's group and descended the platform. Fire attributes spiritual energy, third-tier talent. The youth, named Linley, displayed a joyful expression. After expressing his gratitude to those on stage, he swiftly returned to his family's ranks. Third tier, quite respectable, Si Kongjin remarked nonchalantly, though it was unclear to whom he was speaking. Next, Linyi. Water attributes spiritual energy, first-tier talent. Several other younger members of the Lin family were subsequently called forth, but their talents ranged primarily between first and third tier, with none exhibiting exceptional aptitude. Next, Lin Dong. As the attendant's voice resonated, all eyes from the Lin family turned toward a seemingly ordinary, yet stern-faced young man. Observing this, Si Kongjun's gaze sharpened. For Lin Tianxiao to take such pride, it seems Lin Dong is no common individual. However, what is his talent? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Dong slowly ascended the platform. This boy is also from the Lin family. Why have I never seen him before? Yi Jingyuan mused, feeling a twinge of confusion. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, he possessed information on nearly all, yet Lin Dong appeared as if he had materialized from thin air, triggering a sense of vigilance within him. Chapter 10, The Terrifying Existence of the Lin Family. Lin Dong? Have you heard of this name? Is he truly from the Lin family? I have not heard of him. However, it seems that he holds a considerable position among the younger generation of the Lin family. Why have I never heard of this individual before? This merely reflects your own ignorance. Oh, does this esteemed brother possess some insider knowledge? Please enlighten us. You have indeed inquired of the right person. In all of Clan City, aside from the Lin family, I may be the only one privy to this matter. I am eager to hear more. This Lin Dong is no ordinary individual. Extraordinary beings are often accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. It is said that at the moment of his birth, he grasped a black, sword-shaped jade pendant in his hand. Concurrently, a tempest raged outside, and countless black crows flocked together, blocking the doorway as if they were there to welcome something. This terrified the members of the Lin family. Just when everyone was at a loss, that Lin Dong, a mere newborn, astonishingly spoke. What he uttered at that moment remains a mystery to all but the Lin family. It is only known that thereafter, this infant vanished, and the matter was never mentioned again within the Lin family. Who would have thought it was concealed until today? What? Such a hidden secret exists. It appears that the Lin family harbors grand ambitions. My heavens, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred at his birth. What does this imply? I feel as though my mind is somewhat overwhelmed. Regardless, it is certain that this Lin Dong is no ordinary person. I am simply curious about his innate talents. I suspect he must possess at least a 6th grade aptitude. A 6th grade talent would be sufficient to incite the 3 major academies to vie for him at any cost. I hope he is indeed of 6th grade talent. It has been many years since Clan City has seen anyone with an aptitude above the 5th grade. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Lin Dong has already made his way to the high platform, standing before the Dark Awakening Stone. Lin Dong, it is your turn. Do not be anxious, simply follow my previous instructions. Beside him, Si Kongjun smiled gently, recognizing Lin Dong's exceptional nature. Si Kongjun's demeanor was markedly different from how he treated others. Lin Dong nodded but offered no words, his expression remaining as cold as ice, his eyes reflecting an abyss of chilling silence. It is difficult to fathom such a demeanor in a mere 18-year-old youth. Lin Dong took a step forward, slowly placing his right hand upon the awakening stone. The instant his palm made contact, a grayish light burst forth from the stone. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure began to materialize above Lin Dong's head. Is this a guardian spirit? Si Kongjun gazed at the apparition with palpable excitement. Guardian spirits are truly remarkable entities, and those who possess them are invariably extraordinary individuals. Zhao Wuyan, who had been half-closed eyes, found it impossible to maintain his composure upon witnessing this spectacle. Guardian spirits are exceedingly rare. As a Templar overseer and a formidable 7th-tier powerhouse, he had never once laid eyes upon the visage of a guardian spirit throughout his lifetime. Yet today, it manifested vividly before him, a mere youth, freshly 18 and undergoing his awakening. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the ethereal figure above Lin Dong's head gradually materialized, ultimately transforming into a tangible black longsword, silently suspended above him. Could this truly be the guardian spirit that exists solely in legends? What a terrifying aura. Indeed, it is a longsword. How sharp it feels. However, what does the grayish-black radiance emanating from the awakening stone signify? Is it of the darkness attribute? It doesn't quite resemble the darkness attribute, though it appears black. It leans more towards a grayish hue. Could it be an undiscovered special attribute? It is quite possible. Nonetheless, special attributes are generally immensely powerful. I wonder what his might be. Look quickly. His qualifications are about to be revealed. With that exclamation, the crowd once more turned their eyes to the awakening stone. Indeed, a gray beam of light soared skyward from the stone. During the awakening ceremony, the light emitted from the awakening stone signifies the attribute of the spiritual energy awakened. For instance, the fire attribute is represented by red, while the water attribute is blue, among others. There are also various other colors, denoting special attributes, much like Lindong's today. The qualifications are represented by the beam of light that ascends from the awakening stone. The better the qualifications, the higher the beam rises. Each 10-foot height corresponds to a tier of qualification. 2 tens signify second-tier qualifications, and so forth. A height below 10 feet indicates a lack of noteworthy qualifications. Goodness! What level of qualification does Lindong possess? The beam has surged past 50 feet and continues to ascend. No way. I initially thought Lindong had merely 5th-tier qualifications. But at this rate, could it be 7th tier? 7th tier would denote superior qualifications. If this is the case, it wouldn't just be the 3 great academies vying for him. Even the Templar might send someone to take him away. 1st to 3rd tiers are ordinary qualifications, 4th to 6th are intermediate, and 7th to 9th are superior qualifications. Look, it has reached the 7th tier, and it still hasn't stopped. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the gray beam shot up to 80 feet before finally coming to a halt. 8th tier. Beside him, Sikong Jin was utterly dumbfounded. He had only encountered 8th tier qualifications within the pages of books. Now, witnessing it firsthand was nothing short of breathtaking. Zhao Wuyan nearby was equally shaken. In this world, a cultivator's qualifications are categorized from 1st to 9th tier. The higher the tier, the greater the potential for future development. Generally, achieving 4th tier or above, crossing into the realm of intermediate qualifications, is considered an exceptional talent. One can directly gain admission into the esteemed triad of academies for the purpose of cultivation and study. Should one achieve the 5th or 6th rank, they would undoubtedly be prioritized as key candidates for development, with resources significantly allocated to their enhancement. As for those with qualifications surpassing the 7th rank, the distinction is self-evident. Individuals attaining such status are undoubtedly the pinnacle of humanity, each possessing strength that can only be described as terrifying, let alone those with 8th rank qualifications. Coupled with the presence of guardian spirits, it can be asserted that as long as Lindong survives, he is destined to evolve into a formidable force that will make the entire world tremble. The 9th rank qualification, often referred to as divinely bestowed, has only manifested once in the span of nearly 100,000 years of human history. However, little is known about this exceptional individual. Only fragments of their existence can be found in ancient texts, confirming that such a being indeed once graced our world. Chapter 11. A genius has the opportunity to strike him. Lindong possesses an 8th rank qualification. The voice of Sikong Jin quivered as he personally announced this revelation. However, this gray attribute had never been encountered before, leaving them bewildered as to its specific nature. They would need to report back to the temple and request the judgment of the dignitaries therein. Zhao Wuyan's gaze also reflected his excitement. An 8th rank qualification is nearly unparalleled among contemporary humanity. With such a formidable guardian spirit, it is foreseeable that should Lindong continue to develop, he will inevitably become an invincible powerhouse. Such a genius must not be overlooked. With this thought, Zhao Wuyan's eyes gleamed. He deftly produced a uniquely shaped transparent token from his wrist, channeling a faint stream of spiritual energy into it. A message was dispatched to the temple headquarters, detailing the recent events in full. This was not an action taken solely by him. Concurrently, at least 7 or 8 others in the crowd below the platform mirrored his movements. There was no need for further judgment. Lindong withdrew his hand, and the radiance from the awakening stone and the ethereal figure above his head vanished. My attribute is one that has never before graced history, the attribute of slaughter, Lindong declared, his tone remaining cold and indifferent. The expressions of Zhao Wuyan and Sikong Jin were momentarily frozen in disbelief. They had never encountered such an attribute. Could it truly be as Lindong claimed, an unprecedented phenomenon? Observing their reactions, Lindong's demeanor remained unaltered, akin to unyielding ice forged over millennia. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Incredible. An 8th-ranked qualification. Am I truly not dreaming? An 8th-grade aptitude, if memory serves. The current Lord of the Sanctuary possesses no more than an 8th-grade aptitude as well. Moreover, this Lin Dong is accompanied by such a formidable guardian spirit. His future is boundless. A paragon of strength is destined to emerge. At this rate, it is not merely the 3 academies that will take notice. The sanctuary itself may dispatch experts to claim him. I must cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Dong, who knows what fortune may follow. However, judging by his demeanor, he seems rather difficult to approach. The crowd in the square, whether awaiting their own awakenings or there merely to spectate, buzzed with a cacophony of discussion. Shock, envy, and jealousy swirled within their hearts, myriad emotions intertwining. Equally astonished was Yi Zhenyuan, who, as Lin Tianxiao's rival for nearly 3 decades, had been oblivious to such a hidden ace. This prodigious talent had been concealed for a full 18 years, and he had not the slightest inkling. The Lin family's intentions are evidently grand. Over the years, they have surely allocated substantial resources to Lin Dong. Although he cannot cultivate prior to awakening, there are numerous methods to lay a solid foundation in advance. Coupled with his terrifying aptitude, he will undoubtedly rise swiftly. It won't be long before Lin Dong becomes the Lin family's paramount protector. This development places the Yi family in a precarious position. A strategy must be devised. Yu Xingyuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Standing behind him, Yu Tian was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Who would have thought such a small locale could yield someone of such extraordinary aptitude? In 8th grade, if I were to defeat him, how many talent points would I gain? Yi Tian stared intently at Lin Dong on the platform, saliva nearly pooling at the corner of his mouth. System, display the detailed information regarding this Lin Dong. In an instant, a virtual panel, visible only to Yi Tian, materialized before him. Name, Lin Dong. Race, human. Aptitude, 8th grade. Attribute, slaughter, special attribute. Talent, guardian spirit. Sort of silent death. Strength, 1st order, 10 stars. Profession, unknown. Skills, unknown. Description, extremely high talent, suspected reincarnation of a former powerful being. The attribute panel contained but a few phrases, yet the information conveyed was substantial. Reincarnation of a powerful being? Yi Tian's eyes widened. No wonder. Upon awakening, he reached the pinnacle of the 1st order. He stands just 1 step away from the 2nd order. Yet, this aptitude is exceedingly tantalizing. Should the opportunity arise, I must certainly confront him and seize his aptitude. I wonder, could this guardian spirit be captured as well? Yi Tian contemplated in his heart. However, this plan is temporarily unfeasible, as he cannot contend with the crowd's reaction. Lin Dong, standing on the high platform, seemed oblivious to it all, lightly shifting his feet and turning away with an air of indifference, making his way back to the Lin family's ranks, disregarding everything around him. The head of the Lin family, Zhao Wuyan, observed the smug expression on Lin Tianxiao's face below the stage and suddenly spoke up. Faced with the temple's inspector, a formidable 7th-tier battle king, Lin Tianxiao dared not be negligent. He clasped his hands in respect and inquired, Master Zhao, do you have any instructions? While there were no specific instructions, it was inevitable that he would pay a visit to the estate after the ceremony concluded. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiao's expression brightened instantly. The reason he chose to allow Lin Dong, who had been hidden away for 18 years, to appear today was to attract the temple's attention. Such a prodigy, once admitted into the temple, would undoubtedly be nurtured as a key talent, elevating his status significantly. As a member of the same clan, the Lin family would naturally be able to align themselves with the temple's powerful presence. Zhao Wuyan's words signified that his objective had been achieved. The Lin family eagerly awaited Master Zhao's esteemed visit. Zhao Wuyan smiled kindly, but said nothing further. He then turned to Xikong Zhen, indicating for him to continue. Xikong Zhen nodded and signaled to the guard announcing the names. The guard understood immediately. Next, Lin Feifei. The mention of this name once again captivated many eyes. The reason was simple. Lin Feifei was exceedingly beautiful, renowned as the most stunning woman in Kron City. Moreover, she was the daughter of Lin Tianxiao, the head of one of the 2 prominent families in Kron City. In terms of both looks and lineage, she was of the highest caliber. Countless young men in the city regarded her as their dream girl. Therefore, the announcement of her impending ascent to the stage was bound to draw the attention of numerous youths. As the guard called out Lin Feifei's name, A young girl clad in a flowing blue gown gracefully emerged from the Lin family assembly. Her exquisitely sculpted features, delicate brows, a refined nose, and rosy cherry lips combined with her playful yet captivating demeanor made her truly deserving of the title of Kron City's first beauty, enchanting countless young talents. With light, graceful steps, Lin Feifei ascended the high platform under the gaze of innumerable onlookers. Standing beside the awakening stone, she raised her right hand and gently placed it upon the surface. A pale blue pillar of light surged into the sky, and a shadowy figure materialized above her head, though it did not solidify, as Lin Dong's had. Ice attribute spiritual power. Another guardian spirit. 7th grade aptitude. Upon the elevated platform, Si Kongjin and Zhao Wuyan were momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by elation. The guardian spirit is a rare and extraordinary talent. Those who can awaken such spirits often possess significantly greater strength than their peers of the same rank. Cultivators who awaken a guardian spirit, provided their aptitude is not exceedingly poor, indeed, even with a grade of 3 or higher, will become coveted by various powerful factions. Moreover, possessing a guardian spirit alongside such remarkable talent is a treasure for any faction, which would spare no effort in nurturing such an individual. At this moment, the onlookers in the square were once again plunged into astonishment. To witness 2 prodigies in a single day left everyone feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Yet another guardian spirit, and with an astonishing aptitude of grade 7. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? Furthermore, both of these prodigies hailed from the Lin family. The Lin family is destined to rise. I have a premonition that in the days to come, Klan City will be anything but tranquil. Lin Feifei, observing her own exceptional talent, could not suppress the excitement that illuminated her delicate features. Retracting her hand from the awakening stone, she turned to face the square. However, her gaze did not seek her father, but rather searched among the ranks of the Yi family. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Yi Tian. At that moment, Yi Tian stood behind Yu Jingyuan, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, pondering how to best confront Lin Dong and seize his aptitude. Abruptly, he heard someone calling his name. Startled, he looked up, only to find himself gazing into a pair of enchanting eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. Yu Tian was momentarily stunned, and memories of Lin Feifei flooded his mind. The illustrious daughter of the Lin family. A dream for countless young talents in Klan City. How could she possibly have an affection for someone like Yi Tian? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? Yi Tian mused silently, instinctively touching his chin. Indeed, his visage seemed quite striking. Naturally, when he referred to himself as a scoundrel, it was not his present self, but rather the unscrupulous young Master Yi, infamous for his misdeeds prior to his current existence. Upon noticing Yi Tian's gaze directed at her, Lin Feifei's face blossomed with joy. Ignoring the envious and resentful stares of those around them, she leaped down from the platform, hastening to stand before Yi Tian with a few swift strides. Amidst the jealous and furious glances of onlookers, she wrapped her arms around his, exclaiming, Yi Tian, I have awakened my guardian spirit, and it is of grade 7. Lin Feifei spoke with exuberance. Yi Tian, momentarily dazed, though aware of Lin Feifei's affections from his memories, hadn't he anticipated such warmth upon their first interaction? He felt the gentle warmth of her embrace. YTN, who has been single from birth until now, found himself at a loss for words and actions in that moment. What is this reaction? Aren't you happy for me? Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. YTN opened his mouth, struggling to articulate such a sentence after a long pause. YTN Gidge, why do you seem a bit off today? Lin Feifei inquired, raising her hand to rest it on YTN's forehead. No fever. Lin Feifei observed with a puzzled expression. Usually, YTN appeared rather carefree and nonchalant when he saw her. Why was he so bashful today? As YTN was about to respond to Lin Feifei's gesture, an abrupt system alert resonated in his mind. A substantial amount of hostility detected in the vicinity of the host. Extremely dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. Hostility? YTN was taken aback and glanced around. Countless murderous gazes were fixed upon him. Goodness, are these people serious? YTN was startled. However, he felt neither fear nor concern. After all, he was the young master of the Y family, and his father, a fifth-tier powerhouse, was right beside him. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Jealous of me? Let them stew in their jealousy. With a mischievous grin, YTN suddenly wrapped his arm around Lin Feifei, pulling her into his embrace. Lin Feifei was caught off guard by this unexpected move. Losing her balance, She stumbled directly into YTN's arms, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist, her entire being pressed against him. Feeling the firmness of his chest, YTN's thoughts wandered. He had never noticed before how impressive Lin Feifei's physique was. However, this bold act of his thoroughly enraged the onlookers. Damn YTN. You shall not tarnish my goddess. Release your filthy hands that have harmed countless maidens. YTN, you beast. You do not deserve a goddess. Step forward. I demand a duel. Amidst the cacophony of insults, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted from the side, akin to a ferocious beast's roar. Turning to look, he discovered it was Lin Tianxiao, the head of the Lin family. With his hair bristling, panting heavily, and eyes glaring like copper bells, he fixed an intense gaze on YTN. You little brat, remove your filthy hands, or I shall have you cut to pieces. Lin Tianxiao was evidently furious, his words becoming increasingly unrestrained. Upon hearing this, YTN reluctantly released his hold around Lin Feifei's delicate waist, awkwardly scratching his nose. It wasn't that he feared Lin Tianxiao, rather, he recognized that behaving in such a manner in front of her father was indeed inappropriate. What did you say, you old dog? Upon hearing such scorn directed at his son, Yi Jingyuan felt an immediate surge of displeasure. He stepped forward with his right foot, causing a cloud of dust to billow around him. His long robe appeared to flutter without wind, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, confronting Lin Tianxiao. Yi Jingyuan, do you intend to engage in combat with me? Lin Tianxiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what had provoked this madman. His daughter had been disrespected in public. Was it not within a father's rights to express anger? Yet, Yi Jingyuan remained silent, standing there quietly with a cold gaze fixed on Lin Tianxiao, as if poised to strike at any moment. Seeing Yi Jingyuan's demeanor, Lin Tianxiao refrained from further inquiries. After years of acquaintance, he understood all too well the nature of Yi Jingyuan. He was utterly insane. Generally calm, he lost all rationality when it came to matters concerning his son. Even if a ninth-tier formidable warrior stood before him, intent on harming Yi Tian, it was likely that Yi Jingyuan would confront him with reckless abandon. As Lin Tianxiao faced such a lunatic, he dared not provoke him further. I have no intention of causing your son any harm over this matter, but you must keep a close watch on him to prevent any excessive actions. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsparing. Lin Tianxiao shot a cold glance at Yi Jingyuan before turning to his daughter, Lin Feifei. You wretched girl, what kind of decorum is this in public? You may lack shame, but I still possess mine. Once we return home, you shall voluntarily face the family's disciplinary measures. Today, you have brought disgrace upon the Lin family. Fuming, Lin Tianxiao reprimanded his daughter, who, aware of her excessive behavior, hung her head in silence. And you little rascal. Lin Tianxiao redirected his ire towards Yi Tian. Me? Yi Tian pointed at himself, feigning innocence. I haven't done anything. Do you take me for blind? Lin Tianxiao retorted. I warn you, should you dare to make any advances towards Feifei, I shall ensure you regret your very existence. Yi Tian frowned, disliking such threats. Yet, before he could respond, Yi Jingyuan stepped forward once more. You may attempt it. His tone was chilling. The crowd in the square held their breath, acutely aware that they were unqualified to intervene in the conflict between these two titans of Clan City. However, their silence did not imply that all were deterred from involvement. The two clan leaders, a gentle voice emerged. Sikongjin moved gracefully, descending from the high platform to stand between the two family heads. Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. Matters concerning the youth should be resolved by them without our undue interference. As the elders, we ought to maintain harmony and refrain from escalating trivial disputes into serious conflicts. Moreover, he lowered his voice. Lord Zhao is observing from the platform. Upon hearing this last remark, Lin Tianxiao's expression changed abruptly as he glanced toward the high platform. Indeed, Zhao Wuyan stood there, hands clasped behind his back, observing them with an air of indifference. However, Yi Jingyuan, facing him, showed no visible reaction, as if he were unimpressed by Lord Zhao's presence. Brother Sikong is right. Lin Tianxiao suppressed his discontent and nodded. I apologize for my earlier outburst. He then turned to Zhao Wuyan on the platform, bowing respectfully, before directing his attention back to Lin Feifei. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and return with me. Yes, Lin Feifei replied softly, lowering her head and preparing to follow him away from the scene. Suddenly, a faint voice reached her ears. Tonight at the hour of the pig. Wait for me in the woods east of the city. We must not miss this opportunity. Though the voice was barely audible, She immediately recognized it as Yi Tian's. Whirling around, she found him winking at her, confirming that her ears had not deceived her. Is he asking me to meet him? Lin Feifei felt her heart race unexpectedly. Why at night? Why in the woods? Does he intend to? As she pondered this, her cheeks flushed crimson, warmth spreading down to her neck. But I am not psychologically prepared. What if he tries to force himself upon me? The more she thought, the more flustered she became, a swirl of fear, anticipation, anxiety, and shyness intertwining within her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Why are you standing there? Just then, Lin Tianxiao's sharp voice broke through her reverie, startling her. Oh, I'm coming. She quickly lifted her legs to catch up, yet Yi Tian's words echoed in her mind. His earlier statement was not meant to imply any strange intentions, but was rather a prelude to executing a plan. While Lin and Yi were at a standstill, Yi Tian had already utilized the system to scrutinize Lin Feifei's detailed attributes. Name, Lin Feifei. Race, human. Qualification, grade 7 attribute, ice, mutated attribute. Talent, guardian spirit ice staff. Strength, first tier 7 stars. Occupation, unknown. Skills, unknown. Upon observing the levels of strength and qualification above, Yi Tian's mind sparked with an audacious idea. However, its feasibility would have to wait until nightfall, when he could experiment with Lin Feifei in the small grove. As Lin Tianxiao escorted Lin Feifei away, the tense atmosphere in the square dissipated. The onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. With the situation now under control, Xikongzhen turned and returned to the high platform. The awakening ceremony continued. Meanwhile, a nearby guard picked up the roster and resumed announcing the names of those preparing for awakening. After calling several more names, the testing for this batch from the Lin family was complete. Nevertheless, the Lin family members did not depart, for the next to take the stage were their long-standing rivals, the Yi family. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Next, Yi Tian. It's my turn? Yi Tian jolted from his reverie. Scratching his head, he made his way toward the high platform. With each step, various gazes bore down upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Simultaneously, the familiar system prompt echoed once more. Detected a substantial amount of hostility surrounding the host. It is exceedingly dangerous. Please evacuate the area immediately. Damn. Yi Tian silently cursed. What kind of nefarious deeds had the original Yi Tian committed to incite such deep-seated hatred from everyone? With a helpless shake of his head, he ascended the high platform and stood before the awakening stone. He wondered what the qualification of this Yi Tian would be. What do you think? Surely, it must be that of a waste. If one of the 4 plagues of Clan City could be considered a genius, then we might as well find a block of tofu and end our lives. Excuse me, what are the 4 plagues of Clan City? You don't know? Are you new here? Well, I haven't been in Clan City long. I'm still unfamiliar with many things. The 4 plagues of Clan City refer to the flies at the dining table, the pest in the restroom, the mice that steal food, and Yi Tian of the Yi family. Among them, Yi Tian is considered the worst, more detestable than the other 3. Is it true that this Yi Tian is as loathed as people say? Not just loathed. He is utterly reviled. This Yi Tian is devoid of conscience. He bullies the weak and commits heinous acts throughout Clan City. Chapter 14. The catalyst for the evolution of the Sharingan from the elderly of 80 to children of 3. Anyone lacking influence has likely suffered at the hands of Yi Tian. I have even heard that the tragic demise of the several Saos at old Master Wang's home in the east of the city last year was also the doing of Yi Tian. Hiss, hearing you say that, it seems Yi Tian truly deserves his fate. Alas, yet he continues to live comfortably, carefree each day, thanks to his fortunate lineage. Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Tian on the platform felt his complexion fluctuate between crimson and pallid, cursing the original Yi Tian in his heart. How fortunate he was to simply kick back, close his eyes, and disregard everything, leaving behind the infamy for him to bear. It took several minutes for Yi Tian to calm his tumultuous emotions. He gazed at the awakening stone before him, approximately 1 meter tall and entirely black. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palm and gently placed it upon the stone. Upon contact, a chilling sensation surged from his palm. There was no need for deliberate action. He merely needed to relax. Xikongzhen, concerned that Yi Tian might not comprehend the awakening process, kindly offered a reminder. Following Xikongzhen's guidance, Yi Tian closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and dispelled any distracting thoughts. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Unlike others who awakened, the The radiant light representing attributes and potential did not manifest. Instead, the awakening stone began to tremble slightly, while his hand felt as though it had become glued to its surface. No matter how hard he tried, it would not budge. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force erupted from somewhere within him, traveling down his arm into the awakening stone. Under the influence of this force, a peculiar energy from the stone was drawn into Yi Tian's body. As he absorbed more and more of this energy, he felt an unsettling stirring within him. Delving into his inner self to investigate, Yi Tian was astonished to discover that this peculiar sensation originated from his bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Could it be that the Sharingan was on the verge of evolution? By the heavens, could I truly be this extraordinary? Was my newly acquired three-tomo Sharingan about to evolve into a Meijiki? Yi Tian was filled with shock, along with an uncontrollable sense of anticipation and excitement. At that moment, Si Kuangjun and Zhao Wuyin also sensed that something was amiss. What is happening? Si Kuangjun approached, asking gently. Si Kuang City Lord, my hand is stuck. Stuck? Si Kuangjun glanced at Zhao Wuyin, who bore a similarly puzzled expression. But soon, their faces changed in unison as the trembling of the awakening stone intensified, and fine cracks began to appear upon its surface. What is going on? Not even Si Kuangjun, nor Zhao Wuyin, the experienced and knowledgeable inspector of the sanctuary, had ever encountered such a phenomenon. Do not speak of having seen it. I have not even heard of it. Si Kuangjun remained rooted in place, somewhat dazed. Yet Zhao Wuyin, with a sudden motion, dashed to Yi Tian's side, intending to separate him from the awakening stone. However, for reasons unknown, the bond between Yi Tian and the awakening stone was extraordinarily resilient. Despite being a 7th-tier powerhouse, he exerted all his strength in vain, unable to budge even a fraction. At this moment, Zhao Wuyin's astonishment reached unparalleled heights. Observing the intensifying tremors of the awakening stone, he had no time for further contemplation. If separation was impossible, he would ensure the safety of both the awakening stone and Yi Tian, for he was unaware of what might transpire next. With a sweeping motion of his arms, a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, forming an invisible tempest that enveloped the surroundings. This force compelled everyone present, including Si Kuangjun, to retreat several paces. Was this the might of a 7th-tier powerhouse? Not only Si Kuangjun, but all those in attendance were utterly astounded. For the majority, it was their first encounter with such a formidable being, and the overwhelming sense of pressure would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. After driving the onlookers back, only Zhao Wuyin and Yi Tian, ensnared by the awakening stone, remained at the center of the elevated platform. Zhao Wuyin then thrust his hands forward, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire surface of the awakening stone, attempting to stabilize its condition. Yet this endeavor bore no fruit. For the tremors of the awakening stone were not induced by any external force, but rather by the tumultuous release of energy from within. This was an internal process. And even if Zhao Wuyin's spiritual power were to be magnified, it would prove futile. The awakening stone, ensconced in spiritual energy, continued to tremble with increasing intensity. Just as Zhao Wuyin found himself at a loss, a crisp crack echoed through the air. A massive fissure appeared on the surface of the awakening stone, followed by a series of sharp sounds as further cracks manifested upon its smooth exterior. Ultimately, the entire awakening stone shattered into fragments the size of fists, scattering across the ground. How could this have happened? Zhao Wuyin's face reflected shock and a tinge of anguish. The reason for his distress lay in the fact that the awakening stone was an exceedingly rare artifact. To date, even a grand force as immense as the sanctuary had only a few hundred pieces in its possession. During his visit to Clan City for the awakening ceremony, Zhao Wuyin had brought only 2 awakening stones, with the second serving as a contingency against unforeseen circumstances. Little did he anticipate that it would be needed so soon. His astonishment stemmed not only from witnessing such an event for the first time. Moreover, the awakening stone is an exceptionally hard material. Even a full-force strike from an 8th-tier expert cannot inflict any damage upon it. Only a 9th-tier expert might leave a mark on the awakening stone. Yet, to shatter it is utterly impossible. Now, a mere fledgling who has yet to complete the awakening ceremony has managed to damage the awakening stone. This is truly beyond comprehension. All of this has surpassed Zhao Wuyin's understanding. Lord Zhao, you have damaged the awakening stone, Yi Tian exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Zhao Wuyin. He then spread his hands, feigning innocence as he looked at the crowd in the square. Everyone witnessed it. This has nothing to do with me. Zhao Wuyin? The gathered crowd Every single person present, as long as they were not blind, could see that Zhao Wuyan was clearly protecting that piece of the awakening stone, though the reason for its shattering was unclear to everyone. It was evident that Yi Tian was undoubtedly involved. Yet, this fellow now pretends to be innocent, claiming no connection to the incident. How shameless. From below, Yi Zhenyuan witnessed this scene and promptly slapped his forehead in disbelief. He began to ponder how he could have produced such a shameless son. Chapter 15. The unprecedented all-attribute spiritual power. This Yi Tian is utterly devoid of shame. Truly one of the 4 plagues of Clan City. Indeed, with so many eyes upon him, how could he so brazenly shirk responsibility? He is quite the talent, bold enough to provoke even the temple inspector, a true warrior. However, I have yet to hear of anyone shattering the awakening stone during the awakening process. Could it be that this Yi Tian possesses an unparalleled talent? Perhaps even more formidable than that Lin Dong just now? Upon reflection, this seems highly probable. The reaction of the awakening stone earlier seemed almost fearful. Is it possible that Yi Tian's aptitude is so terrifying? This is absurd. How can someone like him be considered a genius? Yet, it remains uncertain, as the true results have yet to be revealed. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. The 2 individuals on stage locked eyes. Even Zhao Wuyan, a 7th-tier expert, was taken aback by Yi Tian's audacity. Zhao Wuyan opened his mouth, yet words failed him. He felt frustrated, wondering how his granddaughter had not managed to deal with this shameless wretch. However, if she had truly killed him, Yi Zhenyuan would likely have gone mad. Contemplating this, Zhao Wuyan glanced at Yi Zhenyuan, who was resting his forehead in his hand, his expression complex, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Forget it, if it's shattered. It's shattered. I shall not hold you accountable, Zhao Wuyan declared, waving his sleeve, causing the scattered debris before him to vanish without a trace. In its place lay a pristine awakening stone. This was the last one available. Should it shatter, the awakening ceremony would come to an abrupt halt. Zhao Wuyan cast a glance at Yi Tian and urged him to proceed. However, this time, Zhao Wuyan did not step aside but remained steadfastly beside Yi Tian, channeling his entire spiritual energy, anxious to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Gazing at the newly formed black stone before him, Yi Tian felt a profound yearning emanating from the depths of his being. Could the energy within this stone truly facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan? If it could directly transform into the Manjiki Sharingan, would I not become invincible? Yi Tian moistened his parched lips, filled with anticipation as he placed his hand upon it once more. Yet, to Zhao Wuyan's discerning eye, this scene elicited a sense of discomfort. Could this lad truly be the monstrous entity the rumors suggested? As Yi Tian's hand enveloped the awakening stone, that familiar pulling force reemerged, an unending stream of peculiar energy infiltrating a certain part of his body. The awakening stone began to tremble anew. Observing this, Zhao Wuyan raised his hand, his palm brimming with spiritual energy, poised to intervene should the situation take a turn for the worse. As the stone's quaking intensified, Zhao Wuyan's anxiety grew exponentially. Just as he resolved to separate the two, the tremors of the awakening stone abruptly ceased. The pulling sensation within Yi Tian vanished, and the longing within him transformed into a sense of fulfillment. Had the energy absorption reached saturation? Yi Tian attempted to mobilize the scant chakra within him. Yet he discerned no alterations to his Sharingan, which remained in its 3-tomo state. What could this mean? Was my earlier sensation misguided? Yi Tian pondered, though clarity eluded him. He resolved to consult Xiao Di in the system space after the awakening concluded. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the awakening stone finally reacted, emanating a hazy, multicolored radiance that enveloped it, appearing exceedingly resplendent. However, this dazzling spectacle elicited horror in Zhao Wuyan's eyes. It was an all-attribute manifestation. At this revelation, silence enveloped the surroundings. In this realm, practitioners possessed a multitude of spiritual attributes, yet fundamentally, there existed only 7: earth, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The remaining anomalous attributes, such as ice, were all derived from these foundational elements. Indeed, the exceptional attributes possessed by individuals like Lin Dong cannot be transformed through mere foundational attributes. Such abilities are unique talents inherent to each person. Upon awakening, the vast majority of individuals typically possess only a single attribute of spiritual energy, while a select few may acquire 2 or more. These rare cultivators are undoubtedly the favored children of destiny. However, an individual like Yi Tian, endowed with all 7 foundational attributes, has never before graced this world. Mastery of all 7 foundational attributes signifies that Yi Tian can leverage the interplay and transformation among these attributes to manifest an array of mutated qualities. The concept of attribute restraint will be utterly foreign to him. Furthermore, the intricate relationships among these attributes will enhance his comprehension and command over various energies, ensuring that any magical discipline he undertakes yields remarkable efficiency. He is, without doubt, a born sorcerer. In my lifetime, witnessing the emergence of a universal mage is nothing short of miraculous. Zhao Wuyin gazed at the resplendent hues emanating from the awakening stone, murmuring to himself, his eyes slightly dazed by the overwhelming events of the day. The astonishing appearances of individuals with 7th and 8th rank talents, each accompanied by guardian spirits, including one with an unprecedented special attribute of spiritual energy, had left him reeling. Now, before him stood a being possessing all attributes of spiritual energy. He felt as though his heart could barely withstand the shock. It was all too overwhelming. However, Zhao Wuyin found himself puzzled by the colors representing the attributes of light and darkness, which appeared somewhat incongruous. Typically, gold symbolizes light, while a deep purple-black denotes darkness. Yet, Yi Tian's starkly contrasting black and white colors, while seemingly discordant, radiated an undeniable harmony. The peculiarity was ineffable. At that moment, after a brief silence, the crowd in the square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. All attributes. Good heavens! This is something unheard of and unseen throughout human history. Is Yi Tian even human? By the heavens! How can such a mediocre person possess such extraordinary gifts? This is utterly unfair. With this newfound talent, Yi Tian will undoubtedly become even more insufferably arrogant. The days ahead promise to be challenging for everyone. Young Master Yi Tian, look here. I have long perceived your exceptional gifts. I have quietly supported you from the shadows. But now I can no longer contain my feelings. Today, I boldly declare, Yi Tian, I love you. I wish to marry you. Enough. Be quiet. You foolish woman. Stop the noise. Look, there seems to be something amiss on the stage. Chapter 16. The disparity from genius to wastrel unbeknownst to whom the remark belonged. It prompted the crowd to redirect their attention back to the high platform. The vibrant radiance, representing all attributes, seems unremarkable, does it not? Yet, do you not sense that something is amiss? Indeed. Where, pray tell, is the luminous pillar indicative of one's aptitude? As one individual exclaimed in surprise. The others swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions filled with bewilderment. At that moment, Zhao Wuyin on stage also perceived the anomaly. Only the colors representing attributes had manifested, while the pillar denoting aptitude remained conspicuously absent. Could it be? Zhao Wuyin lifted his hand, gently resting it upon the awakening stone. Attempting to discern its essence, his countenance shifted to one of astonishment. It was indeed as he feared. Alas, what a pity! With a sorrowful glance at Yi Tian, Zhao Wuyin sighed deeply and shook his head. Yi Tian, possessing all attributes, yet a talent deemed wasteful. Upon utterance, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the assembly. It is crucial to understand that in this realm, a cultivator's aptitude is classified into 9 ranks. The higher the rank, the more superior the talent. This aptitude is intrinsically linked to future potential, comprehension, the intensity of spiritual power, and overall capacity. In essence, higher aptitude translates to swifter growth and greater strength. However, beneath these 9 ranks lie 2 subcategories, subpar and wasteful aptitude. Although the 9 ranks are delineated into various levels, any form of aptitude is sufficient to sustain a path of cultivation, albeit at varying speeds and strengths within the same tier. Yet, the distinctions of the 2 lower categories are starkly different. If one is determined to possess subpar aptitude, it signifies that they shall never transcend into the 2nd tier, with their highest achievement capped at the 1st tier, 10 stars. While subpar aptitude is indeed unfortunate, it still allows for cultivation to the pinnacle of the 1st tier. Conversely, those identified with wasteful aptitude, regardless of their talents in other domains, are condemned to a life devoid of progression in spiritual cultivation. Such individuals cannot perceive the existence of external spiritual energy. Without perception, absorption becomes impossible, and thus, their spiritual cultivation remains forever stagnant from the moment of awakening. Haha, splendid. I always asserted that someone as morally bankrupt as Yi Tian does not deserve such a gifted aptitude. Wasteful aptitude suits him perfectly, scoffed one onlooker. Now, Let us see how he can maintain his arrogance. The esteemed young master of the Yi family is, in fact, a cultivator incapable of progressing. How laughable it is to announce such a fate. As they reveled in the misfortune of Yi Tian, the whispers of the crowd reached Yi Jingyuan, whose expression darkened ominously. However, the gaze directed towards Yi Tian atop the platform was laden with profound concern, fearing he might not withstand such provocation. Now, everyone, please be silent. Zhao Wuyan stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. It is rather peculiar. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the square, and simultaneously, an unusual sensation arose in the hearts of the crowd, compelling them to cease their discussions. Zhao Wuyan then turned his attention back to Yi Tian, revealing a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Just as he was about to utter some words of comfort, he was interrupted by Yi Tian's inquiry, "Is it over? May I leave now?" The abruptness of Yi Tian's question caused Zhao Wuyan to momentarily forget his intended words, instinctively nodding in response. Upon seeing Zhao Wuyan's nod, Yi Tian stretched lazily and yawned before turning to descend the platform with a nonchalant demeanor. Zhao Wuyan stood there somewhat dumbfounded, pondering whether the young man was truly oblivious or simply indifferent. Below, Yu Jingyuan observed his son seemingly unfazed by the ordeal, leading him to breathe a sigh of relief. Humph, a waste is a waste. Utterly useless in every regard. How could such a character possibly be worthy of the young lady's affection? Bah! Just as Yi Tian stepped off the platform and passed by the Lin family S group, a few sharply cutting remarks suddenly rang out, fortuitously reaching Yi Tian's ears. He halted mid-step and turned to look, spotting a handsome young man from the Lin family, who regarded him with overt disdain. The sight of that expression ignited a surge of anger within Yi Tian. While he could overlook the ridicule from others behind his back, he could not tolerate this direct provocation. That face, so brazenly arrogant. The anger he had just subdued flared up once more. "Hey, you over there. Were those words you just spoke?" Yi Tian pointed emphatically at the young man, his voice resonating with challenge. The young man had not anticipated that his words would be heard by the very subject of his scorn. Startled at being singled out by Yi Tian, he hesitated, acutely aware of Yi Tian's notorious reputation in Kron City. However, upon recalling that he was amidst the Lin family, with the family head Lin Tianxiao standing at the forefront, he became emboldened. "Yes, it was I who said that. So what? Isn't it the truth?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter, quite audacious. "I admire that." Meanwhile, Yi Tian activated the system's inquiry function, and the detailed information about the other party immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Lei race, human qualification, second rank, attribute, fire, talent, none strength, first order. 2 stars occupation, unknown skills, unknown. How dare a first order, 2 stars strength be so arrogant? However, why is the occupation and skills of everyone listed as unknown? Just as Yi Tian pondered this, the system's prompt resonated at the right moment. The host's qualification and cultivation level are significantly inferior to the opponent's, rendering the occupation and skills unviewable. Damn, Yi Tian silently cursed. He had initially thought it was some restriction of the system. After all this time, it turned out that he was simply too weak. With Lin Lei's second rank qualification, if I defeat him, will I be able to acquire talent points? This time, he received an affirmative response from the system. Wonderful. Yi Tian rubbed his fists in anticipation, recalling several key figures from the younger generation of the Lin family in his mind, only to find that Lin Lei's name was not among them. It turns out he is just an ordinary disciple of the Lin family. That makes things easier. Chapter 17. You dare to speak to me like that? Yi Tian felt a sense of determination rise within him. He strode boldly into the Lin family's ranks, heading straight towards Lin Lei. "Brother Yi Tian, what brings you here?" Lin Feifei, standing at the front of the group, heard the commotion from behind. Turning to look, she was delighted to see Yi Tian entering the Lin family S ranks and called out to him. However, Yi Tian paid her no heed and walked directly up to Lin Lei. In the midst of Lin Lei's bewildered gaze, he seized his collar and followed up with 2 resounding slaps to his face. "What are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Yi Tian then delivered a kick to Lin Lei's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of others, all eyes turning towards the scene, including those of Zhao Wuyan and Si Kongjun on the high platform. "Lin Tian," a booming voice filled with anger resonated. "You have gone too far today." Lin Tianxiao approached Yi Tian, his face ablaze with fury. "Too far? I don't think so," another voice chimed in. Yi Jingyuan had also arrived. slowly making his way towards Yi Tian, his spiritual energy swirling around him, causing the crowd to instinctively part. Coming to a halt beside Yi Tian, Yi Xingyuan first glanced at the fallen Lin Lei before turning to face Yi Tian. "Oh, my dear, you are still too soft-hearted. Why do you strike so gently?" "Indeed, father, the child remains overly kind. This is all thanks to your excellent guidance." The banter between the father and son incited a furious mix of red and white upon Lin Lei and Lin Tianxiao's faces. "You two truly are of the same ilk. However, your son has come to my domain and assaulted my people. Does that not reflect a blatant disregard for my authority? Yi Xingyuan, you must provide me with an explanation." Lin Tianxiao glared at Yi Xingyuan, seething with rage. "An explanation?" Yi Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. "What explanation? Your man spoke recklessly and deserved his punishment. Even if Tian Heir had not intervened, I would have taken it upon myself to discipline this insolent wretch. Who do you think you can insult?" The last remark was directed at Lin Lei, who lay on the ground. "The illustrious head of the Yi family intends to personally discipline a junior? Yu Xingyuan, you truly are regressing." Yu Xingyuan scoffed dismissively, saying, "So what? I shall do as I please. Can you stop me?" "You." After uttering that single word, Lin Tianxiao fell silent, utterly exasperated by the audacity of the Yi father and son. "Yi, Tian." At that moment, a voice filled with humiliation and rage rang out. "I will kill you." It was Lin Lei, who had just been knocked down by Yi Tian. He had risen to his feet, now glaring resentfully at Yi Tian. Ding. Detected murderous intent directed at the host. Activating system task. Defeat Lin Lei in a direct confrontation and seize his talent points. Completing the task will yield reward points. At last, Yi Tian felt a surge of joy. The task he had longed for had finally been issued. However, to defeat the opponent directly, well, just as Yi Tian pondered this, Lin Lei produced a staff roughly the length of his forearm from seemingly nowhere. He swung the staff in front of him, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that shot straight toward Yi Tian. Poof! Before the fireball could even touch Yi Tian, it suddenly dispersed mid-air. At that moment, Yu Zhenyuan stepped forward, his gaze dark and intense as he fixed his eyes on Lin Lei. "Do you wish to die?" The aura of a fifth-tier powerhouse was immensely formidable. Lin Lei, merely a fledgling, was instantly daunted by Yu Zhenyuan's imposing presence, rendered speechless. Perhaps it would be best to approach this differently, a gentle voice interjected from the side. Yi Xingyuan and Lin Tianxiao turned to see Xikong Zhen gracefully descending from the high platform, striding toward them. There is no need for the two esteemed heads of families to become agitated over the affairs of the younger generation. Both of them have erred in this matter. Why not allow the two of them to engage in a fair duel? Regardless of the outcome, today's events will be considered resolved. What do you think? Esteemed heads of the families? Xikong Zhen wore his perennial, elegant smile. "I am in favor." Lin Tianxiao was the first to express his support. "I oppose." Yi Xingyuan declared definitively, turning to Xikong Zhen. "Fair. How can it be fair to pit a first-tier, two-star magician against someone incapable of cultivation? Tell me, how does that constitute fairness?" Xikong Zhen chuckled lightly. "Head Yi, please do not be agitated. Both of these children awakened their powers today. They are starting from the same point. Although Yi Tian's talents may not match Lin Lei's, he possesses an unprecedented array of attributes. In this regard, both sides have their merits, and neither has an advantage. You are grasping at straws." Yu Zhenyuan furrowed his brow. "Xikong Zhen, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. I must inform you if, Father." Yi Xingyuan's words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Tian. "I agree with Lord Xikong Cheng's proposal. What a splendid opportunity. It must not be squandered." He had previously been pondering how to create a situation for a direct confrontation with Lin Lei. After all, with so many witnesses present, if he were to strike first, the fight would likely be stopped before it even began. Just as he was at a loss for a good plan, Xikong Zhen's remarks felt like a timely blessing. However, Yi Xingyuan's concern for his safety led to his persistent disapproval, which left Yi Tian anxious. With no other option, he chose to step forward. "Tianer, do not act recklessly." Yi Xingyuan admonished in a low voice, his brow furrowing. "It's all right, Father. I may not necessarily lose to him. Besides, I have not forgotten the techniques you taught me." Hearing this, Yu Xingyuan's expression softened slightly. He understood what Yi Tian meant. As a fifth-tier battle master himself, he had begun teaching Yi Tian various martial skills from a young age. Unfortunately, Yi Tian's inherently lazy nature had caused him to shy away from learning martial techniques. Over time, Yi Xingyuan had given up on him. Yet, Hearing Yi Tian recall those teachings made him realize that his son still remembered them. Those were high-level martial skills, formidable in power. The opponent was merely a newly awakened young magician. In a confrontation between a warrior and a magician, the warrior holds a distinct advantage. Coupled with the combat experience and techniques he had imparted, it seemed likely that the opponent might not indeed be Yi Tian's match. Chapter 18. More depleted than Kakashi's chakra. With this thought, Yi Jingyuan's furrowed brow relaxed, and he ceased his objections, though a trace of concern lingered in his heart. Be cautious if you find yourself outmatched. Conceding is not a sign of shame. Fear not. Father, I possess confidence. Yi Tian patted his chest, exuding an air of determination. In truth, his prior assertions were mere fabrications to alleviate his father's concerns. Yu Jingyuan had indeed imparted numerous combat techniques and martial arts to Yi Tian. However, at that time, Yi Tian was still the same reckless scion, preoccupied with frivolities. His mind was far from the pursuit of these skills, which he had long since forgotten. In the memories he now inherited, he was only aware of this fact, yet the specifics of his training had been entirely erased from his original recollections. His previous claims were merely to spare Yi Jingyuan's worries. As for defeating Lin Lei, he had other means of assurance. Observing this exchange, Si Kongzhen's smile widened. He turned to Lin Lei. Do you concur with my proposal? Yes, Lord City Master, I agree. Very well, let us proceed to the arena. With that, Si Kongzhen waved his sleeve and strode in a particular direction. The arena was situated in the southeastern corner of the plaza in front of the City Master's residence. Within Clan City, there existed a mandate prohibiting private duels among residents. Yet, in an environment teeming with cultivators, it was inevitable for conflicts to arise. To facilitate management and provide a venue for resolving disputes, the arena was constructed. Contests held here would not violate city regulations, provided that professional law enforcement personnel from the City Master's office were present to oversee the matches. For this bout involving the young master of the Yi family, Si Kongzhen decided to personally serve as the judge. The onlookers exchanged glances and followed suit towards the arena, save for Zhao Wuyan atop the platform, who narrowed his eyes at Si Kongzhen's retreating figure. No individual ascends to the position of City Master without possessing considerable acumen. 3 minutes later, on the arena in front of the City Master's residence, two young men stood in a tense standoff. Beside them stood the affable Si Kongzhen, his demeanor calm. What is Yu Tian thinking? Is he truly intending to battle Lin Lei? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Indeed, Lin Lei is already a second-tier magician, while Yu Tian is but a talentless waste who cannot cultivate. How could he possibly compete? Moreover, Lin Lei wields formidable fire magic, with Yu Tian's meager capabilities. Even a single blow would be perilous. Absolutely, I believe there is no need for us to witness this. I can already foresee the outcome. Yu Tian is doomed. Let us disperse. Just as the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, Si Kongzhen's gentle voice resonated across the arena. Though soft, it was clear enough for all present to hear. Today's contest is merely a friendly spar. Remember to hold back and avoid causing harm to one another. Have you both understood? The principal's gaze swept over Yi Tian and Lin Lei in the arena. Understood. They replied in unison. Very well, I hereby declare the competition to commence. With that, Si Kongzhen stepped back a few paces, standing aside. Yi Tian, you are exceedingly arrogant. You merely rely on your father's power. If you were not the heir of the Yi family, you would not even be worthy of tying my shoelaces. You are nothing but a useless waste incapable of cultivation. What right do you have to be so boastful? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength is. I will repay the humiliations you inflicted upon me in kind. Lin Lei sneered, his eyes gleaming with an unspeakable malice. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. This guy has such poor mental fortitude. It was merely 2 slaps and a kick. Is it necessary to act as if he has been utterly violated? Are you done speaking? Yi Tian said, digging into his ear with his pinky. If you're finished, let us get on with it. I'm eager to knock you down and return home for dinner. Don't waste any more time. Come at me. Seeing Yi Tian's demeanor, Lin Lei laughed in anger. Soon enough, you won't be able to maintain that facade. With that, Lin Lei lifted his right hand, still clutching the same staff as before. However, this time, he did not employ the rudimentary fireball spell to attack Yi Tian. Instead, while waving his staff, he traced an intricate arc in the air and swiftly retreated, muttering incantations under his breath. Is this the process of casting a spell? Yi Tian observed Lin Lei across from him, not rushing into action. Instead, he silently chanted in his mind, activate the Sharingan. In an instant, Yution's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, with 3 tomos swirling around his pupils. Concurrently, Lin Lei's movements appeared to slow before Yution's gaze. Moreover, ethereal lines of spiritual energy emerged around Lin Lei's body, revealing the state and flow of his internal energy to Yution's sight. Truly remarkable, Yution thought, marveling at the extraordinary spectacle before him. Kakashi had earned the title of Copy Ninja thanks to the Sharingan. I wonder if I can achieve something similar. With this in mind, Yution resolved to attempt it, meticulously observing Lin Lei's movements and the manipulation of his spiritual energy. He even analyzed the incantations by observing the movements of Lin Lei's lips. As Yution continued to analyze, he endeavored to cast the same spell. Upon channeling chakra within himself, he discovered that he could indeed wield this magic. How incredible! Yution felt a surge of exhilaration within him. With the attainment of the Sharingan, he would no longer suffer from a lack of skills. He could effortlessly replicate any magic or martial technique previously executed by others, casting them as if they were his own. However, just as he contemplated using magic to vanquish his opponents, he stumbled upon a rather embarrassing predicament. His innate aptitude was woefully inadequate, and the meager amount of chakra coursing through him was utterly insufficient to sustain the casting of such spells. Goodness! It turned out that Kakashi's struggles with mana depletion were pitiable enough, and yet here I am, even worse off. How unfair. It is truly intolerable. I must urgently devise a means to enhance my capabilities. The sensation of lacking mana is unbearable. Yution felt a wave of despair wash over him. As Yution stood motionless, observing his opponent's spellcasting, the crowd surrounding the arena began to murmur once more. Why was Yution standing still? Did he not realize that in a duel against a mage, one must seize the initiative and close the distance? Otherwise, once the opponent's magic was fully realized, it would be too late to retaliate. Chapter 19. The potent replication ability of the Sharingan. Indeed, could it be that Yution is frightened? Surely not. Though he may possess no skills, he is still the scion of the Yi family, well-versed and experienced. He shouldn't be so easily intimidated. Yet, what if his mental fortitude is lacking? Judging by the incantation time and the trajectory of the staff, this is no ordinary beginner spell. Whether Yution can withstand it remains to be seen. Is there any doubt? He certainly cannot withstand it. One must understand that once magic is formed, its attack speed is remarkably swift, almost impossible to evade. The outcome is all but predictable. I find myself eagerly anticipating Yution's downfall at the hands of Lin Lei. The reason for Yution's immobility was certainly not as they speculated. He was merely employing his Sharingan to scrutinize his opponent's spellcasting, searching for weaknesses. Simultaneously, he was absorbing the method of this spellcasting. As whispers circulated among the spectators, Lin Lei's magic was nearing completion. Suddenly, he halted his retreat, raising his staff high. Great Fire God, heed my prayer. Arise, Fireball. No sooner had he finished speaking than 5 fireballs, each the size of a fist, materialized before him. Lin Lei wasted no time with idle words. His gaze filled with malice, he pointed his staff forward. The 5 fireballs shot forth in unison, forming a line as they hurtled toward Yution. It was an intermediate fire-based spell, the chain fireball technique. Among the onlookers, some recognized the magic employed by Lin Lei. The primary distinction of the chain fireball technique from the ordinary fireball spell is its ability to coalesce 5 fireballs at once, with the potential for the fireballs to stack upon one another. The power of this spell far exceeds that of an ordinary fireball. To think that Lin Lei could actually wield intermediate magic is quite remarkable. However, the consumption of such magic is substantial. It appears that Lin Lei can no longer continue fighting. He's indeed risking everything. The potency of intermediate magic is vastly superior to that of basic spells. And it seems that Yution is now in peril. Why is Yution still motionless? Time is running out. Previously, one might have thought he had a strategy due to his calm demeanor, but it now appears he has been rendered speechless by fear. Yi Jingyuan, standing nearby, is equally anxious. He is acutely aware of the destructive potential of the opponent's spell, yet seeing his son remain rooted in place, he cannot help but feel a surge of apprehension. He is poised and ready to intervene at a moment's notice. On the stage, after casting the spell, Lin Lei's complexion instantly turned pale. He swayed slightly, struggling to remain upright, clearly exhausted from the effort. A sense of vengeful satisfaction crossed his face as he watched 5 fireballs hurtle towards Yution, as if he had already envisioned his opponent's defeat. In an instant, the 5 fireballs reached Yution. At this moment, Yution remained remarkably composed. He summoned the meager chakra within him and activated his Sharingan to its fullest potential. To his eyes, the fireballs approached at a snail's pace. He deftly maneuvered his feet, evading all 5 attacks. The fireballs struck the ground behind him, creating a series of explosive sounds. To Yi Tian, this was merely a matter of utilizing his Sharingan to anticipate and dodge the opponent's strikes. However, to the onlookers, the scene was far more shocking. From their perspective, the 5 fireballs seemed to arrive at Yi Tian in an instant, yet he neither retreated nor defended himself. Instead, he merely trembled slightly, and the fireballs detonated harmlessly on the ground. What? Not a single one hit him? How did Yi Tian accomplish this? Surely those slight movements allowed him to evade Lin Lei's attack. Such reflexes are astonishing. Is this truly the same lazy scion of the Yi family? It feels as if he has transformed into a different person altogether. Wait, look, Yi Tian's eyes have turned red. At that moment, a spectator close to the arena noticed the change in Yi Tian's eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. When did this happen? I've never seen such eyes before. Is this some kind of special ability? I don't know, but they look incredibly cool. I believe that Yi Tian's ability to evade the recent attack may be linked to his striking red eyes. Could it be some extraordinary talent? Perhaps the awakening stone failed to detect it? This seems quite plausible. However, even the most exceptional talent would be of little use, considering he possesses a worthless aptitude and is entirely incapable of cultivation. Yet, that is not entirely true. After all, there are countless methods of cultivation in this world, and it is not solely reliant on spiritual energy. It is merely a lesser path, one that will eternally prevent him from becoming a formidable warrior. This notion is debatable. As the onlookers engaged in fervent discussion, Zhao Wuyin, Xikong Zhen, Yi Jingyuan, and others had already noticed the transformation in Yi Tian's eyes. Xikong Zhen maintained his benign demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the change in Yi Tian. Zhao Wuyin, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation, his gaze fluctuating with uncertainty. Yi Jingyuan was shocked that he had never recognized his son's ability, yet felt relieved that Yi Tian had emerged unscathed. As this unexpected scene unfolded, the crowd was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. Is this how it ends? Then I shall make my move. On the arena, Yi Tian calmly addressed Lin Lei across from him. How could this be? How did you evade my attack? Lin Lei exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. He had never witnessed anyone evade a magical assault in such a manner. Enough with the hesitation. Let us conclude this swiftly, Yi Tian declared, cracking his knuckles as he charged toward Lin Lei. As he deftly dodged the fireball moments ago, Yi Tian had already devised a stunning strategy to defeat Lin Lei. Meanwhile, Lin Lei appeared utterly dazed, rooted in place, repeatedly muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. Clearly, he was still reeling from Yi Tian's earlier evasion. At last, Yi Tian launched his attack. Was it now Lin Lei who was left in shock? What was transpiring between these two today? It appeared that Lin Lei was on the verge of defeat. Having exhausted his internal spiritual energy to cast that intermediate spell, he could no longer continue the fight. Yet, that may not be definitive. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Lin Lei's strength and talent still surpassed those of Yi Tian, so it would not be so easy for him to succumb. Moreover, although he seemed to have drained his energy, who could say if he had held back? As the discourse among the spectators subsided, perhaps in acknowledgement of the validity of the arguments presented, they became intensely focused on the unfolding events on the arena. Until the final moment, who could predict what twists might arise? The allure of the unknown is indeed the most captivating. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Yi Tian had already dashed to Lin Lei's front, prompting Lin Lei to finally react. In a flurry of panic, he raised his staff. A pale red circular shield of light materialized before him. It was the Fire Shield, a rudimentary fire magic. Although this spell was of a low tier and offered limited defense, its merit lay in the fact that the magician could cast it instantaneously. In times of urgency, it served as an excellent emergency barrier. It appeared that the onlooker had been correct. Lin Lei seemed to be exhausted, yet he still retained some strength. However, to his surprise, as soon as the fire shield formed, Yi Tian suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Lin Lei. While Lin Lei remained momentarily dazed, Yi Tian had begun to weave intricate hand seals. Indeed, Lin Lei had not exhausted himself. He still possessed the spiritual energy to cast the fire shield. This Lin Lei was remarkable. Not only had he forcibly executed an intermediate magic despite being merely a novice, but he also had enough energy to wield other spells. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of someone with only second-grade aptitude. Clearly, Lin Lei harbored his own secrets. But wait, how did Yu Tian move so swiftly? He had circled around a Lin Lei's back in an instant. Moreover, what was his intention in doing so? What did those hand gestures signify? Could he be about to unleash some arcane technique? I had heard that certain formidable secret arts required accompanying seals for their execution. Given the complexity of Yu Tian's hand seals, the power of this technique would undoubtedly be immense. It seemed that this seemingly inept Yu Tian was capable of mastering such a potent secret art. Surely, it must have been taught to him by his father. The foundation of a great family is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing the gasps from the crowd below, Lin Lei finally regained his composure and turned to respond. Yet, it was too late. Yu Tian had completed his seals. Wood Leaf's secret technique. The essence of Taijutsu. 1,000 years of pain. With a thrilling shout, Yu Tian formed the tiger seal, bending his knees slightly into a half squat, channeling all the meager chakra within him to the tips of his fingers, and thrusting forcefully towards a vulnerable part of Lin Lei's body. As this action unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the square. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. But soon after, a piercing scream echoed throughout the plaza. The sound was harrowing, enough for anyone to sense the unparalleled agony he was enduring merely through its resonance. With a thud, Lin Lei collapsed to the ground, clutching the injured area. Writhing in pain, his face a mask of humiliation, rage, and despair. Shall we continue? Yu Tian inquired calmly, gazing down at Lin Lei. He once again formed the seal for 1,000 years of pain, indicating his desire to unleash another strike. Upon witnessing this, Lin Lei's expression turned to one of sheer terror. I concede. Lin Lei struggled to utter these words, his gaze fixed on Yu Tian, filled with humiliation and resentment. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. It remained uncertain whether it was from pain, shame, or anger. With the utterance of this statement, an uproar erupted around him. How utterly lascivious Yu Tian was. What was this? Shameless. Truly disgraceful. How could the Yi family produce such a peculiar individual? His father's reputation was nearly tarnished by his actions. It was hardly surprising. For had he not always been so brazenly indecent? Damn it. I had expected him to employ some formidable secret technique, and yet this was the outcome? Cursed Yu Tian. Tainting our eyes. The crowd below engaged in a cacophony of insults directed at Yu Tian. However, he paid no heed. At that moment, he was engrossed in the notifications echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 200 points. The host has defeated a practitioner of second-grade aptitude. Given that the opponent's aptitude exceeds the host's, this grants 128 talent points. Host Yu Tian's aptitude has risen too. As the notifications chimed, a warmth surged within Yu Tian's body. Subsequently, an immense amount of chakra erupted from his dantian. To his astonishment, he realized he could now sense the various elemental spiritual energies permeating the air. This signified that he could finally commence his cultivation. With an exhilarated heart, Yu Tian accessed his information panel. Host, Yu Tian race, human, aptitude, subpar, talent points, 128, 1,000. Upon accumulation, can elevate the host's aptitude level. Attributes, earth, fire, water, wind. Thunder, yin, yang, points, 200 super lottery attempts, 0 strength. First stage, 1 star, bloodline limit. Sharingan, 3 tomo, ninjutsu. Basic ninjutsu, taijutsu 8 gates. 1,000 years of pain, items. Basic ninja tools, paradise of affection, limited edition, summoned beast. None. He observed that his previously indicated wasteful aptitude had now transformed into subpar. While it still remained rather lackluster, at least it signified the possibility of cultivation. Lin Lei's aptitude was too low, yielding insufficient talent points. Next time, he would seek out a genius to test. With this thought, Yu Tian's gaze shifted towards Lin Feifei and the Lin family team below, scrutinizing her intently, lost in contemplation. Ahem. Beside him, Si Kongjin cleared his throat softly. He too had not anticipated that Yu Tian would resolve the battle in such a manner. The usually unflappable Si Kongjin was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. However, he still remembered that he was the referee. It was time to step forward and announce the results. In this battle, Yu Tian emerged victorious. Upon saying this, he cast a peculiar glance at Yu Tian. Not just him, but the leaders of the two prominent families present, including Zhao Wuyan, regarded Yu Tian with strange expressions. Wow, brother Yu Tian is so impressive. At that moment, a voice that seemed somewhat out of place rang out. It was Lin Feifei. Be quiet. Lin Tianxiao glared furiously. Traitor! After uttering a harsh reprimand, Lin Tianxiao commanded those nearby to carry the unconscious Lin Lei away, to be taken home for immediate treatment. He then coldly regarded Yi Jingyuan. Your Yi family truly lacks shame. With that, he turned away without looking back. Yi Jingyuan, surprisingly, refrained from retorting, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Clearly, he felt ashamed of his son's actions. Chapter 21. Secrets of the Continent. All right, the competition has concluded. Let the awakening ceremony continue. Upon hearing Si Kongjun announce the resumption of the awakening ceremony, the crowd returned to their original positions. The ceremony proceeded, with one youth after another stepping onto the stage upon hearing their names to undergo awakening. However, none displayed the prodigious talent seen earlier with Lin Dong and Lin Feifei. The best among them possessed merely 5th-grade aptitude. Since the Yi family is one of the 2 prominent families in Clan City, they were among the first to awaken. Once all members of the Yi family had completed their awakenings, Yi Jingyuan bid farewell to Zhao Wuyan and Si Kongjun, leading everyone back home. As soon as they returned to the Yi residence, the steward rushed out. Master, representatives from the Mage Guild and the Alchemist Guild have come to visit. They are currently in the hall. Yi Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then realized the implication. Tianer, you should return to your room and rest. Do not go anywhere. I will come find you shortly. I have something to discuss. Yi Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. Seeing Yi Tian's acknowledgement, Yi Jingyuan turned and followed the steward to meet the guests in the hall. What could the Mage Guild and Alchemist Guild want? Yi Tian pondered this matter until he returned to his room. From his father's demeanor, it seemed these visitors were related to him. However, in the past, Yi Tian had never paid attention to such matters, spending his days indulging in pleasures without a single thought about them. Thus, he remained unaware and could only wait to inquire with his father later. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yi Jingyuan arrived at Yi Tian's room. Pulling up a chair, he sat down in front of the bed. You little rascal, you are bringing disgrace to our Yi family. How could you conceive such a shameless tactic? Yi Jingyuan's piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Tian. Ahem, well. Yi Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Such matters are indeed rather difficult to elucidate. Never mind that. What is the story behind your crimson eyes? Is it some extraordinary talent? What purpose does it serve? I'm not quite sure how it happened either. I just awoke with this ability today. As for its purpose, Yi Tian briefly explained the fundamental capabilities of his Sharingan to Yi Jingyuan, omitting the extraordinary power to replicate others' techniques. After all, divulging such a remarkable ability would be too astonishing. His current strength was still quite feeble. It was wiser to maintain a low profile. Observation and combat assistance? Yi Jingyuan pondered thoughtfully. He had never heard of such a talent before. However, since this ability had manifested, it should not be squandered. Although you cannot cultivate spiritual energy, with this ability as support, you can. Yi Jingyuan mused. Suddenly his eyes brightened, as if struck by a revelation. I know what to do. Father, what are you talking about? Yi Tian looked at his father, bewildered by his sudden excitement. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with this. I have my own plans. Yi Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. He then adopted a serious demeanor. Today, I have more pressing matters to discuss with you. Before we proceed, let me first recount the history of our continent and the distribution of power, lest you struggle to comprehend what I say later. At this, Yi Jingyuan shot Yi Tian a glare. Had you not squandered your studies in the past, we wouldn't have to waste my breath now. Yi Tian once again rubbed his nose, masking his embarrassment. I am all ears, father. Now that is more like it. Yi Jingyuan tilted his head slightly, casting a satisfied glance at Yi Tian. Having suffered once, you seem to have learned your lesson. It appears I should let you face more trials in the future. Yi Tian rolled his eyes. After one injury, your precious son nearly departed this world. If there are more to come, I fear your heart may not withstand it. Yet, such thoughts he could only harbor in silence, never to be spoken aloud. Father, please proceed. I can hardly wait, since you are so eager to listen. Allow me to share in detail. Yi Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting upward as if lost in reflection. In truth, the continent on which we now reside was not always as it is today. In ancient times, the land flourished with myriad cultivation methods, and the rare 8th and 9th tier masters, now almost mythical, were commonplace. Yet, a cataclysmic upheaval struck 100,000 years ago, disrupting the energy of the heavens and earth, rendering all previous cultivation practices obsolete. Simultaneously, the demonic race emerged, plunging humanity into crisis. The demonic race? Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment. This was a title he had never heard before. Yi Jingyuan nodded. At the same time as the environment of the continent underwent a drastic transformation, a mysterious life form appeared out of thin air. These creatures were inherently savage, bloodthirsty, and possessed an overwhelming desire for destruction. Their original designation remains unknown to humanity. The term Demon Clan was later attributed to them. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded in understanding. This meant that, 100,000 years ago, the continent was invaded by beings referred to as the Demon Clan. He had encountered such a narrative in many novels before and could even anticipate the subsequent developments, a protracted struggle between humanity and the Demon Clan, fraught with trials and tribulations. I understand now, Father. Please continue. Yi Jingyuan nodded and resumed his account. Due to the overwhelming numbers and formidable strength of the Demon Clan, combined with the drastic decline in human capabilities resulting from environmental changes, humanity found itself in a state of subjugation from the onset of hostilities. Soon, the Demon Clan occupied 3/4 of the continent. However, that was the extent of their conquest. Humanity's adaptability, intelligence, and boundless creativity were qualities that the Demon Clan could not rival. Through years of resistance, humanity gradually united, forming an organization known as the Sanctuary to collectively withstand the Demon Clan. Concurrently, humans developed entirely new methods of cultivation, complemented by a variety of weapons and equipment they manufactured. These factors combined allowed humanity to finally stand on equal footing with the Demon Clan. This stalemate persisted until 10,000 years ago. For reasons unknown, the Demon Clan suddenly began to retract their influence, ceasing large-scale assaults on humanity. Within a mere century, they significantly reduced their territorial claims, retreating to the southeastern corner of the continent, where they occupied only 1/10 of their former domain. They withdrew most of their primary forces, leaving behind only a few lower-tier demons and magical beasts to wander the land. Chapter 22. The Four Great Guilds. With the absence of the Demon Clan's constraints, humanity's power surged rapidly over the millennia. As of now, they have reached the most prosperous period in 100,000 years. Some powerful individuals even contend that humanity's overall strength has now surpassed that of the Demon Clan. If that is the case, why hasn't humanity eradicated the Demon Clan entirely? Yi Tian inquired. Yi Jingyuan cast a sidelong glance at him. How do you know that humanity has not made such attempts? Yi Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. I was just about to elaborate on this. Yi Jingyuan cleared his throat and continued. A millennium ago, humanity was exceptionally powerful. After extensive deliberation among the high-ranking members of the Sanctuary, they decided to consolidate the strength of all high-tier warriors to execute a decapitation strike against the Demon Clan, aiming to eliminate their leaders and key figures with overwhelming force. Subsequently, they mobilized their forces to eradicate the Demon Clan in one fell swoop and reclaim control over the continent. But what happened next? Did they succeed? Yi Tian could not help but inquire once more. Yi Jingyuan shot him a glare, admonishing, "Could you refrain from interrupting? I have yet to finish my tale." "Ah, please. Do continue," Yi Tian urged. "Humph." Yi Jingyuan snorted disdainfully, casting a stern look at Yi Tian. Aspirations may appear grand, yet reality is often stark. The precise details of that battle remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that fewer than half of the human champions who ventured forth for the decapitation mission returned, and nearly all were grievously wounded. The Grand Master of the Sanctuary, the initiator and leader of that operation, upon their return, immediately decreed that everything pertaining to this mission be classified as top secret. For the subsequent millennium, humanity refrained from organizing any large-scale operations against the Demon Clan. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan's forces remained securely entrenched in their own territory. The two factions coexisted in a fragile peace for 1,000 years, until the present day. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. There was something profoundly strange about this matter. How could humanity, faced with the encroachment of the Demon Clan upon their homeland, choose to coexist peacefully for so many years? What truly transpired back then? With less than half of the human champions returning, all bearing injuries, just how formidable was the strength of the Demon Clan? If they possessed such overwhelming power, why did they suddenly retract their influence and retreat to a corner of the continent? Why not annihilate humanity entirely and seize dominion over the land? Was this not their ultimate desire? There were far too many similar questions. Yi Tian found himself utterly confounded. "There's no need to ponder further," Yi Jingyuan remarked. having discerned Yi Tian's thoughts. The specifics of this incident are likely known only to those powerful individuals who participated back then. The rest has been classified as the sanctuary's highest secret, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Upon hearing Yi Jingyuan's words, Yi Tian nodded. Indeed, this matter was not one we ought to concern ourselves with. He shook his head, clearing away the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Having recounted the history of the continent, let me now enlighten you about the current distribution of human forces. Yi Jingyuan lifted a cup from the table and took a sip to soothe his throat. At this revelation, Yi Tian's interest was piqued. This was precisely what he yearned to know. Presently, the most formidable faction among humanity is undoubtedly the Sanctuary, a fact that requires little elaboration. As Yi Jingyuan spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Tian. Indeed, father, Yi Tian responded eagerly. The Sanctuary commands nearly 100 cities within the human domain and has garnered the allegiance of the vast majority of human champions. In terms of power, it is undeniably the foremost authority. Observing Yi Tian's grasp of the Sanctuary's significance, Yi Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction. However, although the influence of the temple is immensely powerful, it is not the sole dominant force. Apart from the temple, there exist several other formidable factions among humanity. While they may not rival the temple, their impact is undeniably significant. Among these, the foremost are the four great guilds. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the two groups that had just arrived were representatives of these guilds. Yi Jingyuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the four great guilds consist of the Mage Guild, the Warrior Guild, the Alchemist Guild, and the Mercenary Guild. All four guilds are grassroots organizations formed by practitioners, with branches established in every city. The Warrior Guild and the Mage Guild are quite straightforward. Practitioners who have chosen their paths as warriors or mages can apply for registration in these guilds to become respective professionals. The Alchemist Guild, on the other hand, is composed of mages who possess a keen interest in studying magical substances. They are less inclined towards offensive and defensive spells, opting instead to delve into the research of magical potions and artifacts. Some seasoned alchemists have crafted powerful magical items that rival the destructive capabilities of a ninth-tier powerhouse. As for the Mercenary Guild, its strength is considerably less than the previous three, yet it boasts the largest membership. Regardless of the faction one joins or the profession one pursues, anyone wishing to become a mercenary may register with the Mercenary Guild. The various credentials issued by these guilds are also recognized by the temple. Although the four great guilds are civilian organizations, their clout should not be underestimated. Should they unite, their influence could rival that of the temple, and in certain respects, even surpass it. Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully. I heard from the steward that the recent visitors were from the Mage Guild and the Alchemist Guild. What could their purpose be? Is it related to me? Yes, indeed. It is connected to you. Yi Jingyuan's expression turned serious. Why would they focus their attention on me? Yi Tian expressed confusion. Normally, wouldn't such powerful factions seek out talents like Lin Dong and Lin Feifei? As an individual with seemingly no potential for cultivation, do I possess any value to them? Certainly, it is due to your all-attribute spiritual energy. Although your aptitude has rendered you unable to cultivate in the future, the all-attribute spiritual energy you currently possess is genuine and irrefutable. This unprecedented spiritual affinity holds immense research value, particularly for alchemists. They do not prioritize spiritual cultivation. Their focus lies entirely on the exploration of various magical creations. I suspect they believe your all-attribute spiritual energy could greatly aid their research, which is why they have come seeking you. As for the Mage Guild, I sense that they are merely curious about your comprehensive spiritual energy, seemingly lacking any desire to recruit you. Chapter 23, Sin. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian curled his lips. In the eyes of others, he was nothing more than a useless individual incapable of cultivation. Naturally, they would not choose to recruit someone deemed utterly devoid of value. As for the Alchemist Guild, it is likely they would treat him as a mere test subject, studying him before heartlessly discarding him. However, Yi Jingyuan's voice resonated once more. I have sent them away. For now, I prefer that you do not engage with them. That group clearly harbors ill intentions. Yi Tian looked up at Yi Jingyuan, as if something deep within him had been stirred. In his previous life, Yi Tian was an orphan, having never experienced the warmth of familial love. Who would have thought that this unexpected journey across dimensions would grant him a father so protective of him? Alas, he silently wished to experience the fullness of paternal and maternal love. After traversing into this world and assimilating the memories of his predecessor, He learned that his mother had passed away long before he could form any recollections. As an orphan in his previous existence, it seemed he would not be able to experience maternal affection in this life either. These are the overt forces at play. Beyond them, however, lurk certain sinister factions. These are the entities you should be most wary of. Yi Jingyuan's expression grew profoundly grave. Sinister factions? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Could they be some unsavory characters? Yi Jingyuan nodded. This leads us to discuss the three underground organizations that currently vex the Sacred Hall greatly. These three are known as Divine Punishment, Dawn, and the most enigmatic of them all, Sin. Among them, Divine Punishment stands out as the most unforgiving organization. Its members are primarily foolish and fanatical humans who have been mutated and brainwashed by the demon race. They believe that the demons are messengers sent by the gods to save humanity. Thus, they harbor intense hostility towards humans who oppose the demon race, relentlessly striving to undermine the new forces of humanity and wreaking havoc from within, much to the Sacred Hall's distress. The second faction, Dawn, consists of a group of deranged alchemists and psychologically distorted individuals. Without exception, they share a common trait, a lamentable lack of aptitude. Many are, like you, completely incapable of cultivation. It is precisely due to their poor qualifications and limited potential that they have taken a different path, engaging in bizarre research to induce mutations in human bodies, enabling ordinary individuals to wield powers comparable to advanced cultivators. However, the side effects of their experiments are severe and profoundly inhumane. Those individuals who have acquired power through unorthodox means refer to themselves as evolvers. This group represents the most populous and widespread faction among the three major underground organizations. Unlike the Divine Punishment faction, the Hell organization does not pose a threat to ordinary practitioners. On the contrary, it unconditionally aids many individuals with lesser talents. Their animosity is directed towards those with superior abilities, akin to the prodigious Lin Dong and Lin Feifei of today. Each of their destructive actions targets the talented. Does the sanctuary remain indifferent to their terroristic activities? Yi Tian interjected. Certainly not. Yi Jingyuan replied with resolute eyes, yet he soon shook his head. However, the enemy operates in the shadows, and coupled with their unpredictable movements, each operation is executed with utmost secrecy. Over the years, the sanctuary has collaborated with the four major guilds to launch numerous eradication campaigns, yet they have been unable to eliminate this threat entirely. Nevertheless, the sanctuary has never wavered in its resolve. Whenever these individuals wreak havoc within human society, the sanctuary inevitably responds with overwhelming force. Yi Tian nodded. After Yi Jingyuan's elucidation, he gained a certain understanding of these two underground organizations. These individuals are indeed lunatics. However, the Dawn organization possesses a semblance of rationality, at the very least. They refrain from harming ordinary people. Since the invasion of the demon race, humanity has embraced cultivation, categorizing everyone's aptitude into levels. Consequently, a social hierarchy has gradually emerged. Those with higher awakening grades are deemed superior, enjoying resources unattainable by the average person. They leverage their innate talents as bargaining chips to pursue rights and status that ordinary individuals can only yearn for from afar. In contrast, those with inferior aptitude, or who are entirely unable to awaken their spiritual power, find themselves relegated to the lowest echelons of society, cowering under the sanctuary's protection, often afraid to leave their cities. They endure a monotonous existence, one that stretches toward an inevitable demise, all while suffering various injustices. In such a polarized environment, it is inevitable that some individuals will experience psychological distortions, leading them down a radical path. Yi Tian can empathize with this. However, while understanding their plight, he vehemently disapproves of their methods. As for those within the Divine Punishment organization, they are a collection of unmitigated lunatics. To call them mad is an understatement. They have devolved into something grotesque. They venerate the very demons that invade their homeland and harm their compatriots as if they are deities. They are beyond redemption. In Yi Tian's eyes, they are not worthy of pity. And what of the final organization? The Sin faction, in contrast to the previous two, presents a different narrative. They are not a terrorist organization. Rather, they are a morally ambiguous assassin group, the most formidable and enigmatic among the three major factions. Their infrequent appearances have rendered the public largely ignorant of their operations, save for the knowledge that they seem to adhere to a unique code of conduct. Like the Dawn organization, they refrain from targeting ordinary individuals. Their assassination targets include both human cultivators and formidable beings from the demon race. The characterization of them as morally ambiguous stems from their blatant disregard for any regulations, killing at their whim. The demon race requires no elaboration. However, the cultivators they have eliminated are invariably nefarious individuals. They resemble enforcers who operate outside the confines of established rules. Over the years, the Holy Temple has found them to be quite a source of frustration. Nonetheless, this group has not caused significant turmoil within human society. In fact, they have made substantial contributions to the resistance against the demon race. Additionally, the members of this organization, Sin, possess formidable strength, having successfully assassinated ninth-tier powerhouses on at least one occasion. As time has passed, the Holy Temple has opted to turn a blind eye. Assassinating a ninth-tier powerhouse? And they succeeded? Yution was utterly astonished. Chapter 24. 3 Methods to Awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan in this world. Cultivators are classified into 9 tiers based on their strength, with the pinnacle being the 9th-tier powerhouse, the highest combat force within the human faction today. It can be asserted that the existence of 9th-tier powerhouses is crucial for maintaining the current balance against the demon race. Attaining the 9th tier signifies possessing the strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The very notion that this assassin organization possesses the capability to eliminate 9th-tier powerhouses, and has succeeded, is indeed terrifying. These 3 underground organizations seldom make appearances, making encounters with them relatively rare. However, one must exercise caution regarding the Dawn organization. I fear they may seek you out. Yi Jingyuan uttered this with a furrowed brow. Seek me out? Why? Yi Tian asked, bewildered. Because you possess unprecedented all-attribute spiritual energy. Yet due to your innate qualifications, you are unable to cultivate. Coupled with your peculiar crimson eyes, these 2 factors alone are sufficient to pique the interest of these lunatics. I fear they may approach you in an attempt to recruit you into the Dawn organization. Tianer, you must be vigilant. Yi Jingyuan's expression was grave, his demeanor serious. Rest assured, father, I would never conspire with such madmen, Yu Tian declared, thumping his chest in assurance. I'm not so much worried about that, rather. I fear these lunatics may pose a threat to you. Yi Jingyuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. How about this, for the time being? Stay home and refrain from wandering about. I have my own plans regarding your inability to cultivate. In a few days, I shall find you a teacher, and you will study under him. For now, take a respite. Do not venture out and stir up trouble. At this point, Yi Jingyuan cast a stern glance at Yi Tian. What? Yi Tian was taken aback. Not allowed to go outside. How could that be? He had plans to meet Lin Feifei for a stroll in the woods that evening. Father, that seems unnecessary. I can. Enough. Yi Jingyuan interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. It is settled. With that, Yi Jingyuan turned and strode towards the door. Yi Tian opened his mouth, but words failed him. Just as Yi Jingyuan was about to step outside, he abruptly halted and turned to face Yu Tian. Do not even think about sneaking away. I have arranged for someone to keep an eye on you. Yi Jingyuan shot Yi Tian another fierce glare before turning away without a backward glance. Left alone on his bed, Yi Tian simmered with frustration. Just because they have someone watching me, do they think I cannot escape? They underestimate me. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yu Tian devised a plan. After a triumphant smile, he dove into the system space. There were matters he needed to clarify with Xiao Di. Xiao Di, come out quickly. I have questions for you. As soon as he entered the system space, Yu Tian began to shout. What is it? A swirl of white light illuminated the area as Xiao Di emerged from it, looking exasperated. Brother, I beg you. Please refrain from calling me that. It sounds dreadful. From now on, call me Xiao Di. Very well. Xiao Di. Yu Tian cheerfully complied. Xiao Di, what do you want? Yi Tian wore a dissatisfied expression. It has been a day since we last saw each other. Do you not miss me? Why do you look so glum upon seeing me? I apologize. Xiao Di conjured a small hand and weakly waved it. What brings you here? Speak quickly. About what happened earlier today, what exactly transpired? What are you referring to? Xiao Di looked at Yi Tian with confusion. You mean you are unaware of what occurred today? Yi Tian assumed that Xiao Di, as his bound system sprite, would be privy to all his experiences. However, it seemed that was not the case. Xiao Di realized Yu Tian's thoughts and clarified. I am merely a companion spirit within this system space, tasked with assisting you. I have no knowledge of your activities in the outside world unless you grant me permission to know. So that is how it is. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. It made sense. Had Xiao Di known everything, then? To be under constant surveillance is no different from being closely monitored. The thought of this little creature watching me interact amicably with the girl sends a chill down my spine. Yi Tian shuddered involuntarily. Allow me to recount the events of today. He narrated to Xiao Di the occurrences during the awakening ceremony in meticulous detail. What could this possibly mean? Could that energy genuinely facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan? If that were the case, why did I not feel anything? After finishing his account, Yi Tian posed his lingering question. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiao Di pondered for a moment before retorting, "Are you aware of how the Manjiki Sharingan is awakened?" "Of course I am." Yi Tian nodded, believing that anyone who had watched Naruto would be familiar with it. "Are you not? Would you like me to explain it to you?" Xiao Di shot Yi Tian a glare filled with exasperation. "I know more than you do. There's no need for your explanation." With a disdainful look, Xiao Di continued, "What you mentioned pertains to the anime's lore. However, your Sharingan was bestowed by the system, and its upgrading methods are not limited to that. There are 3 direct methods. The first method, as mentioned, involves individuals with this bloodline limit enduring overwhelming negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a beloved, thereby generating a unique chakra to awaken it." Yi Tian scoffed slightly. He was well aware of this. Yet, he found it exceedingly difficult to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan through such means. The reason was simple. He had traversed into this world without any cherished individuals. Perhaps one day he might, but that was uncertain. Moreover, even if he did find someone dear, he would never choose to sacrifice them for immense power, as it did not align with his character. Thus, he dismissed this method outright. The second method is quite straightforward. One simply needs to draw a pair of Manjiki Sharingan from the system lottery. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian rolled his eyes, stifling the urge to physically reprimand Xiao Di once more, inwardly lamenting. "Do you think the lottery is that easy? Not to mention, I have no idea what rank the Manjiki Sharingan belongs to. The randomness of this wretched system's lottery probability and prizes could mean I might never obtain it in this lifetime." Enough with the rambling. Just answer my question. Why the rush? Xiao Di retorted with an eye roll. The third point I was about to mention is precisely what will clarify your doubts. The final method involves utilizing the Sharingan to absorb a specific type of energy that can catalyze its evolution, thereby unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, this approach can also be employed to upgrade to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. However, the energy required for such an endeavor will be extraordinarily immense. Are you suggesting that the stone I touched today contains this very energy, prompting the Sharingan to actively absorb it? In an instant, Yi Tian comprehended Xiao Di's implication. Indeed, Xiao Di's affirmation validated Yi Tian's thoughts. Yet, why do I feel that the Sharingan has reached saturation, yet no transformation has occurred? Although he received a positive response, Yi Tian's confusion only deepened. This is due to your current physical strength, which is inadequate to support the absorption of sufficient energy for an upgrade. Consequently, to safeguard your body, the Sharingan will instinctively cease absorption. Otherwise, the second stone encountered today would have also been drained of its energy and shattered. However, there is no need for concern. As your strength continues to grow, the amount of energy you can bear will also increase. So long as you can locate enough of this energy, it is only a matter of time before evolution is achieved. Following Xiao Di's explanation, Yi Tian experienced a moment of clarity. I understand now. Well, I have gathered all the information I wish to know. You may return. Farewell. Yi Tian playfully blew a kiss to Xiao Di before exiting the system space, leaving Xiao Di floating in the air, momentarily bewildered. Upon returning to reality, Yi Tian seated himself cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. The matter of upgrading the Sharingan could not be accomplished in the immediate future. Enhancing his strength was of utmost priority. Previously, Yi Tian's innate talent was deemed useless, rendering him unable to sense spiritual energy and thus incapable of cultivation. However, after defeating Lin Lei, he had leveraged the acquired talent points to elevate his aptitude by 1 level. Although it remained subpar, he could at least perceive the existence of spiritual energy and could cultivate independently. The method of absorbing spiritual energy was rather simple and did not necessitate any particular techniques. It merely required meditation to sense the spiritual energy permeating the environment and subsequently draw it into his body. Naturally, the rate of absorption was significantly influenced by the cultivator's aptitude. With his eyes closed, Yi Tian concentrated his mind on his dantian, silently attuning himself to the spiritual energy wafting through the air. In truth, the energy within Yi Tian's body was not spiritual energy but chakra. By conventional standards, he should not be able to directly absorb spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. However, his body had undergone modifications by the system, granting him the ability to convert any type of energy into chakra. Thus, it would not impede his cultivation. However, due to his exceedingly low aptitude, the speed of absorption was painfully sluggish. After a full incense stick's duration, he had only managed to convert a mere wisp of energy. How excruciatingly slow. Yu Tian slowly opened his eyes. At this rate, to ascend to the first level of the second star would likely take him several months. Yet, this was merely a minor rank. Future cultivation would only grow more arduous. Aptitude was indeed of paramount importance. Yi Tian shook his head in resignation. It seemed that he must first devise a method to enhance his aptitude. Observing such low efficiency, he decided to cease his attempts at cultivation and instead delve into the various abilities of the Sharingan, as well as some foundational ninjutsu. Time passed gradually, and as dinner approached, Yi Tian rose and stretched, opening the door. To his surprise, he found two burly men standing at the entrance. Clearly, they had been dispatched by Yi Jingyuan to monitor him. Why was this father of his so insistent? He truly sent someone to keep watch over me. Yi Tian muttered softly, choosing to ignore the two imposing figures as he made his way to the dining hall. However, unbeknownst to him, the pair had received some directive, trailing closely behind him all the way. Even as Yi Tian dined, they remained steadfastly stationed behind him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Do you two not require sustenance? Is it not exhausting to stand there? Yi Tian could no longer contain himself. Yet, the two men acted as if they were oblivious, steadfastly gazing ahead without uttering a word. Father. Yi Tian turned to gaze at Yi Jingyuan, seated to his right, a look of distress upon his face. Must you be so unyielding? Do you not trust your own son? Upon hearing this, Yi Jingyuan set down his bowl and chopsticks, glaring fiercely at him. Do you believe you still possess any credibility? Every time you wreak havoc and I discipline you, do you not swear fervently that you shall not err again? Yet what transpires? The next time, it is the same tale. Nothing you say holds weight. Eat your meal. After dining, return to your room and remain there obediently. Faced with Yi Jingyuan's unwavering resolve, Yi Tian ceased his pleas and quietly consumed his food. Observing Yi Tian's compliance, Yi Jingyuan nodded approvingly and resumed his meal. Nonetheless, although Yi Tian outwardly appeared dutiful, inwardly he was scheming on how to extricate himself. After finishing dinner, Yi Tian stood to return to his quarters. As anticipated, the two burly men continued to trail him closely. This predicament made escape exceedingly difficult. During the journey back to his residence, Yi Tian was lost in thought, desperately pondering a strategy. As Yi Tian passed by a humble latrine, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He exclaimed, "Please wait for me a moment. I must take care of a personal matter." With that, he turned toward the outhouse, and the two burly men promptly followed suit. You can't possibly expect us to stand idly by while you relieve yourself. Yi Tian halted, a frown creasing his brow, clearly displeased. Responding to the young master, the head of the house has instructed us to remain by your side at all times. We kindly ask for your understanding, one of the stout men respectfully explained. Surely, it is unnecessary for you to watch me urinate. How about this? I shall not complicate matters for you. You may wait outside the latrine, and I will emerge once I am finished. After all, I cannot escape while inside. The two men exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall wait outside for the young master. All right. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly with a single word before stepping into the latrine. Chapter 26. The System Activation in Truth. Yi Tian was not genuinely in need of relief. Rather, he intended to seize this opportunity to extricate himself from his predicament. Upon entering, his expression instantly relaxed as he surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of any other individuals. He summoned the scant chakra within him, formed a hand seal, and called out, "Shadow Clone Technique." In a puff of smoke, a figure identical to him appeared at his side, mirroring his expressions and attire perfectly. You will take my place and endure the watch, he instructed the clone. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. The clone nodded in understanding. Standing still for a moment before Yi Tian gauged that enough time had passed and stepped outside. The two stout men, upon seeing Yi Tian emerge, promptly followed him, wholly unaware that they were shadowing an illusion. The shadow clone, created by the technique, was an exact replica of Yi Tian, with the only distinction being its lack of physical substance. Thus, as long as no one touched it, they would be unable to discern that this was a mere imitation. Moreover, it was unlikely they could fathom such a remarkable ability. Listening as the footsteps faded into the distance, Yi Tian leisurely strolled out, treading lightly until he reached a secluded corner. Ensuring no one was in sight, he pushed aside a tangle of weeds at the wall's edge and moved a large stone, revealing an opening about a meter high. This hidden passage had served him well in the past. Whenever he found himself in trouble, Yi Xingyuan would confine him at home. Yet he always managed to escape through this secretive portal. Yu Tian bent low and crawled through the opening. Once again, he turned and reached into the opening, pulling a tangle of weeds to hastily conceal the entrance. Only then did he rise, adjusting his attire. You have your cunning plans. And I have my ladder over the wall. Yi Tian smiled with a sense of triumph. He lifted his gaze to discern the direction and strolled leisurely towards the designated meeting point outside the city with Lin Feifei. When Yi Tian arrived at the eastern woods of the city, nearly a quarter of an hour had passed since the time he and Lin Feifei had agreed upon. However, Lin Feifei had yet to appear. How could she lack such a sense of time? Yi Tian thought as he rolled his eyes and muttered a complaint before finding a stone to sit upon. While awaiting Lin Feifei, he allowed his consciousness to drift into the system space, engaging in light conversation with Xiao Di to pass the time. Another quarter of an hour slipped by when a rustling sound reached his ears. Yi Tian, alert, withdrew from the system and looked up to find Lin Feifei arriving, albeit belatedly. Why are you so late? He furrowed his brows and inquired upon seeing her. Lin Feifei, with her head slightly bowed and cheeks flushed, nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. This is our first date. I had to prepare properly, she mumbled, her voice dwindling until she could scarcely hear herself. Yet, Yi Tian was indifferent to her words. All right, let us not waste time. Let us begin. Lin Feifei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Is it happening so soon? Her face deepened in color, her heart racing. I'm not ready. There's nothing to prepare. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up. I'm about to start striking you. Strike me? Lin Feifei's eyes widened in astonishment. He can't possibly have some peculiar penchant, can he? Her gaze shifted towards Yu Tian, now mingled with her previous shyness and a hint of peculiarity. Upon observing Lin Feifei's reaction, Yu Tian was taken aback as well. Realizing what must have been misunderstood, he slapped his forehead in exasperation. It's my fault for not being clear. I've caused a misunderstanding. Subsequently, Yu Tian explained his plan to Lin Feifei. In essence, his objective was straightforward, to test whether there were any loopholes in his system. One of the primary functions of the villain system from the world of Naruto was to defeat opponents with superior qualifications and strength to earn talent points as rewards, thereby enhancing one's own attributes. However, the system's description of this function was limited to the act of directly defeating opponents of higher caliber, without any additional stipulations. Moreover, the parameters of this frontal defeat remain unspecified, thus creating a realm of operational flexibility. Yu Tian summoned Lin Feifei today with the intention of simulating a confrontation, orchestrating a scenario where Lin Feifei would deliberately concede defeat to him. He sought to ascertain whether the system would recognize his triumph over Lin Feifei, thereby bestowing upon him a substantial bounty of talent points. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be a source of great joy. Even in failure, the loss would be negligible. Upon hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Lin Feifei realized her misunderstanding. I comprehend your intent, but what is the purpose of your actions? She inquired, perplexed. You summoned me to this secluded grove in the dead of night for such a task? Furthermore, what benefit could come from feigning defeat? Is it merely to relish the thrill of victory? Lin Feifei was unable to fathom his motives, and Yu Tian was not inclined to divulge them. There's no need for further inquiry. I have my reasons, he urged. Let us not waste any more time. We shall commence. Very well. Lin Feifei acquiesced with a nod. Typically, she would not refuse Yu Tian's requests, despite the pretense of their sparring. She was advised not to make her defenses overly conspicuous. Simply present a slight opening at the end to allow me to claim victory. Yi Tian expressed his concerns once more, and Lin Feifei nodded in understanding. Then, raising her right hand, a dazzling display of intertwining blue and white light materialized, revealing a long, crystalline staff of immaculate whiteness, which Lin Feifei grasped firmly. Observing this spectacle, Yi Tian's pupils contracted. A guardian spirit, he swiftly channeled his chakra, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Brother Yi Tian, I'm coming. Although Lin Feifei was an ice mage, wielding her guardian spirit, she did not resort to magic. Instead, she brandished her ice and snow staff to strike at Yi Tian. Although her prowess greatly surpassed his, as a mage, she was not adept in close combat. In Yi Tian's eyes, her movements appeared sluggish, akin to that of a snail, as he effortlessly evaded each of her assaults. Lin Feifei, mindful of Yi Tian's instructions, diligently performed her role. Thus, after exchanging blows for several rounds, Lin Feifei exchanged a glance with Yi Tian, who immediately understood her cue. Subsequently, she feigned a subtle opening. With the keen observation afforded by his Sharingan, Yi Tian promptly recognized the flaw and unleashed a vigorous counterattack. Lin Feifei no longer resisted and conceded defeat. Standing still, Yi Tian awaited the system's notification with bated breath. The outcome of his endeavor hinged on this pivotal moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent of higher caliber, earning 51,235 talent points. Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Tian was overcome with elation. Remarkably, he had indeed succeeded. Over 50,000 talent points. Surely, this would suffice to elevate his capabilities to an impressive level. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the first rank. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second rank. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the third rank. As the system's notifications cascaded one after another, Yi Tian felt an extraordinary transformation occurring within him. The energy coursing through his body surged, and his sensitivity to the spiritual energy surrounding him sharpened. The intoxicating sensation of empowerment was enough to enthrall anyone. However, just as Yi Tian was reveling in this exhilarating experience, the system's notifications took a sudden turn. Warning: the system has detected that the host employed irregular methods to defeat the opponent. Remedial measures will be enacted, and the previously granted rewards will be revoked. Deducting 51,235 talent points. Host's rank diminished to the second rank. Host's rank diminished to the first rank. Host's rank diminished to an unremarkable status. Before Yi Tian could fully comprehend the situation, the barrage of notifications left him in stunned disbelief. The captivating sensation he had felt moments before evaporated, leaving only the meager chakra he had possessed prior. It was as if he had regressed to square one. System, what is the meaning of this? Yi Tian seethed with fury. The method by which the host acquired talent points does not comply with system regulations. All previously granted rewards must be retracted. How could it be deemed non-compliant? The system had never disclosed its rules to him. Moreover, the rewards had just been conferred upon him, indicating the system had acknowledged his achievement. What was this about retracting rewards now? System, provide me with a reasonable explanation. System, you insolent wretch. Frustrated by the system's indifference, Yi Tian could not help but unleash a tirade of curses, just as he prepared to enter the system space to confront Xiao Di. Lin Feifei's voice suddenly pierced the air, imbued with disbelief and a hint of grievance. Yi Tian's heart sank. He had acted too impulsively in his anger. Forgetting about Lin Feifei standing nearby, with only the two of them present, she must have misconstrued his outburst as directed at her. I am not scolding you. Yi Tian attempted to clarify, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It was imperative that he kept the existence of the system a secret from her. Must I convey to Lin Feifei that he was essentially berating himself? Such words, if uttered, would be met with disbelief. In truth, I was only chastising myself moments ago. Yi Tian gazed earnestly at Lin Feifei. Do you take me for a fool? Very well, I concede defeat. Yi Tian opened his mouth, at a loss for words. You summoned me to this place late at night, to torment me for so long, and then you scold me. Yi Tian, you are utterly unreasonable. I shall ignore you. With that, tears streamed down Lin Feifei's cheeks. She turned and dashed towards the edge of the woods. Hey, Feifei, Yi Tian called out urgently. Yet, Lin Feifei did not look back. Before long, her figure vanished from sight. What on earth is this? Yi Tian's face was etched with frustration. His plan had failed, and he had inadvertently angered Lin Feifei. Truly, a case of losing both the lady and the army. Yi Tian's anger surged uncontrollably. He resolved to find a place to vent his frustrations. With a thought, he entered the system space. Little D, come forth at once. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon entering the system space, Yi Tian appeared fierce and indignant. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted as if ready for a brawl. Ahem. A slightly awkward cough broke the tension. Little D's figure materialized from the air. This incident was related to the system. As a symbiotic spirit of the system space, Little D was already aware of the details. Upon witnessing Yi Tian's demeanor, he comprehended the situation at once. Calm yourself. I cannot calm down. Yi Tian interjected, waving his hand to silence Little D. I am seething with pent-up frustration. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation for today's events, I will not let this matter rest. Yi Tian rolled up his sleeves. ready to act upon any provocation. Do not be impulsive. There is an explanation. There is an explanation. Little D frantically gestured for Yi Tian to be patient. Oh. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What explanation? Regarding the recent occurrence, I consulted with the system. Yi Tian seized upon a sensitive point. Little D mentioned discussing the matter with the system. Does this imply that Little D and the system are two relatively independent entities? Furthermore, it seems that this system possesses a semblance of self-awareness. The implications of this are substantial. Could it be that, aside from my own consciousness, there exist at least two independent minds within me? Yi Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. What troubles you? Noticing Yi Tian's unusual expression, Little D inquired. Oh, it is nothing. Please continue. Little D regarded Yi Tian for a moment, dismissing any further thoughts, and continued. This situation is indeed a miscalculation on the part of the system. In the previous establishment of rules, there was a lapse that allowed you to exploit a loophole. With a sharp glare, Yi Tian retorted, who is exploiting loopholes? This is merely a reasonable utilization of the rules. Ah, indeed, a reasonable utilization of the rules. Xiao Di wiped the sweat from his brow. Although today's incident stemmed from a system error, your actions do not entirely conform to the rules and carry the suspicion of opportunism. Thus, this talent point cannot be granted to you. However, as compensation, the system will bestow upon you an alternative reward. As for the loophole, it has been rectified, and such occurrences will not arise again. Yi Tian chose to disregard Xiao Di's further comments, fixating solely on the penultimate statement. What reward? If it is subpar, I shall not accept it. Rest assured, it will certainly satisfy you. Xiao Di subtly curled his lip. While this reward may not significantly enhance your strength at present, it will undoubtedly benefit your future development. Chapter 28. Nine Tails. From what you say, it appears quite formidable. Stop with the suspense and present it to me. Upon hearing Xiao Di's remarks, Yi Tian felt an increasing sense of anticipation and swiftly urged him on. Xiao Di, already familiar with Yi Tian's disposition, cast him a sidelong glance and raised his hand, pointing forward. A sphere of light appeared, soaring directly towards Yi Tian's brow, and instantly penetrated it. As the luminous orb vanished into his forehead, Yi Tian felt an immense power surge into his body, taking root in his dantian. This force was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was terrifying. What is this? Yi Tian asked Xiao Di, astonished. What has been infused into you is one of the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. What? Yi Tian exclaimed in disbelief, genuinely taken aback. The Nine Tails is the most powerful among all the tailed beasts. Has the system been extraordinarily generous this time? Are you not deceiving me? Is it truly the Nine Tails? Have I become a Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Why would I deceive you? Xiao Di rolled his eyes at Yi Tian. It is indeed the Nine Tails, but it has already been sealed. Furthermore, you are not, in the truest sense, a Jinchuriki. Xiao Di paused, observing the perplexity on Yi Tian's face, and continued. The Nine Tails bestowed upon you by the system is in a dormant state. It is bound by 9 seals. As your strength progressively enhances, you will gradually unveil these seals. Each time you release a seal, you will be able to harness a fraction of the Nine Tails' power. Once all 9 seals are lifted, the Nine Tails will awaken, at which point, you will command its full might. You may even summon it externally to serve as a summoning beast. With your current strength, you can only unravel the first seal at most. However, you must exercise utmost caution. Refrain from invoking the power of the Nine Tails unless absolutely necessary. Until all 9 seals are lifted, the Nine Tails does not fully belong to you. Within its terrifying power lies its own will. Should you lack the strength and frequently rely on its might, you risk being overwhelmed by the Nine Tails consciousness, ultimately devolving into a mere combat machine devoid of reason. Upon hearing Xiao Di's words, Yi Tian's earlier excitement was considerably dampened. He recognized that the system was designed to assist him in becoming stronger, and it could not bestow upon him overwhelming power instantaneously. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Yi Tian's face, Xiao Di offered encouragement. Although you cannot freely draw upon the Nine-Tail strength, you can utilize its chakra. At this revelation, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, in addition to its formidable power, the Nine Tails possesses an immense reservoir of chakra that seems nearly infinite. While he may not be able to wield the Nine Tails strength extensively, that vast amount of chakra is akin to granting him a permanent blue buff. He no longer had to worry about depleting his chakra during battle. In future encounters with equally matched opponents, This abundant chakra would become his trump card. Excellent. Yi Tian exclaimed with satisfaction. How generous the system is. I shall graciously accept. He waved his hand dismissively, as if to erase all previous grievances. Xiao Di subtly rolled her eyes at his display of magnanimity. At this moment, Yi Tian had already immersed his consciousness within his dantian. Inside his body lay a radiant orange nine-tailed fox, resting silently with its eyes closed, evidently in a profound slumber. Its 9 massive tails fanned out behind it, each adorned with a peculiar and intricate symbol. The symbols varied across the tails, representing the seals Xiao Di had mentioned. As Yi Tian focused on the 9 tails, a surge of information flooded his mind, detailing the method to borrow the 9 tails' abilities and the means to unlock the seals. Currently, his strength permitted him to lift only the first seal. Furthermore, based on the information received, once the seal is lifted, given his present cultivation level, he might encounter uncontrollable circumstances. It appears that the priority must be to enhance his strength. This is indeed the fundamental truth. Yi Tian shook his head, understanding that a solid foundation is paramount. Without cultivation and strength, even the most formidable tactics would be rendered ineffective. However, the sensation of possessing an inexhaustible supply of chakra is rather delightful. Yi Tian reveled in the immense chakra within the 9-tailed fox, a satisfied expression gracing his features. With this newfound ability, he had become a veritable perpetual motion machine. Little D, Yi Tian recalled the 200 points he had acquired after defeating Lin Lei. Presently, aside from the 1,000 years of pain technique, he lacked any other offensive capabilities at this stage. It would be prudent to utilize these 200 points for a draw. Hoping to acquire a suitable offensive ninjutsu, commence the ordinary lottery. Which level should be activated? Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Level C. Little D nodded, her small hand gesturing forward, conjuring a circular roulette before Yi Tian. The level C draw required the expenditure of 100 points per attempt. With 200 points in total, he could participate twice. He silently wished for favorable fortune. As he initiated the draw, the wheel began to spin. Stop. Upon his command, the pointer halted in a blank area. Thank you for your patronage. An inauspicious start. Once more, after deducting another 100 points, Yi Tian's remaining points returned to 0. He hoped to obtain something this time. Otherwise, those 200 points would be entirely squandered. This time, Yi Tian hesitated a moment longer before calling for the stop. Under his tense gaze, the pointer gradually settled in the prize section at the top right corner. Yes, I've won, Yi Tian exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired level C ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. As the system's announcement resonated, the method of executing the great fireball technique was ingrained in Yi Tian's mind. His luck seemed fortuitous. He had sought an offensive ninjutsu, and here it was. Yi Tian was quite familiar with the great fireball technique, which had appeared frequently in the early episodes of the anime. Its power was neither too weak nor too strong, making it a rather practical offensive ninjutsu. All right, little D, I have completed my tasks. It is time for us to bid farewell. Chapter 29. They came knocking so soon Yi Tian's demeanor was as it had always been, and little D had grown accustomed to it. She weakly waved her hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Ha ha ha, I'm off, little D. I shall return when I miss you. Yi Tian laughed heartily, exiting the system space. His consciousness returned to his body, and he found a sturdy tree to lean against, immersing himself in his dantian, observing the slumbering orange fox within. The 9-tailed fox, a figure well acquainted with seasoned Naruto enthusiasts, holds a significant place in the narrative. In the backdrop of the anime's ancient era, the revered god tree, venerated by countless individuals, fell into chaos after its chakra was usurped, transforming into the destructive Ten Tails. The sage of 6 paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, foresaw the calamity that the Ten Tails' immense chakra would bring upon the world. Thus, he extracted all of its chakra and dispersed it into 9 parts, which eventually gave rise to the present-day tailed beasts. Each of the 9 tailed beasts possesses unique abilities, with the 9 tails having the largest reservoir of chakra and being the most formidable among them. It has been sealed within the bodies of Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Naruto, effectively weaving its essence throughout the entire Naruto storyline. In numerous battles, its immense power has been unmistakably displayed. Feeling the overwhelming presence emanating from the colossal fox, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel at its terrifying might. If I could harness this power entirely, Perhaps even a ninth-tier expert would not stand a chance against me. However, for Yu Tian in his current state, such thoughts were merely fanciful. At present, even unsealing the first layer of the Nine-Tails power would be exceedingly challenging, let alone fully commanding its strength. The path ahead is arduous and fraught with challenges. Warning. Danger detected approaching the host. Warning. Danger detected approaching the host. Just as Yi Tian was intently observing the Nine-Tails, the system's alerts began to blare incessantly. He quickly regained his focus, but before he could react adequately, a sharp sound of air being sliced cut through from his right. In a moment of urgency, Yi Tian swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. With the simultaneous sounds of impact, the area around him erupted in splintered wood, while he himself appeared in an open space not far away. It turned out that just when the system warned of the impending danger, Yi Tian had already executed the body replacement technique, swapping himself with a piece of dead wood, thus evading the attack. Damn. Thank goodness for the system's warning, otherwise, I might have had to traverse dimensions once more. Yi Tian cursed inwardly as he raised his gaze toward the direction from which the attack had originated. Who dares? As his words fell, 3 figures emerged swiftly from the nearby woods, landing a short distance in front of him. Was it you who ambushed me? Yi Tian inquired coldly, scrutinizing the trio. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, arranged in a triangular formation, clearly indicating a distinction in their ranks. At the forefront stood a tall, slender man, easily exceeding 2 meters in height. However, his physique appeared extraordinarily uncoordinated, emaciated to the point of resembling a cadaver. A peculiar smile adorned his face as he cast a sinister gaze towards Yi Tian. To his left was a robust figure, towering over 1 meter 80, with a physique that exuded raw power. Clad in a tattered tank top, his muscular arms were exposed, showcasing sinewy strength. His face, marred by a prominent scar, bore an unsettling, bloodthirsty grin. In stark contrast to these two, the final figure was relatively more ordinary. Her appearance could be deemed average, yet her voluptuous form was astonishingly captivating. Dressed in a daringly scant outfit, the meager fabric barely concealed her most intimate areas, revealing tantalizing curves that could leave any man parched with desire. Yi Tian, a typical young man brimming with vigor, was no exception. However, as he raised his gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, dissipating the earlier allure. The woman was staring intently at him, her eyes glinting with unabashed lust, occasionally flicking her tongue to moisten her lips. This unsettling gesture sent chills down Yi Tian's spine, for her tongue bore an uncanny resemblance to a serpent's forked tongue. What manner of sinister beings are these? Yi Tian cursed inwardly. He then addressed the trio before him, demanding, "You have yet to answer my question. Why did you ambush me?" A cacophony of unsettling laughter erupted from the tall, gaunt man in response. "Young Master Yi, we merely wish to test your prowess. There is no other intention. If we have offended you in any manner, we beg your forgiveness. However, we have heard whispers that young Master Yi is a rare breed of ineptitude, but upon meeting you today, it seems otherwise." The gaunt man scrutinized Yu Tian with a bemused expression, his sinister smile deepening, causing Yu Tian to feel increasingly uneasy. "Who are you exactly? What do you want from me?" "Ah, young Master Yi, I wonder if you have heard of the Dawn Organization?" It was the burly man with the scar who responded. Dawn. Yi Tian was taken aback, having just learned of this organization from his father earlier that afternoon. He had been cautioned to exercise vigilance and to avoid drawing the attention of such individuals. He never expected them to seek him out so swiftly. "So, are you here to recruit me, or to silence me?" Yu Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze alert as he scrutinized the 3 individuals before him. He, young Master Yi. Do not be anxious. We have heard of your unparalleled and extraordinary talent, yet lamentably, you are hindered by your qualifications, rendering you unable to cultivate. Is it not a waste of such potential? We have always been inclined to extend our assistance. Thus, today, we 3 have specially come to invite you to join our Dawn. There are countless methods in this world to grow stronger. It is inherently unjust to determine a person's future solely based on their qualifications. Join us at Dawn, and we shall provide alternative means to enhance your strength. A talent such as yours should not be obscured." The tall, slender man at the forefront chuckled ominously before his expression abruptly turned serious. He spoke earnestly, his demeanor shifting from playful to sincere as he regarded Yi Tian. Were it an ordinary person, they might have been swayed by the apparent sincerity in his eyes. However, Yi Tian was not like most. Although he could not discern the true intentions of the gaunt man outwardly, He could distinctly sense the malice emanating from the trio before him. These individuals were certainly not merely there to extend a helping hand. They harbored ulterior motives. This instinct was not merely Yi Tian's subjective conjecture, but stemmed from the sealed nine-tailed fox within him. It is known that the nine-tailed beasts, separated by the Sage of Six Paths, each possess unique abilities. The primary abilities of the nine-tails are twofold. One is the provision of chakra, as illustrated in the anime, where Naruto and Kurama collaborate to channel the nine-tails chakra to others. The second ability is the perception of malice, allowing one to sense the deep-seated evil within an adversary, thereby discerning friend from foe. Currently, the nine-tails is sealed within Yi Tian in a unique manner by the system, enabling him to utilize its chakra while also inheriting its capability to sense malice. Regardless of how flowery their words might be, they could not deceive Yi Tian, for he could perceive the inherent malevolence lurking within their hearts. This was an absolute truth that could not be fabricated. Oh, is that so? Since you are here to recruit me, what conditions do you intend to offer? Yi Tian inquired, feigning interest while discreetly activating the system to scrutinize their information. Name, Shi-Run race, human, talent, mediocre ability, exceptional physical elasticity, strength, between level 4. 2 stars and level 5, occupation, evolver, name, Wang Bin race, human, half-beast, talent, mediocre ability, tiger transformation, strength, between level 3. 6 stars and level 9, occupation, evolver, name, Yishuang race, human, half-beast, talent, mediocre ability, snake transformation, strength, between level 3. 4 stars and level 6, occupation, evolver. All of them are evolvers from the Dawn organization, and their classification of strength differs significantly from that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, what peculiar abilities are these? They are quite bizarre. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. The evolvers from the Dawn organization are essentially individuals who, unable to engage in normal cultivation, are unwilling to resign themselves to mediocrity. In their pursuit of power, they have become fanatical, embarking on all manner of strange research, even using themselves as test subjects. Relying on these experimental outcomes, whose side effects remain uncertain, they acquire various odd abilities. However, each of these individuals possesses unique powers with varying degrees of strength. Due to the absence of a standard for spiritual energy, it is impossible to delineate their exact capabilities. One can only estimate their strength based on combat prowess. Nevertheless, Yi Tian remains indifferent to these trivialities. He is acutely aware that each of these 3 peculiar beings surpasses him by several streets in terms of strength. The prowess of these individuals vastly exceeds his own, rendering victory utterly impossible. Yi Tian mused to himself. If he wished to escape today, it would undoubtedly be challenging, though not entirely out of the question. Just as Yi Tian contemplated his strategy, the tall, lean man named Shi-Run spoke again. Young Master Yi, the allure of acquiring formidable strength is quite enticing, is it not? Do you seek additional benefits? That may be somewhat excessive. After all, you hold little value to our organization. Our interest lies solely in your talent and those remarkable eyes of yours. Young Master Yi, I offer you one more opportunity to reconsider. If you agree to cooperate with us, it would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. We will provide you with immense strength beyond your current capabilities, and you would willingly become our research subject. However, should you choose to be uncooperative, we will have no choice but to take you by force. With our power, escaping today is simply impossible for you. As Shi-Run spoke, he narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing his words, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Has he discarded the pretense so quickly? How unexpected. This is certainly not following the script. Yi Tian initially intended to bide his time, but to his surprise, before he could utter a word, his opponent had already torn off the facade. How pitiful. Is your mental fortitude so fragile that a mere revelation can shatter it? You shall never accomplish anything significant in your lifetime. Collaborate with you? The sight of you and your companions makes me want to retch. Do you even think you are worthy of such an alliance? A group of wretched creatures, emerging from the depths of the underworld. Witnessing their demeanor, Yi Tian's temper flared. He decided to forego any pretense and unleashed a torrent of invective, releasing the pent-up fury from the ambush he had previously endured. What did it matter? He needed to vent his frustrations first. The trio across from him, initially caught off guard by Yi Tian's sudden outburst, stood momentarily stunned before their faces contorted with rage. Huh, I offered you sound advice, yet you remain obstinate. In that case, do not blame us. The leader, Shi-Run, laughed with a sinister edge, his gaze fixed on Yi Tian, brimming with murderous intent. Come forth. Let me witness the abilities of you bizarre entities. Yi Tian stood boldly, exuding an air of fearless defiance. This was not mere bravado in the face of impending doom. Rather, he had devised a strategy to evade their clutches. The trio's focus was entirely on him, and any slight movement on his part would surely provoke their wrath. Thus, he persistently taunted them, goading them into action. Once they struck, he could set his plan into motion. Truly fearless. A brawny man named Wang Bin, standing behind Shi Ren. Cursed, this brat is insufferably arrogant. Allow me to deal with him. Wang Bin grinned maliciously and stepped forward. Even if this fellow is not particularly formidable, we must not underestimate him. Let us all engage. Shi Ren replied coolly to his companions. Moreover, I have changed my mind. Let there be no survivors. Let us swiftly execute him and bring back his eyes. A chilling and bloodthirsty tone pervaded Shi Ren's words. Boss. The woman who had remained silent until now suddenly spoke. Let us capture him first. Before we kill him, I wish to savor the moment. It would be a pity to eliminate such a handsome young man so swiftly. He Shuang gazed intently at Yi Tian, her eyes gleaming with a growing lasciviousness. The tip of his tongue incessantly licked his parched lips, eliciting a wave of nausea in Yi Tian, who was observing from across the way. He contemplated gouging out the eyes of his adversary first, leaving the subsequent course of events to his discretion. Shi Ren cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside him and nonchalantly replied, Damn it. You are nothing but a grotesque abomination. Utterly revolting. Yi Tian felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach and could not suppress a few dry heaves. You seek death. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, He Shuang's expression darkened, and his gaze turned venomous as it fixated on Yi Tian. No one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. I shall make you yearn for life, yet find no solace in death. Enough. The leader, Shi Ren, furrowed his brow. Do not squander time. Delay invites disaster. Act swiftly. We must conclude this and report back. Understood. A man and woman behind him responded in unison. With that, the trio moved as one, charging toward Yi Tian. Wang Bin approached head-on, while Shi Ren and He Shuang flanked him from the sides. Come at me. Yi Tian silently roared within, and in an instant, his Sharingan activated, capturing every movement of his adversaries. However, to Yi Tian's astonishment, he detected no traces of spiritual energy flowing within the three. It seemed their reliance lay solely upon their physical prowess. As the trio advanced, their bodies began to undergo varying degrees of transformation. Wang Bin, rushing forward, experienced a grotesque inflation. His already muscular physique swelled alarmingly, tearing through the fabric of his tattered tank top. Simultaneously, his massive hands sprouted coarse hair, and his nails elongated into viciously sharp talons. A primal roar erupted from Wang Bin's throat, echoing with an inhuman resonance. Meanwhile, He Shuang underwent her own metamorphosis. Her voluptuous form twisted into something fluid and serpentine. As she bent low, her body writhing along the ground as she hastened toward Yi Tian. The least transformed of the trio was the leader, Shi Ren. Yet his transformation was the most peculiar. With each step he took, Yi Tian perceived his leg elongating momentarily before reverting to its original state, enabling him to cover an astonishing distance of 7 or 8 meters in a single stride, a sight both unsettling and surreal. Indeed, they were three monsters. Yi Tian cursed inwardly, maintaining his composure as he regarded the advancing trio. Just as they were about to breach his personal space, Yi Tian's eyes widened in sudden realization. Within a pair of blood-red pupils, 3 black Magatama spun rapidly. Simultaneously, Yi Tian summoned the chakra of the sealed nine-tailed fox within him. A relentless flow of energy directed towards his Sharingan. Since their appearance, this was the first time the 3 individuals beheld Yi Tian's peculiar crimson gaze, instantly captivated. They all lifted their eyes to meet his. However, upon that gaze, they collectively paused, their expressions reflecting utter confusion, an evident sign of being ensnared in an illusion. Yet, to immobilize all 3 simultaneously was beyond Yi Tian's current capabilities. The moment they fell under the spell, Yi Tian felt a sharp pain surge through his mind. He understood well that with his present abilities, the illusion conjured by Sharingan could only hold them for a fleeting second at most. Without delay, he suppressed the discomfort in his eyes and the agony in his head, swiftly forming hand seals. In a swirl of smoke, 2 identical clones of Yi Tian appeared on either side of him. Meanwhile, the trio facing him had already broken free from the illusion. Before they could ponder the reason behind their hallucination, they were met with a sight that astonished them even more. 3 Yitians? Witnessing the 3 identical figures, Wang Bin felt his mind momentarily stall. Was this still an illusion? Shi Ren furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as the 3 were engulfed in shock and hesitation, the Yitians sprang into action. The central figure suddenly retreated, while the 2 flanking him darted off in opposite directions. The 3 Yitians divided their paths, fleeing towards the outskirts of the forest. This was no illusion. Shi Ren's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was unaware of the strange technique Yitian employed, it was evident that he intended to escape. 1 for each. We must not let him get away, Shi Ren commanded swiftly, charging after one of the Yitians. Meanwhile, He Shuang and Wang Bin, after a brief moment of astonishment, also set their sights on their respective targets. However, due to their momentary distraction, the 2 Yitians had already gained considerable distance. At their current speeds, it would take them some time to catch up. Only Shi Ren reacted the quickest, closing the distance to the Yitian he pursued with his remarkable abilities. Give up. You cannot escape. With another powerful stride, he leapt several meters, drastically reducing the space between them to less than 10 meters. As long as Shi Ren took a step forward, he could seize Yitian. Meanwhile, the fleeing Yitian also sensed this reality and realized that continuing to run was futile. After a moment of contemplation and gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Dream on." With a fierce shout, he abruptly hurled a pitch-black shuriken backward, aimed directly at Shi Ren's face. Mere parlor tricks. Shi Ren merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the projectile. The shuriken grazed past his ear and soared into the empty air behind him. Witnessing his attack fail, despair flickered in Yitian's eyes. "I'll fight you." With renewed determination, he lunged at Shi Ren, his face set with resolve. Have you given up on fleeing?" Shi Ren scoffed, extending his right hand forward. An astonishing scene unfolded as his entire arm elongated several meters, reaching out to grasp Yitian. "Surrender quietly, and I shall extract those marvelous eyes of yours." However, just as his hand brushed against Yitian, the figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing with the wind. A fake. Shi Ren was momentarily stunned, glancing toward He Shuang and Wang Bin, who were in pursuit of their own Yitian, only to find that he, too, had dissipated into smoke. This is bad. Chapter 32. Plans failed to keep up with changes. Shi Ren's expression shifted drastically. He had fallen into a trap. He quickly turned around, noticing the shuriken that had just whizzed past his ear now materializing amidst a swirl of smoke, taking on Yitian's likeness. He had been deceived. Shi Ren hastily sprinted toward that direction, but it was too late. Haha. Farewell, my 3 friends. Next time you wish to kill, remember to use your brains. Yitian laughed heartily as he dashed toward the edge of the forest, unfazed by the prospect of being pursued. For he was already over 100 meters away from the trio and nearing the fringe of the thicket. Once he burst out of the woods and returned to Clan City, he was confident that even if the 3 possessed audacity, they would not dare pursue him further. As for Yi Jingyuan, it goes without saying that he would intervene when his son was being hunted. Furthermore, within the city, there were others of comparable strength to Yi Jingyuan, such as Si Kongzhen and Lin Tianxiao, regardless of their usual relations. When faced with the terror of an organization like Dawn, they would undoubtedly unite against a common foe. Not to mention, Zhao Wuyan, a 7th-tier powerhouse, remained within Clan City at this moment. While I may not match your strength, in terms of cunning, you are no match for me, Yitian boasted with pride. This entire sequence of actions had been meticulously orchestrated by him well in advance. One link leads to another. First, he employed the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan to seize control of the 3 individuals, thereby granting himself precious moments to cast his technique. Subsequently, he utilized the shadow clone technique to conjure 3 identical versions of himself, skillfully misleading the opponent's gaze. However, the true stroke of genius lay in the last kunai he cast. While the 3 were ensnared by the illusion, Yitian did not merely employ the shadow clone technique. He simultaneously executed the transformation technique. That kunai was, in fact, the manifestation of Yitian's true self. The 3 versions of Yitian were mere illusions, fabricated through the shadow clone technique. The kunai, transformed by Yitian, was concealed on one of the clones, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to launch himself towards the only direction devoid of enemies, thereby facilitating his escape. Yitian had meticulously devised this plan, even employing a body replacement technique while transforming into the kunai. Should the kunai be intercepted, he would instantaneously switch places with a distant rock, ensuring his true self would appear at that location, thus preserving his chances of fleeing. In Yi Tian's eyes, this plan was foolproof. Observing the distressed expressions of the three adversaries from a distance, Yi Tian felt a rush of satisfaction. However, in the grand tapestry of existence, all things that flourish must inevitably decline. Excessive pride often leads to downfall. Just as he was about to burst forth from the thicket, a familiar voice pierced the air. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated in Yi Tian's ears like a thunderclap. What? Lin Feifei? Yi Tian gasped in shock, his body hurtling forward while he glanced back. There, approximately several dozen meters away, behind a large tree, stood Lin Feifei, her face etched with terror, hands delicately covering her lips. Curse it! Hadn't she already left? Why had she returned? In that moment, Yi Tian could only fervently pray that the three creatures from the Dawn organization had not noticed Lin Feifei. Yet, it was evident that Yi Tian's hopes were unrealistic. Lin Feifei's startled exclamation had been so loud that even he, at a distance, had heard it clearly, let alone the three inhuman monsters. Hey, boss. Isn't that the girl from the Lin family who was detected with 7th-tier aptitude? At this moment, the three had gathered together, and Wang Bin looked at Lin Feifei, astonished. Shouldn't she have been safely protected at home? What was she doing here in the dead of night? Though Lin Feifei possessed exceptional talent, she was still merely a girl. Having lived in the Lin family since childhood, he had not been exposed to much of the world. Suddenly encountering such a bizarre scene left him utterly dumbfounded, momentarily rendering him incapable of thought. Unlike Wang Bin's astonishment, Shi Rin's eyes sparkled with clarity. He dismissed any irrelevant concerns, focusing instead on their mission to capture Yi Tian. Failure to do so would result in severe punishment upon their return. However, the situation had changed. A genius of 7th grade aptitude stood before them. If they could seize or eliminate him, they would surely offset the consequences of their incomplete task. Moreover, they might even earn some rewards. The true worth of a genuine genius far surpassed that of Yi Tian, who, despite his potential, was unable to cultivate. Indeed, Wang Bin exclaimed, smacking his forehead upon hearing Shi Rin's words. What are we waiting for? Let's act swiftly. We can disregard Yi Tian for now. All that matters is bringing this girl back to report. Shi Rin nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. We should all strike together. With that, he led the charge, rushing towards Lin Feifei. The other two, unwilling to lag behind, closely followed. Meanwhile, Lin Feifei remained rooted in place, staring blankly at the three assailants rushing towards her, oblivious to the imminent danger. Panic surged through Yi Tian as he witnessed the scene unfold. He had learned of these individuals' madness and depravity from his father's accounts. Should Lin Feifei fall into their hands, the repercussions would be dire. Should he intervene or not? Yi Tian hesitated, nearing the edge of the forest, where he could soon return to Clan City and successfully resolve this crisis. This was the slender chance he had fought so hard to secure. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly have chosen to leave without a backward glance. However, it was Lin Feifei who was on the brink of peril, and he could not stand idly by. Setting aside any considerations of Lin Feifei's feelings towards him, the fact remained that her presence there was a consequence of his actions. Had it not been for him, she would not be in such danger. Should he choose to flee now, he would likely carry the burden of guilt for the rest of his life. Damn it. Enough of this. I must act. Though it felt like an eternity, Yi Tian made his decision in the blink of an eye. If he were to return to the city to summon help, the delay would be substantial by the time reinforcements arrived. Lin Feifei could very well be taken far away by these fiends. In times of urgency, one must act decisively. Yi Tian had no time to ponder further. He could only attempt to rescue Lin Feifei himself. Chapter 33. Women are trouble. Having made up his mind, Yi Tian wasted no more time. With a sudden surge of energy, he spun around midair to confront the trio rushing towards Lin Feifei. He fervently summoned the Nine Tails Chakra, the three Magatama in his eyes spinning rapidly. Time was of the essence, and there was no chance to rush forward. He would try this. An immense amount of chakra was drawn from the Nine Tails body. Yi Tian swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. He concentrated the chakra in his throat and forcefully expelled it. Bolstered by the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails, a blazing inferno erupted from Yi Tian's mouth, hurtling towards the three. The flames coalesced into an enormous fireball. Stop! Witnessing this, Shi Rin immediately shouted, halting his companions in their tracks. However, seeing the colossal fireball approaching, there was no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, Shi Rin's gaze sharpened, and his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation, expanding and morphing until he enveloped his comrades, Wang Bin and He Shuang, in a massive shield. The tremendous fireball struck Shi Rin's form, yet it caused minimal damage. Soon, the rampant flames subsided, and Shi Rin reverted to his original shape. Looking up, he saw Yi Tian standing in front of Lin Feifei. It was not that Yi Tian did not wish to seize the opportunity to take Lin Feifei away. Rather, during the duration of the Great Fireball technique, he could only just reach her side. Attempting to carry her away was no longer feasible. Yi Tian, do you dare to come back? Shi Rin narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Yi Tian. What I have to fear? This is not your territory. I come and go as I please, Yi Tian retorted, twisting Lin Feifei's arm behind him. Yi Tian, I'm fine. Lin Feifei finally reacted, bewildered. Dear lady, must you call out so alluringly? And weren't you supposed to have left? Why have you returned? Do you realize that your recklessness endangers not only yourself, but also me? Yi Tian shot Lin Feifei a fierce glare. I was merely concerned for your safety, fearing you might be alone in the woods. Thus, Lin Feifei's voice grew softer with each word, until it became nearly inaudible. You too, cease your flirtation. Wang Bin, standing opposite, stepped forward with a menacing grin directed at the pair. Today, neither of you shall escape. If we take you both back, we shall achieve great merit. Yi Tian scoffed, asserting, I have declared, I come and go as I please. You are not capable of restraining me. Ha ha ha, little brother, do not be so stubborn. Previously, we underestimated you, allowing you to take advantage of us. This time, we shall not let you succeed. You shall find it impossible to flee today. Upon hearing that alluring voice, Yi Tian swiftly turned to see He Shuang had somehow appeared behind him, licking her parched lips while scrutinizing the two men before her. This little girl is quite appealing. I intend to sample both of them today, Yi Tian cursed inwardly. This creature, a veritable abomination, was disturbingly indiscriminate in her appetites. After venting his frustrations, Yi Tian began to ponder his current predicament. The trio before him had learned from their previous encounter and were now exceedingly vigilant. The tactics he had employed before would no longer suffice. His escape routes had been entirely blocked, and beside him stood Lin Feifei, whose mental fortitude was lacking. Though she possessed greater strength, in battle, she would likely prove more of a hindrance than a help. As Yi Tian contemplated his strategy, Shi Rin spoke up. Stop hesitating. This kid is too cunning. Do not waste any more time. Attack directly. With that, he launched the first strike against Yi Tian. His right hand clenched into a fist that inexplicably extended toward him, even while he remained several meters away. Fortunately, Yi Tian's Sharingan was activated, allowing him to anticipate the surprise attack. He deftly evaded the punch. A ghost. Just as Yi Tian narrowly avoided the blow, a piercing scream erupted from behind him, so loud it caused Wang Bin and He Shuang, who were charging forward, to halt momentarily. Yi Tian, having been intensely focused, was startled by the sudden shriek emanating so close to him, causing his already fragile mental state to momentarily waver. His consciousness flickered, almost causing his Sharingan to shut down. Luckily, Yi Tian managed to regain his composure just in time. What are you doing? Yi Tian, filled with rage, turned to Lin Feifei and shouted. Lin Feifei raised a trembling hand, pointing towards the distant Shi Rin, her body shivering uncontrollably. After stammering out those two words, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Fainted? Not only Yi Tian, but the other three were momentarily taken aback. Was her mental fortitude truly this fragile? Damn. Now, escaping with her would be a challenge. For the first time, Yi Tian found women to be exceedingly troublesome. However, at that moment, the other two had already rushed to a position not far in front of Yi Tian. There was no choice but to endure the onslaught. The relentless attacks from the opponents left Yi Tian with no time to devise a counter-strategy. Just then, Wang Bin and He Shuang had reached close proximity. Wang Bin transformed once more, his bones and muscles morphing instantaneously. With terrifying strength, his beastly paws came crashing down towards Yi Tian's head. Meanwhile, He Shuang had also completed his transformation. While his upper body remained largely unchanged, his legs had vanished, replaced by a thick serpentine tail. His entire body became as supple as if devoid of bones. With a twist of his waist, the tail lashed out towards Yi Tian. As for Shi Rin, he stood not far away, extending his extraordinarily long arm to grasp Yi Tian by the neck. Faced with the trio's assault, Yi Tian remained composed. First, He kicked the unconscious Lin Feifei, sending forth a gentle chakra that propelled her several meters away, ensuring she would not be caught in the tumult of battle. Then, he squared his shoulders and directly confronted the trio's attack. Chapter 34. The initial appearance of the nine-tailed fox. The three attacks struck Yi Tian almost simultaneously. Their strength far exceeded his, and with murderous intent behind their strikes, the force was immense. However, when the attacks connected with Yi Tian, the anticipated scene of his immediate demise did not unfold. With a soft thud, a familiar plume of smoke erupted from where Yi Tian had stood, followed by a crack. The sound of splintering wood echoed, and wood shavings flew in all directions. This maneuver again. Shi Ren was the first to react. It was the same technique Yi Tian had used to evade them during their initial ambush. Meanwhile, in a nearby clearing, Yi Tian's figure reappeared. Humph, a trivial technique. I told you, you cannot escape today. Shi Ren snorted coldly, taking a step forward, astonishingly leaping over several meters to stand directly before Yi Tian. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful punch. There was no other recourse. It was entirely up to you. The Tomo in his eyes spun rapidly as Yi Tian gazed at the approaching fist with unwavering determination. Just moments ago, he had evaded the attacks of three adversaries, thanks to the body replacement technique. This technique, essential among the fundamental ninjutsu skills, proved to be exceedingly practical. It allowed one to substitute oneself with designated objects, enabling them to absorb the brunt of an attack. It appeared rather effective. However, it came with numerous limitations. Firstly, to utilize the body replacement technique, one must pre-select an object to be exchanged with their own body and leave a mark upon it. Consequently, for a certain duration, if one were to come under attack, the technique would automatically activate, forcibly swapping the individual with the marked object, thus allowing it to take the hit. Nonetheless, the duration of the mark is limited. If the triggering conditions for the technique are not met within a specified time frame, namely, if no attack occurs, the mark will dissipate on its own. To employ the body replacement technique once more, one must select a new object and reapply the mark. Furthermore, after a complete execution of the technique, a significant interval must elapse before it can be utilized again. Yi Tian had just evaded 3 attacks using the body replacement technique, rendering him unable to use it again in the immediate future. The 3 opponents before him clearly had no intention of letting him escape. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to take a bold gamble. Yi Tian's mind delved deep into his dantian, where the enormous nine-tails fox slumbered. Its 9 formidable tails sprawled behind it. Yi Tian concentrated on the seal of its first tail, recalling the method to release the seal from his memory. He gathered his chakra and inscribed peculiar symbols. There was no time for hesitation. First seal, activate. As Yi Tian's voice echoed, the symbol in his hand took shape and transformed into a stream of light, penetrating the seal of the fox's first tail. The original sealing pattern gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming force that surged into Yi Tian's body like a tidal wave. Was this the power of the Nine Tails? So potent, so terrifying. Yi Tian felt his body as if it were on the verge of bursting, genuinely astonished by the sheer might of the Nine Tails. It was worth noting that this was merely the power acquired from unsealing the first layer. It likely amounted to no more than a fraction of the Nine Tails' true strength. What would happen if all 9 seals were to be released? It seems that even an ordinary 9th-tier powerhouse is not a match for me. However, before Yi Tian could revel in his excitement, he was struck with terror as he realized he could not control his own body. His consciousness remained, yet it felt as if he were observing himself from a third-person perspective. Who, then, commands my body? Apart from pondering this, Yi Tian found himself unable to do anything else. Within his own being, he sensed the presence of another will. It was this will that was now directing his body. Could it be the Nine Tails? Suddenly, Yi Tian recalled that when he first acquired the Nine Tails, Xiao Di had warned him not to attempt to forcibly unseal it if his strength was inadequate, as this could lead to being overwhelmed by the will of the Nine Tails, resulting in uncontrollable circumstances. It appeared that the scene unfolding before him was indeed a manifestation of Xiao Di's earlier caution. How reckless of me! Yi Tian felt a pang of impulsiveness. However, if he did not unseal the Nine Tails, he feared that the 3 adversaries would surely end his life. Regardless, the outcome seemed grim either way. It would be better to rise in defiance. He could only hope that after gaining the strength of the Nine Tails, he would be able to eliminate these 3 foes. It was likely that once the power from this unsealing was exhausted and the will of the Nine Tails fell back into slumber, he would regain control of his body. Thus, Yi Tian resigned himself to the inevitable, relinquishing all control. From a third-person perspective, he silently observed his own actions. Though it felt as if an eternity had passed, the actual events transpired in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian's body was swiftly overtaken by the Nine Tails, which abruptly raised a hand and seized Shi Ren's incoming fist. Shi Ren was taken aback. Although he had not exerted all his strength in this strike, given his physical prowess, even a casual blow was beyond the capacity of this mere first-tier weakling to withstand. Just as Shi Ren prepared to launch another punch, Yi Tian slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing Yi Tian's face, Shi Ren was profoundly shaken. What an expression! Yi Tian's eyes had transformed into an eerie shade of red, distinct from the Sharingan. And his face wore a strange smile, fixated intently on Shi Ren. Such an odd countenance, illuminated by the faint moonlight, would leave anyone momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Tian, propelling Shi Ren several meters away. Immediately, a faint orange glow enveloped Yi Tian's entire being. A colossal illusion of a nine-tailed fox materialized around him, its nine tails swaying gently. A chilling, malevolent sensation, intertwined with destruction and madness, simultaneously filled the hearts of the three men. What on earth is this, boss? Why do I feel a tinge of fear? Wang Bin stared dumbfounded at the imposing apparition surrounding Yi Tian, his astonishment rendering him slightly stammering. How would I know? Shi Ren furrowed his brow, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. It seemed likely that their endeavor would end in failure, and they could inadvertently meet their demise here. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Chapter 35. The terrifying tailed beast chakra. I have never heard of anyone who could enhance their power so dramatically in such a brief span of time. Even that 8th grade prodigy from the Lin family would struggle to achieve this, he mused. Let alone Yi Tian. I suspect he is merely bluffing. A fragile facade that can be easily shattered. Let us confront him together. I refuse to believe that we cannot subdue a mere waste who has just awakened and lacks the ability to cultivate. Though doubts lingered in Shi Ren's heart, he dared not show them. Simultaneously, he maintained a skeptical stance towards Yi Tian's current state. Boss, are you certain we can defeat him? Wang Bin struggled to muster his fighting spirit, a sense of dread weighing heavily upon him. The oppressive aura emanating from the Nine Tails was overwhelmingly potent. This malevolent presence would send shivers down anyone's spine. Enough with the idle chatter. Shi Ren barked, forcefully suppressing the rising tide of fear within him. He turned to face Wang Bin, and he swung. If this mission fails, we will all face dire consequences upon our return. You are well aware of that person's methods. At Shi Ren's words, Wang Bin and He Shuang seemed to recall something, shivering in unison, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. Unlike the awe inspired by the nine-tailed beast's formidable presence, this terror emanated from within, deeply rooted in their hearts. Damn it, let's do this. Wang Bin gritted his teeth. As if making a difficult decision, he raised his gaze to Yi Tian, determined. I would rather confront this terrifying foe than return to face punishment. Let us give it our all. If we can subdue him and bring him back, we might even earn great merit. Seeing Wang Bin's resolve, Shi Ren nodded and then turned to He Shuang. What about you? At this moment, He Shuang gazed at Yi Tian with a visage of sheer terror. Only upon hearing Shi Ren's words did he finally come to his senses. I will heed your command, he stammered. Very well. Shi Ren's eyes flickered with intensity. Let us unleash our true abilities. If this fellow is not merely posturing, he may indeed prove to be quite formidable. Upon hearing Shi Ren's declaration, Wang Bin and He Shuang exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They then simultaneously underwent their transformation into beasts. This time, the metamorphosis was far more complete than before. Wang Bin's entire form was enveloped in fur adorned with orange and black stripes, his physique becoming robust and imposing, exuding an undeniable power. He Shuang, on the other hand, retained only his head and a well-rounded chest in human form. The remainder of his body had transformed into that of a serpent. His tail rested upon the ground, while his upper body stood upright, constantly twisting to maintain balance. His eyes had morphed into slitted pupils, and two elongated fangs protruded from his mouth, glinting with a menacing gleam under the moonlight. Charge! Shi Ren, leading the charge, bellowed, his complexion suddenly flushing a peculiar shade of red. Immediately, his arms swelled to several times their size, presenting a stark contrast to his slender frame. With a powerful grip, his enormous fists, imbued with terrifying strength, descended towards Yi Tian's head. Yi Tian, who had maintained a strange smile while observing the trio, suddenly sprang into action. The immense phantom of 9 tails surrounding him condensed, forming a layer of orange chakra armor upon his body. The spectral tails merged into a singular, tangible chakra tail that gently swayed behind him. Simultaneously, Etion's eyes transformed into vertical, demonic slits, radiating an aura of fury and destruction. Just as the fists were about to collide with Etion, he suddenly crouched low, his limbs touching the ground, and with a powerful thrust, he propelled himself away from his original position. Shi Ren's fists crashed violently into the ground, producing a thunderous sound that shattered the stones beneath him into gravel. Dust and debris filled the air in an instant. Having harnessed the power of the 9 tails, Yi Tian experienced a remarkable enhancement in all his abilities, particularly in speed and strength. Rather than flee from the impending assault, Yi Tian reappeared behind Yi Shuang, his right hand clawing towards the back of his head. With the influence of the 9 tails, his fingertips had sprouted razor-sharp claws, augmented by the chakra's might. In this moment, those claws were akin to divine weapons. It was clear that should Yi Shuang be struck by this attack, he would undoubtedly meet his demise without exception. However, after transforming into a beastly form, Yi Shuang acquired a portion of animalistic instincts, becoming acutely sensitive to the perception of danger. Though she had no time to glance back at what transpired behind her, the instinctual sense of life-threatening peril compelled her to take evasive action. With a body as supple as a willow, she suddenly dropped to the ground. Yi Tian's claws, imbued with terrifying chakra, barely grazed the back of her head, merely displacing a strand of her dark hair. Surviving by a hair's breadth, Yi Shuang did not hesitate. She dashed several meters away, maintaining a relatively safe distance from Yi Tian. It was a mere fraction too close for comfort. Had she not transformed into a cold-blooded creature, she would have surely been drenched in cold sweat by now. As the immediate crisis and fear subsided, they were swiftly replaced by frustration and fury. Damn you, Tian! Yi Shuang glared furiously at him from a distance. With a fierce opening of her mouth, a stream of dark green liquid shot forth from the tips of her sharp fangs, heading straight for Yi Tian's face. This liquid was none other than her life's essence, the snake venom she had meticulously refined over a long period. Just a single drop could fell an adult elephant. And to ensure Yi Tian's demise, she had expended over half of her venomous reserves in one go. Such a potent toxin, upon contact with Yi Tian's skin, would surely render even the gods powerless. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, having failed to evade the initial attack, was contemplating his next target when a sudden sense of warning surged within him. He turned sharply, only to see the dark green liquid, cloaked by the night, hurtling towards him. Had he not focused intently, he might have overlooked it. Yet, despite his awareness, Yi Tian chose not to evade. He raised his arms defensively in front of his head. The venom struck his arms directly. Seeing her attack connect, Yi Shuang's expression brightened momentarily. However, that joy quickly morphed into shock as she stood frozen in disbelief. The scene she had envisioned, Yi Tian succumbing to the poison, his body rotting away, did not unfold. Upon contact, the venom emitted a hissing sound, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. The lethal concoction she had labored over for 3 years, intended as her trump card for survival, was instantly vaporized by the immense chakra emanating from Yi Tian's body. Chapter 36. First, eliminate one. As Yi Shuang stood in stunned silence, her heart ached profoundly. She had painstakingly crafted that venom, intending to use it as a life-saving measure, only to see more than half of it wasted without any effect. Wang Bin and Shi Ren were far from idle. Seizing the fleeting moment when Yi Tian momentarily halted his defense against their onslaught, the two charged forward. Launching a relentless barrage of attacks, Yi Tian hastily turned to confront them. Although he had acquired the formidable power of the 9 tails, his inherent strength remained woefully inadequate. His body was incapable of sustaining such overwhelming chakra, and having only unlocked the first seal of the 9 tails, the borrowed power was limited. Consequently, Yi Tian's enhancement in strength was marginal. If he were to face any one of the 3 opponents individually, he could easily gain the upper hand. However, when confronted by both, he found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to avoid being overwhelmed. What are you standing there for, you fool? Shi Ren, engaged fiercely in battle with Yi Tian, cast a glance and noticed Yi Shuang still dazedly remaining in place. Instantly filled with dissatisfaction, he bellowed. Upon hearing Shi Ren's reprimand, Yi Shuang finally snapped back to reality. Observing Yi Tian entangled in combat with the two, exchanging blows, a glimmer of malice flickered in Yi Shuang's eyes. Once again, She opened her mouth wide, her delicate hand reaching into her mouth, and to everyone's astonishment, she drew forth a slender, pitch-black sword exceeding 3 feet in length. The gleaming blade, dark as ink, was evidently laced with deadly poison. Grasping the long sword with an unyielding grip, she twisted her supple frame and joined the fray. With Yi Tian already struggling against the combined forces of Shi Rin and Wang Bin, the addition of He Shuang tipped the scales against him. He was thrust into a position of near total defensive desperation. What to do? Trapped within the confines of his own consciousness. Yi Tian watched as he gradually succumbed to the tide of battle, a sense of urgency gnawing at his heart. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. In his moment of despair, he contemplated forcibly unlocking the second seal of the Nine Tails, but his current strength was far from sufficient. Moreover, his consciousness was ensnared, rendering him devoid of autonomy. He could only observe the unfolding events helplessly. Just as Yi Tian's anxiety reached a fever pitch and he found himself bereft of solutions, the consciousness controlling his body seemed to sense his thoughts. No longer content with merely defending, Yi Tian suddenly abandoned his passive stance, gathering chakra around him. He pressed his palms together, summoning an orb of orange chakra energy between his hands. In an instant, his speed surged dramatically, propelling him towards He Shuang. The chakra orb, pulsating with power, slammed into her chest with such ferocity that He Shuang had no time to react. The energy penetrated her body, and then, with a resounding explosion, chaos ensued. He Shuang's serpentine body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. After executing this devastating attack, Yi Tian felt a significant reduction in his momentum, his aura of orange chakra dimming considerably. It was evident that the recent energy blast had taken a considerable toll on him. However, the ordeal did not end there. As Yi Tian abandoned his defense to launch a full-scale assault on He Shuang, the attacks from Shi Rin and Wang Bin also struck him simultaneously. While this strike effectively eliminated He Shuang, it came at a dire cost. Yi Tian's left arm was brutally shattered by Shi Rin, and he bore 3 massive gashes that pierced through his entire back, revealing bone beneath, inflicted by Wang Bin's tiger claws. Such grievous injuries would have incapacitated an ordinary person. Yet at this moment, bolstered by the power of the Nine Tails, Yi Tian possessed an almost monstrous self-healing ability. In just a few breaths, his wounds healed completely. Even the shattered bones of his arm fully restored, leaving no trace of the severe injuries he had sustained. Nonetheless, the consequence of such rapid recovery was a further waning of his aura, judging by the state of his chakra cloak. It seemed his current strength had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its previous form. Is that it? Wang Bin stared blankly at the spot where He Shuang had just been, now reduced to a heap of mangled flesh, exuding a potent stench of venom and blood. Beside him, Shi Rin was equally taken aback. Just moments ago, Yi Tian had appeared as a cornered beast, yet he had unleashed such formidable power in an instant. Fortunately, he had not chosen Shi Rin as his target. Otherwise, the remains on the ground might have been his own. It appeared there had been a grave miscalculation. Yi Tian was certainly no mere talent wasted on ineffectuality. With his all-encompassing spiritual energy, the ability to conjure illusions through his peculiar eyes, and an array of enigmatic techniques. Coupled with this display of terrifying strength, Yi Tian was undeniably a prodigious genius. This individual must not be allowed to live. Initially, Shi Rin had contemplated subduing Yi Tian and bringing him back for thorough examination, as the abilities he exhibited were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. If they could unravel the secrets behind them, it would greatly benefit their organization's advancement. However, having witnessed Yi Tian's terrifying capabilities, his perspective shifted. Such an uncontrollable entity was far too perilous. He must be eliminated at once. From the organization's standpoint, the emergence of such a prodigy among humanity posed a potentially devastating threat if allowed to mature. Better to relinquish the opportunity to wield such formidable power than to obliterate it at any cost. With this thought in mind, Shi Rin retrieved a uniquely shaped, disc-like device from his bosom. This was a communication apparatus developed by their Dawn organization. On the continent, practitioners primarily relied on communication tokens for interaction. These tokens were remarkably convenient. By merely infusing them with spiritual energy, one could convey messages to other tokens that had been pre-bound. However, there was a prerequisite for utilizing these tokens. The user must possess spiritual energy within their body. Only by activating the magical array with this energy could the tokens be employed. Yet, Within the Dawn organization, most members were ordinary individuals who had failed to awaken any spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of using such tokens. Therefore, to facilitate communication among the organization's members, some adept creators within the group engaged in extensive research and experimentation, ultimately devising this communication device that could function without the need for spiritual energy. The principle behind it bore some resemblance to mobile phones from Yi Tian's previous life, albeit lacking the convenience of a phone and having a significantly limited range. However, it excelled in terms of confidentiality and concealment, far surpassing ordinary communication tokens. At this moment, as Shirin produced this device, he intended to relay information back to the organization. He was uncertain of the extent of Yi Tian's capabilities. Every time he felt assured, Yi Tian would surprise him, terrify him, with a grand revelation. After several encounters, he had lost confidence in himself. He was unsure whether he would be able to detain Yi Tian today. Currently, the members of the organization regarded Yi Tian merely as a somewhat talented waste, maintaining an ambiguous stance of neither underestimating nor overestimating him. Having engaged in battle for such a duration, Shirin was acutely aware of Yi Tian's terrifying prowess. The enmity had already been established. If he failed to vanquish Yi Tian today, he would inevitably face his vengeful wrath in the future. Should the organization continue to underestimate him, the potential consequences could be catastrophic. Thus, he resolved to send a message back, fully reporting everything he had experienced today, hoping to prompt the organization to reassess and reevaluate Yi Tian. Given the current predicament, it was evident that neither side could retreat unscathed. Even if he were to meet his demise, successfully conveying such crucial information back to the organization would warrant a sense of purpose in his death. Wang Ben, you go and hold him off. I communicated with the organization and requested assistance. Shirin swiftly commanded. Beside him, Wang Ben watched with a grave expression, nodding in agreement. Clearly, he too recognized the gravity of the situation. Wang Ben had no objections to Shirin's directive. Not only was Shirin his superior, but he was also the only one among the three who possessed such a communication device. Observing his weak demeanor, it seemed feasible to restrain him. With a stroke of luck, perhaps they could even eliminate him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Ben advanced toward Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Shirin stepped back, preparing to relay a message to the organization. Yi Tian, whose consciousness was imprisoned, felt a surge of anxiety at the unfolding scene. He understood that Shirin was about to transmit a message. In a flash, he contemplated the dire consequences that would ensue once the information spread. It would herald an unending pursuit among the three major underground organizations, not to mention the enigmatic and morally ambiguous assassin group. The two terrifying factions, Divine Retribution and Dawn, would never allow someone like him to exist among humanity. To confront three formidable adversaries of 4th and 5th rank with his first-tier cultivation and to have successfully slain one was a feat that, if publicized, would compel the two terrifying organizations to annihilate him at all costs. He could not allow Shirin to succeed in transmitting that message. He had to be stopped. Yi Tian's heart raced with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, yet he found himself powerless. In his current state, he could do nothing but silently scream in frustration. Fortunately, though his consciousness could not control his body, it could still convey his thoughts. The will that governed his body received his intent and instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. As Wang Ben charged toward him, Yi Tian chose neither to confront nor evade. Instead, he stood resolutely in place. The feeble aura surrounding him suddenly began to intensify once more. But this time it felt entirely different. As the imprisoned Yi Tian observed the scene, a realization struck him. My physical strength has not yet reached the required threshold. Would forcibly opening the gate lead to my demise? However, it was too late. With the surge in his aura, Yi Tian's determined voice rang out. The first gate of 8 gates Duanjia, open. As his words echoed, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Shirin, having surpassed Wang Ben. A swift kick was launched towards the opponent. Shirin had just activated the communication device and had yet to send any messages. Suddenly, Yi Tian appeared before him like a specter, immediately launching an attack. In a state of alarm, he had no time to ponder and instinctively sought to evade. However, Yi Tian's target was not him, but rather the communication device in his hand. The speed of Yi Tian's kick was astonishing, almost simultaneously with its initiation. It struck its target. With a sharp crack, the communication device in Shirin's hand was utterly shattered. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Shirin was momentarily stunned, but then fury ignited within him. Wang Bin, at all costs, we must eliminate Yi Tian today. Both men exchanged glances that conveyed a willingness to face death, unleashing their full array of tactics and abilities in a frenzied assault on Yi Tian. Yet, Yi Tian, unfazed by their reckless onslaught, navigated their attacks with remarkable ease. The first gate of the 8 gates of Duanzhou was opened, releasing the constraints of his cerebral domain to unleash the full potential of his physical capabilities. By overexerting his bodily energy, he enhanced his strength and speed, further augmented by the innate power of the Nine Tails chakra. After exchanging blows with the two for several rounds, Yi Tian recognized that his state of the 8 gates would not last long and resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Shirin staggering backward, then, in a flash, appeared before Wang Bin, twisting his waist and raising his leg. Yi Tian unleashed a kick imbued with terrifying force, striking Wang Bin squarely on the chin. A resounding crack echoed as Wang Bin's jaw was shattered, and his robust body was propelled into the air by the tremendous impact. Yet, this was not the end. With his palm pressed against the ground, Yi Tian pivoted his body gracefully, delivering another kick to Wang Bin's chin. Following this, a third and fourth kick followed in rapid succession, each one landing on Wang Bin's chin, sending his body soaring higher with each strike. However, upon delivering the 13th kick, Yi Tian felt the strain on his calf bones. Realizing that further attacks could lead to severe injury, he thus abandoned the idea of continuing the kicks and swiftly vanished behind Wang Bin. Pressing his body against Wang Bin's back, he wrapped his arms tightly around him. Then, with a forceful twist in midair, he seized Wang Bin, positioning his head downward, and began to spin violently. Lotus Bloom. With a thunderous shout from Yi Tian, the two, spinning at high speed, crashed down upon the ground with tremendous force. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending dust swirling through the forest. Shirin stood, astounded, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, momentarily forgetting about the comrades who had come to his aid. Chapter 38. The enraged Yu Jingyuan. As Shirin gazed in disbelief, the dust swirling in the clearing gradually settled, revealing a vast pit in the ground. The earth surrounding the pit was severely cracked, resembling a spider's web radiating outward. At the bottom of the pit lay Wang Bin, a robust figure, gasping for breath. On the brink of death, the impact had caused his head to strike the ground, leaving a significant portion of his skull shattered, with a gruesome mixture of red and white oozing forth. Outside the pit, Yi Tian crouched, his hands pressed against the ground as he struggled to catch his breath. The orange cloak of the Nine Tails chakra that enveloped him was reduced to a mere thin layer, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Clearly, the recent attack had taken a considerable toll on him. As the power of the Nine Tails waned, Yi Tian's consciousness, trapped within, was pleasantly surprised to realize he had regained control of his body. However, the malevolent will of the Nine Tails continued to erode his thoughts, albeit with diminished effect. Looking at his hands, Yi Tian felt an exhilarating sense of rebirth. He had been observing himself from a detached perspective, and this sensation was profoundly surreal. The joy of reclaiming control over his own body was intoxicating. Yet, just as he reveled in this newfound autonomy, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed over him. Simultaneously, he felt intense pain radiating from every part of his body. Was this the price of forcibly wielding a power that did not belong to him? His legs buckled beneath him, the combined fatigue and agony nearly causing him to collapse. He barely managed to steady himself, but his muscles trembled uncontrollably. Damn it! Yi Tian cursed inwardly. Before him stood Shirin, the strongest adversary remaining, virtually unscathed and at full strength. In his current state, he was utterly incapable of fighting. Was he truly destined to fall here today? A sense of reluctance washed over him. You must be completely drained now. Just as Shirin emerged from the shock of the terrifying devastation caused by Biao Linhua, he caught sight of Yi Tian, who was swaying precariously beside him. At that moment, the orange energy cloak enveloping Yi Tian had dwindled to a mere wispy layer. The once terrifying aura surrounding him has nearly dissipated. Upon witnessing Yi Tian's current state, Shirin let out a sigh of relief. This formidable individual has finally reached the limits of his capabilities, has he not? You are the most terrifying young person I have ever encountered. Should you manage to grow in the future, your potential is boundless. However, regrettably, you will not have that opportunity. As Shirin spoke, he approached Yi Tian. This time, there is no escape for you. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Shirin propelled himself off the ground with his right leg, swiftly charging towards Yi Tian. Simultaneously, a dagger appeared in his hand, glinting ominously as it aimed directly at Yi Tian's throat. Damn, this time, I am truly finished. The exhaustion and pain coursing through Yi Tian rendered him incapable of issuing any commands to his body. Even the simplest act of evasion was beyond his reach. You wish to kill me? You shall not escape unscathed. As the dagger drew nearer, a flicker of madness ignited in Yi Tian's eyes. He resolved to detonate the remaining chakra within him, seeking to perish alongside Shi Ren. Just then, a voice thundered through the treetops like a bolt of lightning. Do not harm my son. Accompanied by this furious proclamation, the previously dark forest illuminated, and a colossal golden dragon descended from the sky. With an overwhelming presence and a surge of wrath, it collided fiercely with Shi Ren, sending him sprawling far away. The golden dragon surged through the air, leaving a faint crimson trail in its wake. Trees were severed at the waist along its path, and the ground was plowed into a long, deep trench. After being propelled several dozen meters by the dragon, Shi Ren exploded into a mist of blood, evaporated without a trace under the immense spiritual power emanating from the golden dragon. Not a single remnant was left behind, as if he had never existed. Subsequently, the dragon diminished in size, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot towards Yi Tian. Instinctively, Yi Tian attempted to defend himself, but due to his physical condition, he found himself unable to move. He could only watch as the golden light approached, coming to a halt before him and transforming into Yi Jingyuan. Father? Yi Tian struggled to utter the word, his eyes filled with astonishment. An individual with strength comparable to a 4th-tier 9-star powerhouse was effortlessly annihilated. Is my seemingly ordinary father truly just a regular 5th-tier practitioner? Given the magnitude of that previous attack, I fear that even Zhao Wuyan, a formidable figure of the 7th tier, would hesitate to confront this situation head-on. It appears that my father possesses some remarkable qualities. Moreover, Yi Tian also noticed that as Yi Jingyuan made his entrance, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashed across his eyes. Although the duration was exceedingly brief, Yi Tian captured it with clarity. Tiana, are you all right? Upon his arrival, Yi Jingyuan immediately inquired with palpable urgency. Simultaneously, a series of whooshing sounds echoed, and a dozen figures clad entirely in black emerged behind him, standing in perfect alignment. While their facial expressions remained obscured, a distinct aura of reverence emanated from them. I'm fine. Yi Tian, stifling the fatigue that surged within him, managed to force a faint smile. Father, what brings you here? And who are these figures in black? It's a relief you're unscathed. Yi Jingyuan meticulously examined him, and, upon confirming that Yi Tian was unharmed, exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon gazing at Yi Tian, his eyes widened in admonition. How dare you question me? Had I not arrived in time, your life would have been forfeit. Did you dare employ tricks upon me? The reason for Yi Jingyuan's presence was his discovery of Yi Tian's clandestine venture outside. Previously, Yi Tian had successfully deceived the 2 burly men guarding him with his clone technique, allowing him to escape. This plan could have seamlessly eluded everyone's notice. But when Yi Tian released the 9-tailed seal, he lost control of his body, causing the clone he left at the Yi residence to dissipate. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Yi Jingyuan had arrived at his abode, intending to discuss certain matters with him. Chapter 39, Decisive Earlier. The 2 burly men stationed at the entrance had confidently asserted that the young master had remained inside the room without venturing out. Yet, as soon as Yi Jingyuan opened the door, he was met with an empty expanse. Not a soul was present in the room. Infuriated, Yi Jingyuan berated the 2 men. The burly guards, bewildered and aggrieved, could not comprehend how the young master had vanished before their very eyes. They had distinctly witnessed him enter the room, and thereafter, no one else had entered or exited. How could he have suddenly disappeared? The truth lay bare before them. Yi Tian had indeed vanished right under their noses. They could only accept Yi Jingyuan's scolding with a heavy heart. After chastising the 2 men, Yi Jingyuan's concerns began to mount. In the past, Yi Tian's escapades might have gone unnoticed, and he would typically wait for Yi Tian to return after tiring himself out before administering any reprimand. However, the circumstances were now markedly different. After the awakening ritual during the day, a palpable undercurrent surged through the city of Clan. Various forces, both seen and unseen, converged within its confines. It was inevitable that underground organizations had set their sights on Yi Tian. His reckless wandering would likely lead him into peril. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Yi Jingyuan could no longer remain idle. He promptly mobilized the resources of the Yi family, launching an extensive search throughout clan. However, after a lengthy search, no leads materialized. Just as Yi Jingyuan's anxiety peaked, a tremendous noise emanating from the eastern woods captured his attention. It was Yi Tian, invoking the power of the Lotus of Manifestation. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he discovered someone attempting to harm his beloved son, igniting a fierce rage within him. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. Listening to Yi Jingyuan's account, Yi Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Momentarily at a loss for words, he had never anticipated that his actions would embroil his father and the Yi family in such turmoil. Are you truly unscathed? Yi Jingyuan, still apprehensive, reached out to touch Yi Tian. Don't. Yi Tian quickly interjected. It hurts. Every inch of his body throbbed with pain, rendering even the simplest movement agonizing. Should Yi Jingyuan apply even the slightest pressure, Yi Tian feared he might lose consciousness from the intensity of the pain. It's merely a bit of overexertion. Yi Tian managed a smile. Overexertion? Yi Jingyuan was taken aback, scrutinizing his son and noticing the slight tremors coursing through his frame, alongside an unmistakable weariness etched on his face. Suddenly, it seemed a realization struck him. He turned sharply, surveying the surroundings. Charred trees, the ground strewn with the foul remnants of flesh, a massive pit, and lifeless bodies lying at the bottom. Each element was a jolt to Yi Jingyuan's senses. Tianer, he stammered, turning back to Yi Tian, disbelief evident in his gaze. Did you do all of this? Instinctively, Yi Tian was inclined to deny it, but upon reflection, he understood that he could not forever masquerade as a mere weakling. His true strength would inevitably reveal itself as the person closest to him in this world. It was permissible for Yi Jingyuan to be informed in advance. However, matters concerning the system would remain a closely guarded secret. With this in mind, Yi Tian steeled himself against the pain, nodding slowly. Is it truly your doing? The astonishment in Yi Jingyuan's eyes deepened. How did you accomplish this? This is a secret of my own. Father, please do not inquire further. All you need to know is that your son is not a failure. Upon hearing Yi Tian's initial words, Yi Jingyuan instinctively felt an urge to rage, wanting to retort, I am your father. What could possibly be withheld from me? However, upon reflection, he realized that if Yi Tian was reluctant to share, there must be a valid reason behind it. Furthermore, after witnessing his son's injuries earlier in the day, he noticed a significant change in Yi Tian. He seemed to have matured considerably. As Yi Jingyuan's perception of Yi Tian evolved, the weight of his words grew heavier in Yi Jingyuan's eyes. Very well, I shall refrain from further questioning. But who was it that attempted to harm you? Was it the Dawn Organization? The Dawn Organization? They have found us so swiftly? Yi Jingyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated their rapid movements. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution moving forward. The others would likely be mobilizing soon. Lowering his head, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly looking up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Almost immediately, his figure began to fade before Yi Tian's eyes. What? The bizarre scene before him left Yi Tian momentarily stunned. Yet, before he could voice his confusion, an inexplicable sight unfolded. The recently vanished Yi Jingyuan reappeared behind a black-clad figure. Without uttering a word, he struck with precision, landing a powerful blow to the back of the man's head. With a crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed, and the black-clad figure emitted a muffled groan before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching one adversary, Yi Jingyuan's form mysteriously vanished once more, only to reappear behind another black-clad individual, executing the same lethal maneuver. Yi Tian was left dumbfounded. Were these not the loyal subordinates his father had brought along? Why was his father eliminating them? A torrent of questions flooded Yi Tian's mind. Before he could fully process the situation, the confrontation concluded rapidly. Yi Jingyuan's strikes were swift and decisive. Within mere moments, all of the over a dozen black-clad figures lay motionless on the ground, devoid of breath. Having accomplished this, Yi Jingyuan returned to Yi Tian, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the preceding events had not involved him at all. Father, why did you do this? Is it not for your sake? For my sake? Yi Tian was even more perplexed. You cannot even grasp this simple matter. With such intelligence, how do you expect to inherit my position as the family head? Yi Jingyuan cast a reproachful glance at Yi Tian, embodying a sentiment of frustration akin to that of a father disappointed in his son. Father, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for personal attacks, Yi Tian replied, his expression one of resignation. At present, The entirety of Clan City is well aware that Yution possesses remarkable talent yet lacks the aptitude for cultivation, rendering him a mere waste of potential. Everyone is convinced that he will never succeed in his endeavors. Deep down, you are aware of this, are you not? Upon uttering these words, Yi Jingyuan stole a glance at Yi Tian. Indeed, I am acutely aware. It seems I am beginning to grasp your implication, that I should continue to feign incompetence. A promising student, indeed. Yi Jingyuan nodded with a hint of approval. Chapter 40. The Puzzlement of Si Kongjin. It is essential to understand that your gifts are unprecedented, encompassing all attributes of spiritual energy, coupled with those extraordinary eyes that can aid in combat. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Should you remain incapable of cultivation, lacking power is one thing. But once others discover your extraordinary talents alongside such formidable strength, the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, Yi Jingyuan gestured towards the lifeless bodies of the cloaked figures strewn upon the ground. These individuals were my trusted confidants, cultivated in secrecy over many years. I have faith in their absolute loyalty to me and to the Yi family. Yet, I still dare not gamble on their fidelity. They have witnessed the events of today. And should even one of them harbor treacherous thoughts and disseminate this knowledge, you would find yourself beset by endless troubles. Your gifts shine too brightly. Though the Yi family commands respect in Clan City, we are but a mid-sized city among nearly 100 under human dominion. As one of the two prominent families in Clan City, the Yi family stands as a mere speck of insignificance among the myriad forces across the continent. Should we ever confront those superpowers and unparalleled warriors, even exhausting the entirety of the Yi family's resources may not suffice to safeguard you. Therefore, until your strength reaches a level that deters all adversaries, you must never reveal your true potential to ensure your temporary safety. I have no choice but to take such drastic measures. While Yi Jingyuan spoke with an air of calmness, the anguish of personally destroying the confidants he had painstakingly nurtured over the years must have weighed heavily on him. Observing his father, Yi Tian felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Father, Yi Tian began, yearning to express something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with these matters for the time being. Yi Jingyuan interjected with a wave of his hand, cutting off Yi Tian's speech. As long as it lies within my capability, I shall do everything in my power to pave the way for your future. However, my strength is finite, and I cannot assist you indefinitely. One day, you will need to confront these challenges on your own. But that is a matter for another time. In the forthcoming period, you shall adhere to my arrangements. Yi Jingyuan spoke with unwavering determination, leaving no room for Yi Tian to refuse. Yi Tian understood that all his father's actions were motivated by concern for him. Observing his father before him, Yi Tian momentarily disregarded his physical pain and nodded earnestly. Fear not. Father, your son shall not disappoint. Witnessing Yi Tian's demeanor, Yi Jingyuan felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. It seemed that his cherished son had indeed transformed somewhat from his former self. At that moment of silent exchange between father and son, a flurry of figures appeared from the distance, materializing in the clearing. What transpired here? As the figures landed, a rugged voice echoed forth. Yi Tian focused his gaze and recognized them. It was none other than the city lord Si Kongjin, the divine hall inspector Zhao Wuyin, and Lin Tianxiao, the head of the Lin family. They had all been drawn to the site by the tremendous noise generated during Yi Tian's use of the Blossom Lotus technique. The preceding words had emanated from Lin Tianxiao's lips. What is going on? Si Kongjin, shedding his usual scholarly demeanor, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the chaos surrounding him. Yi family head, did you do all of this? Si Kongjin turned his gaze toward Yi Jingyuan, his expression unreadable. Indeed, I did. Yi Jingyuan met Si Kongjin's gaze head-on. These individuals are members of the Dawn organization. I happened upon them and dispatched them with ease. Yi Jingyuan's expression was nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. The Dawn organization is on the move again? Before Si Kongjin could respond, Zhao Wuyin stepped forward and spoke first. He then swiftly moved into the pit, checking for signs of life in Wang Bin, who lay at the bottom, and frowned. Following that, he vanished momentarily, inspecting several corpses of the dark-clad individuals before returning to his previous position. They are all deceased, Zhao Wuyin remarked, shaking his head. If only we had left one alive, we might have been able to extract some information. I admit my oversight. I hadn't considered that at the time. Yi Jingyuan replied lightly. Why has the Yi family head appeared here, accompanied by young Master Yi Tian? Moreover, what a coincidence to encounter members of the Dawn organization. If I recall correctly, They have not made an appearance for quite some time. Xikong Zhen inquired, his expression laced with curiosity as he regarded Yi Jingyuan. Upon hearing Xikong Zhen's skepticism, Yi Jingyuan frowned. He had only just arrived, and he was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired prior. Just as Yi Jingyuan contemplated how to respond, Yi Tian suddenly interjected. City Lord Xikong, it is as follows. During the awakening ceremony this afternoon, it was revealed that I possess inferior qualities, a revelation that struck me profoundly and cast a shadow over my spirits. Consequently, after dinner, I felt compelled to take a stroll to clear my mind. As I wandered, I found myself in a dense forest, where unexpectedly, I encountered a group from the Dawn organization. They expressed a peculiar fascination with my eyes and claimed that my inability to cultivate was exactly what they sought, urging me to join their ranks. I had long been aware of the nature of the Dawn organization, as my father had spoken of it before, and naturally, I refused their proposition. To my astonishment, their anger flared, and upon my refusal, they attempted to take my life without hesitation. I was merely an ordinary individual incapable of cultivation, and thus no match for them, without even a chance to escape. Just as they were about to succeed, my father appeared, vanquishing the members of the Dawn organization with remarkable skill. He had followed me, concerned for my well-being due to my earlier despondency. Had he not intervened, I might have fallen victim to their sinister intentions. After hearing Yi Tian's account, Xikong Zhen furrowed his brow, pondering the matter deeply. He sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate it. I am aware of this situation and will report it to the temple upon my return. Before Xikong Zhen could fully comprehend the implications, Zhao Wuyan interjected, taking up Yi Tian's words. Xikong Zhen looked at Zhao Wuyan with a hint of confusion. Yi Tian's narrative was riddled with inconsistencies, and someone as astute as Zhao Wuyan would surely perceive them. Furthermore, it was evident to any discerning observer that Yi Tian's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, with far too many questions lingering. Yet, Zhao Wuyan seemed inclined to let the matter pass without further inquiry. Chapter 41. How to Forget Her Nevertheless. Given Zhao Wuyan's stance, Xikong Zhen felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. His position as the city lord was, after all, safeguarded by the temple's protection. Moreover, with Zhao Wuyan being a 7th-tier powerhouse, it was beyond Xikong Zhen's purview to challenge him. Very well, I shall send someone to cleanse the scene. As for reporting this incident to the temple, I must trouble you, Lord Zhao. Xikong Zhen said respectfully to Zhao Wuyan. Not at all. Zhao Wuyan waved his hand dismissively. As an inspector of the temple, it falls within my responsibilities. I had intended to remain in the city a few more days, but with this incident, it seems I must return to the temple by tomorrow. Now that the matter is concluded, let us all return. I shall leave the rest in your capable hands. City Lord Xikong, rest assured, I will handle it well, Xikong Zhen replied respectfully. Zhao Wuyan nodded in acknowledgement, intending to turn away from this place. A faint hum suddenly wafted through the air. The sound was subtle, easily overlooked if one did not concentrate intently. Yet, among the gathered crowd, aside from Yi Tian, none were mere bystanders. To them, what might seem like the buzzing of a mosquito to an ordinary person resonated like thunder in their ears. The 4 eminent figures present simultaneously directed their gazes towards the source of the sound. Was there indeed someone still here? Zhao Wuyan was the first to react. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth like a dragon, uprooting trees in its path and sending them flying. In mere moments, a clearing emerged. In the center of this expanse sat a maiden, her beauty reminiscent of a radiant autumn moon, gazing in astonishment at the crowd. Fei Fei. As the onlookers recognized the girl's visage, they were momentarily taken aback, with Lin Tianxiao's reaction being the most pronounced. After all, seated there was his only daughter, Lin Fei Fei. Hearing that familiar, gruff voice, Lin Fei Fei too was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Father?" Before she could comprehend why her father was present, she was startled as Lin Tianxiao, who had been several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared before her. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at his daughter on the ground. Observing this scene, Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking with an ominous realization. How could I have forgotten her? This is troublesome. She wouldn't reveal what happened earlier, would she? Meanwhile, beside him, Yi Jingyuan was also watching Lin Fei Fei from a distance, his expression slightly somber, with his gaze flickering with a mix of determination and resolve. Unlike Yi Tian's concerns, Yi Jingyuan pondered whether Lin Fei Fei had witnessed his son demonstrating his prowess, and whether she might become an unstable element. Should she be eliminated? standing beside Yi Jingyuan. Yi Tian quickly grasped his father's thoughts, recalling their earlier conversation. Father. Yi Jingyuan turned to face Yi Tian, who struggled to control his neck and shook his head. He then silently mouthed a few words. Upon seeing this, Yi Jingyuan immediately abandoned his previous thoughts, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, Yi Tian uttered the words, "She knows nothing." With this revelation, Yi Jingyuan felt a sense of relief. I came to find brother Yi Tian, Lin Feifei, who seemed to have just awakened, spoke with a mind still clouded. Upon hearing Lin Tianxiao's inquiry, she instinctively responded with this statement. What do you need him for? In the dead of night, a lone man and woman in such a desolate place. What purpose could that serve? Lin Tianxiao's expression changed instantly upon hearing Lin Feifei's reply, and his tone turned ominous. Having just awakened and still somewhat dazed, Lin Feifei was taken aback by her father's fierce demeanor, and she became flustered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Her fear and confusion were evident. Yet in Lin Tianxiao's eyes, they conveyed an entirely different meaning. I want to allow you to think of this, he thought, and his fury ignited. He whirled around to face Yi Tian, his gaze laced with murderous intent. Feeling the weight of Lin Tianxiao's menacing glare, Yi Tian shivered involuntarily, but soon, a plan formed in his mind. Uncle Lin, he said, adopting a demeanor of respect and humility, please do not be agitated. Allow me to explain the situation. It transpired as follows. Earlier today, during her awakening, I witnessed Feifei manifest her guardian spirit in the rare 7th grade aptitude. Such prodigies are typically confined to legend, and this was my first encounter, which naturally piqued my curiosity. Therefore, I made an arrangement with Feifei at the square to meet tonight in the Eastern Woods at the hour of high for a friendly spar. On one hand, I wished to witness the power of her guardian spirit, and on the other, I hoped to learn something through our engagement. It was merely a friendly exchange, nothing more. Yi Tian spoke with utmost sincerity, his respectful and humble demeanor persuading half of those present. However, Lin Tianxiao was not among them. Ha. He laughed coldly after hearing Yi Tian's words, his murderous intent still palpable, but now laced with mockery. You, a mere inept who cannot cultivate, possess such ambition? Everyone knows your character. Do you truly expect me to believe that you summoned Feifei tonight solely for a spar, without any ulterior motives? That is the height of absurdity. Do you think I, Lin Tianxiao, am as gullible as a 3-year-old? Lin Tianxiao held no faith in Yi Tian's words, not even a punctuation mark. If you dare utter another word of ineptitude, I shall render your daughter incapable. Yi Jingyuan stepped forward, his spiritual power surging. Lin Tianxiao, do you dare to test me? Although Yi Jingyuan directed his words towards Lin Tianxiao, his energy was evidently fixated on Lin Feifei, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to strike at the slightest provocation. You mad dog, Yi Jingyuan, how dare you threaten me? Lin Tianxiao seethed with rage, summoning his entire spiritual power to confront Yi Jingyuan from a distance. You wish to engage me in combat? Yi Jingyuan scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. Is it merely based on your abilities? You are no match for me. If I truly desired to kill, I would relish seeing whether you could stop me. Lin Tianxiao was rendered speechless by anger. In his gaze towards Yi Jingyuan, besides fury, there lay a deeply concealed wariness. Father, just as the tension between the two escalated, Yi Tian's voice resonated nearby, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Father, Uncle Lin is merely agitated. Let us not ruin the harmony. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Jingyuan withdrew the foot he had poised to step forward, and the surging spiritual energy around him abruptly settled. Subsequently, Yi Tian's gaze shifted to Lin Tianxiao. Uncle Lin, every word I have spoken is the truth. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Feifei and ascertain the veracity of my claims. Hearing this, Lin Tianxiao turned to look at Lin Feifei, who sat on the ground, displaying a contemplative expression. Master Lin. Just as Lin Tianxiao hesitated, Xikong Zhen appeared at his side, seemingly out of nowhere. Perhaps we should heed Yi Tian's suggestion and listen to your beloved's account. If Yi Tian has indeed committed any transgressions, we can address it then. In my view, while Yi Tian may often display a frivolous demeanor, today's events do not seem to indicate deceit. With Xikong Zhen's endorsement, Lin Tianxiao's previously furious demeanor softened considerably. He lowered his gaze towards Lin Feifei, who sat in a daze on the ground. Feier, is what that young man said true? You need not fear, speak freely. If he has truly wronged you, I will not let him go unpunished. Hearing her father's words, Lin Feifei was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. Father, Brother Yi Tian did not lie. We merely engaged in a sparring match and nothing more. He did not bully me. With Lin Feifei's affirmation, Lin Tianxiao's anger dissipated, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his daughter had not been wronged. Yet, curiosity stirred within him. Why did Yi Tian seem different today? The eloquence of his recent words was not characteristic of the usual frivolous young master. Then why did you faint here? Before Lin Tianxiao could continue his inquiries, Si Kongjun, standing nearby, was the first to speak. Furthermore, according to what Yi Tian had just stated, it was supposed to be after your sparring match that you encountered the individuals from the Dawn organization. You were present during the unfolding of events, correct? Please elaborate on the specifics of the situation. Upon hearing Si Kongjun's words, both Yi Tian and his father, Yi Jingyuan, changed their expressions in unison. Indeed, Si Kongjun still harbored doubts about them. Yi Jingyuan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Yi Tian. He was uncertain about what Lin Feifei had witnessed previously and how much of Yi Tian's secrets she was privy to. If she were to disclose something that ought to remain concealed, it would lead to complications. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian was also feeling a degree of trepidation. Although Lin Feifei had fainted in fright when confronted by the members of the Dawn organization, she had clearly witnessed him employing the fireball technique to rescue her. It must be noted that, in the eyes of others, he was deemed a waste incapable of cultivating spiritual energy or wielding magic. An attack of the caliber of the fireball technique was something that even an advanced fire mage might struggle to execute, let alone someone who could not even be classified as a cultivator. Should this information come to light, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian began to ponder how he might salvage the situation should Lin Feifei inadvertently expose him. In the meantime, Lin Feifei furrowed her brow in concentration, striving to recall and recount the events. After my competition with Brother Yi Tian, I intended to leave, but halfway through, I suddenly felt uneasy about leaving him behind. Thus, I returned. Upon my arrival, I noticed someone was pursuing Brother Yi Tian. However, I was unaware of the circumstances at that moment and called out to him. Unexpectedly, this drew the attention of those individuals, prompting them to abandon their chase and shift their focus onto me, intending to capture me instead. What? Lin Feifei had barely uttered this when Lin Tianxiao interjected abruptly. What did they do to you? Were you harmed? Lin Feifei shook her head. Do not worry, father. I am perfectly fine. At a critical moment, Brother Yi Tian protected me. Yi Tian? Si Kongjun's gaze flickered. Are you implying that Yi Tian intervened to rescue you from that group? Lin Feifei shook her head once more. At that moment, Brother Yi Tian could have easily escaped. However, he chose to turn back without hesitation to prevent me from being captured. As she spoke, Lin Feifei looked at Yi Tian, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yet, when she met his expression and gaze, a sudden stir within my heart compelled the words poised on my lips to be swallowed back. After a moment's reflection, I spoke again. Yi Tian, my elder brother, resolutely positioned himself in front of me, his abdomen facing that terrifying group, thus granting me the chance to escape. Alas, I faltered and succumbed to the overwhelming fright, fainting in the process. The events that followed eluded my memory until I awoke to find you all before me. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian let out a long sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided exposure. It seems this clever girl grasped the meaning behind his earlier glance. Is that so? Si Kongjun murmured, his brow furrowing in contemplation, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. How many individuals were pursuing Yi Tian at that time? If you cannot recall precisely, a rough estimate will suffice. Si Kongjun, undeterred, pressed on with his inquiry. As for the numbers, Lin Feifei feigned deep thought, her gaze subtly drifting towards the lifeless bodies of the black-clad figures in the vast pit nearby. I counted 3 individuals. Are you certain it was 3? You did not misjudge? Si Kongjun raised an eyebrow, continuing his interrogation. Indeed, it was 3. I would not mistake such a detail. Lin Feifei declared emphatically. Yi Tian, standing beside her, grew anxious. Sister, please do not jest with me. Just moments ago, I praised your cleverness and quick reflexes, your knack for deception. How is it that you have suddenly transformed into an honest child? Your honesty may be admirable, but it will surely render my future days challenging. Chapter 43. Is it possible to speak without gasping for breath? Oh, is that so? A fleeting look of amusement crossed Si Kongjun's face, only to vanish as he resumed his composed and congenial demeanor. He turned to Yi Jingyuan. Master Yi, This appears to contradict what your son previously reported regarding these black-clad figures. However, before Si Kongjun could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Feifei. However, what? Si Kongjun's expression darkened with rare annoyance as he turned to face Lin Feifei, who rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I vaguely noticed that there seemed to be numerous figures in the distance among the trees. Yet, due to the darkness, I could only discern a general outline and could not ascertain the total number. They must be part of the same group. Damn. A single exclamation surged through Yi Tian's mind. Sister, could you refrain from gasping as you speak? You nearly scared me to death. My heart cannot endure such frights. My blood pressure will rise. Yet, he simultaneously exhaled in relief, realizing that this matter was essentially resolved. He surmised that Si Kongjun would find no further inquiries to make. Indeed, he was correct. Upon hearing Lin Feifei's words, Si Kongjun was momentarily taken aback. He then expressed his regret, saying, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I just recalled it myself." At that moment, Zhao Wuyan, who had been observing from a distance, stepped forward. "The matter has been clarified. It is getting late. Let us all return to rest." He then turned to Lin Tianxiao, stating, "Tomorrow morning, I shall take Lin Dong and Lin Feifei back to the Sacred Hall. Please make the necessary preparations." With that, Zhao Wuyan was the first to turn and leave. "If there is nothing else, I, too, shall retire for the night," Yi Jingyuan suddenly interjected, waving his hand. A gentle stream of spiritual energy enveloped Yi Tian's body. "Lin Tianxiao," Yi Jingyuan said with a mocking expression, "you ought to refrain from judging others by your own narrow standards. If it weren't for my son Tian, your precious daughter might have fallen victim to those madmen tonight. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to my son on behalf of your daughter? How dare you?" Lin Tianxiao's face flushed with anger. If it weren't for Yi Tian, how would Feifei have ended up in such a place at this hour? Thankfully, nothing happened to her. Otherwise, I would never let the two of you off the hook. With a derisive laugh, Yi Jingyuan dismissed Lin Tianxiao's remarks. "Anyone can make grand claims. Do you truly believe you could harm us? Assess your own capabilities first." After saying this, Yi Jingyuan summoned his spiritual energy, causing Yi Tian to levitate. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving Lin Tianxiao fuming in place. Upon returning to the Yi household, Yi Jingyuan escorted Yi Tian to his room. Without delay, he summoned the finest physician in the entirety of Clan City. The diagnosis revealed that Yi Tian had not suffered any significant injuries, merely exhaustion from overexertion. Some restorative herbs and ample rest were all that was required for recovery. Having been anxious about Yi Tian's health, Yi Jingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the physician's assessment. After bidding farewell to the doctor, he returned to his son, offering a few words of encouragement before taking his leave. Back in the comfort of his own home, lying on his familiar bed, Yi Tian felt the tension in his body dissipate. Earlier, in the woods, he had endured physical discomfort while engaging with others. At that time, he felt no significant distress. However, now, as he lay on the soft bed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and a prickling sensation enveloped him. Unable to withstand it any longer, Yi Tian succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Stretching his limbs, Yi Tian opened his eyes. The exhaustion and prickling sensation in his body had dissipated, yet he felt remarkably weak and drained. It would likely take several days of rest for him to fully recuperate. He mused to himself that he could not indulge in such reckless behavior again, for the experience was far from pleasant. Despite his words, the formidable feeling derived from harnessing the power of the 9 tails and unlocking the 8 gates lingered in his mind, leaving him yearning for more. A peculiar sound emanated from his stomach, and he instinctively placed a hand on it, as a wave of intense hunger surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming thirst. Since the night before last, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness, having consumed neither food nor water. His body had long since begun to protest. Had it not been for Yi Jingyuan nurturing him with his spiritual energy daily, he would have awakened in an even more weakened state. Is anyone there? With great effort, Yi Tian propped himself up against the headboard, summoning the last of his strength to call out towards the door. During his unconsciousness, Yi Jingyuan had arranged for guards to stand vigil outside his chamber, rotating shifts every 24 hours. Upon hearing a voice from within, the guard promptly entered the room. Seeing Yi Tian sitting up in bed, he bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, you are awake. How may I serve you? Fetch me some food and water." Yi Tian replied weakly, "At once, young master. The head of the family has already made preparations. Your meals are in the kitchen and merely require reheating." I shall attend to it immediately. The guard responded with utmost deference. Go then, Yi Tian gestured dismissively. And remember to bring me some water first. I am parched. Yes. The guard acknowledged respectfully before exiting the room. Indeed, as the guard had indicated, Yi Tian's meals had been prepared under Yu Jingyuan's instructions. Within a few minutes, servants brought in a bountiful spread, filling the table. However, upon seeing the array of food before him, Yi Tian was taken aback. Although there was a variety of dishes, they consisted solely of vegetables, broth, porridge, and pastries, nothing but insipid fare. This is blatant mistreatment. After being unconscious for so long, this is what I am served? I want meat. Meat. Yi Tian nearly exhausted himself in expressing his dissatisfaction. Enough with the theatrics. Just then, Yi Jingyuan entered the room. You all may leave now. Yi Jingyuan cast a glance at the several servants surrounding him and spoke in a calm tone. Yes. The servants bowed respectfully before filing out of Yi Tian's room. The last of them, displaying a sense of decorum, closed the door behind him. Chapter 44. Reveal the identity of my true father speak. Reveal it. Yi Tian maintained a stoic expression as he faced Yi Jingyuan. I am no longer a child. It is time you disclose the identity of my biological father. I have long harbored suspicions. You are certainly not my true father. What kind of father would offer such fare to his own son? Enough with the theatrics. Yi Jingyuan shot Yi Tian a glance. Your health is too fragile for overly rich foods. Do not underestimate these dishes. They have been specially prepared at my request, infused with numerous nourishing ingredients. Eat while it's hot. Yi Tian glanced down at the spread before him. His stomach audibly protested once more. No meat. So be it. First, I must quell this hunger. He lifted his bowl and chopsticks, devouring the food voraciously, as though he were a famished ghost returned to life. Seeing Yi Tian obediently consume his meal, Yi Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction and began to chatter incessantly. His words revolved around the importance of resting, avoiding unnecessary excursions, and steering clear of trouble. Engaged in a battle with his food, Yi Tian had little inclination to absorb such advice, offering only perfunctory nods as he continued to stuff his mouth. In less than 10 minutes, under Yi Tian's relentless onslaught, the entire table of food was devoured. He then drank a substantial bowl of meat broth before finally ceasing his feast. With a satisfied burp, Yi Tian patted his swollen belly, a look of contentment gracing his face. You must refrain from wandering about for the next few days and focus on resting. Yi Jingyuan continued his monologue. Father, I am full and ready to sleep now. Kindly save your words for when I awaken. Yi Tian replied, burping once more before collapsing onto the bed, turning over to prepare for slumber. Witnessing this scene, Yi Jingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. Humph, little rascal. Yi Jingyuan muttered under his breath before summoning the waiting servants to clear the table. After casting one last stern glare at Yi Tian, he swept out of the room. However, Yi Tian, lying in bed, had not truly fallen asleep. Just as Yi Jingyuan and the servants departed, Yi Tian sat up. Calling me a little rascal? Does that not also reflect poorly on yourself? He murmured, concerned for his father's intellect. After finishing his meal, Yi Tian's physical strength had somewhat recovered. Whether drawing upon the power of the Nine Tails or activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, the resultant negative effects manifested physically. Having slept for such an extended period, Yi Tian's spirit was now exceptionally vibrant, rendering him unable to sleep. What should he do? At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! The host has single-handedly eliminated 2 enemies, each possessing a strength exceeding the host by 3 major tiers, triggering a hidden system reward. Gain 2 super lottery chances. What? Such fortune? Yi Tian was astonished. He had not anticipated that rewards could be acquired through such means in addition to completing system tasks. He immediately dove into the system space with eagerness. Little D, come out quickly. It's me, Yi Tian, back again. Amidst Yi Tian's exuberant exclamations, Little D slowly materialized. Your entrance is always so noisy. Little D rolled her eyes at Yi Tian. What do you want from me this time? I want to draw from the lottery. Using the 2 super lottery chances you just obtained? Huh, how do you know everything? Isn't it obvious? Little D retorted, exasperated. I control this lottery space. How could I not know your available chances? Well, that's true, Yi Tian said, awkwardly scratching his nose. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us begin the lottery. I can't wait to draw something good. Observing Yi Tian's impatient demeanor, Little D smirked and waved her hand. The golden roulette of the super lottery appeared in the system space. Gazing at the wheel before him, Yi Tian rubbed his hands together in anticipation, ready to draw. Just as he was about to start, Little D seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly interjected, "Wait a moment." Yi Tian, about to utter the word begin, swallowed it back down. "What's wrong?" he asked, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at Little D. "I forgot to mention something last time when I explained the lottery rules. If you have 2 or more chances to draw, you may opt for a continuous draw. This will consume all your current lottery chances at once, allowing you to obtain a corresponding number of prizes. However, during the drawing process, the roulette will not update. The prize segment that is drawn will be sealed, and the pointer will not land there again until you have exhausted all your chances or drawn all the prizes from the wheel. Each time, the prizes on the roulette are selected from the highest to the lowest grade, with 1 item from each tier forming a lottery wheel, though the positions of the prizes are random. Should you choose to utilize the consecutive draw feature, and your initial attempt yields a low-tier item, the higher-tier rewards that remain unclaimed on the wheel will not vanish. Consequently, your chances of acquiring superior items during your next draw will significantly increase. If you possess 10 chances to draw, employing the consecutive draw function could virtually guarantee you a high-tier item. After hearing Xiao Di's explanation, Yi Tian gaped in astonishment. "Is it possible to do it this way? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Xiao Di's face flushed with embarrassment. "I just remembered." "I don't care," Yi Tian exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "This is your fault, and you've caused me a loss. You must compensate me." "What loss have I caused you?" Xiao Di retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You didn't inform me during my last draw," Yi Tian argued. "Had you mentioned it, I might have used that function then. You delayed my chance to win big." Xiao Di was left utterly speechless. The Sharingan and the 8 gates you drew last time were top-tier rewards. If you had used the consecutive draw feature, both types of such high-level prizes wouldn't have appeared simultaneously on the same wheel. In fact, you benefited from it. "I don't care," Yi Tian persisted, playing the rogue. "You owe me for my mental distress. That is not something I can compensate." Xiao Di flatly rejected. "You must compensate me, or else what? I'll just give you another beating." Chapter 45. The second grade eye technique. Even if you beat me, there's no compensation. Xiao Di huffed, her cheeks puffing in frustration. "This is entirely beyond my control. Just kill me. Even in death, I would receive no compensation." "Ha ha." Yi Tian suddenly burst into laughter. "I was just joking, but you look quite adorable like this. Can you transform into a person? If so, please turn into a beauty to be my wife." Yi Tian teased playfully. All right. I was just kidding," Xiao Di interjected, eager to change the subject. "Stop wasting time. Let us draw now." Yi Tian hastily shifted the topic, urging her on. "Humph." Xiao Di huffed angrily, then cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tian. "Are you planning to use your draw chances now, or do you want to wait until you have 10 before drawing?" Yi Tian pondered for a moment. If he could accumulate 10 draw opportunities before employing the consecutive draw feature, it would indeed be the most prudent approach, ensuring the acquisition of the highest tier reward. However, the essence of a lottery lies in the thrill, the gamble of luck, and the enjoyment of that exhilarating rush. Moreover, his current means of combat were rather limited. Both the 8 gates and the 9-tail seal came at a significant cost each time they were employed. They could only be reserved as trump cards for moments of dire necessity, in the midst of regular combat. The reliable techniques are primarily the Sharingan and the Great Fireball Jutsu, coupled with a rather unrefined Taijutsu technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain, which is singular in its approach and easily countered. The situation appears grim. Furthermore, the prospect of acquiring another chance at a lottery remains uncertain, and the hope of accumulating 10 attempts seems as distant as the arrival of the monkey year. It is perhaps wiser to utilize the 2 available lottery chances now, in hopes of drawing a formidable ninjutsu. Let us proceed with the draws. Engaging the continuous draw feature, I am confident in my fortune. Upon hearing Yi Tian's resolution, Xiao Di refrained from further comment. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of golden light shot into the spinning wheel ahead. The continuous draw function has been activated. Now, simply utter the word start, and the wheel shall commence spinning automatically. Once it begins, there is no stopping until all lottery opportunities are exhausted. Yi Tian nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the golden wheel. "Start." With those words, the wheel commenced its rapid rotation. Approximately 10 seconds later, the pointer settled on a position slightly to the right below. The system's announcement followed promptly. "Ding! The prize for the first lottery has been determined, and the second lottery will soon commence." After activating the continuous draw feature, the prizes for each lottery remain temporarily concealed, only to be revealed once all draws are complete. Countdown for the second lottery. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown concluded, the second lottery commenced. Another 10 seconds passed, and the second prize was also confirmed. Lottery completed. Prizes will now be distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Bloodline Limit, Byakugan, and the 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. Another Bloodline Limit? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. With this Byakugan, he had now obtained 2 of the 3 most powerful ocular techniques in the Naruto series. Is it feasible for 2 distinct bloodline limits to coexist within a single individual? Yi Tian turned to Xiao Di, who responded that while it may not be permissible within the anime, it does not imply that the system's offerings are bound by the same constraints. Yi Tian comprehended that he was indeed not in the realm of the anime. Certain settings from the anime would undoubtedly transform through the system into reality. It appears this system is quite formidable. Naturally, Xiao Di proudly lifted his head. Yi Tian secretly smirked, thinking to himself that this little fellow certainly has a childish temperament. Within the confines of the system's space, 2 beams of golden light surged forth, flying towards Yi Tian before merging into his forehead. The methods to utilize the Byakugan and return to heaven instantly manifested in Yi Tian's mind. As the time for parting approached, Xiao Di felt a twinge of reluctance. Yi Tian turned to Xiao Di with an expression brimming with affection. However, to Xiao Di's eyes, it appeared rather irritating. Enough with the pretense. If you're leaving, then hurry up. Xiao Di knew Yi Tian all too well. Upon witnessing his demeanor, she realized he was up to his usual antics. She waved her hand repeatedly, urging him to depart swiftly. Ha ha ha. Xiao Di, when I think of you, I shall return. Yi Tian proclaimed with laughter, and before Xiao Di could respond, he vanished from the system space. Upon returning to reality, Yi Tian settled cross-legged on his bed, beginning to absorb and digest the information he had just acquired. As one of the 3 great ocular techniques in the Naruto universe, the Byakugan originated from the Otsutsuki clan and possesses exceptional reconnaissance and supportive abilities. Its primary functions can be categorized into 3 distinct capabilities. Firstly, the long-range vision allows the user to amplify their eyesight by utilizing chakra, enabling them to perceive objects up to a kilometer away. This ability resembles that of a telescope, albeit more convenient and providing a broader field of view, making the observed objects appear more vivid. Secondly, the X-ray vision can almost penetrate all forms of matter. Beyond merely seeing through objects, the Byakugan allows the user to observe the target's chakra pathways, nerves, acupoints, and the flow of chakra itself. Remarkably, it can even discern whose chakra it belongs to. For example, when Otsutsuki Kagaya, who appears later in the anime, utilizes the Byakugan to observe Naruto and Sasuke, she can clearly identify the chakra of Indra and Ashura. With this ability, no one can conceal themselves from Yi Tian, as while appearances, physique, and demeanor can be altered. The essence of one's spiritual energy remains immutable. From the moment spiritual energy is born within an individual, it permanently bears their unique imprint. This characteristic of spiritual energy differs from its elemental attributes. It is a mark of the soul. Each person's spiritual energy is singular and cannot be replicated or forged. Some exceptionally powerful practitioners can even discern whether someone is familiar without the use of sight, relying solely on the sensing of spiritual energy. Although Yi Tian does not possess such formidable strength, the attributes of the Byakugan have endowed him with this capability. The third ability is known as Insight Vision. Upon activating the Byakugan, the user gains a 360-degree perspective and can observe the flow of chakra in their surroundings, making it an excellent defense against surprise attacks. However, this ability does not initially provide an extensive field of vision. It gradually expands as the user becomes more familiar with and adept at using the Byakugan, ultimately achieving a flawless mastery of the technique. Chapter 46. The Byakugan is indeed not weak. As one of the 3 great ocular jutsu in the Naruto world, it is naturally formidable. When it comes to perceptive abilities, the Byakugan far surpasses the Sharingan. Moreover, the Byakugan possesses several other potent capabilities. For instance, upon activation, it enhances the user's abilities. From observations in the anime, ordinary ninjas, even those of high rank, typically rely on their hands, feet, and mouth to release chakra or utilize jutsu. However, those endowed with the Byakugan are not confined to such limitations. With the Byakugan activated, They can perceive their own chakra points and release chakra from all points within their body. Techniques such as the 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, which involves the release of chakra from the entire body, exhibit formidable defensive power that would be unattainable without the assistance of the Byakugan. Furthermore, in the later episodes of the anime, the character Kaguya Otsutsuki demonstrates the ability to emanate immense pressure through her Byakugan, rendering those nearby in a state of dizziness, and even inflicting tangible damage upon the fabric of space itself. How terrifying! However, to reach such a level of prowess, one must not only possess immense strength, but also master the Byakugan to its utmost potential, a feat that currently seems distant for Yi Tian. Both the Sharingan and the Byakugan serve their unique purposes. When discussing a variety of powerful and extraordinary abilities, the Sharingan takes precedence. Yet, in terms of enhancing physical combat prowess, the Byakugan undoubtedly excels. Sitting upon his bed, Yi Tian exhaled deeply, reflecting on the 3 great ocular techniques of the Naruto world, of which he has now acquired 2. With the support of these 2 ocular powers, he finds himself able to execute ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu with remarkable ease. Subsequently, Yi Tian began to delve into the 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, a technique renowned for its absolute defense, which he remembered vividly. Strictly speaking, the heavenly spin cannot be classified solely as a ninjutsu or taijutsu. It is a synthesis of both. The key lies within the Byakugan. In the anime, the heavenly spin is a high-level taijutsu passed down through the Hyuga clan's main family. At the moment of receiving an attack, it releases a substantial amount of gentle fist chakra from the chakra points within the body, performing rapid circular rotations akin to a spinning top, capable of rebounding all physical attacks. Coupled with the user's rotation and the Byakugan's keen observational prowess, it transforms into a unique form of absolute defense. The room is too confined for proper execution, and he cannot ascertain its true power. Yi Tian lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings before lowering his head in contemplation. Tomorrow, I shall seek out my father for practice and experimentation. In this world, the only person Yi Tian trusts implicitly is Yi Jinyuan. Subsequently, Yi Tian accessed the personal attributes panel of the system. Host, Yi Tian race, human, talent level, mediocre, talent points, 1, 281. 000, can enhance the host's talent level after accumulation. Attributes, earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, yin, yang, points, 0 super lottery chances, 0 strength, first stage. 2 stars, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 tomo, Byakugan ninjutsu, basic ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly return, illusion techniques, basic illusions, must be cast using Sharingan. Physical techniques, 8 gates, can open the first gate. 1,000 years of pain, items, basic ninja tools, paradise of affection, limited edition, tailed beast, 9 tails kai bai, sealed. Can lift the first seal. The individuals Yi Tian encountered that day were surprisingly lacking in talent compared to him. Otherwise, he could have garnered a few talent points, which is a pity. However, he pondered when his strength had elevated to the first stage, 2 stars. Could it be due to the borrowed power of the 9 tails? With curiosity lingering in his heart, Yi Tian turned inward to examine the extent of the chakra within his dantian. Indeed, he discovered it was slightly more potent than before. It seemed that forcibly unsealing the 9 tails had caused this change. Could this be a case of fortune arising from misfortune? Though Yi Tian was unaware of the precise mechanics behind his strength augmentation, it was undeniably a positive development. The reason he hesitated to consider the 8 gates was that activating them manifests all enhancements physically, with little correlation to the chakra within. According to the description of the 8 gates, each time a gate is opened, it permanently enhances the body to varying degrees, depending on how many gates are activated. The more gates opened, the greater the enhancement of physical capabilities. However, concurrently, the strain on the body escalates exponentially during the activation of the 8 gates. After opening a single gate, it was likely that Yi Tian's physical strength would experience some improvement. Yet, as his body remained in a weakened state, he could not confirm this. He would have to wait until he regained his strength to ascertain the magnitude of his enhancement. Since he couldn't sleep, perhaps he should practice for a while. Although his progress was slower than a snail's, any advancement was better than none. Following the recent battle, Yi Tian understood the significance of strength. If he could attain a second stage or higher, Activating the 8 gates in conjunction with the power of the Nine Tails would enable him to deal effortlessly with those 3 individuals, and he would not suffer such severe side effects afterward. Ultimately, strength is the true currency. With this thought, Yi Tian's gaze became resolute as he sat cross-legged on his bed, resting his hands upon his knees. With his eyes gently closed, he embarked on a journey into meditation, attuning himself to the ethereal energies that danced in the air. Harnessing the swirling vortex of chakra within his dantian, he continuously absorbed, refined, and transmuted these energies, ultimately transforming them into his own strength. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and stretched his body. Having spent the entire night in meditation, cultivating his spiritual power, to his astonishment, he discovered that the restorative effects of meditative practice far surpassed that of sleep. In that moment, Yi Tian resolved to replace sleep with meditation, allowing both his body and mind to rest while simultaneously enhancing his cultivation, a perfect harmony indeed. At this juncture, Yi Tian felt that his body had nearly completely recovered. He clenched his fist, sensing a notable increase in his strength, likely a result of the enhancement in his physical condition following the activation of the 8 gates of Duanjia. After a languorous stretch, he descended from his bed and approached the door, pushing it open. The crisp morning air flooded into the room, and Yi Tian inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. "Master, has your health returned?" inquired the sentinel guarding the entrance, astonished by Yi Tian's vibrant demeanor and rosy complexion. He recalled how the young master had appeared when brought back by the head of the family, barely clinging to life. Remarkably, within just 2 days, he had made a complete recovery. Such resilience is indeed enviable. Yi Tian replied softly, nodding in affirmation. "There is no need to arrange breakfast for me today. I shall go to the dining hall myself." "Understood," the sentinel responded respectfully, clasping his fists. "I shall report to the head of the family." "Very well, go ahead." After the sentinel took his leave, he hurried to inform Yi Jingyuan. The Yi family estate was vast, and with ample time still at hand, Yi Tian leisurely strolled through the grounds for nearly half an hour before meandering to the dining hall. Upon his arrival, a sumptuous breakfast awaited him, filling the table to the brim. Yi Jingyuan was already seated, anticipating his son's arrival. "Tianer, have you fully recovered?" "Yes, father, I am quite well now." "Wonderful, wonderful." Yi Jingyuan expressed his delight, promptly beckoning Yi Tian to sit and partake in the meal. For reasons unknown, since his recovery, Yi Tian's appetite had noticeably increased, likely correlated with his enhanced physical condition. After consuming breakfast with fervor, Yi Tian did not hasten to depart. Instead, he mysteriously gestured for Yi Jingyuan to follow him to his courtyard. "What are you furtively bringing me here for?" Yi Jingyuan inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Yi Tian. "There is indeed something of great importance," Yi Tian replied, casting a discreet glance at Yi Jingyuan while nodding towards the side. Upon seeing this, Yi Jingyuan immediately understood. "You all may leave. No one is permitted to approach this courtyard without my command." "Understood." The attendants and guards responded in unison, swiftly exiting Yi Tian's small courtyard. "Now, can we speak?" Yi Jingyuan remarked, his tone laced with curiosity. "What scheme are you concocting?" "Father, I have created a new martial technique, and I wish for your assistance." "What?" Before Yi Tian could elaborate, Yi Jingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Why such a dramatic reaction?" Yi Tian was perplexed by his father's overreaction. "You claim to have devised a martial art? It isn't the same as that technique you used against Lin Lei, is it?" Yi Jingyuan regarded Yi Tian with a sidelong glance, his expression oddly mixed. "Of course not," Yi Tian replied, somewhat bashful. "This time, I have developed a technique that utilizes chakra. Spiritual energy. It is entirely legitimate." "Are you speaking the truth? You are not deceiving me." Yi Jingyuan's demeanor shifted from quizzical to profoundly serious. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Yi Tian was utterly bewildered by his father's peculiar behavior today. "Shadow." Before Yi Tian could inquire further, Yi Jingyuan suddenly barked, his voice sharp. Yi Tian felt a fleeting blur before him as a dark figure emerged behind Yi Jingyuan, cloaked in a black robe. The robe was so voluminous that it concealed the entire figure, rendering their features indistinguishable. Yet, it was evident from the silhouette that it was a man. Yi Tian felt a surge of astonishment. How had this man in black appeared? How had he been entirely unaware of his presence until now? What level of power must he possess? Yi Tian scrutinized the newly emerged figure, who stood motionless, silent as if he were a phantom. Without the aid of sight, one might not have even realized that a person stood there. for not even the sound of breathing escaped him. Shadow. Immediately lead the shadow guards to completely seal this courtyard. Also, instruct Old He to relay that no one is to approach. If anyone dares to come near, regardless of who they are, they shall be executed without mercy. Yi Xingyuan declared with unwavering conviction, a hint of bloodlust lurking beneath his words. Yes, the man in black replied in a hoarse voice, his tone devoid of emotion. In an instant, he vanished from sight. He vanished into thin air as if he had never existed. Father, the shadows and shadow guards are the greatest secret of our Yi family. These individuals are unwaveringly loyal to me, without exception. Even if you were to rebel against me, they would remain steadfast. Now that we are safe, you may confidently display your martial skills. Yi Tian remained somewhat perplexed. Was it truly necessary to create such a commotion over merely demonstrating a martial technique? Why was there a need for violence? You understand nothing. Yi Xingyuan shot a glare at Yi Tian. Do you comprehend what it means to create a martial technique? Every martial skill circulating across the continent today, even the most rudimentary, was initially conceived by top-tier experts. The creation of martial skills is not as simple as eating or drinking. It demands a profound mastery of spiritual energy and a combination of enlightenment and luck. Each element is indispensable. Those who have developed high-level martial techniques are invariably extraordinary talents. To be frank, I still find it hard to believe you can create a legitimate martial skill. Remember, your cultivation level is merely at the first tier. Even if you were to conjure up the lowest level of martial skill, the news would reverberate throughout the continent. Such an occurrence has never transpired in history. Yi Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that creating a martial skill could be so challenging. Fortunately, he had the system at his disposal. It didn't seem so difficult after all. It felt rather effortless. In the blink of an eye, it was accomplished. Enough. Silence. Yi Xingyuan glared once more. Quickly demonstrate the martial skill you have created for me to see. If you dare to use the same moves you employed against Tian and Lin Lei to fool me, I guarantee you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. I have assured you it is a legitimate martial skill. Yi Tian retorted with a smirk. I promise you will be satisfied. Just stand back a bit. Yi Xingyuan, albeit still glaring, complied and stepped back a few paces. Father, do you have any long-range attack methods? Just attack me directly. But do remember to go easy on me. My frail body cannot withstand your might. Yi Xingyuan scoffed. What other methods do you need? Just unleash your spiritual energy. With that, he waved his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking Yi Tian squarely in the chest. The impact sent Yi Tian hurtling backward several meters until he landed on the ground with a thud. He looked up, bewildered, before frustration set in. Father, why didn't you say you were going to attack right away? I wasn't ready. Chapter 48. Shocking my father for an entire year. Didn't you say to attack me directly? But I haven't called to begin yet. All right, let us start over. Yi Tian, with a sullen expression, rose to his feet and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Father, please do give me a heads up this time. Enough of the delay. I am about to commence, so prepare yourself. Upon hearing Yi Xingyuan's words, Yi Tian immediately focused his attention. His once distinctly black and white eyes transformed entirely to white. The veins at the temples throbbed visibly. The scene before him shifted entirely. Yi Xingyuan's physical form vanished, replaced instead by a figure composed of meridians and energy. Yi Tian could distinctly perceive the flow of spiritual energy within his opponent. As Yi Xingyuan lifted his hand, another stream of spiritual energy surged toward Yi Tian. Bagua palm. Yi Tian shifted his feet, slightly bent at the waist, and spread his arms wide. Return to heaven. With a commanding shout from Yi Tian, he pivoted around his rear foot, initiating a rapid spin. Simultaneously, the chakra within his dantian was swiftly mobilized and released through various acupoints across his body, forming a circular chakra shield around him. The spiritual energy from Yi Xingyuan collided with the shield, instantly rebounding into the air, vanishing without a trace. After deflecting the attack, Yi Tian's spinning gradually slowed until he came to a halt. Beneath his feet, a circular pit appeared in the ground, centered at the point where he landed. Yi Xingyuan, not far away, looked utterly astonished. With a flash, he appeared before Yi Tian. How did you accomplish that? And why have your eyes changed again? Raising his gaze to meet his father S, Yi Tian replied, That's my secret. Please don't ask. Yi Xingyuan, slightly taken aback, furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before speaking. In that case, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Tian, you have grown. With a look of pride. Yu Jingyuan regarded Yu Tian. Though there are many things we cannot discuss, I can certainly explain the specific principles behind this. As he spoke, Yi Tian succinctly outlined the general functions of his white eyes and the principles of the return to heaven technique to Yi Jingyuan. Such a wondrous ability exists. So this is how spiritual energy can be utilized? Yi Jingyuan remarked, continually expressing his astonishment as Yi Tian elaborated. This martial skill you have created seems to reach at least an advanced level in my eyes. I never anticipated my son to possess such remarkable talent. The inability to cultivate is of little consequence. With the aid of your two extraordinary eyes, even if you practice physical techniques, you shall achieve considerable success. As your father, I am immensely gratified. Yu Jingyuan's face bore an uncommon expression of joy. In this world, there exists a concept known as physical cultivation, primarily practiced by those who are unable to cultivate spiritual energy yet refuse to accept mediocrity. This method of training involves honing one's body and refining combat skills to elevate physical prowess to a commendable level. Once a certain degree of mastery is achieved, one can even rival ordinary cultivators, albeit with a limited ceiling. However, the journey of physical cultivation is fraught with challenges. Without immense willpower, it is exceedingly difficult to persevere, let alone attain notable success. Father, there is something I have yet to tell you. In fact, I am capable of cultivation. It's just that my progress is a bit slower. What? Yi Jingyuan was taken aback. Could it be that the initial stone assessment was erroneous? Contemplating this, he abruptly reached out and grasped Yi Tian's wrist. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into Yi Tian's body, circulating briefly within his dantian before retracting. It was indeed possible for him to cultivate. Yet, the energy within his dantian bore a peculiar resemblance to spiritual energy, lacking its gentleness and inclusiveness, instead exuding a sharpness and dominance. Yi Jingyuan furrowed his brow, puzzled. I am not entirely certain about this, Yi Tian replied, shrugging his shoulders. When I first awakened, I simply became this way. He was disinclined to elaborate further, knowing that if he mentioned chakra, Yi Jingyuan would likely not comprehend. Should he delve into the origins of ninjas? That would surely be deemed madness. Perhaps it is related to your unusual eyes, Yi Jingyuan mused for a moment, arriving at this conclusion without further insight. Nevertheless, the fact that Yu Tian could cultivate was, after all, a positive revelation, so he chose not to delve deeper. However, you haven't disclosed your ability to cultivate to anyone else besides me, have you? Absolutely not. That is good. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from showcasing your spiritual prowess. As the young master of the Yi family, you attract considerable attention. Moreover, the news of your previously assessed inferior talent is widely known. If others discover that you can cultivate, it may invite those with ulterior motives. Your situation could become quite precarious. Understood. Rest assured, father. Yi Tian nodded obediently. Yi Jingyuan, still frowning in contemplation, spoke again. I have previously arranged for you to have a teacher, and if I calculate correctly, they should be arriving soon. In the days to come, you will need to study under them for a while. As for what comes next, I have other plans. A teacher? Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What will they teach me? Yu Tian felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that they had summoned someone to impart knowledge upon him? As a seasoned underachiever who found himself drowsy at the mere sight of books, he had no desire to relive the tribulations of his student days. This individual had been procured at great expense. In the realm today, if one were to evaluate martial prowess, he might not be the absolute strongest, but certainly ranks among the elite. I plan to have you train with him in martial arts. In the future, when conflict arises, matters that can be resolved through martial skill should not resort to spiritual energy. Furthermore, your unique eyes are exceptionally suited for the cultivation of martial arts. So that is the case. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. Unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia requires one's physical condition to reach a certain standard. As the number of gates opened increases, the demands on physical fitness become increasingly stringent. Yu Tian had been struggling to find a systematic approach to enhance his physical abilities. The teacher Yi Jingyuan had found for him was indeed a timely boon. When will he arrive? Yi Tian felt an eagerness bubbling within him. Observing Yi Tian's enthusiastic demeanor, Yi Jingyuan was momentarily dazed. Was he imagining things? This slothful individual, usually so lethargic, could actually display such vigor? Chapter 49. Instant absorption. I shall become invincible calculating the time. He should arrive before nightfall. Excellent. Yi Tian was overjoyed, drawing Yi Jingyuan's attention. Your body has just recovered. it would be prudent to rest well. Once your instructor arrives, I will send someone to summon you. All right. Yi Tian nodded. By the way, Father, I have another question. What is it? Yi Jingyuan halted, having just prepared to leave. Is there any other method for cultivating spiritual energy aside from meditation? Relying solely on meditation is far too slow. Given Yi Tian's current poor aptitude, the rate of absorbing and converting spiritual energy through meditation was akin to a snail's pace. Without any enhancement to his innate abilities at this rate, he wondered when he might ever break through to the second tier. There are indeed other methods. Yu Jingyuan nodded. Besides meditation, a straightforward and effective approach is to absorb magic crystals. Magic crystals? Yi Tian was hearing this term for the first time. Yes. Since you had not begun your cultivation earlier, I hadn't mentioned it to you. Let me explain it to you today. Yi Jingyuan cleared his throat and continued. Across the entire continent, humanity occupies merely a small fraction of the land. The vast majority is inhabited by magical beasts. These magical beasts are unlike ordinary wildlife. They possess formidable strength that ordinary beasts lack. For the sake of distinction, individuals have categorized magical beasts into 9 tiers based on their power, akin to the classification of practitioners. The higher the tier, the greater the beast's strength. The magic crystal, a wondrous energy gem birthed within the bodies of these beasts, embodies immense spiritual energy, serving as the wellspring of all their power. Human practitioners can also absorb the spiritual energy contained within crystals of the same attribute, refining and transforming it to elevate their own cultivation. This method proves to be swifter than conventional meditation, yet it remains contingent upon each individual's capacity for absorption and transformation of the magic crystals. Generally, those with superior aptitude exhibit a stronger conversion ability, allowing for a more rapid absorption process. Does our Yi family possess any magic crystals? Yi Tian inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Indeed, we have a few, Yu Jingyuan replied after a moment's contemplation. However, due to the inherent rarity of magic crystals, particularly those of higher tiers, our stock is limited. Besides their use in daily cultivation, magic crystals also serve as currency for transactions among practitioners. Therefore, after accounting for regular consumption, the remaining inventory is rather meager. Here's what we'll do. I will send someone to deliver some to you shortly. Use them for now, and when you run out, simply let me know. Yi Jingyuan assessed Yi Tian before continuing. You possess all attributes of spiritual energy, so you should be able to absorb crystals of every kind. I shall ensure you receive a selection of each. Sounds good. Yi Tian nodded eagerly. You can rest assured in your arrangements. Father, I will focus on my cultivation. With that, Yi Jingyuan turned and departed the small courtyard. Once back inside, Yi Tian began to meditate while awaiting the arrival of the magic crystals. After approximately the length of a stick of incense, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. The door is unlocked, Yi Tian announced, withdrawing from his meditative state. The door creaked open gently, and a guard entered, carrying a cloth bag. After placing the bag on the table, the guard respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, addressing Yi Tian, young master. This is the magic crystals as instructed by the family head. They are all of the 3rd tier, with 10 of each attribute. The family head mentioned that once you have used them, you should inform him, and he will send more. Understood. You may leave now. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the guard responded and exited the room, closing the door behind him. As soon as the guard departed, Yi Tian eagerly leaped from his bed and hurriedly opened the bag. Instantly, a spectrum of colors radiated from within. 70 magic crystals, each a different hue, lay quietly in the bag. Yi Tian picked up one of the crystals and held it before his eyes. Within the transparent hexagonal prism, delicate arcs of electricity danced restlessly. It is evident that this is a 3rd-tier magic crystal imbued with lightning attributes. The beasts of the world are categorized into 9 distinct ranks, and naturally, the magic crystals follow suit. The higher the tier of the magic crystal, the greater the energy it harbors. Each incremental tier signifies an energy increase approximately tenfold compared to the lower tier. This fundamental characteristic has led to the establishment of a monetary value for magic crystals, facilitating their circulation among practitioners. The purchasing power of a 2nd-tier magic crystal equates to that of 10 1st-tier crystals. The same conversion applies between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Thus, the 73rd-tier magic crystals before him correspond to a staggering 7,000 1st-tier crystals. His father's generosity is indeed remarkable, Yi Tian mused to himself. He then picked up a magic crystal and seated himself cross-legged on the bed, commencing his attempts to absorb its energy. The method of absorption is quite straightforward. One merely needs to channel a strand of internal spiritual power into the crystal, drawing forth the latent energy within and subsequently refining and transforming it into one's own spiritual essence. As this process is direct, it is significantly swifter than the meditation method of absorption and transformation. Following this technique, Yi Tian infused his chakra into the magic crystal in his hand. In an instant, a surge of pure energy flowed directly into his dantian, while the crystal disintegrated into powder, cascading from his palm onto the ground. What transpired? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. According to his father's explanation, the absorption of magic crystals should not manifest in this manner. He quickly turned his attention inward. To his astonishment, he noticed that the chakra vortex within his dantian had indeed expanded somewhat. No way. Instantaneous absorption? Skeptical, Yi Tian retrieved another magic crystal for experimentation. The outcome remained unchanged. In the blink of an eye, the energy contained within the crystal was entirely absorbed, leaving behind only the powder that fell away. Is it due to my extraordinary physique, or is it a function of the system? Yi Tian pondered, concluding that it would be prudent to consult Xiao Di for clarity. He entered the system space and summoned Xiao Di. After a series of inquiries, Yi Tian finally grasped the reason behind this phenomenon. It turns out that the presence of the system enables such occurrences. It automatically absorbs the energy from the magic crystal, converting it into chakra and delivering it back to the host, thus eliminating the need for Yi Tian to undertake the refining process himself. Chapter 50. Father, please stop fooling around. Incredible. This feature of the system is truly astounding. Upon exiting the system space, Yi Tian was brimming with excitement. Does this imply that as long as I have a sufficient quantity of magic crystals, I could potentially achieve 9th tier cultivation in an instant? Oh, system, you are magnificent. I am utterly enamored with you. However, Yi Tian also recognized that this remains a theoretical possibility. In practical application, it is not as one might assume. Just moments ago, in the confines of the system's realm, Xiao Di had already cautioned him. While it is true that the system's energy conversion is boundless, the extent to which Yi Tian can absorb it is contingent upon his own capacity. Absorbing an excessive amount at once could potentially lead to a catastrophic rupture of his dantian due to the overwhelming influx of energy. Therefore, to avert such a calamity, the system will automatically cease absorption once the energy reaches the host's threshold. Only after the host has fully adapted to and mastered the energy can further absorption occur. Moreover, Xiao Di remarked that the cultivation attained through this method tends to be somewhat superficial, offering little advantage for future progression. Once a certain level of cultivation is reached, enhancement of power cannot merely rely on the assimilation of energy. It necessitates alternative methodologies. Rapid advancement may adversely affect subsequent training, a matter that will be addressed later. Hence, I shall refrain from elaborating on it now. However, given my current limited prowess, it should not pose significant issues. I shall first ascertain the extent of my enhancement. With this resolution, Yi Tian refrained from further deliberation and plunged his hand into the cloth bag. In an instant, the remaining several dozen magic crystals disintegrated into fine ash, and a tremendous energy surged into Yi Tian's body. His meridians throbbed with a dull ache, yet almost immediately, he sensed as though a layer within him had been punctured. The discomfort in his meridians subsided significantly. Concurrently, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to first stage 3 stars. Yet, this was not the end. As the colossal energy within Yi Tian continued to transform, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to first stage 4 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to first stage 5 stars. In rapid succession, Yi Tian's cultivation astonishingly breached 3 minor levels. Astonishing. This sensation is exhilarating. As Yi Tian reveled in the vastly increased chakra within his dantian, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He sensed he could absorb more. However, the magic crystals had been depleted. After a moment's reflection, Yi Tian stepped outside and summoned the guard who had been present earlier. Go find my father and inform him that I require more magic crystals. Have him send as many as he can spare. I have pressing needs. The guard appeared puzzled. Had he not just delivered a bag of magic crystals? Why the need for more? Did he not have enough to wreak havoc? The guard could not fathom that Yi Tian sought the crystals for cultivation, for it was common knowledge in Kron City that the young master of the Yi family was regarded as an incapable wastrel. He merely considered Yi Tian's whimsy, as he toyed with some magic crystals. However, as a guard, he had no authority over such matters. His sole obligation was to perform his duties diligently. After respectfully acknowledging the message, he turned to relay it to Yi Jingyuan. What? More? Upon hearing the guard's report, Yi Jingyuan was so taken aback that he rose abruptly from his seat. Had the magic crystals I just provided him been exhausted already? Surely, it couldn't deplete so rapidly, even if he was frivolously discarding them. And yet, he demands I provide him with as many as I possess. What on earth could he be planning? After recovering from his astonishment, Yi Jingyuan furrowed his brow and began to pace back and forth in the hall. Moments later, he resolved, I must inquire personally. With that, he strode directly to Yi Tian's quarters. Bang! Yi Tian, who had been seated on his bed contemplating life, was jolted awake by a loud noise. The door to his room had been kicked open, startling him into a defensive stance. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely his father, and he instantly relaxed. Father, must you be so uncivilized? Yi Jingyuan chose to disregard Yi Tian's complaint, his gaze fixated on the heap of shattered magic crystals on the table. His expression a mix of fury and disbelief. You have wasted all these magic crystals in such a reckless manner? You spendthrift. If I don't punish you severely, you will never comprehend the meaning of waste. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike. Father, Yi Tian exclaimed, exasperated. Can't you see that this is merely the residue left after the energy has been absorbed? Do you truly believe your son to be so extravagant? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Jingyuan halted his advance. Are you suggesting that you've completely absorbed all 70 of the third-tier magic crystals I just provided? The expression on his face was a complex tapestry of lingering anger, confusion, and skepticism. Yi Tian nodded solemnly. Ha! Yi Jingyuan's fury morphed into an eerie laughter. You little rascal, not only are you wasteful, but you've also learned how to deceive your old man. I must teach you a lesson today. Please, no? Yi Tian quickly interjected. If you doubt me, just observe my cultivation. As he spoke, Yi Tian unleashed his full aura. First tier? 5-star? Yi Jingyuan's jaw dropped in disbelief as he took rapid strides to the bedside and grasped Yi Tian's wrist. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, Good heavens! Is this a miracle? In such a short span of time, you have absorbed all the magic crystals I gave you and elevated your cultivation to first tier, 5-star? Yi Tian nodded helplessly once more. No, this cannot be. Even a 9th-tier powerhouse cannot possibly absorb 73rd-tier magic crystals in such a brief period. Yi Jingyuan asserted this with unwavering conviction, demonstrating his complete disbelief in Yi Tian's claims. Yet, the truth remained indisputable. Yi Tian gazed at his father, contemplating how stubborn this adoptive parent of his could be. Are you truly speaking the truth? Yi Jingyuan still harbored some skepticism. After a persistent quarter of an hour of Yi Tian's insistence, he reluctantly began to accept this astonishing reality. Now speak. Who exactly are you? You cannot possibly be my son, Yi Tian. The suddenness of this declaration caused Yi Tian to break into a cold sweat. Could it be that his father had already discovered his otherworldly origins? However, the subsequent question dispelled this notion. Now tell me, who is your biological father? I, Yi Jingyuan, could never produce such a peculiar creature. Yi Tian regarded Yi Jingyuan with an expression of bewilderment, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the words. Father, stop jesting. Can you not behave normally? Chapter 51. Cultivation ascending like a rocket. Yi Jingyuan replied, The reality is as it stands. Do not inquire further, for I possess no answers. Yi Tian recounted the recent events to Yi Jingyuan, omitting any mention of the system, merely stating his own uncertainty regarding the circumstances. You truly possess extraordinary talent. Yi Jingyuan acknowledged after listening. Does this imply that, as long as there are sufficient magic crystals, your cultivation can continuously ascend? There wouldn't be any adverse effects, would there? This was Yi Jingyuan's primary concern. As for side effects, there are none to speak of. However, it is likely that growth will not be limitless. And once a certain threshold is reached, it will probably cease, Yi Tian explained. Yi Jingyuan nodded thoughtfully, then declared, I shall procure magic crystals for you. With that, he turned and departed. Yi Tian remained seated on the bed, somewhat dazed by the abruptness of the situation. After leaving Yi Tian's chamber, Yi Jingyuan sought out the steward. Zhao Bo, exercising his authority as the head of the household, he ordered Zhao Bo to gather all the magic crystals currently in the Yi family's inventory, retaining only what was necessary for daily expenses. He also specifically instructed him to exchange all of them for higher-tier crystals. Zhao Bo executed his duties with remarkable efficiency, procuring all the magic crystals within the span of an hour and presenting them to Yi Jingyuan. To ensure safety, Yi Jingyuan personally transported these crystals to Yi Tian's residence. He also instructed the shadow guards to tightly secure Yi Tian's courtyard, permitting no one to approach. Upon entering the room, Yi Jingyuan removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Yi Tian. Inside, there are 531 4th-tier magic crystals, 40 5th-tier magic crystals, and 3 6th-tier magic crystals. The accumulation of magic crystals stored by the Yi family over the years is all here. Absorb as many as you can. I am eager to see how far your cultivation can advance. Yi Tian took the ring and examined it. This must be the storage ring described in novels, right? How does one use it? Simply infuse your spiritual energy into it. Following Yi Jingyuan's instructions, Yi Tian infused his energy into the ring. With a mere thought, all the magic crystals appeared on the table before him. Is this all there is? Our family is rather impoverished, isn't it? After being the head of the family for so many years, how has it come to this? Yi Jingyuan was so enraged that he nearly lost his breath. Were it not for Yi Tian being his own son, he might have been unable to restrain himself from delivering a slap. Silence. Quickly absorb and refine them. Very well. Yi Tian replied cheerfully. He then began to absorb the magic crystals in front of Yi Jingyuan. As he commenced the absorption and transformation of the energy within the crystals, a series of system notifications began to sound. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to first stage 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to first stage 7 stars. The continuous notifications left Yi Tian somewhat dazed. After a moment, he felt as if the energy within him had reached its limit, and he could no longer absorb any more. The system notifications ceased. Are you done? Yi Jingyuan stared dumbfounded at the pile of powder on the table. In the blink of an eye, nearly 600 high-level magic crystals had turned to dust before his eyes, leaving only 3 6th-stage magic crystals unabsorbed by Yi Tian. Well, it's over. I am fully saturated. Yi Tian nodded and replied nonchalantly. What is your current cultivation? Yi Tian remained silent, directly releasing his chakra. Holy moly. 3rd stage 7 stars. You. Realizing Yi Tian's current cultivation level, Yi Jingyuan's mind went blank. At that moment, a single thought consumed him. I must be dreaming. Even the most extraordinary genius could not possibly leap across 2 major stages in a single day, advancing from 1st stage to 3rd stage. Such an occurrence has never happened in the annals of human history. Yet, here it is, unfolding right before his eyes. And it is his own son who has achieved it. This absurd speed of cultivation, how can others live in its shadow? No, I must regain my composure. Quickly, slap me. Yi Tian's expression was a mix of confusion and disbelief. Where can one find a father who seeks to provoke his own son into striking him? This is utterly absurd. Yi Tian chose to ignore the frenzied Yi Jingyuan, silently acclimating to the sudden surge in his cultivation. Having consumed so much at once, it is likely that he will be unable to enhance his strength through the absorption of magic crystals for a considerable duration. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Jingyuan finally managed to regain some semblance of composure. This represents the entirety of the Yi family stock, now entirely depleted. Yi Jingyuan gazed at the pile of powder on the table, feeling a pang of regret. It is not as if it has been wasted, after all. It has been used to bolster your son's power, Yi Tian reassured him. Why do you not absorb these 3 6th-tier magic crystals? If you were to do so, you would likely elevate at least 1 rank. Yi Jingyuan pointed at the remaining 3 6th-tier magic crystals on the table. It is not that I do not wish to absorb them. Rather, I am incapable of doing so. I suspect that for a long time to come, I will be unable to absorb any more magic crystals. That is good to hear, Yi Jingyuan sighed in relief. Otherwise, at this rate, the Yi family would inevitably face bankruptcy due to your actions. However, your spiritual energy is unique, as long as you do not actively display your cultivation. Others seem unable to discern your true strength. This does bring me some comfort. Take your time to digest the cultivation you have just gained. When your teacher arrives in the evening, I shall send someone to summon you. With that, Yi Jingyuan furrowed his brow and turned to leave Yi Tian's room, seemingly deep in thought. As evening approached, a guard knocked on Yi Tian's door. Who is it? What is the matter? Yi Tian emerged from his meditative state, inquiring from beyond the door, returning to the young master. The head of the family has sent me to summon you to the hall. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. It appeared that his father's chosen teacher had arrived. All right, I understand. You may withdraw. I shall join you shortly. Yes, the guard responded, and silence enveloped the doorway. 10 minutes later, Yi Tian arrived in the hall, where he found his father seated in the principal position. Sitting in the chair below was a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, clad in black. The figure was not particularly robust. On the contrary, he appeared somewhat slender. Yet, the spark in his eyes revealed that he was far from ordinary. Chapter 52. The devilish training commences. Tianer has arrived. Upon seeing Yi Tian at the entrance of the hall, Yi Jingyuan promptly rose. The man in black also stood in unison. Tianer, allow me to introduce you to your teacher, who will guide you in the cultivation of physical techniques. His surname is Xiao. This is my son, Yi Tian. The former statement was directed at Yi Tian, while the latter was addressed to the man in black. Greetings, Teacher Xiao. Yi Tian respectfully clasped his fist towards the man in black. The man returned the gesture, introducing himself. Young Master Yi, I am Xiao Xingyun. Feel free to address me as you wish. His expression remained as cold and unyielding as eternal ice. Tianer, for the time being, you shall study martial arts under Master Xiao. To facilitate your training, I will temporarily assign you one of the estates of the Yi family. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Showing no dissent, Yi Jingyuan then turned to Xiao Xingyun. Mr. Xiao, when do you plan to depart? This evening will suffice. We shall commence training first thing in the morning. Xiao Xingyun pondered briefly before responding. Is it really so urgent? Yi Jingyuan inquired with surprise. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Tianer, you should return and prepare. We will be setting off shortly. Yi Tian nodded and turned back to his residence. Quickly tidying up. Half an hour later, Yi Tian, Xiao Xingyun, along with several guards and servants, set forth towards Qingyu Villa, situated approximately 50 miles northwest of Kron City. Qingyu Villa is one of the estates owned by the Yi family. 2 hours later, the group arrived at their destination. Before Qingyu Villa, individuals had been waiting for some time. Young master. Upon seeing Yi Tian and his entourage, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. I am Sun, the steward of Qingyu Villa. The master has already instructed me. Your quarters have been prepared. Please follow me. With that, Steward Sun turned to lead the way. Yi Tian nodded, following closely behind, while the remaining members of the party were guided by others from the villa to their respective accommodations. Upon reaching his quarters, Yi Tian surveyed the space and found it quite satisfactory. After a brief organization, he sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of meditation. The following morning, in a clearing within Qingyu Villa, Xiao Xingyun stood there, clad in black, with his hands clasped behind his back, as straight as an arrow. Teacher, Yi Tian, now dressed in training attire, sprinted from a distance to stand before Xiao Xingyun, respectfully addressing him. Xiao Xingyun nodded, glancing up at the sky. You are half an hour late. As punishment, you will run 5 laps around the villa before we begin today's training. Is that really necessary? Yi Tian was taken aback. He indeed had arrived late, as Xiao Xingyun had stipulated a gathering time of 6 in the morning. However, he had lost track of time while meditating, and it was now around 7. Latecomers must accept the consequences. If you wish to train under me, you must adhere to my expectations from now on. Xiao Xingyun coldly fixed his gaze upon Yi Tian, devoid of any emotion. Acknowledging his own fault, Yi Tian refrained from further words and turned to commence his task. Wait! Xiao Xingyun suddenly called out to him. Put this on. He tossed an object from behind, which landed with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, Yi Tian realized it was a metallic vest. Judging by the force with which it struck the ground, it was evidently heavy. Was he expected to run 5 laps while wearing this? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Xingyun, seeking confirmation. Put it on, came the unyielding reply, cold and devoid of elaboration. Reluctantly, Yi Tian complied, bending down to pick up the iron vest. Goodness! How heavy! He estimated it weighed around 40 pounds. Was he meant to run 25 kilometers with this burden? Yi Tian silently complained. A lap around Qingyu Manor was approximately 5 kilometers, making 5 laps a daunting 25 kilometers. Given his current physical condition, merely completing the distance without any weight was already a formidable challenge. Adding this 20 kilograms would surely leave him exhausted. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. To train under this master, he had to fully obey his commands. Yi Tian donned the iron vest and began to jog around the manor. The first 2 laps were manageable, but by the 3rd lap, he began to struggle. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and each step sent sharp pains through his leg muscles. Yet, being inherently stubborn, Yi Tian was unwilling to concede defeat and pressed on. As he approached the 4th lap, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he felt utterly drained. on the verge of collapsing. Just as he contemplated giving up, a voice resonated behind him. Continue. Do not stop, Xiao Xingyun commanded. Turning to look, Yi Tian saw that stern face not far behind him. I've been right here. Keep running. You shall not stop until you've completed 5 laps. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian resolved not to be looked down upon by Xiao Xingyun. With determination, he pushed forward once more. Strangely enough, just as he had reached his limits, Yi Tian felt an unexpected surge of strength coursing through him from somewhere within, making his breathing a little easier. This newfound energy enabled him to persevere. Throughout the remainder of his run, this sensation recurred several times, ultimately sustaining him until he completed all 5 laps. After rushing back to the previous open area, Yi Tian finally came to a halt. As soon as he stopped, he felt his legs grow weak. Just as he was about to sit down to rest, a cold voice pierced through the air. Stand. Do not sit. It was Xiao Xingyun again. Yi Tian suppressed his dissatisfaction, relying on his inner stubbornness to keep himself standing. Gazing at Xiao Xingyun before him, to endure and repeatedly push beyond his physiological limits. From this moment forth, I, Xiao Xingyun, acknowledge you as my disciple. Yi Tian was taken aback. To think he had been subjected to such torment merely as a test. The implication of Xiao Xingyun's words was clear. Should he falter, the man would turn and leave without a second thought. Countless thoughts swirled in Yi Tian's mind, yet he remained silent, steadfastly observing Xiao Xingyun. It was not that he wished to remain mute, but rather he was so utterly exhausted that he could not muster a single word. In the forthcoming period, I shall provide you with comprehensive training, fully developing your physical capabilities. As for combat techniques, I cannot impart much. Any skill without the crucible of real combat is merely a fade. Everything must be learned through your own experiences in battle. Chapter 53. Still playing tricks at such an age. After outlining various matters, Xiao Xingyun instructed Yi Tian to rest briefly before continuing with the subsequent training. In the days that followed, Yi Tian was required to run 5 laps around the villa each morning. However, as Yi Tian's physical prowess improved, the weight of the iron clothing he wore continually increased. Upon completing his runs, he would then embark on training for other aspects of his physique: strength, speed, flexibility, explosive power, and resilience, among others. Xiao Xingyun had developed an array of unique training methods, frequently changing the regimen. Yet, they all shared a commonality. Each form of training was akin to a living hell for Yi Tian. Moreover, throughout this rigorous training period, Yi Tian was consistently burdened with various weights. He donned iron clothing, and both his wrists and ankles bore additional weights. As the intensity of his training escalated, so too did the burdens he carried. After enduring each day of strenuous training, Yi Tian was required to soak in a medicinal concoction for an hour before he could rest. This potion, brewed from dozens of precious herbs, was a formula provided by Xiao Xingyun and sourced by Yi Jingyuan's men. It served to alleviate fatigue, mend minor injuries, and, more importantly, once absorbed, it would better awaken the body's latent potential to achieve the effect of maximizing efficiency through high-intensity training. Under such extreme and rigorous training, Yi Tian's body undergoes an astonishing transformation at an incredible pace. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. The extent of Yi Tian's physical capabilities at this moment is beyond even his own comprehension. The total weight he bears has exceeded 200 kilograms. For 24 hours a day, even while eating and sleeping, he must wear this load. These weighted garments were crafted by Yi Jingyuan, using a highly dense black iron. Even a small piece possesses a truly formidable weight. The 200 kilograms of weight, though, merely rests lightly upon Yi Tian, not significantly hindering his daily activities. However, his cultivation has seen no advancement during this half-year. He remains at the 3rd tier, 7 stars. Since achieving this level through the absorption of magic crystals 6 months ago, his mediocre aptitude has rendered further meditation futile. To continue his cultivation, aside from absorbing more magic crystals, he must wait until his aptitude improves in the future. At this moment, within the Qingyu Villa, on the patch of ground where countless drops of sweat have been shed over the past 6 months, Xiao Xingyun stands upright before Yi Tian. I initially believed it would take you at least 2 years to meet my standards. Yet, you have astonished me by accomplishing it in merely 6 months. I find I have little more to teach you. Tomorrow, I shall depart from here. In the days to come, you must persist in the training methods I have imparted to you without faltering. Your willpower is commendable if you remain steadfast. One day you will shine brightly in the realm of physical prowess. With that, Xiao Xingyun reached out and patted Yi Tian's shoulder, offering him a smile. It was the first time in 6 months that Yi Tian had witnessed a smile from his teacher. Teacher, Yi Tian began, wanting to express his thoughts, but ultimately managed only to utter those 2 words. Throughout the past 6 months, Xiao Xingyun had subjected Yi Tian to countless grueling trials, and Yi Tian had often cursed him in his heart. Yet, he had undeniably felt the tangible transformation and enhancement in his own body. Xiao Xingyun's ruthlessness was solely for his benefit. The bond formed over half a year could not be devoid of emotion. Now, as Xiao Xingyun prepared to leave, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Every gathering must eventually come to an end. There is no need to dwell on it. Yi Tian nodded resolutely. Teacher, I will not disappoint you. Xiao Xingyun smiled once more, this time with a sense of satisfaction. The following day, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Xiao Xingyun, Yi Tian composed himself, organized his belongings, and set off, accompanied by the guards and servants, to return to the Yi family. As Yi Tian and his companions appeared at the entrance of the Yi family residence, someone swiftly entered to announce their arrival. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xingyuan hurriedly emerged, his steps quickening with excitement. What a remarkable young man! You've grown quite a bit. Yi Xingyuan exclaimed joyfully, patting Yi Tian's arm. You've bulked up considerably too. After half a year apart, I've missed my son dearly. Come, let us head to the courtyard so I can assess how much you've improved. Dad, Yi Tian replied with a hint of exasperation, I just got home. Can't I have a moment to rest? You're as sturdy as a young calf. No time for rest. Hurry up, don't dawdle. As he spoke, Yi Xingyuan pulled Yi Tian into the courtyard. Once they had dismissed any onlookers, only the father and son remained in the yard. All right, we want to use any spiritual energy. I want to see how far you've progressed. Yi Xingyuan positioned himself a short distance away from Yi Tian, readying his stance. You're my father. You should make the first move. Yi Tian stood relaxed, his hands hanging loosely by his sides. What? You think so little of your old man? Yi Xingyuan's eyes widened with mock indignation. Then I won't hold back. With that, he advanced a half-step, launching a powerful punch toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian remained unperturbed. As the fist approached his face, he deftly tapped Yi Xingyuan's wrist, diverting its trajectory. Seizing the moment, he twisted his body, transforming his right hand into a blade that aimed for Yi Xingyuan's throat. Seeing this, Yi Xingyuan quickly raised his hand to block, but Yi Tian's speed was overwhelming, and defense came too late. Ultimately, Yi Tian's hand blade halted merely an inch from Yi Xingyuan's throat before he withdrew it. How on earth do you possess such strength? Yi Xingyuan rubbed his sore wrist, astonished. That doesn't count. I was careless. Let us do it again. He shook his head, still grappling with the reality of the encounter. Is it appropriate at your age to play tricks? Yi Tian cast a sideways glance. However, he was unconcerned. Fine. You go first this time. All right. Without warning, Yi Xingyuan stepped back, then lifted his leg to sweep toward Yi Tian's waist. Yi Tian did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, colliding with Yi Xingyuan, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian executed another hand blade maneuver, halting once again at Yi Xingyuan's throat. That doesn't count. Let us go again. Yi Xingyuan protested, unwilling to concede. Once more, he launched an attack against Yi Tian, but Yi Tian effortlessly blocked each strike, his hand blade consistently stopping at Yi Xingyuan's throat. After several attempts, Yi Xingyuan finally surrendered, wholly convinced of his son's prowess. Chapter 54, The Genius Battle Father. You have suffered several defeats. Surely it's time to concede? Yi Xingyuan snorted disdainfully. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, propelling Yi Tian several meters away, causing him to land unceremoniously on the ground. Weren't we supposed to refrain from using spiritual power? Why resort to underhanded tactics when you cannot prevail? Yi Tian glared at Yi Xingyuan from a distance, his expression one of indignation. What? Do I require a reason to strike my own flesh and blood? Yi Xingyuan replied with an air of nonchalance, dismissively waving his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was rendered speechless. Very well, you are the elder here. Your word is law, he retorted while rising from the ground and brushing off his trousers. By the way, father, you mentioned that upon my return, there would be other arrangements. What are they? Let us not rush into that, Yi Xingyuan replied, gesturing with his hand. You have been away for so long. Take some time to rest at home. You must have endured quite a bit these past 6 months. As he spoke, Yi Xingyuan's expression softened considerably. Fortunately, it hasn't been too arduous, Yi Tian acknowledged with a nod. For now, you need not concern yourself with anything. Just relax and recuperate. After saying this, Yi Jingyuan stepped forward and patted Yi Tian on the shoulder. I am proud of you. With that, he turned and departed. Sighing, Yi Tian shook his head, reflecting on his father's seemingly cold exterior masking a warm heart. In the days that followed, Yi Tian adhered diligently to the training regimen imparted by Xiao Xingyan, which had become a habitual practice. The remainder of his time was devoted to immersing himself in the Yi family's extensive library. This was not due to an insatiable thirst for knowledge, but rather a realization that his body's original memories contained little of value, save for dubious methods of seduction. In fact, he lacked even the foundational knowledge of cultivation, let alone an understanding of this continent. Yi Tian found himself woefully ignorant, a disadvantage he could not afford. Thus, beyond physical training, he spent all his other hours engrossed in the library, perusing any book he could find. As he delved deeper into the texts, his comprehension of the world around him expanded significantly. Before long, a month slipped by. One day, Yi Jingyuan approached Yi Tian with an air of solemnity. I wish for you to participate in the genius battle. The genius battle? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then recalled having encountered references to it in the books he had recently read. Are you referring to the genius battle organized by the temple and the 3 academies to select outstanding young cultivators? Indeed, that's correct. Yi Jingyuan nodded. Father, did you not previously advise me to conceal my strength? Wouldn't participating in the genius battle expose me directly? Yi Tian questioned, his face a mask of confusion. You need not worry about that. Yi Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. As long as you achieve certain results in the genius battle, you will be under the joint protection of the temple and the 3 academies. Moreover, the genius battle takes place in the sacred city, where the temple is headquartered. No one would dare to lay a hand on you there, ensuring your safety. But what advantages does participating in this genius battle hold for me? Yi Tian expressed his indifference towards the so-called genius battle. The benefits are manifold. Firstly, it is an opportunity for the temple and the 3 academies to notice you. If you perform well in the genius battle, you could be directly recruited by one of the 3 academies for more systematic training and gain access to rare high-level martial arts or magic techniques from the outside world. Furthermore, if you excel, you may even be chosen by the temple itself. Gaining entry into the temple would afford you an abundance of resources that ordinary cultivators can only dream of. At that point, your path to cultivation will be smooth sailing. As Yi Jingyuan spoke, his eyes sparkled with hope. Resources? What resources? Initially, Yi Tian had displayed little interest in Yi Jingyuan's narrative. What martial arts or magic could possibly compare to the ninjutsu he drew from the system? However, upon hearing the mention of resources, his interest was suddenly piqued. Various cultivation methods, martial arts, and magic, of course. Yet, the most crucial resource that every cultivator relies on is the magic crystal. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian exclaimed, Father, I'm in. Now it was Yi Jingyuan's turn to be taken aback. Just moments ago, this child seemed utterly disinterested. What had caused this sudden excitement, as if he had taken a stimulant? Nevertheless, he did not delve further. After all, his objective was to encourage Yi Tian to participate. And now that he had agreed, it aligned perfectly with his wishes. Very well, then prepare yourself. The genius battle will commence shortly. We depart tomorrow. The following morning, after Yi Jingyuan reiterated numerous instructions, he finally allowed Yi Tian to leave. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Yi Jingyuan sighed deeply. A majestic eagle should soar high in the sky. With that, he shook his head and turned back home. The summer night sky was cloudless and exceptionally clear. Countless stars adorned the deep blue expanse above, their twinkling light reflecting upon the babbling brook, creating a shimmering spectacle. By the side of a meandering brook, a campfire crackles merrily. A strikingly handsome youth clad in black sits beside the flames, roasting something over the fire. Nearby, a tent of modest size stands erect. This young man is none other than Yi Tian. It has been a month and a half since he departed from the Yi family. During this time, he has traversed through desolate wilderness and dense jungles. The distance between the holy city and clan city is not insignificant, apart from a few scattered human settlements. The majority of the land is dominated by ferocious beasts. After a month and a half of battling these creatures, Yi Tian's demeanor has undergone a dramatic transformation. Gone is the previous air of frivolity, replaced by a newfound steadiness and decisiveness. Not far ahead lies Liang City, a grand metropolis. Once he passes through this city, he will be nearing the holy city. Yi Tian neatly rolls up the map in his hand and stows it within the storage ring he wears. A ring that once belonged to Yu Jinyuan and was used for storing magic crystals, now claimed by Yu Tian with unabashed determination. Man is like iron and food is like steel. One cannot function without nourishment. First, he must satisfy his hunger before delving into meditation and cultivation. For such is the essence of a fulfilling life. Murmuring to himself, Yi Tian retrieves several bottles of seasoning from the storage ring and sprinkles them generously over the unidentifiable black substance he holds. He then places this mysterious item over the fire, continuing to roast it. This is the beast meat he had extracted from a monster he vanquished during the day. Once he deems it sufficiently cooked, Yi Tian tears off a piece and pops it into his mouth. Alas, it is utterly unpalatable. The moment the meat touches his tongue, he dons a mask of anguish. The fault lies not with the meat itself, but with his woefully inadequate culinary skills. Never mind, he thinks. It is better than going hungry. Gritting his teeth against the unpleasant taste, he begins to consume it voraciously. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Tian retreats into the tent, sitting cross-legged within, and begins to meditate. Over the past month and a half, his body, once saturated from absorbing magic crystals, has fully recovered. With the magic crystals obtained from slaying monsters, Yi Tian has elevated his cultivation to the third stage, 9 stars. During a recent meditation session, he made a remarkable discovery. Although his innate talent limited his ability to further enhance his cultivation through meditation, the spiritual energy he absorbed infused his muscles, bones, and meridians, gradually increasing his physical strength at a subtle pace. This revelation filled Yi Tian with immense joy. From that moment on, he decided to replace sleep with meditation. Not only does it allow him to regain physical strength and mental clarity, but it also enhances his physical prowess. A perfect solution, indeed. As Yi Tian's meditation reached a profound state, he suddenly discerned a rustling outside the tent. Instantly, he withdrew from his meditative trance. Extending his hand, a pitch-black broadsword materialized within his grasp. This blade had been personally bestowed upon him by Yu Jinyuan prior to his departure, a treasured heirloom of the Yi family. The sword was forged from a mysterious black gold, possessing unparalleled sharpness and seemingly imbued with a certain enigmatic power. Upon first sight, Yi Tian was immediately captivated, not merely by the exceptional quality of the ancient blade, but also due to its resemblance to the katana of the Japanese samurai, facilitating his mastery of various ninjutsu and sword techniques. It could be said that this black gold blade was tailor-made for him. After retrieving the ancient sword, Yi Tian cautiously lifted the tent flap. Before him, not far from the tent, a young woman staggered out from the woods. Upon seeing Yi Tian, her eyes brightened, and she immediately called out, "Young hero, save me." Observing this scene, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. It was peculiar for a woman to appear in such a desolate area at this late hour. Just as he was about to inquire, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from the woods behind her, racing at an alarming speed towards the woman. Yi Tian quickly activated his Sharingan, and in his vision, the shadow slowed instantaneously. It was then he discerned the nature of the shadow. It was a tiger. However, unlike an ordinary tiger, this one was nearly twice the size. Its fur adorned with striking black and white lightning stripes, and its claws appeared disproportionately long. Recognizing the creature, a name surfaced in Yi Tian's mind: Thunderstrike Tiger. This formidable beast was classified as a level 4 lightning attribute magical creature, possessing strength comparable to that of a 4th-tier human cultivator. Moreover, due to the inherent differences in physiology, even a human of equal rank might not stand a chance against it. Yet how did such a beast come to be here? Yi Tian found himself perplexed. According to his readings, Thunderstrike tigers typically resided deep within the mountains, and it was unusual for such a ferocious magical creature to inhabit the plains near a city. As Yi Tian pondered this conundrum, the young woman, sensing his silence, revealed a glimmer of despair in her eyes. As she gazed at the Thunderstrike tiger lunging towards her, she slowly closed her eyes. A single tear trickled from the corner of her eye, cascading down her cheek. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, she perceived an enveloping stillness around her. The anticipated scenario of being torn to shreds by the thunderous tiger did not materialize. A thought crossed my mind. Could it be that the thunderous tiger had departed? Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide. Before me stood a slender figure, blocking my path. The thunderous tiger, which had previously lunged at me, now had a black long knife embedded in its throat. Blood trickled down the blade, pooling on the ground. The one standing before the woman was, of course, Yi Tian. He had captured the look of despair that had flickered in her eyes when she glanced at him, stirring a sense of compassion within him. He mused that saving a life was worth more than constructing a seven-tiered pagoda. After all, the thunderous tiger posed little threat to him. With a single, swift motion, he dispatched the beast. Throughout the encounter, he had only drawn his blade once. As the woman realized she had been saved, the despair in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a faint smile of relief from her brush with death. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Yu Tian, a cold, glimmering black knife gently rested on her shoulder. The sharp and icy sensation of the blade made her tense up once more. Yi Tian's gaze remained cold and scrutinizing as he focused on the woman before him. Only then did he truly perceive her features, exquisitely crafted, as if by a master sculptor. Her perfect features included delicate brows, an elegant nose, and a captivating cherry-red mouth that evoked sympathy. Her physique was equally commendable, slender yet well-proportioned, of moderate height. However, her attire bore numerous tears from her flight through the wilderness. As he caught a glimpse of her exposed skin, a wave of heat surged within him, prompting him to avert his gaze. "Thank you, noble hero, for rescuing me," she exclaimed, sensing his suspicion and hastily offering an explanation. "I am Lu Wushuang, a resident of Luoyang City nearby. I ventured into this forest to seek a rare medicinal herb. Alas, I encountered this rare, thunderous tiger on my return journey, and all my companions were slain by it, leaving me all alone." As she spoke, a glimmer of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Throughout her narrative, Yi Tian observed her expressions and demeanor closely, but found no signs of deceit. Her appearance did not suggest falsehood, so he sheathed his black gold ancient knife. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the weapon from Yi Tian's hand, Lu Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze subtly shifted to the storage ring adorning his finger. To possess such an item indicated that his identity was indeed remarkable, she mused. After retracting the black gold ancient knife, Yi Tian continued to fixate on Lu Wushuang. "You may return now," he declared, his voice devoid of warmth or emotion. Chapter 56, A glimpse of spring. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lu Wushuang felt a surge of anxiety. The distance to Luoyang City was still considerable, and being a lone woman in the dead of night made her vulnerable to danger. The young man before her was evidently far stronger than she. If only she could stay by his side. With this thought, Lu Wushuang's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. "Esteemed young hero," she began, "I am immensely grateful for your timely rescue today. Might you consider accompanying me back to the Lu family in Luoyang City? I promise to express my gratitude in a fitting manner." As she spoke, Lu Wushuang discreetly observed Yi Tian's reaction, continuing, "Moreover, given the darkness of the night, as a woman traveling alone, I may not encounter another kind soul like you should peril arise." While she spoke, whether intentional or not, she shifted slightly, causing her already tattered garments to cling to her youthful form even more, revealing glimpses of her blossoming beauty. Initially, Yi Tian was somewhat swayed by her words. He had planned to enter Luoyang City for a brief respite before heading to the Holy City, so why not heed her suggestion and accompany her? It was not that he desired her promised reward, but rather he welcomed the company after a month and a half of solitude, where even conversation had been a rarity. However, as his gaze fell upon Lu Wushuang again, his expression hardened. "I can accompany you back, but the gratitude you speak of is unnecessary. Furthermore, I advise you to suppress any inappropriate intentions. A young lady ought to maintain her dignity. Such behavior only invites disdain." Lu Wushuang's cheeks flushed upon hearing Yi Tian's words, quickly transforming her embarrassment into indignation. How dare he perceive her in such a manner? Her heart ached, and tears welled in her eyes. Yi Tian, observing her distress, misinterpreted her emotions as an act to elicit his sympathy, which only deepened his disdain for her. He turned away, striding toward the tent. "You shall sleep in the tent tonight. At dawn, I will accompany you back to Luoyang City. But I see no need to visit the Lu family." With that, he settled onto a patch of ground beside the tent, crossing his legs and shutting his eyes. Lu Wushuang, witnessing his indifference, stomped her foot in frustration, her anger still simmering. She bit her lip and marched straight toward the tent. Just as she reached the entrance, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Embarrassed, she turned to Yi Tian and asked, "Do you have any spare clothing?" As I stood there, before Lu Wushuang could finish her words, Yi Tian had already grasped her intent. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and a set of black attire materialized within his grasp. He then tossed it toward Lu Wushuang, who promptly caught it. Noticing Yi Tian's perpetually frosty demeanor, she refrained from engaging him in conversation, opting instead to retreat into the tent while quietly clutching the clothing. Shortly thereafter, a series of rustling sounds filled the air, which persisted for the duration of an incense stick's burning time before finally subsiding. Once Lu Wushuang had changed her attire, she sat within the tent, contemplating for a moment before cautiously lifting the curtain. Observing Yi Tian, who remained still and silent, she timidly inquired, "Are you asleep?" Silence enveloped the space. Undeterred, Lu Wushuang pressed on, "What is your name?" Yi Tian, came a chilling voice in response. Realizing that Yi Tian was indeed awake, Lu Wushuang's interest was piqued, and she continued to chatter, "What are you doing here so late? If you persist with this frivolous banter, I shall first take advantage of you and then dispose of you in the woods," Yi Tian replied, lifting his eyelids for a moment to cast a cold glance at Lu Wushuang before shutting them again. Taken aback by his words, Lu Wushuang's face flushed with indignation, her breath quickening as she clearly found his outrageous remark infuriating. With a forceful flick, she let the curtain fall back into place and seized a pillow, unleashing her frustrations upon it, evidently imagining it was Yi Tian. Listening to the commotion from within the tent, Yi Tian simply curled his lip in disdain, dismissing her antics as he centered his thoughts and entered a meditative state. After a time of her own exertions, Lu Wushuang, feeling fatigued, sprawled out in the tent and drifted into slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Yi Tian roused the still sleeping Lu Wushuang from the tent. "It's still early. Let me sleep a little longer," she protested. "Sleep if you wish. I shall take my leave," he replied. Upon hearing his words, Lu Wushuang reluctantly rose, delivering another round of punishment to the pillow from the previous night. After a brief wash with stream water, Yi Tian packed up the tent, and the two began their journey toward Luoyang City. "I'm hungry. We haven't had breakfast yet," Lu Wushuang complained, rubbing her growling stomach as she voiced her discontent to Yi Tian. "There is nothing to eat. If you wish to eat, wait until we return home." "Am I not also hungry?" he retorted coldly, casting her a fleeting glance. Realizing the nature of this fellow named Yi Tian, who embodied a callous indifference, Lu Wushuang chose to remain silent, refraining from further self-deprecation. Thus, they traveled in quietude until they reached Luoyang City, which indeed lived up to its reputation as a grand city, with a long queue of people lining up at the city gates. They were all waiting to enter the city, while those at the front were being questioned one by one. With so many people, how long would they have to wait? Yi Tian furrowed his brow. "Who said we must queue? Follow me." Before Yi Tian could utter a word, Lu Wushuang unceremoniously tugged at him, bypassing the long line and heading directly to the inspection area at the city gate. "Stop. Who goes there? Why aren't you in line?" A guard stationed at the gate barked upon seeing the two. "It's me, Lu Wushuang of the Lu family." Realizing the identity of the visitor, the guard instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. "And who might this be?" The guard glanced at Yi Tian, a look of inquiry on his face. "This is my guest from the Lu family. Is there a problem with his entry?" Lu Wushuang frowned slightly. "Oh, in that case, of course he may enter." The guard nodded and then stepped aside. "Please, you may proceed." Lu Wushuang paid no further heed to the guard and briskly led Yi Tian through the city gate. As soon as they stepped into Luoyang City, Yi Tian was greeted by a cacophony of sounds, causing him to frown slightly. In recent days, he had traversed desolate wilderness and forested canyons. The sudden immersion into such a bustling atmosphere was momentarily overwhelming. Chapter 57. The Starving Ghost Reincarnates. However, Luoyang City, in terms of both scale and the number of its inhabitants, far surpassed Clan City. Truly, it was a grand metropolis. Yi Tian could not help but marvel inwardly. "Yi Tian, I'm heading home now. Come with me." "No, I have other matters to attend to," Yi Tian replied coldly. Lu Wushuang was already accustomed to Yi Tian's frosty demeanor and was unperturbed. She smiled and said, "All right, but do visit the Lu family once you're done. If you have trouble finding your way, just ask anyone for directions." With that, Lu Wushuang waved goodbye to Yi Tian and dashed off in a particular direction. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Tian's originally icy expression softened considerably without him even realizing it. Once Lu Wushuang had departed, Yi Tian sought out a restaurant in Luoyang City, intending to fill his stomach before exploring the city and making some purchases. Upon entering the moderately sized establishment, his gaze swept across the room. It was just past 9 in the morning, and the dining hall was devoid of customers, save for a lone waiter who was wiping down tables and chairs, suggesting that the place had just opened. Yi Tian chose a window-side seat in the far corner and settled down. The young waiter, who had been wiping the tables and chairs, hurried over to attend to him. This, and this. Leave these out. Bring me one of everything else," Yi Tian said, taking the menu and tapping it a few times with his finger, his tone reminiscent of a newly rich individual. Sir, are you certain you can finish it all? The waiter hesitated, eyeing Yi Tian with uncertainty. Just bring it all. I assure you, it won't be a loss for you. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, coins clinking as they fell onto the table. The waiter's expression instantly brightened upon seeing the gold coins. Please wait, sir. I'll fetch your change. There's no need. Yi Tian waved his hand again. The extra will be your tip. The waiter, momentarily speechless with excitement, was astounded by the amount of gold. After settling the bill, the remainder was enough to cover 2 years of his wages. This was the first time in his life he had received such a sum. Enough stammering. Go quickly and have the kitchen prepare the food. Yes, right away. The waiter nodded eagerly, turning to dash into the kitchen, having significantly improved his physical condition. Yi Tian's appetite was several times greater than that of an ordinary person. He needed such quantities to sustain his daily energy expenditure. Even the food he had just ordered might not suffice. Moreover, when he departed from the Yi family, Yi Jingyuan had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of gold, sufficient for a period of indulgence. He was not in need of coins at all. Furthermore, as a cultivator, acquiring gold was a trivial matter. He had no reason to worry about finances. The restaurant, delighted to accommodate such a generous patron for the first time, attended to him with great zeal. Before long, the dishes Yi Tian ordered were brought out one by one, filling the table with an abundance of sumptuous delicacies. Unable to contain himself, Yi Tian seized his chopsticks and began to devour the food voraciously. His palate had grown weary from the monotonous diet he endured while traversing remote areas, and he was nearly driven mad by his own abysmal cooking skills. The fare at this small restaurant could only be considered average, yet to Yi Tian, it was akin to a feast of delicacies. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the restaurant, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Tian, who was engrossed in his meal. Before settling into a nearby seat, Yi Tian lifted his gaze to assess them and immediately discerned that they were both second-tier cultivators. Judging by their attire, one was likely a mage while the other a warrior. Such cultivation, in Yi Tian's current perspective, was hardly noteworthy. Thus, he did not pay much attention and continued to eat his meal. After the two had placed their orders, they began to engage in conversation. I heard that the Lu family and the Zhao family are going to determine the ownership of that Xian iron mine through a competition. Have you heard about this matter? Said the slender man clad in a wizard's robe to the tall, robust figure in armor. Oh, is that so? Pray, elaborate. The tall man expressed his newfound interest. I have heard that the Lu family and the Zhao family have reached a consensus. The younger generations of both families will compete, and the victor will take control. This event is scheduled for 7 days from now. However, the Zhao family's younger generation has several members who have advanced to the 3rd tier. It seems that the Lu family only has Lu Wushuang, the daughter of Lu Jin, who is noteworthy. It appears that the Lu family's prospects in this competition do not bode well, the tall man remarked after listening to his companion. Yi Tian had initially shown little interest in their conversation, focusing solely on his meal. However, upon hearing the name Lu Wushuang, his attention was suddenly piqued. Could this be the Lu Wushuang he encountered last night? He then concentrated and leaned in closer to listen. That being said, the Lu family has invited external assistance, whose prowess is quite formidable. Moreover, I heard that this external aid is set to participate in this year's genius battle. The slender man said, lowering his voice slightly. The genius battle? The tall man repeated the words in astonishment, his voice rising involuntarily. Lower your voice. Why are you acting so astonished? You look as if you've never seen the world, the slender man retorted with a disdainful expression. Anyone who can participate in the genius battle is undoubtedly confident in their own strength and talent. If that is indeed the case, then the outcome of this competition is truly uncertain. What does it matter to us who wins or loses? We are merely spectators, whether they win or lose. We shall gain nothing or lose nothing. The tall man nodded in agreement, pondering the implications. If given the opportunity, I would truly like to meet this genius. To better understand the strength of my rivals, Yi Tian mused inwardly, though his hands and mouth continued their motions uninterrupted. After a series of exclamations, the two men ceased their discussion on the matter and shifted to more mundane topics. Gossiping about local affairs, such as the neighbor's illicit affair or the recent birth of twins next door. Yi Tian found himself entirely disinterested in such trivial matters. Having found little of interest to listen to, Yi Tian swiftly cleared the remnants of his meal from the table. Patting his round belly, he exited the restaurant. Chapter 58. The long-awaited system task. Upon leaving the eatery, Yi Tian began to inquire around, procuring a substantial amount of provisions and daily necessities, which he subsequently stored in his system space. His appetite vastly exceeded that of an ordinary person, prompting him to traverse nearly half of Luoyang City before acquiring a satisfactory quantity of food. Given that the system space was boundless and the passage of time within it was halted, the food would not spoil, rendering it prudent to prepare in abundance for emergencies. Once he had gathered his supplies, Yi Tian gazed at the bustling street and felt a surge of excitement. He meandered leisurely through the heart of Luoyang City, eventually arriving at an exceptionally grand edifice. This structure, occupying a vast area at the city's center, boasted 3 stories adorned with intricate carvings and gilded decorations, standing in stark contrast to the lowly homes and shops surrounding it. Upon glancing upward, he noticed a plaque suspended above, inscribed in gold with the words Shengbao Hall. The name struck Yi Tian as amusing. Was it a hall of remaining treasures? However, he pondered how such a building could exist in the city center. It must rival the lordly mansions of other cities, and how could the lord of Luoyang permit such a thing? Intrigued, Yi Tian decided to explore Shengbao Hall further. As he approached the entrance, a flustered woman hurriedly exited, her head bowed, colliding into him and causing her medicinal herbs to scatter across the ground. "I'm sorry," she exclaimed, not lifting her gaze, as she knelt to gather the fallen items. Yi Tian instinctively crouched down to assist her, but a faint sense of familiarity tugged at him regarding her voice. Driven by curiosity, he looked up and was taken aback. "Is it you?" he exclaimed. The woman, upon hearing his voice, raised her head in surprise, echoing his sentiment. "It's you, Yi Tian." To Yi Tian's astonishment, the woman was none other than Lu Wushuang, the very person he had rescued previously. After parting ways with Yi Tian, she had returned home to report her safety before coming to Shengbao Hall to purchase medicinal materials. Never expecting to encounter him again, a wave of joy washed over her. "Did you come to Shengbao Hall to buy something?" she inquired. "No, I merely came to browse," he replied. Upon encountering the woman before him, Yi Tian was taken aback to discover that it was Lu Wushuang. His tone grew noticeably more frigid, for he harbored little fondness for her. However, Lu Wushuang remained undeterred, cheerfully addressing Yi Tian. "If you have no pressing matters, why not accompany me back to the Lu family for a visit? I'll tell my father that you were the one who saved me, and he will surely scold me for not bringing you along. He insists that if the opportunity arises, he must express his gratitude to you." At her words, Yi Tian furrowed his brow, preparing to decline her invitation. However, at that moment, the long-absent system notification chimed in. Ding! System mission triggered. Assist the Lu family in securing ownership of the Xian iron mine. Completion reward. System points. Super lottery draws. Failure penalty. Host cultivation sealed for 3 months. Upon hearing the system's alert, Yi Tian hastily fell silent, swallowing the words he was about to utter. Damn it! Why is there a penalty this time? He internally grumbled. He had no intention of getting involved in this affair, yet with the mission now issued, he found himself with no choice. Even without the risk of a mission failure, the allure of points and lottery chances was enough to compel him to comply. Though he had made up his mind, he still felt the need to feign hesitation, nodding after a moment of pretense. Seeing Yi Tian acquiesce, Lu Wushuang's face lit up with joy as she seized his arm and led him outside. Yi Tian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he chose not to break free. Guided by Lu Wushuang, they walked for what felt like the duration of a meal before arriving at the entrance of the Lu family estate. The Lu family was indeed a prestigious lineage, and Yi Tian estimated that their overall scale surpassed that of the Shengbao Hall by a considerable margin. However, in terms of opulence, they fell far short. Upon recognizing Lu Wushuang, the guards at the entrance made no attempt to impede their passage. Thus, Yi Tian found himself towed along by Lu Wushuang into the grand hall designated for receiving guests. Before they could enter, Yi Tian overheard a haughty voice resonating from within the hall. Head of the Lu family, although I have already given you my word, the conditions presented by the Zhao family are far more enticing, which leaves me in a rather difficult position. No matter what conditions the Zhao family proposes, the Lu family shall match them, and we will also prepare a generous gift for Mr. Wu. I hope you will give it serious consideration. The latter voice was robust and commanding, clearly belonging to a different individual than the one who had spoken earlier. Given that this is the case, it could not be more fortuitous. The previously arrogant voice returned, asserting, in truth, the terms offered by the Zhao family are not all that impressive. It merely allows me to select a young woman from the Zhao family's younger generation to serve as my maid. Moreover, should I assist them in securing victory in the competition, they have promised to allocate 3/10 of the iron extracted from the mysterious iron mine to me. The previously robust voice echoed once more, albeit tinged with a palpable hesitation. Within the Lu family's younger generation, apart from my daughter Lu Wushuang, the rest are all males. How about this, Mr. Wu? Let us adhere to our previous agreement, and upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall also grant you 3/10 of the iron mine's yield, along with an additional generous gift. What do you think, Mr. Wu? The head of the Lu family remarked. I have long held an admiration for Miss Wushuang. Should this condition be unacceptable, do not blame me for being merciless. At this juncture, the haughty tone abruptly turned icy. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang outside could no longer contain her fury. She stormed into the hall, her countenance fierce. Yi Tian, trailing behind, furrowed his brow and followed suit. Upon witnessing Lu Wushuang's entrance, Lu Jin, seated at the head of the table, was momentarily taken aback before rising to his feet. Wushuang, you have returned. Yes, father. Lu Wushuang replied, only to whirl around and cast a furious glare at the man seated below. This man appeared to be in his mid-20s, clad in a white robe, with a folding fan tucked at his waist. His features were handsome, and his demeanor exuded an effortless grace, resembling a refined young gentleman. Yet, the arrogance and indifference etched upon his face starkly contrasted with his otherwise elegant presence. He glanced at Lu Wushuang, a fleeting glimmer of lewdness flickering in his gaze. Chapter 59. I too shall partake in this. However, he paid no heed to Lu Wushuang, continuing to address Lu Jin above him. If Miss Lu Wushuang consents to be my maid, I would be willing to forego my share of the iron mine. Additionally, besides representing your Lu family in battle, I could also craft some high-grade magical scrolls for the Lu family as future needs. The various ramifications of this matter, dear head of the Lu family, you may contemplate at your leisure. Wu Neng, you shall not succeed. I assure you, I would rather perish than acquiesce. Lu Wushuang's fury intensified upon hearing his words. Oh, if that is the case, I shall have no choice but to accept the Zhao family's terms. It is truly a pity for that iron mine, remarked the man known as Wu Neng, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jin before reclining in his chair, half closing his eyes and leisurely fanning himself. Upon hearing Wu Neng's statement, Lu Wushuang's initial rage diminished by half. She was acutely aware of the significance of the iron mine to her father, and indeed to the entire Lu family. If it fell into the hands of the Zhao family, they could leverage the mine's yield to acquire substantial resources. The Zhao family is undoubtedly on the cusp of rapid development. In just a few years, they will far surpass the Lu family. By that time, it remains uncertain whether the Lu family will still hold a position in Luoyang City. Contemplating this, Lu Wushuang found herself in a state of hesitation, pondering whether to acquiesce to his request. Yet, the moment she recalled the lewd and depraved glint in Wu Neng's eyes as he looked at her, a wave of genuine revulsion washed over her. As the atmosphere descended into an awkward silence, a discordant sound suddenly pierced through. It was Yi Tian, unable to suppress his laughter. Wu Neng? Useless? Ha! Whoever came up with that name is undoubtedly a talent. Lu Jin, having listened to Wu Neng's previous remarks, was seething with anger but dared not offend the young man, just as he was at a loss for what to do. He was taken aback by Yi Tian's unabashed laughter. Having been preoccupied with Wu Neng, he had failed to notice that Lu Wushuang had brought back others. Upon seeing Yi Tian, he thought to himself that this unfamiliar face did not belong to the Lu family. Why was he here? Turning to Lu Wushuang, he inquired, Wushuang, who is this? At her father's question, Lu Wushuang regained her composure and hastily introduced, Father, this is Yi Tian, the one who saved me from the clutches of the Thunder Tiger. Ah, so it is the young hero, Yi Tian. Lu Jin's face brightened at the revelation. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, I am Lu Jin, the head of the Lu family. Thank you for saving my daughter. I was unaware of your arrival and may have been neglectful. I hope you will forgive me. Yi Tian promptly returned the gesture, replying, There is no need for such formality, head of the Lu family. Just call me Yi Tian. When others show him respect, he naturally cannot be impolite in return. However, just as Yi Tian finished speaking, Wu Neng's irksome voice interjected from the side. Where did you come from? What did you mean by that? If you have any grievances against me, feel free to voice them. His tone was as haughty as ever, laced with irritation and palpable disdain. Before Yi Tian could respond, Lu Wushuang suddenly raised her head, as if struck by a revelation. With a huff, she addressed Wu Neng. This is a newly invited ally of the Lu family, whose strength is on par with yours. We no longer require your assistance. You may leave." With that, Lu Wushuang turned away, refusing to meet Wu Neng's gaze. Yi Tian, standing behind Lu Wushuang, remained silent, observing the three with a sense of amusement. Suddenly, Wu Neng erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had lost his senses. "An ally? On par with me? It truly amuses me. Take a closer look at this lad. Has he even reached the age of 20? Attaining the 4th tier of cultivation at such an age? If he possessed such talent, he would undoubtedly have been a prime candidate for recruitment by the 3 prestigious academies. Or even the Holy Temple. Would he still be here aiding a mere family like the Lu? Furthermore, even if he truly possessed that capability, he stands alone. Let us not forget, this competition consists of 3 rounds. Without my presence, do you truly believe you can secure victory in the remaining 2? Lu Jin's attention was piqued upon hearing Lu Wushuang's words. He recalled what his daughter had mentioned, that Yi Tian had dispatched a tier 3 peak magical beast, the Thunder Tiger, with a single strike. Such prowess would at least require a 4th tier of cultivation. However, upon hearing Wu Neng's remark, doubt began to creep into his mind. Indeed, if Yi Tian possessed such extraordinary talent, he would inevitably become the object of fervent pursuit by various factions. With an abundance of cultivation resources at his disposal, while the Lu family may hold a prominent position in Luoyang City in the grand scheme of things, they are merely a third-rate force. What, then, could Yi Tian possibly desire from us? Contemplating this, Lu Jin glanced at Yi Tian and then at Lu Wushuang, a sense of caution beginning to stir within him. "Master of the Lu family, I am fully prepared," Wu Neng suddenly declared to Lu Jin. "All I require from you is the materials, and I can immediately commence crafting the magical scrolls." With that, he turned his gaze back to Yi Tian, his eyes brimming with disdain. Having listened intently, Yi Tian had gathered the essence of the situation. Given that the task assigned by the system was to assist the Lu family in securing victory in this contest and claiming ownership of the Xian iron mine, he recognized the necessity of seizing the initiative. Otherwise, if the system failed to acknowledge that his assistance led to the Lu family's triumph, he would find himself in a regrettable predicament. The rewards were secondary. He certainly did not wish to have his cultivation sealed for 3 months. As for magical scrolls, Yi Tian had encountered them in his readings. Typically, they required a mage to master both magical arrays and basic alchemy before they could be crafted. This process involved inscribing a magical array to encapsulate a specific spell within a scroll made of special material. When the time came to employ the spell, one merely needed to tear the scroll and channel their spiritual energy to activate the magic. This method proved advantageous, as it spared the user from the time-consuming incantation and mitigated limitations arising from differences in spiritual energy and magical attributes. Such magical artifacts are quite commonplace. To think that Wu Neng was well-versed in this craft was unexpected for Yi Tian. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yi Tian's mind. Although he lacked the knowledge to create magical scrolls, he envisioned an alternative solution. Upon contemplating this, Yi Tian spoke. "Isn't it merely the crafting of magical artifacts? I can do that too." As these words left his lips, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lu Wushuang, Wu Neng, and Lu Jin all turned their gazes towards Yi Tian, each wearing a distinctly different expression. Lu Wushuang's face glowed with delight. Lu Jin wore an incredulous look, while Wu Neng's countenance reflected that of a fool. However, this moment of quietude did not linger for long. It was soon shattered by a cacophony of mocking laughter. Apart from Wu Neng, no one else contributed to this derision. "Ha ha, young man, first and foremost, I must thank you for providing me with such a lengthy jest today. However, while one may indulge in a haphazard meal, one must not speak carelessly. You? A magician? Just look at yourself. You bear no semblance of a true mage. I have sensed not a flicker of magical energy emanating from you. Young man, next time you boast, please exercise caution." In response to Wu Neng's scorn, Yi Tian remained unfazed. He cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Who says that one must be a magician to craft magical artifacts?" Unexpectedly, this statement only provoked Wu Neng to laugh even harder, to the point of curling up on his chair. "What a ridiculous farce! I truly cannot decide whether to label you as ignorant or as a fool." Subsequently, Wu Neng turned to Lu Jin and stated, "Master Lu, since your family does not acquiesce to my terms and has sent this child to vex me, I see no reason to remain here. We shall meet in 7 days for the competition." With that, Wu Neng strode towards the exit without a backward glance. "Wu, please wait." Lu Jin called out hastily. But just as Wu Neng reached the threshold of the hall, he abruptly halted. He turned to look at Lu Wushuang, his gaze laced with lewd intent. Should Miss Wushuang reconsider, do feel free to visit the Zhao family. But do bring your sincerity. After casting another appraising glance at Lu Wushuang's graceful form, Wu Neng laughed heartily and exited the Lu residence. Lu Wushuang's previously dissipating fury reignited in an instant, yet Wu Neng had already crossed the threshold, leaving her with no outlet for her anger. Observing this, Lu Jin despondently sank into a chair, his head bowed as he sighed deeply. Lu Wushuang, seeing her father's disheartened demeanor, also sighed. However, when her gaze shifted to Yi Tian, a glimmer of hope rekindled within her. Yi Tian, can you truly craft magical scrolls? Yi Tian nodded, admitting, while it may not be a conventional magical scroll, the effect should be quite similar. Is that truly the case? Lu Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. Yi Tian, could you assist us in creating some? The materials will all be provided by the Lu family. Furthermore, feel free to voice any requests you may have. We shall accommodate them. Upon hearing their enthusiastic remarks, Lu Jin, seated at the head of the table, lifted his gaze towards Yi Tian, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Recognizing the doubt in Lu Jin's eyes, Yi Tian understood he was not fully convinced of his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Prepare all the necessary materials for crafting magical scrolls, especially the magical paper. I require various types. Additionally, please secure a secluded chamber where I will not be disturbed. I am ready to commence immediately. Although Yi Tian had never before crafted a magical scroll, he had faith in his system and the wealth of knowledge residing in his mind. Upon hearing Yi Tian's resolute declaration, much of Lu Jin's skepticism dissipated, and he began to feel a surge of anticipation, hastily instructing others to prepare the items. Half an hour later, Yi Tian found himself within a windowless chamber, a place frequently used by Lu Jin for cultivation. The room boasted exceptional soundproofing, and its door was reinforced, making forced entry a formidable challenge. The confidentiality of this space was thus well preserved. Yi Tian sat at a table laden with various materials. Although I may not be adept at creating magical scrolls, I am well versed in the method for crafting explosive tags. The results should not differ significantly. Indeed, Yi Tian intended to employ explosive tags as a substitute for magical scrolls. The process of creating explosive tags was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to inscribe specific patterns using chakra on specialized paper. Yi Tian surveyed the array of materials before him, noting that there were 7 or 8 types of magical paper alone, alongside various magical crystal powders, all of which were utilized for delineating magical circuits in the creation of magical scrolls. However, such materials were unnecessary for crafting explosive tags. With a decisive wave of his hand, he unceremoniously stored them in his spatial ring. Then, Yi Tian began to examine the magical papers before him. Each type, due to the differing ratios of magical materials used in their production, could support distinct magical circuits. Unsure of which type he required for his explosive tags, Yi Tian had requested Lu Jin to prepare a selection of each. He picked up one sheet and commenced his attempts, following the methodology etched in his mind. The crafting of explosive tags was not a complex procedure. The technique had been documented in the foundational ninjutsu mastery he acquired during his first lottery draw. Yi Tian proceeded according to the instructions that resonated within his thoughts. Laying the magical parchment flat upon the table, Yi Tian brought his right index and middle fingers together, channeling chakra to the tips of his digits. He began to inscribe patterns upon the parchment, yet curiously, no matter how fervently he endeavored, he could not leave a single trace upon its surface. It appeared this particular parchment was inadequate. He decided to try another. Setting aside the first sheet, he retrieved a different one, but the outcome remained unchanged. It was not until he experimented with the 6th type that he finally succeeded in affixing his chakra to the magical parchment. Joy surged within him as he realized this one would suffice. However, he dared not grow complacent. Steadying his hand, he began to draw slowly. Approximately 5 minutes later, a detonation talisman was completed. Yi Tian held it before his eyes, distinctly sensing the vibrations emanating from it, though he remained uncertain of its potency. Glancing around, he discerned that this chamber was not suitable for his experiments, so he set the talisman aside and resumed his work. Given that the magical parchment provided by Lu Jin was limited in quantity, only a few sheets, Yi Tian's growing proficiency allowed him to work with increasing speed. In less than half an hour, he successfully crafted a stack of talismans. stretching his limbs after nearly an hour of labor. He felt only a slight fatigue in his arms, while his chakra remained abundant. With the immense chakra reservoir of the Nine Tails at his disposal, he had no reason to worry about depleting his energy. Creating these isn't overly complicated, Yi Tian muttered to himself as he gathered the remaining materials. He then picked up the stack of detonation talismans and made his way toward the door. Outside stood three individuals, Lu Jin and his daughter Lu Wushuang, alongside a young lad who appeared to be a year or two older than Yi Tian, though his youthful visage made him seem less mature in comparison. Sister, do you think that Yi Tian can truly create magical scrolls? He's been inside for quite a while now. What if he's a fraud? The young boy inquired of Lu Wushuang. Before she could respond, Lu Jin interjected sternly. What do you know, young one? Do you think crafting magical scrolls is an easy feat? It is common for masters to seclude themselves for days on end while creating magical artifacts. Yi Tian has only been in there for a short time. Perhaps this is merely the beginning of our endeavor. We simply need to exercise patience. That said, Lu Jin could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, witnessing Yi Tian's confident demeanor, he had impulsively placed his trust in him. Now reflecting upon it, he pondered whether Yi Tian was merely posturing, thus wasting such precious materials. If he were to be deceived, the Lu family might become the laughingstock of Luyang City. After hearing Lu Jin's words, Lu Wushuang turned with a smile to the young boy and said, Xiao Fei, father speaks wisely. Crafting magical scrolls is no simple task. It cannot be rushed. Let us remain patient. This young boy was Lu Wushuang's sole brother, Lu Fei. At just 20 years of age, he had already attained the rank of a third-tier cultivator. Such talent, even amidst the prodigies of the Holy City, was considered quite commendable. He was also among the candidates for the upcoming competition. Upon hearing his father and sister's remarks, Lu Fei merely smirked, displaying an air of indifference. Observing Lu Fei's demeanor, Lu Jin shook his head, thinking to himself that this child had been spoiled by his sister, still behaving like a mere child at 20. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed through the air. Instinctively, the three turned their heads in unison. The reinforced heavy door of the chamber slowly swung open, revealing Yi Tian emerging from within at a leisurely pace, a stack of papers in hand. Noticing this, Lu Jin quickly approached, his gaze fixed on the papers Yi Tian held, inquiring, I wonder if the magical scrolls have been completed? Yi Tian nodded, extending the stack of explosion runes towards him. There were 17 sheets in total, all of the fire attribute attack type. Lu Jin hastily accepted them with care, examining one closely, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. This seems rather different from the magical scrolls I have encountered before. Indeed, it is quite different, Yi Tian replied calmly. These have been crafted using a unique technique passed down from my master. They differ slightly from ordinary magical scrolls. Typically, magical scrolls require the user to infuse spiritual energy to activate them, with higher-tier scrolls demanding increasingly more energy. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin nodded in agreement. What Yi Tian stated was entirely accurate. It appeared he possessed some knowledge regarding magical scrolls. Seeing Lu Jin's affirmation, Yi Tian continued, however, the kind I have produced is distinct. It does not require the user to expend excessive spiritual energy. A mere flicker of energy is sufficient to activate it prior to use. Such a modicum of spiritual energy is utterly trivial for the user. Furthermore, the creation I have devised allows the user to set a delay at their discretion. They may choose precisely when it detonates. After articulating this, Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a sage removed from the mundane world. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lu Jin's gaze flickered with uncertainty. If what Yi Tian claimed were indeed true, then this apparatus would surpass ordinary magical scrolls by leaps and bounds. A delayed release? Such a concept had never crossed his mind. Yet, doubt simultaneously crept into his heart. Could this seemingly youthful individual truly possess such capabilities? Observing the ambivalence in Lu Jin's expression, Yi Tian discerned his skepticism and spoke, If Master Lu harbors any doubt, feel free to give it a try. With that, Yi Tian proceeded to explain the method of utilizing the explosive talisman to Lu Jin. The courtyard was sufficiently spacious for testing its power. Lu Jin, with a grave countenance, nodded in acknowledgement. After ensuring that Lu Wushuang and Lu Fei stood at a safe distance, he grasped an explosive talisman, activated it with a fragment of spiritual energy, and hurled it forward. To enhance the distance of the throw, he infused it with his own spiritual essence. A flash of white light ensued as the talisman adhered to the trunk of a tree, large enough for 3 individuals to embrace. Following a brief silence, the talisman detonated with a resounding explosion, the sturdy tree snapping and crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It was indeed real. Lu Jin was momentarily speechless. To validate Yi Tian's assertion, he had set a delay on the talisman as instructed, and indeed, the timing of the delayed explosion was impeccable. Instantly, Lu Jin's astonishment transformed into exhilaration. He turned to Yi Tian, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yi Tian. Previously, you rescued my daughter from the jaws of a tiger in the forest, and now you have crafted such a precious magical item. The Lu family is profoundly grateful to you. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." "There is no need for such formality, Master Lu." Yi Tian hastily supported Lu Jin, assuring him that saving the young lady was merely a matter of convenience, with no expectation of recompense. "However, regarding the crafting of magical items, I shall retain the remaining materials as my reward. That is only natural. This is the least I could do. Do you require anything else, sir?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then began to frown in contemplation. Lu Jin, noticing his pensive demeanor, refrained from interrupting. After a brief moment, "Very well, please prepare some more of this magical paper for me." Yi Tian pointed at the explosive talisman in Lu Jin's hand. "Also, I need some magic crystals. Is it necessary for them to be of the fire attribute?" "Any attribute will suffice." Upon hearing Yi Tian's response, Lu Jin felt a flicker of confusion. Given Yi Tian's creation of this fire attribute offensive magical item, it was reasonable to assume he possessed fire attribute spiritual energy. When Yi Tian initially requested magic crystals, Lu Jin naturally thought they were intended for cultivation, leading him to presume that fire attribute crystals were required. However, Yi Tian's indication that any attribute would do left him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 62. A late-night visitor. Yi Tian recognized the suspicion brewing within Lu Jin and quickly clarified, "I intend to use these magic crystals to craft magical tools." "Oh, I see." The concerns within Lu Jin dissipated. "No problem, I will prepare them for you shortly." In response, Yi Tian smiled. "I appreciate the hospitality in advance, Master Lu. However, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Yi Tian." Exchanging pleasantries, Yi Tian's demeanor became considerably more amiable towards Lu Jin. Having requested magical materials and crystals from him, Lu Jin, delighted by this, responded, "Excellent. Then please, do not refer to me as Master Lu anymore. Since my daughter is a few years older than you, if you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Lu." Yi Tian promptly agreed, which brought great joy to Lu Jin. "Uncle Lu, I am feeling somewhat weary. Might there be a place where I could rest for a while? I have already arranged for the finest guest room, which has been tidied up. Follow me, I will show you the way." With that, Lu Jin led the way, personally guiding Yi Tian. After acknowledging Lu Jin, Yi Tian followed closely behind him. Observing Yi Tian's departing figure, Lu Wushuang stood still, her gaze somewhat distant, lost in thought. After a while, she bit her lip, her expression hardening as if she had made a significant decision in her heart. "Yi Tian." As the two walked along, Lu Jin suddenly spoke. "There is something I am uncertain whether to inquire about." "Uncle Lu, feel free to ask." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jin continued. "I heard from Wushuang that when you saved her, you swiftly dispatched that thunder tiger with a single strike. I presume you must be a formidable warrior. Yet, you are also capable of crafting magical tools, which is the domain of mages. Are you?" Yi Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Actually, I am a body cultivator." "A body cultivator?" Lu Jin echoed in surprise. "Generally, those who cannot cultivate spiritual energy choose this path. A genius sorcerer capable of crafting such magical artifacts, why would he choose the arduous and ungrateful path of physical cultivation?" Lu Jin found himself utterly perplexed. With a flick of the explosive talisman in his hand, he glanced at Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian discerned the doubts lingering in Lu Jin's heart and began to explain, "I possess merely a faint trace of spiritual power within me. Unfortunately, due to my inferior aptitude, I will never be able to transcend the first tier through conventional cultivation. Thus, I have opted for the path of physical training." "Oh, now it makes sense." Lu Jin realized with sudden clarity, yet felt a twinge of regret. Such an exceptionally gifted young talent is constrained by his innate limitations from pursuing the path of a sorcerer. Truly, it is a cruel twist of fate. Lu Jin pondered with a sorrowful expression. Observing this, Yi Tian chose not to disturb him. And the two continued walking until they unwittingly arrived at the residence Lu Jin had arranged for Yi Tian. We have arrived. Lu Jin halted, gesturing towards a secluded courtyard. This is the abode I have prepared for you. Shortly, I will have someone deliver the materials you requested. When mealtime comes, a dedicated individual will bring you food. During the rest of the time, you shall not be disturbed. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Yi Tian replied with a polite nod. Do not mention it. Please rest well. I shall not intrude any further. With a nod from Yi Tian, Lu Jin turned and departed. Once inside the room, Yi Tian tidied up briefly before settling cross-legged on the bed, entering a meditative state. As night fell, Yi Tian was absorbed in meditation, attuning his muscles, bones, and meridians to the spiritual energy permeating the air, when suddenly a knock echoed through the stillness. Who is it? Yi Tian promptly emerged from his meditative trance and called out toward the door. It is I, Lu Wushuang. A soft, melodious voice drifted from outside. Is there something you require? Upon recognizing the visitor as Lu Wushuang, Yi Tian's tone instinctively cooled. He could not fathom why he had never held her in high regard. I have already arrived. Will you not allow me entry? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian descended from the bed and approached the door, opening it without a glance at Lu Wushuang. He turned back into the room and resumed his seated position on the bed, closing his eyes once more. Seeing the door ajar, Lu Wushuang stepped inside, closing and locking the door behind her, standing before Yi Tian with her head bowed, lost in thought. The two remained silent. The room enveloped in tranquility. After a considerable pause, it was Yi Tian who broke the awkward silence. What is it that brings you here? Surely, you can speak now? As I heard Yi Tian's inquiry, Lu Wushuang hastily lifted her head, momentarily at a loss for words, silently attempting to compose her thoughts. If there is nothing else, please leave. I require some rest, Yi Tian stated calmly, his eyes remaining shut. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wushuang, who was contemplating how to respond, felt a surge of anger rise within her at Yi Tian's indifferent demeanor. Resolute, she bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, Yi Tian, dare you to open your eyes and look at me? At her words, Yi Tian instinctively opened his eyes, only to behold a figure draped in a flowing white garment, standing gracefully at the center of the room. The silvery moonlight cascaded over her, accentuating her flawless complexion. Having been solitary since birth, Yi Tian had never encountered such a scene, and he felt his blood rush uncontrollably. He quickly shut his eyes again, exclaiming, What are you doing? Quickly, put on your clothes. Yi Tian, if you agree to assist the Lu family in winning the contest in 7 days, I am willing to offer you everything, including my body. If you do not wish to marry me, it matters not. After tonight, I shall no longer trouble you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian understood Lu Wushuang's motivations. This was a consequence of the system's task. He had already intended to help the Lu family secure the rights to the Xintai mine. Though they were unaware of his intentions, seeing Lu Wushuang resort to such desperate measures to win his favor caused any lingering affection he had for her to dissipate entirely. Grabbing the corner of the quilt on the bed, he abruptly flung it forward, covering Lu Wushuang and obscuring the provocative scene before him. With his eyes now open, Yi Tian coldly regarded Lu Wushuang. Was this your idea, or your father's? Taken aback by his words, Lu Wushuang quickly grasped the implication, her face flushing with embarrassment. Do you think of me as a promiscuous woman? She asked, tears welling in her eyes, her expression tinged with a hint of sarcasm, not directed at him, but rather a mockery of herself. Indeed, under the cover of night, she had entered his room, shedding her garments. What else could it be if not reckless? Yet, Yi Tian, think of me as you will, you may despise me. However, my father is certainly not the type to sell his daughter for glory. I can see your disdain for me. Let tonight's occurrences be regarded as a transaction between us. At dawn, I shall no longer pursue you. As long as you can assist the Lu family in winning the competition, I have no qualms about how you perceive it. With that, Lu Wushuang cast aside the blanket draped over her. She closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of surrender. Mu Yetian gazed at the flawless form before him. To claim he was devoid of thoughts would be utterly disingenuous. After all, he was a young man brimming with vitality. Yet, he found Lu Wushuang's behavior today quite peculiar and could not fathom the reason behind her demeanor. Although Mu Yetian was not a paragon of virtue, he would not take advantage of another's vulnerability. Lu Wushuang stood in silence with her eyes closed for an extended period, yet there was no response. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to find Mu Yetian regarding her with a complex expression, devoid of desire. Do you find me unworthy? She questioned. Mu Yetian, if you believe I am a wanton woman, you are gravely mistaken. At this juncture, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. My body has not been touched by anyone in 25 years. Not even a glance from another man. If it were not for the Lu family and my father. Do you think I would willingly degrade myself like this? Do you understand the enmity between the Lu family and the Zhao family that has persisted for years? My father has only me and my younger brother, while the Zhao family is abundant in heirs. This has allowed them to exploit the situation and arrange a competition that is inherently unjust to my family. Should the Zhao family prevail, it would not be long before the Lu family loses its standing in Luoyang City. All my father's years of hard work would be in vain. Moreover, Zhao Xiong is notoriously ruthless. It would not merely be a matter of suppressing the Lu family. The consequences could lead to our utter ruin. At this point, Lu Wushuang was in tears. Mu Yetian sighed, his expression revealing a newfound understanding. He realized that Lu Wushuang's actions were entirely motivated by her concern for her family. It was truly remarkable for a delicate woman to go to such lengths for her kin. With another sigh, Mu Yetian looked at Lu Wushuang and declared, I promise to represent the Lu family in the competition in 7 days. Lu Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, her tear-streaked face lighting up with joy as she asked, Is that true? Have you truly agreed? Mu Yetian nodded. Put on your clothes and return to rest. Do not act this way again. With that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Lu Wushuang observed Mu Yetian sitting on the bed, unable to comprehend why he had so readily acquiesced. Nevertheless, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events for the Lu family, especially considering Mu Yetian's swift and decisive actions when he had saved her that day. His strength is likely superior to that of Wu Ning. Once he takes action, victory is practically assured. As long as the Lu family exerts their utmost to secure a round, the ownership of the mysterious iron ore will be theirs. With this thought, Lu Wushuang raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. She bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground and donned them, neatly folding the blanket and placing it beside Yi Tian. Glancing at Yi Tian, who lay with eyes tightly shut, Lu Wushuang turned and silently walked towards the door. Just as she reached the threshold, Yi Tian's voice suddenly called out from behind, Wait. At the sound of his voice, Lu Wushuang's heart raced, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. He requested she inform the head of the Lu family that once the matter was accomplished, he desired 10 sixth-tier magic crystals. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian made this request. He understood that in this realm, gold serves merely as currency for transactions among common folk, whereas practitioners typically trade using magic crystals. For cultivators, especially mages, the significance of magic crystals cannot be overstated. They not only aid in personal cultivation, but are also indispensable in the crafting of magical artifacts and the inscribing of magic arrays. Due to the multifaceted utility of these crystals, it has become customary among practitioners to use them as a medium of exchange. Although Yi Tian possessed a considerable amount of gold, he knew he would inevitably engage with other practitioners in the future, making magic crystals a necessity. Furthermore, he relied on absorbing the energy within these crystals to enhance his cultivation. Lost in these musings, Lu Wushuang was momentarily taken aback by his words. She turned to face Yi Tian, finding him still seated with eyes closed. After a brief silence, she replied affirmatively and exited the room. Upon returning to her own quarters, Lu Wushuang shed her long robe and stood bare before the mirror, reflecting on how Yi Tian had gazed at her earlier, devoid of any desire. She felt a pang of insecurity. Could it be that I lack allure? Gazing at her nearly flawless figure, even she, as a woman, found herself entranced. Could it be that a mere boy, not yet 20, truly possesses the composure to remain unaffected? Perhaps there is something amiss with him. With this thought, Lu Wushuang grew increasingly convinced of her suspicions, and the confidence that Yi Tian had previously diminished began to resurface. She admired her reflection for a while before finally lying down to rest. Meanwhile, after Lu Wushuang's departure, Yi Tian once again entered a meditative state, wholly focused on absorbing and transforming spiritual energy, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had been labeled as an unworthy man in Lu Wushuang's heart. In the days that followed, Yi Tian remained secluded, not venturing outside. Every day, apart from exercising in the yard, he indulged in meditation and cultivation within his room. Even his meals were delivered by servants at his doorstep, as Lu Jin had instructed everyone not to disturb Yi Tian during his training. This allowed Yi Tian to enjoy a serene environment. The magical paper and crystals that Yi Tian had requested from Lu Jin were also in place. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Tian crafted a new batch of explosive talismans, ensuring that he would not reveal his true cultivation level unless absolutely necessary. These talismans served as a viable means of long-range attack. The next day, Lu Jin visited Yi Tian's room, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Through their conversation, Yi Tian gleaned the essential details about the upcoming competition. The contest was set to take place in the square before the city lord's mansion, with both the Lu and Zhao families each sending 3 representatives to compete in a series of matches, the victor determined by the best of 3. The winner would gain the rights to manage the mysterious iron mine. To ensure fairness, the city lord of Luoyang would witness the event, and both families had also enlisted the services of an official from the Luoyang City Temple to act as referee. With the temple's authority backing the event, there would be no dissent regarding the outcome. As the days passed and the competition drew near, Yi Tian absorbed all the magical crystals gifted by Lu Jin, finally breaking through to the 4th tier, achieving a rank of 1 star. Under the nurturing influence of his chakra, his physical strength had also significantly increased. After stretching his body, Yi Tian felt that continuing his training would be excessive, especially with the competition starting the following day. He stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air, which invigorated him. He walked into the yard and began to practice his punches and kicks. Each strike was executed with precision and decisiveness, honed through his harrowing encounters with magical beasts. After completing his warm-up, Yu Tian felt a lingering desire for more. Extending his arm, the black gold ancient blade materialized in his hand. He unleashed a series of fierce yet graceful sword techniques, a set taught to him by Yi Jingyuan, utilizing the formidable observational and replicative abilities of his Sharingan. Yi Tian had mastered the technique after a single demonstration. This sword style, known as the Mad Dragon Blade technique, was easily memorable and was a treasured secret of the Yi family. It was said that mastering it to its fullest could grant one unfathomable power. Yu Tian, however, remained skeptical about such claims, considering the Yi family's relatively modest influence. Nonetheless, every time he wielded this technique, he felt its profound potential. One would be astonished to discover a faint crimson glow appearing upon their blade. Concurrently, a slight sense of agitation and bloodlust would emerge within their heart. However, Yi Tian paid little heed to this phenomenon, attributing it to the influence of recent battles with magical beasts on his mindset. After an intense session of practice, he found himself glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Raising a hand to wipe his brow, Yu Tian was suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to see Lu Wushuang standing nearby, seemingly entranced. A gentle smile graced Yu Tian's lips, as he chided himself for becoming too complacent during his tranquil days at the Lu family, allowing his vigilance to wane. Engrossed in his swordplay, he had not noticed when Lu Wushuang had arrived. Upon hearing Yi Tian's laughter, Lu Wushuang regained her composure. Meeting his gaze, memories of that night in Yu Tian's room flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth, and she averted her eyes, observing her flustered demeanor. Yu Tian smiled again. "What brings you to me?" he inquired, his tone calm yet markedly softer than before. Following the events of that night, Yi Tian recognized the burdens Lu Wushuang bore for her family. Consequently, a twinge of sympathy arose within him, gradually dissipating any lingering animosity he had harbored. "Tomorrow is the competition between our 2 families, and I have come to discuss the candidates and their strengths, so you may prepare accordingly," she replied. "That sounds good. Please, go ahead and elaborate," Yu Tian encouraged, contemplating her words. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wushuang felt the heat of embarrassment subside significantly. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, she continued, "For this contest, our 2 families have agreed that only those of the younger generation, with cultivation levels of 3rd tier and above, may participate. The Lu family and the Zhao family will each send 3 representatives. From our side, the chosen ones are you, myself, and my younger brother, Lu Fei. You have met Lu Fei. He recently broke through to the 3rd tier, and his profession is that of a warrior. After these past few days, he has stabilized at the 1st star of the 3rd tier. I reached the 6th star of the 3rd tier 2 months ago. After you rescued me from the claws of the Thunder Tiger, I felt I had hit a bottleneck. Finally, just yesterday, I broke through to the 7th star. Although I still need to solidify my realm, my profession is also that of a warrior." After a brief pause, Lu Wushuang continued, "As for the Zhao family, we can confirm 2 participants for now. One is Zhao Xiang's eldest son, Zhao Yi, and the other is that Wu Ning you encountered the other day. The identity of the 3rd participant remains unknown. Zhao Yi's cultivation level matches mine before my breakthrough. as he is also a 6-star warrior of the 3rd tier. Wu Neng, on the other hand, possesses a cultivation level of approximately 5th star of the 4th tier. With this, Lu Wushuang cast a glance at Yi Tian. Because this Xian iron mine was first discovered by our Lu family, the Zhao family followed closely behind. However, the Zhao family is exceedingly powerful, and a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous for us. Thus, we agreed upon this competition. Consequently, to avoid gossip, the Zhao family has stipulated that the first combatant be determined by our Lu family. This arrangement increases our chances of victory significantly, provided we execute it wisely. For the first battle, I intend to have Xiao Fei take the field first. However, I will instruct him to concede immediately upon entering the arena. After all, he has just broken through to the 3rd tier and has been training at home, lacking combat experience. It would be unwise to risk any injury at this stage. Therefore, we must accept defeat in this first match. Since participants cannot compete more than once, our focus will shift to the subsequent 2 rounds. In the second match, if the Zhao family sends Zhao Yi, I will step into fight. If they send Wu Ning, it will be your turn. Thus, the outcome of tomorrow's competition rests upon the 2 of us. Having laid out her entire plan, Lu Wushuang lifted her gaze to meet Yi Tian's. Upon hearing her words, Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully. Lu Wushuang's strategy appeared quite feasible. If executed properly, our chances of winning were substantial. In the first round, with Lu Fei as our combatant, the opposing side, if not foolish, would likely refrain from sending Zhao Yi or Wu Neng against him. Instead, they would reserve their strongest for Lu Wushuang and me, allowing the weakest, Lu Fei, to wear down one of their fighters. In the following 2 rounds, if we ensure that Lu Wushuang faces Zhao Yi and I face Wu Neng, it would be the most advantageous arrangement. It is unlikely they would send their strongest fighter out first. If they choose to deploy their weakest, what significance would a victory in that match hold? Given that Lu Wushuang has just attained a breakthrough, the Zhao family is likely unaware of this development. Catching them off guard could provide us a significant advantage. As for myself, I need not worry. Just days ago, I, at the 1st tier, dared to confront 3 members of the Dawn organization and successfully eliminated 2. Facing a young man whose cultivation is only slightly superior to mine is hardly daunting. With this in mind, Yi Tian nodded and replied, "Indeed, if your assessment holds true, our chances of victory remain substantial." Upon hearing Yi Tian's affirmation, Lu Wushuang's eyes sparkled with renewed confidence. "Now that you say so, I feel even more assured. Tomorrow's battle must yield victory. My future and that of the Lu family rest in your hands." After speaking, Lu Wushuang suddenly became aware of the slight ambiguity in her words and felt her cheeks flush. "You should go prepare thoroughly. We depart early tomorrow morning." With that, she quickly covered her flushed face and dashed out of Yi Tian's courtyard. Watching her flustered retreat, Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. The following day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, the square before the Lord's Manor in Luoyang City had already gathered a considerable crowd. "Which family do you think will emerge victorious today?" A middle-aged man wearing a hat inquired of his companion amid the throng. "It's hard to say. Although the Zhao family's younger generation is remarkably talented, I've heard that the Lu family has also engaged in external aid. The outcome remains uncertain," came the reply. "Indeed, I've heard that this external aid from the Lu family possesses formidable strength. Not only is he a wizard, but he also excels in crafting various magical potions and artifacts," interjected a diminutive man suddenly. If Yi Tian were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the one he encountered at the tavern that day. "Oh, that is quite impressive, to have such talent on their side. It seems the Lu family has invested significantly in this competition." The small man wore a look of pride, ready to speak further when, suddenly, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence. "Look, Lord Lu, the steward of the temple, has arrived," murmured someone in the crowd. And accompanying him are Lord Nangong and members of the Lu family. A middle-aged man with a face like a heavy jujube approached from one side. Standing in the center of the square, beside him stood a man clad in a moon-white robe, appearing to be just over 30 years of age, none other than Nangong Li, the Lord of Luoyang City. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, creating a larger space. Following closely was a group led by Lu Jin, who took their position in the square. "Look, that young man in black must be the external aide the Lu family invited. He certainly seems promising. I wonder if he is even 20 yet," commented the hat-wearing man to those around him, his tone betraying admiration and envy. "No, I've seen the external aid the Lu family engage from a distance. Though young, he cannot be this youthful. Moreover, I feel as though I've encountered this young man somewhere before. The diminutive man expressed a hint of confusion in his voice. Ha. Lord Lu, Lord Nangong, and the head of the Lu family, you all arrived quite early. A hearty laugh resounded. The crowd turned to see a robust man with a beard and a young man in white walking towards them, accompanied by several others. The Zhao family has also sent representatives. Zhao Xiong certainly has a loud voice. Even from a distance, his laughter is ear-splitting. Someone in the crowd murmured in complaint. Wait, isn't that the external aid from the Lu family? How did he end up with the Zhao family? The small man gazed in astonishment at the figure in white beside Zhao Xiong. You say that is the external aid from the Lu family? Then who is the young man next to Lu Jin? How would I know? Came the perplexed reply. The diminutive man rolled his eyes, deciding that since he could not comprehend the situation, it was best to simply disregard it. After all, he was merely there to observe the spectacle. Whom he chose to assist was of no concern to him. Zhao Xiong approached with his entourage, first greeting the middle-aged man with a horse-like face and the Lord of Nangong, before addressing the head of the Lu family. Lord Lu, I trust you are well. Humph. Zhao Xiong, if you are well, then I certainly cannot be unwell. My constitution is far sturdier than yours, Lu Jin replied coldly, fixing a glare upon Zhao Xiong. Unperturbed by Lu Jin's words, Zhao Xiong let out a hearty laugh and positioned himself with the Zhao family on the opposite side of the central square. The man referred to as Lord Lu, with the horse-like visage, glanced at the two and spoke. Today's competition will see each side present 3 participants, with the victor determined by 2 out of 3 wins. The Lu family will take the first turn. Lu, the steward, wasted no time on idle chatter and promptly declared the commencement of the contest. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly throughout the gathered crowd, which fell into an immediate hush. Yi Tian observed Lu, narrowing his eyes. A pinnacle of the 6th tier. Truly, Luoyang City is commendable as a major metropolis. Even a steward of the temple branch possesses such formidable prowess. Upon hearing Lu announce the start of the competition, Lu Wushuang turned to her younger brother, Lu Fei. Her gaze filled with affectionate urgency. Little Fei, remember what your sister said. The moment the contest begins, you must concede immediately. Do you understand? Today, Lu Wushuang donned a blue practice uniform, with 2 long swords sheathed at her waist. The slightly snug attire accentuated her graceful curves beautifully. Lu Fei merely pouted, displaying a dismissive demeanor as he replied, got it. He then strode confidently into the center of the square. Lu family, Lu Fei. His voice was somewhat youthful and tentative. Upon seeing Lu Fei step forward, Zhao Xiong waved his hand, and a youth with a cultivation level of the 3rd tier and 2nd star emerged from the Zhao family ranks. Zhao family, Zhao Long. Should either side concede or become incapable of fighting, the other party must refrain from further assault. With both sides having announced their names, Steward Lu succinctly outlined the rules before decisively announcing the contest's initiation. No sooner had Lu's words echoed than Lu Fei unsheathed his sword and charged directly at Zhao Long. Witnessing this, Lu Wushuang's heart raced with anxiety. Her headstrong brother was acting on his own accord against an opponent of the 3rd tier and 2nd star. However, the contest had commenced, and it was too late for Lu Wushuang to intervene. As Lu Fei closed in on Zhao Long, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at his adversary. Zhao Long, seeing this, smirked and raised his dagger to block the attack. The long sword pierced with a sharp clang. Immediately, Zhao Long summoned his spiritual energy and delivered a powerful kick that sent Lu Fei sprawling to the ground. Lu Fei struggled to rise but ultimately coughed up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Chapter 66. The Stubborn Lu Wushuang Xiao Fei. Feia. The voices of Lu Wushuang and Lu Jin echoed simultaneously as they rushed to Lu Fei's side. After propping him up, Lu Jin retrieved a small vial from his pocket. He opened the cap, poured out several pills, and placed them into Lu Fei's mouth. Then, he pressed his palm against Lu Fei's chest, channeling a stream of spiritual energy to activate the medicinal properties. The first match goes to the Zhao family, Elder Lu announced in a flat voice, his expression revealing little emotion. Zhao Long glanced at the severely injured Lu Fei, sneering before rejoining the Zhao family team. Lu Wushuang glared furiously at the Zhao family, opening her mouth to voice her thoughts, but words failed her. As long-standing rivals, the Lu family was well aware of the Zhao family's customary tactics. With the match concluded, further words seemed futile. Gazing at her brother, who lay in her arms, a pang of regret surged within Lu Wushuang. Had she known the outcome would be thus, she would have never allowed her brother to compete. Lu Jin sighed, instructing someone to summon a physician while arranging for Lu Fei to be taken back to the Lu residence. In the second match, the Zhao family took the initiative. Upon hearing Elder Lu's announcement, Zhao Xiong turned to his companion and inquired, Mr. Wu, who will take the lead in this round? Mr. Wu, reclining comfortably in a chair he had procured from somewhere, was indulging in fruit while a beautiful woman stood beside him, fanning him gently. He appeared utterly relaxed. Dad, let me take this match. Allow Mr. Wu to rest a little longer, a young man standing next to Zhao Xiong interjected. Zhao Xiong laughed heartily. Very well. You shall be the first to compete. I suspect the Lu family will send out that girl, Lu Wushuang, to face you. Do not be swayed by her beauty. Rest assured, father, I shall hold nothing back. The youth known as Zhao Yi's eyes glinted coldly as he stepped forward. Zhao family, Zhao Yi. Lu family, Lu Wushuang. As soon as Zhao Yi's words fell, Lu Wushuang had already appeared in the center of the arena, her gaze ablaze with fury directed at Zhao Yi. The second match commenced. With Elder Lu's declaration, Lu Wushuang surged forward, her dual swords crossed as she aimed a fierce strike at Zhao Yi. Perceiving the ferocity of her assault, Zhao Yi wasted no time in drawing his sword to defend himself. Lu Wushuang was consumed by a fierce anger due to her brother's injury, unwilling to relent against her opponent. After her initial strike was parried, she swiftly pivoted her right hand and launched another assault, aiming for her adversary's ribs. Clang! This thrust too was deflected. Subsequently, Lu Wushuang unleashed a tempest of dual swords upon Zhao Yi, executing a relentless barrage of thrusts, slashes, and cuts, each aimed at a vital point. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Zhao Yi remained vigilant, fortifying his defenses without a hint of panic on his visage. Yi Tian observed the fervent attacks of Lu Wushuang, his brow furrowing in concern, pondering that she appeared to be rather impatient. Indeed, as the stalemate continued, Lu Wushuang's anxiety grew. After delivering a powerful strike, she planted her foot firmly on the ground and leapt into the air, unleashing the full force of her third-tier 7 stars cultivation. Dual sword splendor. From her elevated position, her swords appeared to multiply into countless blades, showering down upon Zhao Yi. Humph! Do you think you are the only one to have attained the third-tier 7 stars? Zhao Yi scoffed, his own aura erupting with equal intensity, a match for Lu Wushuang's might. Void Cutter. With both hands gripping his sword, he executed a decisive slash towards Lu Wushuang. A blade of spiritual energy emanated from his sword, transforming into a semi-arc and soaring towards her. Initially, the speed of the energy blade was modest, yet as it traversed the air, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, coalescing into a more formidable force. Ultimately, it crashed into the multitude of sword lights unleashed by Lu Wushuang, tearing them apart and colliding directly with the crossed swords she held before her. The impact sent Lu Wushuang plummeting to the ground, where she staggered back several steps, her chest heaving with exertion. Her swords were knocked from her grasp, embedding themselves into the earth nearby. Zhao Yi, too, was pushed back a couple of steps from the surge of energy generated by their clash. In this exchange, it appeared that Zhao Yi had gained a slight advantage. After catching her breath, Lu Wushuang swiftly darted towards the location of her fallen swords. Zhao Yi, understanding her intent to reclaim her weapon, would not grant her such an opportunity. With both hands on his sword, he summoned the spiritual energy once more, preparing for another void cutter. However, at that moment, Lu Wushuang forcefully planted her heel into the ground, twisting her body to abruptly change direction and charge directly at Zhao Yi. Indeed, she was closing in on him, with Zhao Yi's void cutter already primed for release. There was no time for Lu Wushuang to evade. Therefore, she resolved to concentrate all her spiritual energy into her feet. With the force unleashed by her heels striking the ground, her body soared into the air, hurtling fiercely towards Zhao Yi's embrace. At that moment, Zhao Yi was gathering his strength and, upon witnessing her approach, desperately sought to intervene. However, the severing strike had already taken form and deprived of Zhao Yi's spiritual energy. It erupted uncontrollably. Almost simultaneously with this outburst of power, Lu Wushuang's body collided violently into Zhao Yi's arms. A resounding crack echoed as Zhao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground. He slid backward, coming to a halt after several meters, sitting there motionless, with blood continuously seeping from his mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Wushuang found herself at the epicenter of the spiritual energy explosion. propelled forcefully towards the direction of the Lu family members. Seeing this, Lu Jin took 2 swift steps, catching Lu Wushuang in his arms. Observing his daughter, whose mouth and nose were bleeding profusely, his heart ached deeply. Had he known this would occur, he would have preferred to yield the mysterious iron mine directly to the Zhao family. On the other side, Zhao Xiong, witnessing his son's dire condition, also changed countenance. He leapt into the arena, rushing to Zhao Yi's side, and checked for a pulse beneath his nose. Feeling the faint breath of his son, Zhao Xiong let out a sigh of relief. He adjusted Zhao Yi's position, administered a pill, and hastily ordered for him to be taken home. Glancing at the similarly injured Lu Wushuang, he turned to Lu the steward and declared, "Let this match be deemed a draw." With a flick of his sleeve and a cold snort, he returned to his original position. Lu the steward nodded in acknowledgement. The second match ends in a tie. A faint voice emerged. Lu Jin regarded his daughter, who was struggling to rise, and quickly said, "Wushuang, you." Lu Wushuang shook her head, laboriously standing up. "I'm fine. Father, just a bit exhausted." She then addressed Lu the steward. "I have not lost my fighting capability. Thus the Zhao family has lost this match." Lu the steward, somewhat astonished, cast a deep look at Lu Wushuang. The second contest is won by the Lu family. Observing Lu Wushuang, who stood precariously, Zhao Xiong's expression darkened significantly. Upon hearing Lu the steward announce her victory, Lu Wushuang swayed, nearly collapsing. Yet, she felt a strong hand steadying her. Looking up, she found Yi Tian gazing at her with a complex expression. "Take this. It's for healing." Yi Tian opened his palm, revealing a pale green pill nestled within. This was something he had brought from home, a remnant from the brutal training he had endured under Xiao Xingyun. Whenever he felt fatigued or injured, he would consume these pills for recovery, which proved to be remarkably effective. Before heading out, he had taken some with him for unforeseen circumstances. Lifting his gaze to admire the handsome visage of Yi Tian, Lu Wushuang felt a flicker of warmth within her heart. After gratefully accepting the pills, she swallowed them. As soon as the pills entered her mouth, they transformed into a refreshing liquid that flowed down her throat. Lu Wushuang sensed her depleted stamina gradually beginning to replenish. Was it truly this effective? She felt a surge of delight at the realization. With Yi Tian's assistance, she slowly regained her strength. As the final match commenced, the contestants entered the arena. Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Tian understood it was his turn to compete. He lowered his hand, adjusted his attire, and was about to step forward when unexpectedly, Wu Ning jumped into the arena first. "You there, Yi Tian? Come out and face your demise." Wu Ning's gaze was dark, fixed intently on Yi Tian. It turned out that he had witnessed the moment Yi Tian supported Lu Wushuang and handed her the pills. What might seem like a benign act to most had taken on a different meaning in Wu Ning's eyes. He mistakenly believed they were exchanging affectionate glances, igniting a fierce anger within him. Lu Wushuang was a woman he had long coveted, and in his mind, she was already his forbidden treasure. His original plan was to assist the Zhao family in gaining control of the Xiantai mine, then provoke them to suppress the Lu family. When the Lu family found themselves in dire straits, he would then step in to offer his help. In doing so, Lu Wushuang would surely feel indebted to him, allowing him to manipulate her at will. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of Yi Tian, which left the usually arrogant and self-assured Wu Ning feeling somewhat incredulous. Noticing Wu Ning's palpable hostility, Yi Tian was equally perplexed. When had he offended him so profoundly? Frowning slightly, Yi Tian too stepped into the arena. The third match commenced. Observing the evident tension between the two, Steward Lu did not wait for them to announce their names and directly declared the beginning of the contest. As soon as Lu's voice faded, Wu Ning lunged forward like a lion possessed. His eyes burned with fury, his entire being thrumming with spiritual energy, and his robes billowed around him. Summoning a fierce wind, he transformed it into lethal claws aimed at his opponent. With a powerful shout, he waved his hand, conjuring a row of razor-sharp wind blades suspended in the air. Indeed, they were of the wind element. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Among the 7 fundamental elements, the wind element was particularly effective against physical cultivators. Its speed, extensive range, and formidable lethality all served to severely limit a physical cultivator's offensive capabilities. It appeared that achieving victory today would not be an easy feat. Yi Tian pondered as events unfolded. Wu Ning had already launched his attack. A flurry of razor-sharp wind blades hurtled towards Yi Tian with relentless speed. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, swiftly sidestepping to evade the onslaught. However, to his astonishment, the wind blades seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, redirecting themselves to follow his movements with unwavering precision. Damn, are they tracking me? Yi Tian cursed inwardly, dodging left and right in a desperate attempt to escape the relentless assault. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, the wind blades clung to him like a relentless parasite, refusing to be shaken off. Ha! Wu Neng laughed heartily from the side. Did you think these were mere low-level wind blades? This is the advanced magic technique, Wind Fang. Both in speed and power, they are incomparable to ordinary wind blades. Once they lock onto a target, there's no chance of escaping. Let them keep you entertained. With that, Wu Neng waved his hand again, summoning another barrage of wind blades. Seeing this, a slight smirk crept onto Yi Tian's lips. Since evasion proved futile, he resolved to withstand the onslaught. He extended his right hand, summoning the black gold ancient blade into his grasp. With a decisive flourish, he unleashed the dragon blade technique, each swing of the ancient blade obliterating a wind blade in its path. In no time, all the wind blades were eradicated. With a powerful leap, Yi Tian surged towards Wu Neng at breakneck speed. Not daring to be complacent, Wu Neng swiftly raised his hand, casting a series of spells in rapid succession: levitation, acceleration, and wind walk. Each spell enveloped him in radiant light, enhancing his speed, and he retreated with astonishing swiftness, even faster than Yi Tian. Yet, Yi Tian remained hot on his heels, and the two engaged in a frenetic chase across the plaza. Occasionally, Wu Neng would launch a wind blade to disrupt Yi Tian's pursuit, but each attempt was effortlessly dismantled by the black gold ancient blade. This relentless exchange could not continue indefinitely. Yi Tian realized he could not sustain this pace any longer and abruptly halted his pursuit. Wu Neng, noticing this, also paused at a distance of several dozen meters, hovering in midair. What's wrong? Tired? Can't keep up? He taunted, a smirk plastered across his face. Yi Tian remained silent, rolling up his sleeves and removing two metallic bands resembling bracelets from his wrists. He then rolled up his pant legs, discarding two metallic ankle cuffs as well. Wait. Wu Neng observed Yi Tian's actions, his derisive expression intensifying, and he did not rush to attack. Do you really think shedding these trinkets will allow you to catch up with me? You underestimate me far too much. Wu Neng scoffed, raising his hand to cast another speed-enhancing spell upon himself. At this moment, Yi Tian had already removed his upper garment, revealing a close-fitting iron vest beneath. This was no longer the original dark iron vest, but rather one crafted from exceedingly rare meteorite iron. Its density was greater, its weight heavier. Yet it was also remarkably thinner. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Tian activated a mechanism, detaching the meteorite iron vest and unveiling a physique adorned with sleek, solid muscles. A long-lost sense of ease washed over him, and he murmured softly. He then cast a cold gaze towards Wu Neng in the distance and hurled the object in his hand skyward before his form instantaneously vanished from sight. Chapter 68. The third door opens. Wu Neng sensed the severity of the situation and instinctively sought to flee. However, it was already too late. Almost concurrently with the disappearance of Yi Tian's figure, he had appeared before Wu Neng. In a mere instant, the ancient black gold blade in his hand was unleashed in a flurry of dozens of strikes. Following this, he raised his leg and delivered a kick to Wu Neng's left shoulder. The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air as Wu Neng was sent hurtling backward. Yi Tian pursued him relentlessly, and as Wu Neng landed after being propelled several meters away, the black gold blade was already poised upon his shoulder. Yi Tian looked down at Wu Neng from his elevated position and coldly declared, "You have lost." At that moment, the iron vest and the handcuffs that Yi Tian had cast aside just fell to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The granite slabs of the square shattered into countless fragments, cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of it all. How terrifying was this weight? How could this man have worn such burdensome items and still moved with such agility? It was truly astounding. At this moment, Wu Neng appeared exceedingly disheveled. His left arm hung limply, the shoulder a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. His body was riddled with cuts, his clothing tattered, and blood poured from his wounds, dripping onto the ground. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Wu Neng let out a cold, derisive laugh and raised his head to meet Yi Tian's gaze, his eyes filled with an indescribable venom. Suddenly, Yi Tian detected a faint ripple of spiritual energy. His gaze fell upon Wu Neng's remaining intact hand, where a black pill had materialized between his fingers. Without hesitation, Wu Neng tossed the pill into his mouth. Yi Tian's heart sank at this ominous turn of events, but it was too late to intervene. A surge of formidable power erupted from Wu Neng, propelling the black gold blade away from his shoulder and sending Yi Tian flying backward. Nevertheless, Yi Tian demonstrated remarkable bodily coordination, twisting in midair to land gracefully on the ground. Observing the volatile energy radiating from Wu Neng, a name surfaced in Yi Tian's mind: Explosive Spirit Pill. This explosive spirit pill was a substance that evoked both admiration and dread in equal measure. Upon consumption, it will stimulate the practitioner's dantian, causing the spiritual energy within to enter a state of frenzy, significantly enhancing combat prowess. However, the side effects of taking the explosive spirit pill are considerable. At the very least, one will feel weakened for 3 days, and one's cultivation will stagnate for an entire year. Nevertheless, Wu Neng's hatred for Yi Tian has rendered him oblivious to these consequences. Yi Tian first disrupted his plan to recruit Lu Wushuang as a maid, then represented the Lu family in opposition to him, brazenly exchanging flirtatious glances with Lu Wushuang right before his eyes, and now publicly humiliating him. At this moment, Wu Neng yearned to flay Yi Tian alive. Elder Lu, Wu Neng has cheated. He has consumed drugs. Lu Wushuang, witnessing the scene, understood the reason and urgently spoke to Elder Lu. The crowd had witnessed Wu Neng's consumption of the drug in its entirety, while Lu Wushuang felt a surge of anger. Her concern for Yi Tian deepened. Hearing Lu Wushuang's words, Elder Lu was about to respond when Zhao Xiong's loud voice echoed from the other side of the arena. Mr. Wu is inherently skilled in the crafting of magical potions. This is merely a facet of his own abilities, thus it cannot be deemed cheating. Elder Lu, did we stipulate during the establishment of the competition rules that the use of potions was forbidden? Elder Lu was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhao Xiong's assertion. After a brief hesitation, he replied, Indeed, there are no regulations against the use of pills. Then let us not interfere with the progression of the match, Zhao Xiong remarked, casting a mocking glance at Lu Wushuang. Enraged, Lu Wushuang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, with the situation as it was, further discussion was futile. Turning her gaze towards Yi Tian in the arena, her anxiety intensified. Sensing the aura emanating from Wu Neng, Yi Tian felt a chill run down his spine. The intensity of this aura was alarmingly close to that of a 5th-tier practitioner. The potency of the explosive spirit pill was indeed terrifying. If he refrained from utilizing his internal chakra, he might not stand a chance against him. Yet, he could not expose his true cultivation level. Fortunately, he possessed several hidden cards. As Yi Tian contemplated his strategy, Wu Neng made the first move. Raising his remaining right hand, he drew forth a folding fan from his waist and began to wave it vigorously through the air. The fan conjured a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy that intertwined furiously. Observing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Previously, seeing Wu Neng empty-handed had left him puzzled. For in his experience, typical mages would wield a staff or similar weapon to amplify their magical powers. He had not anticipated that Wu Neng's weapon was the folding fan that had hung at his waist all along. It was unclear whether this had stemmed from underestimating him or some other reason. At this moment, he was finally summoned. Wu Neng, wielding a folding fan in his hand, chanted incantations: Wind's Binding Lock, Gossamer Veil, eternal winds that sweep across the earth, transform into shackles of confinement, binding the sins of nascent movements. Wind Realm Binding Lock. With a resounding shout, Wu Neng's magic took form. A colossal net woven from fierce hurricanes descended upon Yi Tian, enveloped in a terrifying force of severance and sealing. It was evident that once ensnared by this net, Yi Tian would be left with no choice but to surrender and be at the mercy of his adversaries. The coverage of this wind net was vast, leaving Yi Tian with no avenue of escape. Yet, he exhibited no signs of panic. It seemed this was the only course of action. As the wind net loomed closer, Yi Tian made no attempt to evade, his lips parting slightly. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open gate, open. This was not the end. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. With each command, an eerie crimson hue surged across Yi Tian's skin, while a layer of verdant energy enveloped his body. The first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia released the constraints of the brain domain, allowing him to unleash 100% of his physical capabilities. The second gate, rest gate, alleviated physical fatigue, overexerting bodily energy to restore stamina, countering the fatigue induced by the energy expenditure of the open gate. The third gate, life gate, commenced the consumption of his vital energy to further enhance speed and strength. This was the final safety line of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The sensation was intoxicating. Yi Tian clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and charged straight towards the approaching wind net. Was he mad? This thought arose simultaneously in the minds of all present. However, the anticipated scene of Yi Tian being torn apart did not materialize. As he rushed forward, the net, composed of raging hurricanes, was indeed dispersed. Chapter 69. The Terrifying Lotus of Li. Wu Neng was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He snapped his folding fan shut and formed a gesture with his hands, causing the closed fan to hover in midair, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Clearly, this fan was also a weapon of remarkable quality. Illusory winds transformed into a guardian dragon. Wu Neng bellowed, grasping the fan before pointing towards the void ahead. Instantly, a tempest erupted around him, coalescing into a colossal dragon exceeding 10 meters in length. The dragon's head roared silently in the direction of Yi Tian. Observing the frenzied intent to kill in Wu Neng's eyes, Yi Tian's gaze flickered. You wish to kill me? Then do not blame me. With a swift motion, Yi Tian pulled back his shoulder and unleashed a powerful punch towards the colossal dragon head. The strike landed with precision, causing the massive wind dragon to shatter into countless fragments, dissipating into the ether. How could this be? Someone could actually confront my wind dragon with mere physical strength? Wu Neng was utterly astonished, his disbelief deepening. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Tian's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, it was directly before Wu Neng. Grasping his collar, Yi Tian hurled him into the air. Almost immediately, he delivered a fierce kick to Wu Neng's abdomen, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, his body soaring skyward like a cannonball. Lianhua. Yi Tian vanished once more. Simultaneously, Wu Neng, suspended in midair, seemed to be struck by an invisible force. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air as he coughed up another stream of blood. Yet this was not the end. His body, still floating, was relentlessly assaulted. The sounds of broken bones and torn ligaments filling the atmosphere. Throughout this ordeal, Yi Tian's silhouette remained elusive, having not reappeared since his initial disappearance. The onlookers were left in confusion, utterly bewildered by Wu Neng's predicament. However, among the crowd, there were those perceptive enough to discern the truth. The speed of the attacks had surpassed the limits of the human eye. Was this the terrifying prowess of a body cultivator? Lu Jin stared in shock at Wu Neng, who was being mercilessly battered in the air. With his cultivation level, he could only perceive a shadow, seemingly Yi Tian, launching an unrelenting series of assaults. On the other side, Zhao Xiong wore a look of astonishment. This individual was truly formidable. Meanwhile, the referee, Elder Lu, whose cultivation far surpassed that of the two, focused his spiritual energy in his eyes, allowing him to discern Yi Tian's movements. Such velocity and frequency of attacks were unprecedented among body cultivators he had encountered. This Yi Tian was extraordinary. Unmindful of the spectators' reactions, Yi Tian executed a staggering 108 strikes upon Wu Neng in rapid succession. At last, his body could bear no more. He flipped backward and landed on the ground, his chest heaving with exertion. With Yi Tian's relentless assault ceased, Wu Neng's body fell in a free fall, crashing onto the central square with a resounding thud. The sight was horrific. Not a single bone on his body remained intact. He lay crumpled on the ground like a heap of broken clay, internal organs spilling forth as he drew his final breath. He was beyond dead, utterly lifeless. Observing this, Yi Tian let out a long sigh of relief. The 8 gates of Duanjia have been lifted, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged through him. However, Yi Tian's physical prowess had long transcended his past limitations. Merely opening 3 gates was far from his utmost capacity. At this moment, although his body felt weary, the impact was not significant. On the sidelines, Steward Lu, possessing profound cultivation, discerned with a single glance that Wu Neng had met his demise. He promptly announced, "In the 3rd match, the Lu family emerges victorious." Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the arena, Zhao Xiong observed Yi Tian standing resolutely in the center of the square, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. This young man, Yi Tian, a mere body cultivator, had managed to slay Wu Neng even after the latter consumed an explosive spirit pill. He appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet wielded such formidable strength. His future achievements would undoubtedly surpass this. Yet, he stood aligned with the Lu family. The way he exchanged glances with Lu Jin, their mutual attraction, made it clear that enticing him to the Zhao family would be improbable. If this individual remained, he would inevitably become a significant threat to my Zhao family. With this thought, a decisive glint emerged in Zhao Xiong's eyes. Seizing the moment while the crowd was still reeling from Wu Neng's death, he suddenly leaped into the air, charging directly towards the center of the square. Concentrating his spiritual energy in his palm, he aimed a ferocious strike at Yu Tian's head. At that very instant, as Zhao Xiong propelled himself forward, Yi Tian felt a sudden shift within him. Having merged with the Nine Tails chakra, he had acquired a fraction of its abilities, the most significant being the perception of malice from others. The moment Zhao Xiong's murderous intent surged, Yu Tian was already aware. Yet, evasion was no longer an option. With life hanging in the balance, Yi Tian could no longer conceal his strength. He directed his spirit into his Dantian, preparing to unravel the seal of the Nine Tails. Just then, a concentrated stream of spiritual energy shot forth from the side. Given the sheer potency of this attack, should it strike true, even Zhao Xiong would suffer severe injuries. Realizing this, Zhao Xiong disregarded Yu Tian, landing firmly on the ground. He raised his hand, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy to intercept the impending strike. At that moment, Lu Jin had already positioned herself before Yi Tian, glaring fiercely at Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong, can you not bear to lose? How dare you attack a junior without regard for your status? Oomph. He dared to kill Mr. Wu. I must seek justice for his untimely death. Zhao Xiong retorted, feigning righteousness. Today, as long as I, Lu Jin, stand here, you shall not lay a finger on him. Oh, it seems you wish to challenge me. Do you think Zhao Xiong fears you? With that, neither party exchanged further words, both elevating their auras to their zenith. These two family heads were, astonishingly, both 6th tier, 5th stage cultivators. Enough. A thunderous sound resonated, startling all in attendance. Both masters Lu and Zhao discerned the source of the sound, promptly retracting their auras and turning to face the same direction. The voice belonged to Steward Lu. Today's contest has concluded with the Lu family emerging victorious. Thus, the dominion over the Xian Iron Mine rightfully belongs to the Lu family. Should you have any objections to the results, I invite you to seek me at the Luoyang City branch. I shall ensure you receive a fair resolution. Steward Lu's frosty gaze was fixed upon Zhao Xiong, simultaneously revealing his peak 6th tier cultivation. Zhao Xiong's countenance turned ashen upon hearing this, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, I shall abide by Steward Lu's decision. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance, the remaining Zhao family members trailing behind him in dejection. As for Wu Neng, sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, he was met with naught but indifference. Chapter 70. 3rd tier. Thank you, Steward Lu. Lu Jin respectfully clasped his fist in gratitude towards Lu. There is no need for thanks. I merely speak the truth, Lu replied, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Jin. The Lu family is on the brink of a remarkable rise. He then turned his attention to Yi Tian. Young man, your future is boundless. As he spoke, a rare smile graced his lips, though to Yi Tian, it appeared rather unsettling, reminiscent of a horror film. A shiver ran down Yi Tian's spine as he inwardly mused about the unnerving impression. Following this exchange, Lu took his leave. Throughout, Lord Nangong had remained silent, departing alongside Lu. At this moment, Lu Wushuang approached Yu Tian. Thanks to the medicinal pill, her injuries had nearly healed, leaving her slightly fatigued but otherwise well. Are you all right? Lu Wushuang inquired, concern evident in her eyes. I'm fine, just a bit weary, Yi Tian replied with a light-hearted smile. After inspecting him and confirming that he bore no injuries, she sighed in relief. Let us return, Lu Jin stated, leading the group back to the Lu residence. Upon their return, as Yi Tian settled onto his bed to meditate, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have earned 5,000 points and 2 super lottery draws. Wow! Such a generous reward this time. Yi Tian exclaimed internally, filled with excitement. Yet, greater surprises awaited him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating and eliminating the 6th tier qualified cultivator Wu Neng. You have gained 6,354 talent points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your qualification has risen to 3rd tier. How astonishing that this fellow possesses such a remarkable 6th grade qualification. By vanquishing him, my own qualification has ascended to the 3rd grade. What a stroke of fortune. If only I could experience this several more times. With a heart brimming with joy, Yi Tian plunged into the system space. Little D, I have returned. Come forth to greet me. You always commence with this line. Could you not introduce a touch of novelty? Little D's voice resonated beside Yi Tian. He chuckled, choosing to remain silent. Quickly, I wish to draw a lottery. Currently, you have 5,000 points, allowing for 5 draws at the primary level or 1 at the advanced level. Who stated I desired to draw using points? Yu Tian inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Little D. Then, what do you wish for? I desire a super lottery. Little D appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you certain you do not wish to accumulate enough for a tenfold draw? That would be dreadfully dull. If we are to play, let it be exhilarating. I have faith in my luck. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Little D summoned a golden roulette wheel into the system space. You are familiar with the rules. No need for further elaboration. It is your turn. He crossed his arms, floating in the air beside Yu Tian. Yu Tian rubbed his hands together, fixating on the wheel. Commence. The pointer began to spin. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring Naruto's wallet. A flash of white light revealed a green, frog-shaped wallet in Yu Tian's hand. What on earth is this? He exclaimed in frustration, tossing it to Little D. Consider it a gift. Subsequently, Yu Tian initiated his second lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 8 trigrams palm, including the 64 palms of Bagua. This prize was considerably better. An additional means of attack had been granted. Yu Tian finally felt content. After playfully teasing Little D once more, he exited the system space and returned to reality. Open my personal information panel. Instantly, a blue luminescent screen, visible only to Yu Tian, materialized before him. Host, Yu Tian race, human, qualification, 3rd grade, talent points, 648210000. Once accumulated, can enhance the host's qualification level. Attributes, earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, yang points, 5,000 super lottery draws, 0 strength. 4th stage, 1 star, bloodline limit. Sharingan, 3 tomo, Byakugan ninjutsu. Basic ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. 8 trigrams palm. Returning heaven, Jinjutsu, basic Jinjutsu, requires activation through the Sharingan. Martial arts, 8 gates of Duinjia, can unlock the 6th gate, Millennium Kill. 8 trigrams, 128 palms, including the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, Mad Dragon Blade technique. Items, basic ninja tools, Paradise of Affection, limited edition. Tailed Beast, Ninetales Kurama, sealed. Can release the 5th seal. I am still lacking over 3,000 talent points to reach 4th grade qualification. Although the distinction between 3rd and 4th grade is merely 1 level, the disparity is quite significant. There are 9 grades of qualification in total. Grades 1 to 3 are considered low-grade qualifications. Grades 4 to 6 are medium grade, while grades 7 and above are regarded as high-grade qualifications. The leap from 3rd to 4th grade will bring about a qualitative transformation in all aspects. However, Yu Tian remains unhurried. He anticipates the upcoming genius battle, where numerous highly qualified contenders await his conquest. Counting the days, there are less than 20 left. Once he acquires the magic crystal, he will set off for the holy city. Subsequently, Yu Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a meditative state. After an indeterminate period, a knock echoed at the door. Yu Tian slowly opened his eyes. It's me. Before Yu Tian could inquire further, the voice of Lu Wushuang resonated from outside. Come in. The door is unlocked. Creaking, the door swung open as Lu Wushuang entered gracefully, carrying a wooden tray. At the center of the tray lay a porcelain bowl. How have you been resting? Lu Wushuang placed the tray on the table, observing Yu Tian, who was seated on the bed, with a cheerful smile. I've mostly recovered. Yu Tian replied. That is wonderful. Lu Wushuang nodded. This porridge is specially prepared for you. I added a lot of supplements, so drink it while it's hot. She gestured towards the bowl on the table. Yu Tian rose from the bed and approached the table. Upon gazing at the steaming porridge, a myriad of emotions surged within him. For so many years, he had been alone, often facing isolation and exclusion due to his status as an orphan. However, since arriving in this world, he had felt an unprecedented warmth from individuals like Yi Jingyuan, Xiao Xingyun, and the present Lu Wushuang. Why aren't you drinking it? If you don't hurry, it will get cold. Hearing Lu Wushuang's urging voice, Yu Tian smiled at her. He picked up the bowl, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to his mouth. Instantly, his smile froze. Chapter 71. A Daughter's Heart. What is this flavor? Yu Tian struggled to swallow the porridge and asked Lu Wushuang. What did you put in here? I'm not sure. I noticed there were many supplements at my father's place, so I just threw them all in together to cook, she replied. How does it taste? This is my first time cooking. Observing Lu Wushuang's eager expression, Yu Tian felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. Nodding slightly, a faint smile emerged. The taste is quite delightful. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang immediately brightened. Then you should eat quickly. It won't taste as good when it cools. Yu Tian gazed at the bowl in his hands, steeling himself. He lifted it and tilted his head, pouring the entire contents into his mouth. Take your time, don't choke. At last, Yi Tian, with great difficulty, managed to finish the bowl of porridge. He wiped his mouth and placed the empty bowl on the wooden tray. Seeing that Yi Tian had consumed it all, Lu Wushuang's eyes sparkled. There's more in the kitchen. I'll fetch some for you. With that, Lu Wushuang picked up the wooden tray and turned to leave. Yi Tian, noticing her intent, quickly interjected, "No need, I'm full. You exerted a lot of energy during that battle. How do you feel now?" "My stamina has mostly recovered, but I still have some internal injuries that require rest. Then you should go back and recuperate." However, Lu Wushuang looked down at the empty bowl on the table. "I truly am full." Yi Tian regarded Lu Wushuang with unprecedented sincerity in his eyes. "Very well then." Lu Wushuang felt her cheeks flush under Yi Tian's gaze. "I shall return to rest. There are servants outside the courtyard gate. If you require anything, just call for them." "All right." Yi Tian nodded. Observing this, Lu Wushuang hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly exited the room. After sending Lu Wushuang away, Yi Tian exhaled deeply. During his days at the Lu residence, he had discerned Lu Wushuang's feelings for him. However, he was not ready to contemplate such matters. After so many years of solitude, the sudden presence of another in his life left him somewhat unaccustomed. Women would only hinder his swiftness with the sword. Focusing on cultivating and enhancing his strength was far more appealing. After all, in a world where the strong are revered, power is of utmost significance. Shaking his head, Yi Tian resolved not to dwell on these idle thoughts. He settled cross-legged on the bed, entering a meditative state once more. Having elevated his aptitude to the 3rd rank, he could enhance his cultivation through meditation. Yi Tian was unwilling to squander a single moment. In the days that followed, he remained at the Lu residence, devoting himself entirely to his training. His spirits were lighter than ever before. Meanwhile, the Lu family was bustling with activity. Having taken over the Xian iron mine, there were myriad tasks awaiting the master, Lu Jin, to organize. However, one aspect puzzled Lu Jin. The acquisition of the mine proceeded with remarkable ease. The Zhao family did not intervene to create difficulties, which greatly surprised Lu Jin. This was not in line with their usual conduct. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Lu Jin was rather pleased with the tranquility. The absence of trouble from the other party was indeed a blessing, sparing him from wasting unnecessary energy. However, these days, Lu Wushuang found herself quite idle. Most of her days were consumed by a singular pursuit, orbiting around Yi Tian. Apart from the mundane necessities of eating, sleeping, and attending to nature's call, she trailed closely behind him, even observing him during his physical training. Fortunately, she remained a silent spectator, refraining from disturbing him. When Yi Tian retreated to his room for meditation, Lu Wushuang busied herself tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. On this particular day, as usual, Yi Tian practiced his swordplay and martial arts in the courtyard until he had worked up a fine sheen of sweat, at which point he ceased his exertions. Upon witnessing his pause, Lu Wushuang hurried over, presenting him with a towel she had prepared in advance. Yi Tian shook his head in mild exasperation, accepting the towel from her hands to wipe the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "Have the magic crystals I requested been prepared by the head of the Lu family?" "Absolutely. I'll fetch them for you," she replied, turning on her heel and jogging away from his small courtyard. Before long, Lu Wushuang returned, tossing a package into Yi Tian's hands. "Here it is, please check it." Yi Tian accepted the package without a glance, stowing it away in his spatial ring. Since he wore the storage ring, Lu Wushuang suspected nothing, assuming he had simply placed it within. "Won't you even take a look? Aren't you worried I might shortchange you?" she teased. Yi Tian smiled in response. "I trust you, and I have faith in the head of your family." After a brief pause, he added, "I must take my leave." At his words, Lu Wushuang's eyes dimmed, reflecting a profound sense of loss. She had long known he would not stay, yet she had not anticipated this day would arrive so soon. Nevertheless, she managed to muster a faint smile and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow," he replied. "Leaving so soon?" Though she endeavored to mask her disappointment, her voice betrayed her. "Very well, then. Please take some time to rest today. I will inform father," she said, turning away and exiting the courtyard without casting another glance back at Yi Tian. Watching her forlorn silhouette retreat, Yi Tian sighed and returned to his room. After leaving Yi Tian's courtyard, Lu Wushuang made her way directly to the reception hall of the Lu family, intending to discuss the matter with her father. At that moment, Lu Jin was engaged in discussions with several high-ranking family members regarding matters pertaining to the Xian iron mine. Noticing Lu Wushuang's despondent demeanor as she entered, Lu Jin sensed that something was amiss. He addressed those gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some family matters to attend to today. Let us continue our discussions at another time. The others, too, observed her troubled expression. Everyone bowed respectfully to Lu Jin before exiting the hall. The last person to leave closed the door behind them. Noticing the absence of others, Lu Jin swiftly inquired, Wushuang, what has transpired? Realizing her lapse in composure, Lu Wushuang promptly adjusted her demeanor and recounted to Lu Jin the circumstances surrounding Yi Tian's departure. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin understood the reason behind his daughter's distress and could not help but exhale a deep sigh. Oh, my foolish daughter, do you not yet comprehend? Gazing at his daughter, Lu Jin felt a pang of sympathy, yet he knew he must speak candidly. Historically, beautiful women are drawn to heroes. Your sentiments are well understood by your father. However, Yi Tian is hardly your suitable match. At these words, Lu Wushuang lifted her gaze, a hint of surprise crossing her features as she asked, why not? He differs from those ordinary young talents. Lu Jin shook his head. Chapter 72, Underestimating me shall bear consequences. He is destined to soar to great heights. Father knows you possess considerable confidence in your appearance. However, one must recognize that there are always those beyond oneself, and the world is vast. Throughout the continent, how many are there? Countless young women more youthful and beautiful than you exist. Do you truly believe you can capture his heart? Furthermore, while our Lu family may be among the most prominent in Luoyang City, in the grand scheme, we are merely a relatively sizable ordinary power. Many are far stronger than us. His future cannot be confined to this place. I believe it would be wise for you to reflect deeply on this. After listening to her father's admonition, Lu Wushuang lowered her head in silence. Lu Jin sighed at her demeanor, lost in contemplation. Both father and daughter harbored their own thoughts, unknown to those around them. The following morning, at the entrance of the Lu residence, Yi Tian was preparing to take his leave after bidding farewell to the Lu family. Suddenly, Lu Jin called out to him, producing an aged piece of parchment from his pocket. This is a treasure map passed down from my ancestors in the Lu family. Over the years, countless predecessors have ventured forth in search of this treasure, yet none have returned. 200 years ago, the then head of the Lu family embarked on this quest with several capable descendants, but he was the only one who returned, grievously injured. He left behind a final message before departing from this world. That message was a warning to all of us in the Lu family to seek the treasure. One must attain at least 7th tier cultivation. Without such prowess, one should not venture forth to meet their demise. 7th tier, such aspirations are beyond my reach in this lifetime. You have rendered immense assistance to our family, and in my inability to repay you, I hope you will accept this. When your cultivation is sufficient in the future, the treasure shall belong to you. Uncle Lu, this is far too precious for me to accept. Yi Tian hastily declined. Yi Tian, there is no need for further politeness. Without your assistance, my family, the Lu, may very well cease to exist in the near future. You are indeed a benefactor to us. And this treasure map holds little significance for the Lu family at present. Thus, I implore you to accept it. Consider it our family's token of gratitude. Lu Jin's expression was resolute. Should you refuse, I shall burn this treasure map on the spot, extinguishing any hopes of the Lu descendants. It would spare future generations from a reckless pursuit of death. With such words spoken, Yi Tian found it difficult to decline. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, very well, I shall graciously accept. He took the treasure map from Lu Jin's hands. However, Yi Tian, I must emphasize once more, should your cultivation fall short of the 7th rank, you must not attempt to seek it. Judging by the experiences of my ancestors, the location of this treasure is fraught with peril. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I would never jest with my own life. Yi Tian smiled. That is reassuring. Lu Jin nodded. Yi Tian then stored the technique away and bid farewell to the others once more. Turning to glance at Lu Wushuang, he noticed she had her head bowed, not once meeting his gaze. Observing her demeanor, Yi Tian chose not to say anything further. He turned to leave. Yi Tian, Lu Wushuang suddenly called out. Yi Tian halted but did not turn back. Safe travels, she managed to utter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a long pause, Yi Tian continued on his way. Lu Jin glanced at his daughter, sighed, and then retreated into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Wushuang remained rooted in place, watching Yi Tian's silhouette fade from view until he vanished completely. No sooner had Yi Tian departed than Steward Lu from the Holy Hall arrived at the Lu residence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival, Lu Jin said, hurrying out to extend his respects upon receiving the guard's announcement. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Steward Lu? Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to see Yi Tian and discuss a few matters with him. Lu Steward replied, a rare smile gracing his face. He just left, Lu Jin informed him. Oh? Which direction did he head, and how long ago? Lu Steward inquired. Momentarily taken aback. He went eastward, approximately a stick of incense ago, Lu Jin answered. Lu Steward's brow furrowed. Could he be heading to the holy city for the genius battle? After a moment's thought, he turned to his companion and commanded, You must set off immediately to catch up with Yi Tian and deliver these 2 items to him. As he spoke, Lu Steward produced an object from his robes and placed it in the hands of the other man. Upon seeing the item Lu Steward had revealed, Lu Jin's pupils constricted involuntarily. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was traversing a secluded grove at that very moment. The location was approximately several dozen miles from Luoyang City. Suddenly, Yi Tian came to a halt, lowering his eyelids and speaking softly. After following me all this way, are you not yet prepared to reveal yourselves? As the words left his lips, a dozen figures sprang forth from the surrounding woods. Yi Tian cast a quick glance and immediately discerned that these individuals were all cultivators of the 2nd rank or higher. His gaze settled on the middle-aged man at the forefront. The head of the Zhao family is quite cordial, escorting me such a distance. Humph, young man. Do you think you can simply walk away after disrupting my Zhao family's affairs? To his surprise, this middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Xiong, the head of the Zhao family. If I truly wished to depart, you and your companions would be unable to stop me. Ha ha ha, young man. How audacious to speak boldly when death is imminent. Attack. Zhao Xiong scoffed at Yi Tian's words. Without further ado, he commanded his followers to advance en masse. Underestimating me will come at a cost. You shall all remain here today, Yi Tian remarked softly as he observed the approaching crowd. He then directed his consciousness into his dantian, directly unsealing the 9 tails. Boom. A massive surge of orange energy erupted forth, and none of the advancing figures escaped unscathed. They were all obliterated, their insides shattered beyond recognition. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained steadfast, enveloped in a layer of orange energy. For illusory, gigantic tails swayed gently behind him, instilling a chilling and malevolent sensation in Zhao Xiong's heart. Yi Tian had unsealed all 4 seals of the 9 tails at once, remaining within a manageable range of control. Should the 5th seal be broken, his own consciousness might be influenced by the 9 tails. Witnessing this, Zhao Xiong was taken aback. How has this young man's aura suddenly transformed into something so terrifying? Chapter 73. Is this a gesture of favor? Though he was shocked internally, he did not allow it to show. Humph. Stop pretending to be mystical in front of me. Although I do not know how you managed to elevate your power so drastically in an instant, do you truly believe this will allow you to contend with me? With that, Zhao Xiong clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged toward Yi Tian. Heh. Yi Tian remained silent, letting out a light chuckle, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his arm, slowly extending his palm toward Zhao Xiong. Moments later, Zhao Xiong's body fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open, reflecting an expression of disbelief. A fist-sized hole marked his left chest, his heart now a mystery. Yi Tian regarded the fallen Zhao Xiong with a cold, indifferent gaze. Suddenly, he turned sharply in one direction, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Who is it? Step out. A man hurriedly emerged from the woods, clasping his fists in greeting. Mr. Yi, I mean no harm. I was sent by Steward Lu from the sanctuary to deliver some items to you. Oh, Steward Lu? What could he possibly give me? Yi Tian's brow furrowed. Bring them forth. The man nodded and retrieved 2 items from his bosom, a jade token and a black card. He respectfully handed them to Yi Tian, then took 2 steps back and spoke. The jade token is a decree of the sanctuary. With it, wherever you go to any branch in the cities, you shall be treated with honor. It symbolizes your status. Additionally, the bearer possesses certain rights, one of which allows you to bypass the preliminary trials in the genius battle and directly enter the next stage of the arena battles and ranking contests. As he spoke, a hint of envy was unmistakably etched on the man's face. Yi Tian examined the token, which was palm-sized and crafted entirely from white jade, subtly emanating a faint glow. At its center was inscribed a large character for sanctuary. Steward Lu is rather generous, isn't he? Is he attempting to recruit me? Yi Tian pondered within himself. The man continued, this card is a black gold card from the Shengbao Hall. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount at any Xingbao Hall across 100 cities. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian shifted his gaze to the black card. It was made of an unknown material, exceedingly thin yet remarkably durable, resistant to damage. The back was adorned with a pale yellow, transparent crystal embedded within, pulsating with a strong wave of spiritual energy. So, Xingbao Hall is not limited to just Liang City. It seems to wield considerable influence. Yi Tian reflected. However, if Xingbao Hall seeks to win me over, why send it through Steward Liu? Furthermore, I have had no prior dealings with Xingbao Hall. Why extend such goodwill towards me? Realizing this, Yi Tian lifted his gaze to the man before him. The man appeared to have discerned Yi Tian's thoughts and explained. Xingbao Hall is one of the properties of the sanctuary. Ah, so that is the case. Yi Tian exclaimed, a sense of clarity washing over him. That explains everything. I will accept these items. Please convey my gratitude to Steward Liu. The man nodded. Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave now. He tentatively inquired, carefully observing Yi Tian's expression, but Yi Tian remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Upon witnessing the scene, the man assumed that Yi Tian had tacitly consented. After casting a glance at the lifeless body of Zhao Xiong on the ground, he bowed slightly to Yi Tian and turned to retrace his steps. Halt! Yi Tian's sudden voice pierced the silence behind him. The man turned to behold Yi Tian, who regarded him with an indescribable gaze. At that moment, Yi Tian had yet to seal away the borrowed power of the Nine Tails, and the orange chakra cloak enveloping his body remained intact. With 4 colossal tails composed of chakra gently swaying, the chilling and malevolent aura emanating from Yi Tian sent a shiver down the man's spine. After halting the man, Yi Tian remained silent, his unwavering stare heightening the man's anxiety. Stealing another glance at Zhao Xiong's corpse, the man felt a sudden impulse and spoke, Today, I have come at the behest of Deacon Liu from the Holy Hall to deliver something to you, Mr. Yi. Throughout my journey, I have encountered only you and no others. Upon hearing the man's words, Yi Tian allowed a smile to grace his lips. Quite astute. However, a lingering sense of unease compelled him to act. In an instant, he appeared before the man, commanding, Look into my eyes. His tone was frigid and left no room for refusal. The man, in a flurry of confusion, instinctively raised his gaze to meet Yi Tian's, locking onto a pair of peculiar crimson eyes. In the next moment, a haze enveloped his mind. Return now. Be sure to convey my gratitude to Lord Liu. As his awareness slowly returned, these were the only words he registered. Ah, very well. Then, I shall take my leave, Mr. Yi. The man bowed once more and turned to depart, a strange feeling creeping into his heart, as though he had forgotten something important. Yet he could not articulate what it was. Yi Tian watched the man's retreating figure, suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, his body swaying perilously as though he might collapse. This was a sign of excessive mental strain. Just moments earlier, he had activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion upon the man, rendering his consciousness foggy. Subsequently, he had relocated him to a more secluded area and employed the illusion once again to seal away the man's memories. Initially, he had contemplated erasing the man's memories entirely, but his current 3-tomo Sharingan was insufficient for such a feat thus. He could only obscure that segment of memory within the man's mind, ensuring that, at least for a time, it would remain inaccessible. He had also considered simply eliminating the man, but such an act would undoubtedly provoke the Holy Hall, from which he needed to seek favor in the upcoming genius battle. Hence, he chose this alternative approach. After shrouding the man's memory, Yi Tian sealed the power of the Nine Tails once more. After a moment of contemplation, ensuring that he appeared unremarkably ordinary, he dispelled the illusion and sent the man on his way. Once you can recall it, I shall no longer need to conceal my strength, Yi Tian murmured to himself. He then settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, entering a meditative state to recuperate the substantial mental energy he had previously expended. A full hour later, Yi Tian reopened his eyes, his spirit now revitalized. After discerning his direction, he resumed his journey toward the Holy City. Chapter 74. The affluent Xingbao Hall 10 days later. Yi Tian stood in line for 3 full hours before his identity was verified, granting him entry into the Holy City. Gazing at the vast sea of people before him, Yi Tian could not help but exclaim that this holy city truly deserved its reputation as the largest city of human power, its splendor unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Surrounded by the cacophony of the bustling crowd, he felt as if he had stepped into another world. The streets were lined with neatly arranged shops and patrols of fully armed guards, each consisting of about a dozen second-tier or higher cultivators, roamed the city. The holy city is indeed extraordinary, Yi Tian remarked with genuine admiration. Calculating the days, he realized that registration for the genius battle would commence in 3 days. Perfect. I can afford a few days of rest and relaxation, he mused. Stopping a passerby for information, he eventually found a modest inn. Tossing a bag of gold coins onto the counter, he requested a quiet room, stating, all future expenses will be covered from this, should it run out. I shall return for more. For cultivators, gold coins were in abundance. Slaying a single magical beast could yield a fortune. The innkeeper glanced at the bag without a flicker of surprise, turning to retrieve a key and handing it to Yi Tian. Only the innermost room on the left of the second floor remains. Accepting the key, Yi Tian couldn't help but think how remarkably composed the innkeeper was. Noticing that it was still early, Yi Tian left the inn to explore the holy city, hoping to gather information regarding the genius battle. As he wandered, a familiar structure came into view. This must be the headquarters of Shengbao Hall, he thought, looking up at the imposing edifice. Its design mirrored that of the Shengbao Hall in Liang City, yet its scale was at least 10-fold larger. Previously, he had wished to enter the hall during his time in Liang City, but was interrupted by Lu Wushuang. Now, encountering it again, he decided to discover what the Shibao Hall truly offered. Remembering that he possessed a black gold card from Shibao Hall, he stepped forward with purpose. Unexpectedly, as he approached the entrance, he was halted by the guards stationed at the door. Greetings, sir. Our Shibao Hall is exclusively accessible to practitioners. Please verify your identity as a cultivator. Yi Tian cast a glance at the guard barring his way and swiftly discerned his cultivation level. A peak 3rd stage. Shengbao Hall truly possesses considerable wealth, employing a cultivator on the verge of breaking into the 4th stage as a gatekeeper. I am a body cultivator, Yi Tian stated calmly. A body cultivator? The guard expressed surprise. Such practitioners are indeed rare. However, verifying his identity might prove challenging. Unlike typical cultivators who merely need to release their spiritual power for identification. A look of consternation crossed the guard's face. Just then, Yi Tian suddenly made a move without warning, pointing a finger towards the guard's chest. The guard, taken aback, hastily summoned his spiritual energy to shield his front. Yi Tian's fingertip made contact with the guard's chest and withdrew instantly, yet the immense force compelled the guard to stagger back a few steps. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, inwardly astonished, the guard reflected on his peak 3rd stage cultivation combined with a full defensive barrier. Yet he could not withstand that single thrust. Moreover, throughout the encounter, this young man had exhibited no trace of spiritual power, relying solely on sheer physical strength. This capability was undoubtedly indicative of a body cultivator of remarkable skill. Though the guard was astounded by Yi Tian's prowess and youth, he did not forget his duty. He clasped his hands in a respectful salute and said, "Please, enter." Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement and stepped through the grand entrance. Upon entering, a tall and beautiful young woman approached him. "Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? It is my first visit here. Could you provide me with an introduction?" Yi Tian smiled at the young woman. "Of course, sir. Shibao Hall is divided into 3 levels. The first level houses the trading hall, where one can procure various items needed by practitioners, including an array of cultivation resources. As for rare or precious items, they are auctioned on the 2nd floor. Auctions at Shibao Hall occur almost daily, but large-scale auctions are held only once a month. The next grand auction is scheduled for tomorrow. The 3rd level, however, is not open to the public," the young woman explained patiently. Yi Tian nodded. "May I explore the 1st floor?" "Certainly. Please take your time. And call me if you need anything," she replied, stepping aside to stand quietly while keeping a watchful eye on Yi Tian. As long as Yi Tian has any needs, she will rush over at the first opportunity. Casting a glance at the young girl, Yi Tian smiled. The service at Shengbao Hall is indeed commendable. Subsequently, Yi Tian began to wander around the expansive trading hall. The area of this trading hall is extraordinarily vast, filled with an array of items necessary for practitioners, leaving Yi Tian quite dazzled. Despite the throngs of people, the spaciousness of the hall alleviated any sense of crowding. At that moment, Yi Tian's attention was suddenly captured by a practitioner entering from the doorway, who spoke briefly to another young girl before being guided into a side passage. Observing this scene, Yi Tian turned to the girl who had just attended to him. She promptly approached him, inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to ask where that passage leads," Yi Tian replied, gesturing towards the direction the practitioner had taken. The girl followed his finger and immediately understood, explaining, "That passage leads to the appraisal area. If someone wishes to sell items at Shibao Hall, We take them to the appraisal area. Upon hearing this, Yution's heart stirred. He was in need of magic crystals, and fortuitously, he had some items he could sell. He then asked, "Do you accept magical artifacts here?" "Anything essential for practitioners is accepted here. However, the prices may be slightly lower than those outside." "Sir, are you looking to sell some magical artifacts?" the girl inquired. Yition nodded in affirmation. "Then please follow me," she said, leading the way. After traversing the passage, they arrived at a chamber that was significantly smaller than the trading hall. This chamber was divided into individual rooms, each marked with different categories. The girl guided Yution to the room designated for magical artifacts before stepping back. The room was modestly sized, containing only a desk. Behind the desk sat a man in his 30s, who looked up with a smile upon Yition's entrance. "Are you here to sell magical artifacts?" "What type?" he asked. Yition hesitated for a moment. "Something akin to magical scrolls, but not entirely the same." He then retrieved a detonation talisman from his system space, placing it on the desk. The man glanced at the ring adorning Yition's finger, but said nothing. He picked up the detonation talisman and studied it intently. After a considerable time of examination, he finally raised his head and cautiously asked, "Pardon my ignorance, but what is the purpose of this magical artifact?" "Oh, this item is called a detonation talisman. In essence, this resembles a magical scroll, albeit with a more singular effect, capable solely of inflicting fire-based attacks. Additionally, it possesses certain advantages not found in traditional magical scrolls." Subsequently, Yition elucidated the characteristics of the explosive talisman to the man. "Its power is rather mediocre," Yition mused, "likely equivalent to the full-force strike of a peak 4th-tier cultivator." "What?" The man, upon hearing Yition's words, was taken aback, hastily rising to his feet. "Please wait here. I shall return momentarily." With that, he hurriedly exited the room, clutching the explosive talisman. Observing the man's peculiar demeanor, Yition felt perplexed, but resigned himself to patiently await his return. After what seemed to be the duration of an incense stick, the man re-entered the room, accompanied by an elderly gentleman, who appeared to be over 50. Upon entering, the elder walked straight to Yition, lifting the explosive talisman in his hand, his expression brimming with excitement. "Did you create this?" Noticing the elder's enthusiasm, Yition felt a sense of unease and shook his head. "No, I acquired it by chance." "Is there something wrong with it?" "There is nothing amiss with the item. However, the method of its creation is unprecedented," the elder proclaimed. "I have devoted the majority of my life to the study of magical artifacts and have never encountered such a wondrous technique. If we could comprehend how this artifact is produced and apply this method to the crafting of other magical scrolls, humanity's magical evolution would undoubtedly take a monumental leap forward." At this juncture, the elder scrutinized Yution's eyes intently. "Are you certain this is not of your making?" "Indeed not." Yution furrowed his brow, disliking the scrutiny he was receiving. "What a pity," the elder sighed. "How many more of these explosive talismans do you possess?" "I, from the Shungbao Hall, wish to acquire them all." Yition pondered briefly before producing another stack of explosive talismans. Including the one in the elder's possession, there are a total of 36. After accepting the stack from Yition, the elder clasped his hands in gratitude. "I am Qianlong, the steward of the Shungbao Hall's headquarters. May I ask your esteemed name?" Upon hearing this, Yition nearly burst into laughter. "Qianlong? It seems to coincide with the name of a notable historical figure from my previous world." Suppressing his amusement, he promptly returned the gesture. "There is no need for such formality, Steward Qian. I am Yition. Given your age, you must be here in the Holy City for the genius battle?" "Indeed. There is no need for pretense regarding such matters." "Ah, indeed, heroes emerge in youth," Qianlong remarked without much context. "You flatter me, Steward Qian," Yition replied. And Qianlong chuckled heartily, then turned his attention back to the stack of explosive talismans. "This magical artifact holds substantial research value for us. However, since our Shibao Hall has never dealt in such items, it is indeed rather challenging to ascertain an appropriate price." Qianlong lowered his head and pondered briefly before addressing Yition. "How about this? I will auction 24 of these 36 explosive talismans at tomorrow's auction. As for the remaining 12, our Shibao Hall will acquire them at the highest bid price. What do you think?" Yition was equally uncertain regarding the true value of the explosive talismans, and Qianlong's proposal seemed to be a favorable arrangement. Without much hesitation, Yition agreed. Qianlong promptly instructed his staff to secure the talismans, and subsequently issued a receipt to Yition. After the auction concludes, present this receipt, and someone will escort you to collect the magic crystals earned from the auction. He then gestured to the young woman who had approached earlier. She stepped forward, presenting Yi Tian with a silver card. This is our Shengbao Hall's silver magic crystal card, which allows for deposits and withdrawals at any branch or affiliated business of Shengbao Hall. Furthermore, cardholders enjoy a discount of 5% off at Shengbao Hall and its associated establishments. I hope to establish a friendship with you on behalf of Shengbao Hall. I kindly ask you to accept this membership card. As Yi Tian gazed at the card in the young woman's hands, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He deftly produced the black card given to him by Steward Liu. Is this also a membership card from your Shengbao Hall? Upon recognizing the card, Qianlong was taken aback, his tone shifting to one of utmost respect. Mr. Yi, may I inquire where you obtained that card? It was bestowed upon me by Steward Liu from the Luoyang City Temple branch. Oh, it is indeed he? Qianlong was astonished. This is our Shengbao Hall's black gold card. Holders of this card receive the highest level of service at our establishment, and all purchases, including auction items, are available at a 20% discount off the original price, with the remaining balance covered by Shengbao Hall. Yi Tian had initially thought that discounts applied only to items purchased at Shengbao Hall, unaware that even auction items were eligible for such privileges. I see, he remarked. Since you possess a black gold card, Mr. Yi, you are considered one of our most esteemed guests. The silver membership card appears rather insignificant in comparison. With a wave of his hand, Qianlong instructed the young woman to retrieve the card. Not at all. If there is nothing else, I would like to take a stroll in the lobby on the first floor. You may attend to your business, Manager Qian. Qianlong replied promptly, of course. But should you wish to part with any items in the future, I hope you will consider our Shengbao Hall first. Naturally, seeing this, Qianlong exchanged pleasantries once more before departing. As Yi Tian returned to the hall, he wandered for quite some time, only to find nothing that piqued his interest. Consequently, he departed from the Shengbao Hall. Chapter 76. The auction begins upon exiting the Shengbao Hall. The sky had already darkened. Yi Tian decided against further aimless wandering and returned to the inn. After having dinner, he retreated to his room to engage in meditation and cultivation. The following morning, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. Through the window, he gazed at the sun, which had just begun to rise, and stretched languidly. That morning, the Shengbao Hall was set to host its monthly grand auction, an event in which Yi Tian was determined to participate. He was eager to see what price his explosive talisman might fetch and hoped to encounter some fortuitous finds at the auction. After a brief morning routine, he descended to the ground floor for breakfast before making his way to the Shengbao Hall. Upon arrival, the two guards at the entrance surprisingly did not impede his entry, suggesting that they had recognized him following yesterday's events, or perhaps it was due to a directive from Qianlong. Yi Tian greeted the guards with a friendly smile and entered the Shengbao Hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, the young lady who had attended to him the previous day warmly approached him. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. The auction has not yet commenced. Allow me to guide you to a resting area. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement and was led to a lounge. Once inside, he observed the surroundings, which were both elegant and serene. The meticulous decor indicated considerable effort had been invested. It was evidently not a place for ordinary patrons. Perhaps his status as a black card member afforded him such privileges. After settling into a seat, the young lady brewed a pot of tea for him and then stood patiently behind him. Yi Tian sipped the tea, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, awaiting the start of the event. As the hour of Chun approached, the young lady leaned close to his ear and whispered, Mr. Yi, it is time to prepare for entry. The auction will commence in half an hour. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian opened his eyes and was escorted by the young lady out of the lounge. She guided him to the auction hall located on the second floor of the Shengbao Hall. Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Tian was taken aback. This auction hall was significantly larger than the trading hall beneath. Rows of seats were meticulously arranged throughout the space. The foremost rows, in addition to seating, were equipped with tables adorned with fruits, pastries, and tea. A rough estimate suggested that the hall could accommodate tens of thousands of attendees. The entire structure soared to great heights, and as Yi Tian looked up, he noticed a balcony encircling the hall, with a series of private boxes lined up in neat succession. However, the interior of the private room remained obscured. Mr. Yi, as a distinguished black card member of Xingbeitang, you are entitled to enjoy exclusive access to our private rooms, the young lady remarked, turning to Yi Tian. She then guided him to the second floor, arriving at a room marked with the number 9. Upon opening the door, She ushered Yi Tian inside. At the heart of the room was an enormous sofa, accompanied by a table laden with an array of delectable food and beverages. Yi Tian sank into the plush sofa, its soft embrace inducing a drowsy sensation. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a grand floor-to-ceiling window, offering an unobstructed view of the entire auction hall below, the panorama splendidly expansive. Mr. Yi, the windows of this private room are crafted from a special material, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside, yet those within remain unaffected, the young lady explained. She handed Yi Tian a gilded booklet, which he glanced at, discovering it to be a list of the auction items. This document contains all the items for this auction. Shortly, a member of our Shangbei Tang staff will attend to you and explain the auction pieces. Please feel free to communicate any needs you may have. As a Black Card member, we shall endeavor to accommodate all your requests, she concluded, preparing to exit the room. Wait, Yi Tian called out to her. The young lady turned, smiling at him. Is there something you require, Mr. Yi? Instead of responding directly, Yi Tian inquired, Are you familiar with the items in this auction? Indeed, sir. Each of our staff members is well versed in the auction pieces prior to the event. Then there is no need to summon anyone else. You may explain them to me here. The young lady appeared momentarily taken aback, but her expression soon brightened. With a nod, she hurried to the table to pour a cup of tea for Yi Tian, then stood beside him, commencing her explanation. As she elucidated the details of the auction items, Yi Tian gradually familiarized himself with them. The fifth item on the auction list was his explosive talisman. He then turned to the young lady and asked, What is your name? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, My name is Xie Qian. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently closing his eyes and falling silent. Xie Qian glanced at him in surprise. However, as a service attendant, she refrained from uttering anything inappropriate. Standing quietly beside Yi Tian, they awaited the proceedings together. Soon, half an hour had passed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the host of this auction, Gong Ying. With her melodious voice resonating, the previously boisterous hall fell into immediate silence. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Tian also opened his eyes. On the stage stood a voluptuous woman, seemingly in her early 20s, dressed in a form-fitting crimson robe. Her figure was accentuated to perfection, particularly her bust, which was strikingly prominent. The woman, known as Gong Ying, lifted her enchanting gaze to scan the crowd below. In her beguiling voice, she proclaimed, Welcome to the monthly auction of Shengbao Hall. I hope everyone can acquire their desired treasures. Without further ado, let us present our first auction item. There was no need for Gong Ying to engage in lengthy pleasantries. Her mere appearance had already ignited the atmosphere in the hall. It was evident that most attendees were well acquainted with Gong Ying. As her words faded, two young maidens clad in white, form-fitting skirts wheeled a small cart onto the stage. Draped with a red cloth, the shape beneath the cloth resembled that of a book. The item for auction was a high-level combat technique, the Baiyu Fist. The starting bid was set at 2,000 magic crystals, with increments of no less than 100 magic crystals. Let the bidding commence. I bid 2,200 magic crystals. I bid 2,600 magic crystals. As Gong Ying's voice trailed off, the crowd eagerly began to place their bids. However, as the price escalated, the number of bidders dwindled. Ultimately, when the price reached 5,000 magic crystals, no further bids were made. This gentleman bids 5,000 magic crystals. Is there anyone willing to offer more? After several inquiries, a hint of disappointment flickered in Gong Ying's alluring eyes. Though this advanced combat technique was invaluable to smaller families and factions, it was not particularly rare in the grand city of the Holy City, where formidable experts converged. Furthermore, it was customary for the auction to feature items of increasing value as it progressed. This was merely the first item on the block. Many were reserving their magic crystals for the more coveted items to come, not wishing to squander a significant amount on something of lesser worth at the outset. 5,000 magic crystals was already a respectable auction price, a fact Gong Ying was well aware of. The fleeting disappointment in her eyes vanished quickly. 5,000 magic crystals. Going once. 5,000 magic crystals, going twice. As Gong Ying prepared to bring down the gavel in conclusion, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Wait. I bid 6,000 magic crystals. The crowd turned in unison to locate the source of the voice. A young man rose to his feet, adjusted his attire, brushed back his hair, and declared, This first auction item must not disappoint Miss Gong. The extra 1,000 magic crystals shall be a gift for Miss Gong Ying. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded the young man with expressions of condescension. Thinking how foolish he was to spend an additional 1,000 magic crystals on a rather trivial combat technique just to please a woman. Was he not in his right mind? On stage, Gong Ying cast a captivating glance towards the young man and, with her lips slightly parted, inquired, "This gentleman bids 6,000 magic crystals. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Naturally, no one in the audience was inclined to continue bidding. Ultimately, the high-tier combat technique was secured by the young man for 6,000 magic crystals. When Gong Ying looked at him, he felt a wave of exhilaration, as if enveloped in a delightful trance, leading him to entertain the grand delusion that she harbored affection for him. He even began to contemplate names for their future children. And lost in his thoughts, he couldn't help but chuckle. The crowd cast yet another disdainful glance in his direction, thinking it would be better to extinguish such foolish notions entirely. Gong Ying maintained her composure and announced, "Now, let us welcome the second auction item." The bidding for the first 3 items had been rather tepid. Finally, it was time for Yi Tian's explosive talisman. As Gong Ying spoke, a young girl entered from backstage, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. This 5th auction item was somewhat peculiar. It resembled a magical scroll, yet its application differed from conventional magical scrolls in several respects. Gong Ying proceeded to elucidate the characteristics and usage of the explosive talisman. Following a brief silence among the audience, a wave of astonishment ensued. Could it truly be? A magical item of this nature exists? It does not consume the user's own spiritual energy, meaning that anyone with even a modicum of spiritual prowess could unleash an attack equivalent to that of a peak 4th-tier expert. Is this not a mere fantasy? Moreover, it could be set for delayed activation, making it an exceptional tool for ambushes. Surely this must be a fabrication? How could such a thing possibly exist? I sense some exaggeration. I have never heard of anyone successfully creating such an item. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Gong Ying furrowed her brow. Silence. She struck the auction hammer forcefully against the table, commanding immediate quiet. Our esteemed Shengbao Hall's reputation is well known. If I can articulate the functions of this auction item in such detail, it has undoubtedly received authoritative certification from Shengbao Hall. There will be no discrepancies. Even if you doubt Shengbao Hall, can you not trust the temple? At this, Gong Ying's gaze flickered, prompting the audience to exchange glances before they began to voice their thoughts. The reputation of Shengbao Hall is universally acknowledged, so how could anyone doubt it? Indeed, I have always believed in the credibility of Shengbao Hall. How can you question Miss Gong Ying? There is no need for further introduction. Let us directly announce the starting bid for the auction. Yes, we trust you. We trust Shengbao Hall. On stage, Gong Ying revealed a subtle hint of disdain. She then gracefully spoke. We are auctioning a total of 24 explosive talismans, divided into 4 groups of 6. We shall commence the bidding for the first group with a starting price of 60,000 magic crystals, with each bid increment not less than 1,000 magic crystals. Let the bidding begin. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd below erupted into a frenzy of competitive bidding. In the private room, Yi Tian observed the scene below and couldn't help but chuckle. Shengbao Hall truly possesses a unique strategy by auctioning in groups. However, he pondered whether the starting price was set a tad too high. Initially, Yi Tian believed that selling each of his explosive talismans for 5,000 magic crystals would already be the limit, considering their limited power, equivalent to a strike from a peak 4th-tier practitioner. To his surprise, Shengbao Hall set the starting price at 10,000 magic crystals each. Nonetheless, this price was not exorbitant. Yi Tian overlooked the most significant characteristic of the explosive talisman. It does not require the user to expend their spiritual energy to activate it. This implies that even a 1st-tier practitioner could unleash an attack of peak 4th-tier potency with just one talisman. The implications of this are profound. Whoever acquires a set of these talismans effectively augments their faction with 6 temporary 4th-tier peak fighters. While 4th-tier practitioners may not stand out in a place like the Holy City, they represent a formidable force for smaller factions. This alone justifies a price increase for the explosive talismans. Yi Tian's oversight did not reflect Shengbao Hall's foresight, which is why they established a relatively reasonable starting price. Yet, even this proved to underestimate the enthusiasm of the attendees. As the bidding escalated, the final price for the first group of explosive talismans reached an astonishing 180,000 magic crystals, tripling the initial bid. Yi Tian's expression mirrored his astonishment, as this auction price had far exceeded his expectations. The next 2 groups of explosive talismans sold for 200,000 and 170,000 magic crystals, respectively, with minimal variance from the first group. However, The competition for the final group was exceptionally fierce, ultimately fetching a remarkable price of 240,000 magic crystals. Chapter 78. The Destiny Stone. Curse it. Had I known this item was so valuable, I should have produced more back then. Yi Tian found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of frustration, regretting his lack of preparation. He had informed Qianlong that the explosive talisman was an accidental acquisition, leaving him with only this solitary piece. If he were to produce additional items for auction, it would inevitably raise suspicions. The thought of being treated as a mere guinea pig for research filled him with dread. Following this, a series of auction items were presented, each escalating in value. Yet none piqued Yi Tian's interest, leading him to refrain from bidding. At last, the time had arrived for the final item of the auction, and one could sense the anticipation in the air. As Gong Ying spoke, two maidens clad in white wheeled a small cart to the center of the stage. The audience, upon hearing her words, became alert. This concluding item was indeed the most valuable of the auction, attracting many who had come specifically for it. Yi Tian, seated in his private box, instinctively straightened his posture. Thanks to Xie Qian's earlier explanations, he was aware that the Pi Seed or Assistance was an item known as the Destiny Stone. According to her description, this stone possessed the ability to refine spiritual energy, making it a rare treasure. Gong Ying surveyed the crowd below, then slowly unveiled the crimson cloth covering the cart. There, resting atop it, was a small, ivory-hued stone, no larger than a thumb. Despite being named the Destiny Stone, it bore more resemblance to a precious gem, its rounded shape glistening with a moist sheen. The color was milky white and translucent, exuding a subtle aura of spiritual energy that could be sensed from afar. However, as the cloth was lifted, the audience erupted into a cacophony of discontent. What? It's only this small. What use is such a minuscule piece? We waited so long for this. Isn't this a waste of our time and emotions? This is the grand finale? Let us disperse. If you wish to leave, be my guest. I'm still eager to bid. Amidst the clamor, Gong Ying remained composed, having anticipated such a reaction. She rapped her auction hammer to command attention and addressed the crowd. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. Clearing her throat, she continued. Though this Destiny Stone is modest in size, it is far from an ordinary low-grade item. It is but a hair's breadth away from entering the mid-grade category. If nurtured with spiritual energy during daily practice, one might soon possess a mid-grade Destiny Stone. Do not underestimate the significance of this slight distinction. Their values are not to be compared lightly. Indeed, as Gong Ying spoke, the noise from the audience began to diminish. Yet, a few still murmured their dissatisfaction in hushed tones. Upon witnessing this scene, Gong Ying felt a sense of helplessness. The auction item was beyond her control. Her only role was to encourage the crowd to bid as high as possible. After a brief pause, allowing the attendees' emotions to stabilize, Gong Ying spoke again. I trust that most of you are already aware of the value of the Destiny Stone. However, to ensure that some friends who may not be familiar with its significance do not miss this exceptional opportunity, I shall elaborate on the origins and functions of the Destiny Stone. This remarkable stone is born from the essence of heaven and earth, typically manifesting only in places abundant with spiritual energy. It takes a century to form a low-grade Destiny Stone, while a medium grade requires a millennium. A high-grade stone, however, necessitates the passage of 10,000 years of trials and tribulations to come into existence. The high-grade Destiny Stone is exceedingly rare throughout recorded human history. Only a handful have ever appeared. Such stones possess the extraordinary ability to awaken unparalleled talents in their bearers, making them unmatched powerhouses of their eras. As for the legendary Supreme Destiny Stone, it has never graced the annals of our continent's history. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that it may have existed but remained unrecorded. Based on countless years of research and speculation, scholars have concluded that the formation of a Supreme Destiny Stone requires at least 100,000 years, if not longer. It is said that if a Destiny Stone reaches this supreme level, it can even alter one's fate. The name Destiny Stone is derived from this very notion. Alas, it seems unlikely that we shall encounter such a divine artifact in our lifetimes. Such a rare treasure undoubtedly possesses extraordinary effects. Even an ordinary low-grade Destiny Stone, when worn, can continuously refine one's spiritual energy. The larger the stone and the higher its quality, the more pronounced its effects. Imagine, possessing such a treasure would allow your spiritual energy to be far more refined and pure than that of others at the same level of cultivation, clear superiority. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire the fabled high-grade Destiny Stone, as long as their aptitude is not exceptionally poor, they are destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. This wondrous treasure is now laid before you. Seize the moment, for such opportunities are fleeting. If you wish to gain an edge right from the start, do not let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away. At this moment, Yu Tian, seated in the private room, could hardly suppress his laughter. Gong Ying was truly remarkable. He even contemplated approaching her to inquire if she had also traversed through time. Such eloquence would be wasted in any endeavor but the most grand. Indeed, as Gong Ying concluded her speech, the eyes of many attendees sparkled with excitement, their faces alight with eagerness, as if they could already envision themselves as unrivaled champions. Certainly, the majority of cultivators familiar with the Destiny Stone are rather indifferent to Gong Ying's remarks. While the Destiny Stone indeed possesses the capacity to refine spiritual power, the effectiveness largely depends on its quality. The inferior quality Destiny Stone presented on stage can at best slightly purify one's spiritual energy. As for higher quality stones, one must not only be fortunate enough to encounter them, but also possess the means to purchase them. However, such considerations have become trivial. Gong Ying's words have already served their intended purpose. Observing the excitement on the faces of the crowd below, she discreetly nodded in approval. The atmosphere had been ignited. The objective was achieved, and further elaboration was unnecessary. She promptly announced the commencement of the auction. The starting bid for the Destiny Stone is set at 500,000 magic crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000 magic crystals. Now, let the bidding begin. As Gong Ying's voice faded, those stirred by enthusiasm began to fervently compete for bids, as if under a euphoric influence. 510,000 magic crystals. What a miser! I bid 550,000 magic crystals. The Destiny Stone is mine. I bid 580,000 magic crystals. Watching the frenzied bidding below, Yu Tian could not help but shake his head. His participation in the auction was primarily due to his explosive talisman also being up for bid, as well as a desire to broaden his horizons and gain experience. He held little interest in such items, especially since his cultivation revolved around chakra rather than spiritual energy. The utility of this stone to him remained uncertain. This was the final item up for auction, and once sold, the event would conclude. Noticing that there was little left to observe, Yu Tian contemplated leaving early. Just then, he felt an unfamiliar yearning arise within him. This sensation had surfaced once before, during the awakening ceremony when he absorbed the energy of the awakening stone. The source of this feeling was his Sharingan. Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning his gaze to the Destiny Stone on stage. Could this object also facilitate the evolution of his Sharingan? His suspicion was soon confirmed. As his eyes returned to the Destiny Stone, the feeling of desire intensified dramatically. In light of this, the Destiny Stone must be his. Yu Tian mentally calculated his resources. Previously, while at the Yi family, his father had bestowed upon him 3 6th-tier magic crystals, which he had yet to utilize. Additionally, he had acquired 10 6th-tier magic crystals from the Liu family. Coupled with the earnings from the auction of his explosive talisman and his personal savings, his total number of magic crystals had reached a staggering 270,000. This sum should be more than sufficient to secure the Destiny Stone. However, Yu Tian remained unperturbed. The competition among this group was exceedingly fierce, and a hasty bid on his part could easily provoke a bidding war, resulting in an extravagant expenditure of magic crystals, which would ultimately be counterproductive. Indeed, as the price escalated to 1 million, a palpable silence enveloped the audience. This figure was nearly the upper limit for the Destiny Stone. Any further increase would exceed the intrinsic value of the item itself. Upon noticing the lack of additional bids, the auctioneer, Gong Ying, began to prepare for the final call. Just as she was about to announce the bidding for the second time, Yu Tian sensed that the moment was ripe and was about to speak. 1,110,000. A voice resonated from a private room on the second floor. Yu Tian's keen hearing immediately discerned that the voice originated from the diagonal room 4. His brow furrowed as he turned to Xie Qian beside him and inquired, "Who is in that room 4? Our rooms 1 to 3 are fixed, and the identities of their occupants are confidential. Starting from room 4. All are exclusive to Black Gold card members, but I am not certain who exactly it is," she replied. Yu Tian contemplated briefly. He was determined to acquire the Destiny Stone, as it was crucial for his potential evolution into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Gong Ying was on the verge of calling for bids for the third time, if he did not make a move soon. The Destiny Stone would likely fall into the hands of the occupant of room 4. Without further hesitation, he declared 1,111,000. Gong Ying cast a surprised glance toward room 9, realizing that despite the already inflated price, someone still dared to bid. However, those seated in the private rooms on the second floor were undoubtedly esteemed guests, and their dealings were beyond the scope of her role as a mere auctioneer. Turning her gaze back to the audience, she announced, "Room 9 bids 1,111,000. Is there any higher offer?" Yi Tian, reclining on the sofa, maintained a calm demeanor. With over 2 million magic crystals at his disposal, he was confident that as long as the opposing bidder did not engage in reckless bidding, he was almost certain to secure the item. Gong Ying posed her inquiries several times, but no one responded. The price of the Destiny Stone had already risen excessively, dampening the desire for further bids. Moreover, the audience was acutely aware that anyone seated in the second-floor rooms likely possessed some degree of status or influence. With two significant figures contending, the rest of the attendees felt it prudent to refrain from interference. After all, an ill-timed bid could lead to unintended consequences. After several attempts to elicit higher offers, Gong Ying noted the silence and ceased her inquiries, turning her attention toward room 4. The proprietor of room 4 has not yet placed a bid, but this does not signify surrender. Instead, several individuals within the chamber are engaged in conversation. The sound seems so familiar, evoking a sense of warmth. A young woman in the room straightens her posture, her face reflecting contemplation and curiosity. Nearby, a somber young man clad in black is resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the young woman's words, he slowly opens his eyes, a hint of recognition flickering within. His tone is flat and indifferent, as if he is merely speaking to himself. Nevertheless, it matters little. Let us continue with the bidding. This statement is directed towards the two middle-aged men standing behind him. After a moment's pause, one of the men gathers his resolve and speaks. "This Destiny Stone is of great importance to us, and we hope you might consider parting with it. A generous reward shall follow." His tone is calm yet carries an undeniable authority. After a lengthy silence, noticing that no response is forthcoming from room 9, the middle-aged man assumes that Yi Tian has acquiesced and raises his bid, 1,200,000. Before the host, Gong Ying, can respond, a voice emanates from room 9, 1,201,000. At this declaration, the audience falls into a hushed silence, and even Gong Ying on stage momentarily stumbles in surprise. Given the previous statement, one might expect a concession from the other party. However, the occupants of room 9 are unperturbed and continue to bid, each increment a mere 1,000 magic crystals. It seems these two influential figures are in a standoff. Within room 4, the middle-aged man who had just spoken wears a face of fury. Despite his explicit offer, the other party persists in bidding. Is this not an open defiance? He glances at the young man in black on the sofa, preparing to speak. Just then, the young woman suddenly exclaims, "I know." That is Brother Yi Tian's voice. Her face beams with joy as she leaps from the sofa and rushes towards the door. "I must find Brother Tian." The black-clad youth's gaze sharpens at the mention of Yi Tian. Suddenly, the door to room 4 swings open, drawing the attention of the crowd below. A young woman bursts forth, making her way directly to room 9, followed closely by the stoic young man in black and two middle-aged attendants. Witnessing this scene, the previously silent audience erupts into murmurs. Chapter 80, An Unexpected Reunion. The master of room 4 is surprisingly youthful. Observing the two individuals accompanying the young man, one can discern their formidable prowess. Which powerful clan does this young man belong to? I have neither seen nor heard of such a figure before. The young man is undeniably handsome, albeit somewhat pretentious and aloof. What do you understand? This is called charisma. The discussions among the audience could not escape the ears of a few individuals on the second floor. However, they paid no heed. Following the footsteps of the young lady, they arrived at the door of room 9. Upon witnessing this scene, the murmurs from the crowd abruptly ceased. It was presumed that a confrontation between these two notable figures was imminent. At that moment, the young lady stood before the door of room 9, casting a glance inside. Regrettably, the windows of the room were made of a special material, rendering the interior completely invisible. She raised her hand, intending to knock, but for some reason, paused mid-action, her face displaying a hint of conflict. "Could you please come out for a moment?" It was the middle-aged man behind the young man in black who spoke first. Inside the room, Yi Tian heard these words, his expression remaining unchanged as he rose and approached the door. However, as soon as he opened it, the calm demeanor on his face transformed into astonishment. "Lin Feifei? Brother Yi Tian, it really is you." The young lady's eyes instantly shimmered with tears. She stepped forward and embraced Yi Tian tightly. Brother Yi Tian, I've missed you so much. I left in such haste before I had the chance to say goodbye. After a moment, Lin Feifei released her arms from around Yi Tian's waist and reached up to touch his cheek. You've lost weight. The audience exchanged glances, initially anticipating a tense confrontation, eager to witness the spectacle. To their surprise, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. What on earth is happening? As the crowd remained astonished, Yi Tian on the second floor managed an awkward smile. Feifei, there are so many people watching. Lin Feifei quickly realized the implications and hastily withdrew her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Tian's face, filled with tenderness. Subsequently, Yi Tian turned to glance at the young man beside him, only to be taken aback once more. This young man in black was none other than Lin Dong, the Lin family's prodigious talent. What are you doing here? Yi Tian inquired, confusion evident on his face. Lin Feifei eagerly replied, Brother Yi Tian, have you forgotten? We were brought to the headquarters of the Holy Temple. The headquarters is situated within the Holy City, so it is not surprising for us to be here. Oh, I see. Yi Tian exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He then glanced at Lin Dong, who was also regarding him with a pair of indifferent eyes. To encounter an old acquaintance in a foreign land stirred a myriad of emotions within Yi Tian, though he was not particularly close to this acquaintance. Just as Yi Tian pondered what to say, Lin Dong spoke first, his voice as cold as ever. They all say you are worthless. I say you are not. I shall not contend with you for this destiny stone. I look forward to our future duel. After uttering these three inexplicable phrases, Lin Dong turned and departed from the venue. One middle-aged man hastily followed him, while another middle-aged man gazed at Lin Feifei. Miss Lin, we should return. Upon hearing the man's words, Lin Feifei appeared to awaken from a dream. Biting her lip, she looked at Yi Tian and said, Brother Yi Tian, where are you residing in the Holy City? I would love to visit you sometime. Yi Tian hesitated momentarily before revealing the name of the inn he was staying at. Lin Feifei nodded, committing the name firmly to memory. Subsequently, she glanced back 3 times, reluctant to part from the place. Thus, the auction concluded, with Yi Tian securing the Destiny Stone for the sum of 1,210,000. The attendees began to disperse. Mr. Yi, I will accompany you to collect your auction item. Xie Qian emerged from the private room, standing beside Yi Tian with a smile. All right. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. He then followed Xie Qian back to the first floor. After winding through the corridors, they arrived at the collection point for auction items. Mr. Yi, you have earned a total of 790,000 magic crystals from the explosive talismans sold at auction. Our Shungbao Hall has purchased 12 at the highest transaction price, and we need to pay you 480,000 magic crystals. In total, that amounts to 1,270,000. The 8/10 of the Destiny Stone's transaction price is 968,000. After directly deducting this, you are left with 300,000 and 2,000 magic crystals. Please hand me your black gold card, and I will deposit the magic crystals into your account. Yi Tian nodded, retrieving his black gold card and presenting it. After Xie Qian accepted the card and deposited the magic crystals into Yi Tian's account, she returned it to him, along with a brocade box crafted from rosewood. Inside the box lay the Destiny Stone he had just acquired. Upon receiving the box containing the Destiny Stone, the longing within Yi Tian surged once more. However, this was not the time for absorption. He simply cast it into the system space. He then left Shungbao Hall without delay. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Tian secured the doors and windows, then sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the rosewood box. The moment he took it out, the desire within him intensified. Opening the brocade box, he held the Destiny Stone in his palm. This small fragment, would it truly enable the evolution of my Sharingan? At this moment, the yearning within him reached its zenith. Grasping the Destiny Stone, an unexpected force erupted from deep within him. The strange energy from the Destiny Stone flowed continuously into his body. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the energy contained within the stone was completely absorbed, reducing it to powder that settled on the bed. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of speechlessness. He could sense that with just a slight absorption of energy, his Sharingan would successfully evolve into the Manjiki. Yet, at such a crucial moment, the energy within the Destiny Stone had inexplicably been depleted. This feeling of uncertainty was quite distressing. Sighing, Yi Tian shook his head, realizing he could only wait for another opportunity in the future. After a spell of frustration, he cleared his mind by shaking his head and closed his eyes. entering a state of meditation. As evening approached, Lin Feifei visited him at the inn. However, as a member of the sanctuary now, she was followed wherever she went. Her words and actions subject to certain limitations. Thus, she did not linger long with Yu Tian, merely exchanging a few words before departing. Through their conversation, Yu Tian learned that both Lin Dong and Lin Feifei would participate in the upcoming genius battle, albeit as representatives of the sanctuary. Their treatment would differ from that of ordinary contestants. Chapter 81. Evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan in the blink of an eye. The day for registering for the genius battle arrived. Yi Tian rose early and made his way to the central square of the holy city. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. This was no mere square, but nearly the size of half a small city. Despite the expansive area, it was teeming with people. Mostly young individuals eager to register for the genius battle. The allure of this event was evidently immense. Countless prodigies jostled to make a remarkable impression, hoping to catch the attention of the three major academies or the sanctuary, thereby soaring to great heights and boundless futures. Gazing at the seemingly endless sea of humanity and the cacophony of noise, Yi Tian felt overwhelmed. "Everyone, please be quiet." A voice resonated from the center of the square, ensuring that even within such a vast space, every individual could hear. The speaker was undoubtedly a person of considerable cultivation. Registration for the genius battle is now open. Please form an orderly line and step forward one by one. Anyone who disrupts the order will be expelled from the holy city without mercy. Indeed. As soon as the words were uttered, the square fell into silence. The crowd organized themselves, preparing to proceed for registration and testing. Yi Tian craned his neck for a better view but, due to the distance, could not discern the situation ahead. Hence, he obediently joined the queue. He had arrived at dawn, and it was not until the sun set that it was finally his turn. Observing the seemingly endless crowd behind him, Yi Tian mused that the registration would likely continue for several days before concluding. Fortunately, the individuals within the temple take turns working tirelessly, day and night, which significantly reduces the waiting time. "Name," came the voice of the staff member seated behind the registration desk, who did not raise his head. "Yi Tian," he replied. "Which faction do you represent?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian answered, "The Yi family from Clan City." "What is your profession?" inquired the staff member. "I am a physical cultivator." "A physical cultivator?" The staff member lifted his gaze, surprised by Yi Tian's response. At that moment, Yi Tian observed that the man was a middle-aged individual, around 40 years of age, with an unremarkable, commonplace appearance. "You are quite young. What led you to pursue the path of physical cultivation?" Yi Tian felt a tinge of confusion. "Is this also required for registration?" "Not at all," the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. "I am merely curious." "Oh," Yi Tian nodded. "Due to my poor aptitude, my cultivation speed is exceedingly slow, so I chose the path of physical cultivation, which suits me better." The middle-aged man nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning. "Please extend your right wrist. I need to verify your bone age." Yi Tian rolled up his sleeve, revealing his wrist. The middle-aged man channeled his spiritual energy into his palm and placed his fingers upon Yi Tian's wrist. 19 years old, which meets the eligibility criteria. We shall proceed with the aptitude test. The man gestured toward a dark stone block, approximately half a person's height. "Just place your hand upon it." Upon seeing the stone, Yi Tian's heart surged with joy. He recognized it well. It was the awakening stone used during the awakening ceremony to test spiritual attributes and aptitude. Of course, it was not the very same one from before. When one wishes to sleep, a pillow will be provided. This time, he was certain he could successfully evolve his Sharingan, suppressing the intense desire within him. Yi Tian slowly raised his hand and placed it upon the awakening stone. The moment he made contact, the familiar pull surged within him. That well-known energy flowed from the stone into Yi Tian's body. He felt as if a barrier within him had been breached. His eyes grew dry, prompting him to shut them involuntarily. Ding! The host's bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo, has successfully evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. At that moment, Yi Tian's eyes uncontrollably transformed into the distinctive red of the Sharingan. The 3 black Tomo that once encircled his pupils vanished, replaced by an intricate and peculiar pattern. However, the Sharingan appeared for but an instant before Yi Tian forcefully closed it. The pull within him dissipated, and the awakening stone radiated a spectrum of colors, with a beam of light ascending from its top. Throughout this entire process, the middle-aged man remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Yi Tian. At this moment, I gazed in astonishment at the resplendent seven-colored pillar of light emanating from the awakening stone. Third grade aptitude. With comprehensive spiritual energy? I then turned my attention to Yi Tian. Do you possess spiritual energy? Yi Tian nodded. As he withdrew his hand, the radiance above the awakening stone swiftly vanished. I do harbor a modicum of spiritual energy within me, yet my cultivation is rather meager. Hence, I chose the path of physical cultivation. My true expertise lies in martial arts. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the middle-aged man still appeared uncertain. Regarding your situation, I must report to the Sacred Hall. Comprehensive spiritual energy has never been recorded in history. He then looked up at Yi Tian, his expression tinged with a hint of regret. Third-grade aptitude is not insignificant. It is indeed a pity that you do not pursue magic cultivation. However, this is the path you have chosen, and others cannot intervene. With that, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed, continuing, Now, we must assess your cultivation level. However, the strength of a physical cultivator is not as easily discerned as that of an ordinary practitioner. As he spoke, he spread open his palm. In a flash of light, a translucent yellow crystal, roughly the size of an infant's fist, materialized in his hand. By infusing spiritual energy into this crystal, a faint yellow light curtain will appear before me. If you attack this curtain with all your might, I shall be able to gauge your strength. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within him. He took 2 steps back and focused on the light curtain. The middle-aged man nodded, signaling Yi Tian to commence. With that, Yi Tian shifted his stance, positioning himself. Clenching his right fist, he drew power from the ground beneath him, using his waist to propel his arm, and struck the light curtain with a powerful punch. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated shockwave did not occur. Instead, the curtain rippled like water, effortlessly dispersing Yi Tian's strike. The middle-aged man retracted the curtain, his face a picture of astonishment as he regarded Yi Tian. The strength of a peak 4th tier? To achieve such prowess at such a young age is remarkable, indeed. Yi Tian smiled at the remark. Ever since he unlocked the 8 gates of Duanjia, his physical capabilities had undergone a further enhancement. Coupled with the nourishment of spiritual energy during his recent training, his current strength was such that even without activating the 8 gates, he could easily defeat Wu Ning, who had consumed the explosive spirit pill that day. In fact, Yi Tian had held back during his earlier punch. Had he unleashed his full power, it would surely have reached the 5th tier. Chapter 82. The complete Susanoo of the 4-eye techniques. Very well. Your information has been duly recorded. In 3 days, return to this square to participate in the first phase of the selection. You may leave for now. As he spoke, the middle-aged man handed Yi Tian an identity token marked with the number 888. Yi Tian accepted the token and cast a glance at it. The numerical representation of the heart is rather auspicious. He nodded slightly before turning to leave the square. As Yi Tian turned away, the middle-aged man extracted Yi Tian's information registration form from the stack of papers and set it aside. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Tian could no longer conceal the excitement and exhilaration surging within him. Upon activating the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, not only would the inherent abilities of the Sharingan be significantly enhanced, but extraordinary ocular techniques would also manifest. Typically, each kaleidoscopic Sharingan permits the utilization of a singular ocular technique. In the case of dual kaleidoscopic Sharingan, one could wield the power revered as divine, known as Susanoo. However, Yi Tian's situation was somewhat unique, perhaps due to the distinct manner in which he activated his eyes. His 2 kaleidoscopic Sharingan collectively bestowed upon him 4 ocular techniques. His left eye was endowed with Tsukuyami, the mightiest of mental assaults, and Amaterasu, the strongest physical onslaught. The right eye granted him control over the form of Amaterasu through Kagutsuchi, as well as the formidable illusion technique, Tianshin. Furthermore, astonishingly, his dual kaleidoscopic Sharingan could directly unleash the complete form of Susanoo. Gazing into the mirror at his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Yi Tian murmured, "No wonder the patterns are so intricate. It is astonishingly powerful right from its inception." It could be said that with the activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Yi Tian had ascended into the ranks of true powerhouses. Armed with his various hidden cards, he even dared to confront a 7th-tier cultivator. However, there was a slight drawback. The strain of employing ocular techniques was tremendously taxing on his body and eyes. He wondered when he might evolve into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, Yi Tian was aware that merely activating the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had already entailed considerable effort. The evolution into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan was likely not a feat achievable in the short term. In the ensuing days, Yi Tian alternated between training and acclimatizing to the array of new abilities he had acquired. Time slipped by gradually. During this period, Lin Feifei visited him twice, each time departing shortly thereafter. Through conversations with Lin Feifei, Yi Tian gained deeper insights into the genius battle. 3 days later, Yi Tian once again arrived at the square. Today, the crowd was markedly smaller compared to that day. It appeared that most individuals had been outright rejected during the registration phase for failing to meet the participation criteria. The prerequisites for the genius battle were twofold. First, participants must be under the age of 25. Second, their cultivation level must be above the 4th tier. While these conditions seemed relatively straightforward, they were, in truth, exceedingly stringent. Those capable of satisfying both criteria were undeniably exceptional talents. As he surveyed the surroundings, only a few thousand individuals remained in the square, a mere fraction of the original crowd. As Yi Tian surveyed his surroundings, a middle-aged man appeared on the elevated platform at the center of the square, clad in a sleek black outfit, with short hair standing upright. He possessed a dignified countenance that commanded respect without uttering a word. The man wasted no time and began expounding on the rules and procedures of the genius battle, a discourse that lasted nearly half an hour, leaving Yi Tian drowsy. At last, the announcement came. The first phase of the selection was about to commence. The middle-aged man produced a magic scroll from seemingly nowhere, tore it open, and began reciting incantations while performing several peculiar gestures. He then infused it with a surge of spiritual energy and tossed it forward. Upon landing, the scroll transformed into a vast magical array, radiating a distorted light. "I shall now transport you to an independent space for a 3-day competition and selection," he proclaimed. "This space bears little difference from the outside world. But do note that magical beasts may roam within, presenting a certain degree of danger. However, our sanctuary has previously cleared this area, ensuring that no exceedingly high-level magical beasts will appear. Your task is to seize the identity tokens of your fellow competitors within these 3 days. At the conclusion of the selection period, rankings will be determined by the number of tokens each participant holds. The top 500 will advance to the next stage of the competition. During the selection, any form of killing among participants is strictly prohibited. Should you feel your life is in peril, infuse your identity token with spiritual energy, and you will be transported out of the space. However, doing so will also forfeit your eligibility for advancement. These are the rules of the selection. Within the bounds of these regulations and without harming others, you are free to employ any means necessary to seize tokens. Now, without further ado, hold your tokens tightly and step into the teleportation array." After delivering this address, the middle-aged man leapt down from the platform and stood beside the enormous teleportation array. The participants in the square obediently formed a line, each clutching their identity tokens as they entered the array one by one. It appeared that the first phase of the selection would be fiercely competitive. Yi Tian gazed toward the distant teleportation array, murmuring to himself. In truth, Yi Tian possessed the sanctuary token gifted by Elder Lu, which would allow him to bypass this selection and proceed directly to the next phase. Yet, he had no intention of doing so. This gathering of exceptional talents presented a splendid opportunity for him to acquire talent points and enhance his qualifications, a chance he could not afford to squander. Moreover, given his current prowess, achieving a position within the top 500 is hardly a challenge. It is almost a certainty. The number of competitors has diminished significantly since the day of registration. Before long, it was Yi Tian's turn. He stepped into the teleportation array, and the token in his hand radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, his figure vanished within the array. Enveloped by the dazzling white glow, Yi Tian felt an abrupt loss of weight. A wave of dizziness struck his mind, and as his vision cleared, he found himself in a secluded valley. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he turned to survey his surroundings, realizing he was utterly alone. It seemed the teleportation points were random, dispersing everyone upon entry. However, he considered himself fortunate. This location was quite pleasant, adorned with mountains, water, flowers, and grass. As Yi Tian lifted his gaze to the valley ahead, a sudden thought struck him. Chapter 83, Seventh Order Beasts. At this moment, within the holy city, dozens of enormous magical crystal screens had been erected, scattered throughout various corners of the city. Each screen displayed the names of all participants in the genius battle, accompanied by the number of tokens each contestant currently possessed. This number fluctuated in real time. As the figures increased or decreased, the rankings shifted accordingly. Crowds gathered before each magical crystal screen, attentively observing this quinquennial spectacle. Who do you think will secure first place in this initial selection? One person inquired. I believe it should be that young lad from the Ouyang family. At such a tender age, he has already reached the 5th tier of cultivation. This time, the first place is undoubtedly his. I beg to differ. The young master of the Nangong family has also attained the 5th tier, and I've heard his aptitude is exceptionally high. It remains uncertain who will claim the top spot. However, I have heard that the young heir of the Wang family from Yunnan City has also made a remarkable leap, breaking through to the 5th tier just past his 20th birthday. He is indeed a formidable contender. But what does it matter if one claims victory in the first phase of the trials? When it comes to the subsequent ranking battles, the Holy Temple will surely dispatch secretly trained geniuses. Those nurtured in secrecy by the temple are not to be underestimated. It appears this genius battle promises to be far more exhilarating than in previous years. The onlookers observe the ever-changing numbers and rankings displayed on the magical crystal screens, engaging in lively discussions. Meanwhile, within the trial space, Yutian held a parchment in his hand, comparing its illustrations with the surrounding landscape. After a moment, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The treasure's location was indeed here. Yitian found it hard to believe. Could it be that this trial space of the Holy Temple is connected to the outside world? Otherwise, how could the ancestors of the Lu family have discovered the treasure? However, is this treasure truly fraught with such peril? The ancestor of the Lu family, who once survived their quest, had cautioned the descendants against seeking the treasure unless their cultivation reached the 7th tier. Yet, Yitian's current cultivation remains significantly distant from that threshold. Should he pursue this endeavor? Yitian found himself in a state of indecision. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. If he were to miss this opportunity, who knows how long he would have to wait for another. The treasure that had enticed generations of the Lu family must surely possess extraordinary value. With this thought in mind, Yitian ceased his hesitation and followed the route marked on the treasure map, venturing into the valley. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yitian found his path obstructed by a sheer mountain wall. The route depicted on the treasure map came to an abrupt halt at this point. Raising his head, he scrutinized the seemingly ordinary rock face before him, wondering if the map might indeed be flawed. After a moment's reflection, he took a few steps forward and began to knock on the stone wall with his hand. Upon striking a particular spot, a resonant thud echoed back, revealing to Yitian that there must be an empty space behind it, for such a sound could not emanate from solid rock. Thus, he withdrew his right foot a half step, clenched his fist, and struck forcefully at the area that had produced the hollow sound. With a crack, the stone wall split apart. Following that, he delivered another punch to the fissure. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, sending debris flying and revealing a dark passageway behind it. This passage was exceedingly narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. It was devoid of any light source, shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern its depth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yitian stepped into the passage. After traversing a few dozen steps, he sensed that the direction of the passage had suddenly altered, descending deeper into the earth. However, he soon encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Logically, as one approaches the depths of the earth, the air and environment should grow increasingly humid. Yet, no matter how far he descended, the air within the passage remained remarkably dry, devoid of any oppressive sensation. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, Yitian noticed a faint glimmer of white light not far ahead. Realizing that he was likely nearing the end of the passage, he quickened his pace. As he advanced, the white light became increasingly pronounced. After rounding another corner, the brightness surged dramatically, so much so that it momentarily overwhelmed Yitian's vision. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his eyes from the brilliance. At that moment, Yitian suddenly felt a force tugging at him, causing his body to lose balance and lurch forward. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not fall. The force of pull manifested for but a fleeting moment before vanishing entirely. Following this, the radiant white light also dissipated. After a brief sensation of vertigo, Yitian felt his feet firmly planted upon the ground. He rubbed his eyes, striving to discern the nature of his surroundings. In the next instant, astonishment filled his clear gaze, his handsome and refined countenance revealing sheer shock. Almost instinctively, he took a step back, leaning against the wall behind him. A sudden realization struck Yitian. The place he had just traversed lay directly behind him. If he had retreated, he should have stepped back into the passageway. How then? Was he now pressed against the wall? With no one to answer his perplexity, he dared not turn to look behind, for the scene before him was undeniably astonishing. He found himself within an expansive space, dominated by a colossal conical cavern that opened wide at the bottom and narrowed at the top. The surrounding walls gleamed like mirrors, emanating a soft, milky white luminescence that prevented the space from being too dim. Gazing upwards, he noted that the cavern's height was at least 100 feet. Mind you, this was underground. Yet, this was not the most shocking aspect. Just a few dozen steps ahead, a stout stone pillar rose majestically, reaching the cavern's ceiling. Coiled upon this pillar was an enormous serpentine creature, boasting 3 heads, each crowned with a blade-like horn that appeared dangerously sharp. Its body was adorned with resilient diamond-shaped scales, radiating a dark crimson hue. The 6 eyes glimmered with a chilling light, fixated intently on Yi Tian. Panic surged within him as the ancient black gold sword materialized in his grasp. Gripping the long blade tightly, he regarded the monstrous entity with vigilant eyes. In that moment, he recalled having encountered a description of such a beast in a book. A 7th-tier magical beast, the Crimson Spirit 3-headed python. For heaven's sake, was it not said that such high-tier beasts would not appear within this trial space? What then was this? Cursed sanctum, deceiving a mere 19-year-old like me. Yi Tian could not help but vent his frustrations internally. No wonder so many ancestors of the Liu family perished in their quest for treasure. With a 7th-tier beast guarding the way, those lacking strength would only be courting death. He pondered how the ancestor of the Liu family had managed to escape this fate. Instinctively, Yi Tian attempted to turn and flee back the way he had come. However, for reasons unknown, the passage he had traversed had vanished without a trace, leaving only a smooth wall behind him. Damn it! To be caught like a fish in a barrel by this beast. Yi Tian continued his internal lamentations. The Red Spirit 3-headed python launched an attack on Yi Tian, emitting a piercing roar that echoed through the air. Its 3 massive heads charged directly at him, their sharp, elongated horns glinting with a faint, chilling light as they reflected the glow from the surrounding cave walls. The sharpness of these horns suggested that if they made contact, Yi Tian's body would undoubtedly be torn asunder, resulting in a fate far worse than death. With no other option, he resolved to fight back. As the fearsome creature closed in, determination gleamed in Yi Tian's eyes. "Ninetails, lend me your strength," he implored, directing his spirit into his dantian. There, he unsealed all 5 of the dormant tails of the 9 tails. In an instant, an immense power surged through his body, and orange chakra erupted around him, coalescing into a tangible form that enveloped him. 5 massive tails, wrought from chakra, swayed behind him. At that moment, the Red Spirit 3-headed python reached Yi Tian's front. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian raised his hands and thrust them forward. A tremendous shockwave propelled him back against the rocky wall, causing cracks to spiderweb outward from where he stood. Remarkably, Yi Tian remained unscathed, leaning against the wall as he gripped the horns of the 2 outer heads. He lifted his right leg, bending his knee to brace against the central head. For a fleeting moment, they were locked in a stalemate. Realizing that this impasse could not continue, Yi Tian concentrated the vast chakra of the 9 tails into his hands. With a mighty roar, he swung the immense body of the Red Spirit 3-headed python, hurling it forward. The creature was flung several meters away, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, this only served to infuriate the beast. The 3 heads raised, their eyes ablaze with wrath as they glared at Yi Tian. With a fierce roar, they unleashed 3 streams of energy, resembling molten lava, directed at him. Yi Tian bent his legs slightly and leaped, narrowly evading the attack. The 3 beams of crimson light struck the rocky wall behind him, eroding it and creating 3 gaping black holes the size of human heads. He landed gracefully on the ground, casting his gaze upon the gargantuan form of the Red Spirit 3-headed python, a sinister and malevolent smile creeping across his face. "Now, let me show you something entertaining." As the words left his lips, his eyes, which had transformed into slitted demon-like pupils from borrowing the 9 tails' power, instantly morphed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan. "Come forth," Yi Tian bellowed. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his eyes, coalescing before him into a formidable and chaotic mass. Moments later, a colossal figure, towering several dozen feet high and clad in armor, wielding a single sword, emerged within the cavern. It was the complete embodiment of Susanoo. However, since Yi Tian summoned this Susanoo utilizing the chakra of the 9 tails, the giant's form radiated an orange hue. In its grasp was an enlarged version of the black gold ancient sword. Yet, this was not the end of it. The intricate patterns within Yi Tian's left eye began to whirl wildly. Waves of black flames, seemingly from the depths of the underworld, materialized in this space. The most potent physical attack, Amaterasu. Following that, Yi Tian employed the power of his right eye, Kagutsuchi, to command the black flames to envelop Susanu's body in a suit of armor. Portions of it coalesced onto the black gold ancient sword he held. Subsequently, Yi Tian leaped gracefully, landing upon Susanu's chest. Behold the power of the divine. Positioned upon Susanu's chest, Yi Tian's pupils swirled with fervor. By sheer will, he maneuvered Susanu's movements through the manipulation of his Sharingan. The opposing Chilean three-headed python evidently sensed the terrifying aura of Susanu. Each of its three massive heads lifted, their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs. With a flick of its tongue, three orbs of dark green light erupted from its mouths, converging to form a dark green sphere before it. The moment the sphere took form, it shot toward Yi Tian with alarming speed, crashing into Susanu's chest. A nauseating odor permeated the air, indicating the malevolent toxicity of the dark green energy. However, upon contact with the black flames adorning Susanu's chest, the energy was instantly vaporized. Such lethal poison held no effect against the Susanu enveloped in Amaterasu's flames. In the brief moment of the chilling three-headed python's astonishment, Yi Tian commanded Susanu to strike. The enlarged black gold ancient sword swung toward the chilling three-headed python in a decisive slash. The motion appeared clumsy, yet its speed was astonishing. The three-headed python could not evade in time, merely managing to tilt its body with all its strength. The long horn atop its leftmost head was severed in one stroke. Fortunately, the python's timely maneuvers spared its life. Otherwise, that strike would have claimed its head. Furthermore, as the black gold ancient sword bore the flames of Amaterasu. After the horn was severed, a trace of the black flames clung to the left head of the three-headed python. These flames were peculiar, proving impossible to extinguish by any means. Regardless of the chilling three-headed python's desperate efforts, the black flames continued to burn quietly. The flames did not blaze rapidly, yet the sight was chilling. As they flickered, the air around twisted unnaturally, as if the black flames could incinerate the very void itself. Feeling the excruciating pain, the three-headed crimson serpent revealed a glimmer of determination and decisiveness in its 6 eyes. The other 2 heads, untouched by the black flames, suddenly twisted around, their massive jaws opening wide to clamp down on the base of the left neck. With a powerful tug, the head that had been scorched by the black flames was violently wrenched off, crashing to the ground. Within mere moments, it dissipated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash. Beside this, Yi Tian could not let such an opportunity slip away. As the crimson serpent tore off its head, Yi Tian had already summoned the colossal form of Susanu before it. Chapter 85, The Terrifying Amaterasu-S Black Flames Unearths Treasure. He extended a massive hand, grasping the serpent's body directly. The Amaterasu black flames, which had enveloped Susanu's surface like armor, suddenly surged forth, engulfing the crimson serpent in a tidal wave of fire. In an instant, its vast form was shrouded in flames. The serpent, seared by the black flames, writhed in agony, struggling violently. Yi Tian, controlling Susanu, released his grip and stepped back 2 paces, quietly observing the crimson serpent as it twisted and convulsed in flames. Minutes later, the serpent had been reduced to a mere void, as if it had never existed. Only a patch of black fire flickered silently in the air. Yi Tian widened his left eye, retracting the Amaterasu black flames. He then dismissed Susanu and sealed away the power of the 9 tails once more. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he released Susanu, a wave of weakness washed over Yi Tian. His internal organs felt inexplicably uncomfortable, prompting him to cough several times. Simultaneously, his eyes grew dry, and he instinctively closed them, tears streaming down from the corners. Hastily, Yi Tian deactivated his Sharingan. The cost of a single use was far greater than anticipated. He could distinctly feel that during the brief period of utilizing Susanu, a portion of his vitality had ebbed away. His eyesight had also diminished to varying degrees. Clearly, he must refrain from using the Mangekyou Sharingan's abilities unless absolutely necessary. At this rate, with a few more uses, I might very well perish. Yi Tian shook his head in resignation. He had long been aware that employing the Mangekyou Sharingan would impose a burden on his body, but he never imagined it would be so severe. Gazing into the empty space before him, a thought struck him, and he began to feel regret. Damn it, A 7th-tier magic crystal was wasted just like that. As a 7th-tier magical beast, the Crimson Serpent undoubtedly contained a magic crystal within. Yet, under the searing flames of Amaterasu's black fire, it was reduced to nothingness. Regret lingered. But the events had transpired, and there was little he could do. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no further danger lurked, Yi Tian settled cross-legged upon the ground, beginning to meditate and restore his vitality. Time slipped by unnoticed until he finally opened his eyes, fully rejuvenated in both spirit and strength. However, the portion of life energy that had been stripped from him could never be replenished. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the cavernous environment. Before him lay an expanse, with only a stout stone pillar in the center appearing somewhat out of place. Surely, the treasure could not be within this pillar. Approaching it, Yi Tian ran his hands over its surface and knocked upon it, discovering nothing amiss. Steadying his mind, he took a step back, channeling all his strength into a single punch aimed at the pillar. Yet, despite the force of his strike, the pillar remained utterly unmoved. What kind of stone is this? Yi Tian marveled, a mix of astonishment and excitement bubbling within him. The unusual must surely harbor secrets. It seemed the treasure was intrinsically linked to this pillar. Resolving to act, Yi Tian did not hesitate. 8 gates of Duanjia, 5th gate, open. With a powerful shout, his skin flushed crimson as a circle of green energy radiated from his body. He leapt backward, creating distance from the pillar, only to charge forward with a ferocious speed that stirred the air and sent debris swirling around him. His foot struck the pillar with a resounding crack, and, accompanied by a series of shattering sounds, immense fissures appeared along its surface. Then, with a thunderous boom, it exploded. As the dust settled, a gaping hole emerged where the pillar once stood. Leaning in, Yi Tian peered into the inky blackness, uncertain of the depths below. After a moment's contemplation, he leapt forward, maintaining the state of the 5th gate as he plunged into the abyss. In the enveloping darkness, Yi Tian descended for what felt like an eternity. At last, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Goodness, how deep is this place? It took so long to reach the bottom. He lifted his head and found himself in a chamber strikingly reminiscent of the previous cavern, albeit considerably smaller and more illuminated. Before him, approximately 10 paces away, stood a stone platform. Upon it rested a fist-sized piece of milky white jade, emanating a soft glow that was both enchanting and vibrant with spiritual energy. The entire space was aglow with the radiance of this exquisite stone. Above the jade stone, a long sword, entirely black and of an ancient design, hovered gracefully. This must be the place. Yi Tian fixated on the sword that rotated slowly in midair and stepped forward, remaining vigilant. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred until he reached the stone platform. Standing before it, Yi Tian took a deep breath, extended his hands, and gently grasped the hilt. Contrary to his expectations of difficulty, he effortlessly retrieved the ancient black sword. With one hand holding the hilt, he positioned the sword horizontally before him, examining it closely. The sword's design was both simple and timeless, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt a stirring within him. Why did this sword evoke such a sense of familiarity? At that moment, his black gold ancient dagger unexpectedly emerged from the system space, appearing in his other hand. As soon as the dagger materialized, Yi Tian sensed an inexplicable connection between the two weapons, as if they were intertwined by invisible threads. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to bring the two weapons closer together. To his astonishment, as the blade and sword met, they fused as if magnetically attracted, resisting all his efforts to separate them. Subsequently, the dagger and sword began to melt slowly. When Yi Tian released his grip, they hovered in midair, transforming into 2 streams of black liquid that intertwined. Moments later, the swirling black energy surged toward Yi Tian's chest. Reacting swiftly, he raised his arms to defend himself. But the black energy penetrated effortlessly into his chest. Alarmed, Yi Tian turned his focus inward, discovering a mass of pitch-black substance floating within the center of his chest. Simultaneously, a new wave of information flooded his mind. After assimilating this knowledge, Yi Tian understood. Chapter 86, Superior Destiny Stone. Super talent. It turned out that the black gold ancient dagger and the long sword originated from the same source. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, they had been separated into a dagger and a sword. Only when united would they form a complete weapon. This weapon was nameless, yet possessed an extraordinary characteristic. It could transform into any form according to the user's needs. This trait was remarkably convenient. Yution attempted to summon the black energy as instructed by the information in his mind, watching it hover quietly in his palm. With a thought, the black energy instantly shifted its shape, transforming into a long sword. After another transformation, it became a long bow. Yi Tian continued to experiment with delight, engrossed in the possibilities. Regardless of the weapon, be it a short blade, a dagger, a long whip, or a spear, any armament can instantaneously materialize at the mere thought of the wielder. With this capability, there shall be no need to exchange for other weapons in the future. Indeed, splendid, Yi Tian exclaimed, drawing the weapon into his being before turning his gaze toward the milky white jade stone resting upon the stone platform. This is, astonishingly, a destiny stone. Such a substantial piece? Yi Tian's judgment could falter, yet the yearning sensation within him was unmistakable. The spiritual energy emanating from this destiny stone far surpassed that of the previous one he had acquired. Could it possibly be a mid-grade destiny stone? Or perhaps an upper-grade one? Yi Tian murmured as he extended his hand to gently caress its surface. The moment his fingers made contact with the destiny stone, a surge of attraction erupted within him. In the next instant, the stone, roughly the size of an infant's fist, vanished completely. Simultaneously, a fluffy white energy mass materialized within his consciousness. As this energy swirled, peculiar forces coursed through the meridian pathways of Yi Tian's body, directly entering his eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan involuntarily activated. As the strange energy flowed, the intricate patterns within his eyes began to rotate slowly. The previous dryness of his eyes gradually subsided. Yi Tian could distinctly sense that his kaleidoscope Sharingan was voraciously absorbing the energy from the white mass. Both the power of his gaze and his mental strength burgeoned with the influx of energy, experiencing a throbbing pain in his mind. Yi Tian hastily settled into a lotus position on the ground, fully dedicating himself to digesting this power. However, his eyes remained wide open, unable to close due to the activation of the Sharingan, rendering him in a peculiar state akin to a monk in deep meditation, staring vacantly ahead. Were there onlookers present? They might presume Yi Tian had fallen asleep with his eyes wide open. Time flowed gradually. After an indeterminate duration, Yi Tian's previously motionless form suddenly trembled. The swirling patterns around his pupils abruptly ceased. An uncontrollable surge of ocular power erupted, stirring a wave of energy within the space. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and he leaped to his feet. To his astonishment, the evolution was achieved with such ease. Yi Tian could hardly contain his excitement. At this moment, the white energy mass within his consciousness had been completely absorbed. His Sharingan had evolved into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He had initially believed that reaching the pinnacle of the Eternal Kaleidoscope would require an immense quantity of Destiny Stones. Unexpectedly, by absorbing merely a piece the size of an infant's fist, he had completed the evolution. This Destiny Stone was undoubtedly of upper grade. This conclusion was drawn not solely from the vast energy it contained. The primary reason lies in the fact that after Yi Tian completely absorbed the Destiny Stone, he astonishingly awakened an exceptionally formidable skill. Previously, during his attendance at the Shengbao Hall auction, he had heard Gong Ying mention from the stage that a high-grade Destiny Stone could bestow upon its possessor an unparalleled and extraordinary talent. With his newfound, extraordinary abilities, Yi Tian immediately discerned that this Destiny Stone was undoubtedly a rare high-grade gem. The ability he awakened was quite straightforward and easily comprehensible: devour, to consume all forms of energy and transmute them into his own cultivation. One could assert that with the acquisition of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the power of devouring, Yi Tian had embarked upon the path of the mighty. Setting aside other considerations, his formidable Susanoo and the immense chakra of the Nine Tails alone could effortlessly crush a 7th-tier powerhouse. Even when facing an 8th-tier adversary, he felt no trepidation. Even if he could not defeat them, escaping would still be feasible. Let us not forget that Yi Tian possessed the 8 gates of Duanjia. Although he could currently only open 6, the speed gained thereafter was not something the average person could match. Just as Yi Tian was striving to calm his inner excitement, the system's notification suddenly resonated. System task activated. Achieve first place in the Genius Battle. This task is a phased mission. Phase 1. Secure first place in the token contest. Completion reward, 3 points. Failure penalty. Host cultivation will regress by 2 tiers. Oh no. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Tian slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten such an important matter. He was uncertain how long he had been here. Yi Tian took out his identity token for a glance. Since he had not been forcibly transported back, it indicated that the 3-day trial period had not yet elapsed. The pressing concern now was to leave this place and find someone outside to ascertain how long he had been meditating. But how could he exit? Yi Tian raised his gaze to the depths of the seemingly boundless opening above. He surveyed the empty cavern once more, finally fixing his attention on the stone platform before him. Surely, there must be a way to depart. It couldn't be concealed beneath. Yi Tian reached out to touch the stone platform and knocked on it, inspecting it thoroughly. Suddenly, he unknowingly activated a mechanism. A series of clicking sounds echoed as the stone platform gradually descended into the ground. Concurrently, a stone door on the right wall of the cavern slowly opened, revealing a lengthy staircase behind it. Yi Tian approached the entrance and examined it. This staircase led upward, extending into a pitch-black void, its length unknown. This was likely the route to his escape. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped onto the staircase. Yi Tian had anticipated that this staircase would be quite lengthy. However, I did not anticipate such a lengthy journey. After walking for a full hour, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Upon noticing the light, Yi Tian felt a surge of joy within and hastened his pace. As he ascended further, the illumination grew increasingly radiant. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yi Tian finally emerged from the dark cavern. Having lingered in the shadows for so long, the sudden exposure to sunlight felt somewhat blinding. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, inhaling the fresh air, and immediately felt invigorated. After a brief moment of adjustment to the brightness, Yi Tian turned to survey his surroundings. Chapter 87. The commencement of the token heist. It appears that the exit and entrance are not located in the same vicinity. Yi Tian found himself amidst a dense thicket of trees. Behind him lay a rather inconspicuous opening in the ground, the very place from which he had just emerged. As he scrutinized the woodland, he suddenly heard a rustling noise behind him. Turning abruptly, he beheld 3 young men emerging from the underbrush. Upon spotting Yi Tian, clad in black attire, the trio momentarily froze, instinctively raising their weapons defensively. How fortuitous it is to encounter assistance, just as I was seeking someone to inquire about the time. Yi Tian mused internally, clearing his throat before addressing the 3. Pardon me, gentlemen, how much time remains until this election concludes? He spoke with a disarming smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. The trio did not respond to Yi Tian's inquiry. One of them, standing to the left, scanned the surroundings before turning to the man in the center. Big brother. It seems this lad is all alone. The central figure, bearing a scar across his face, sneered at his companion's words. You are indeed unfortunate, lad, to encounter us 3 brothers in such a remote place. Hand over the token obediently, and you may spare yourself a great deal of suffering. With that, the scarred man grinned menacingly and advanced towards Yi Tian, his companions trailing closely behind, their expressions filled with malice. Initially, Yi Tian had intended to approach the situation with civility, preferring to inquire before resorting to violence. However, seeing their eagerness, he decided to reverse the order. A wicked smile crept across Yi Tian's face as he flickered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, a series of bone-crunching sounds echoed through the woodland, accompanied by the anguished screams of the 3 men. Now, can someone provide me with an answer to my question? Yi Tian clapped his hands, observing the trio writhing in agony on the ground. The leader, the scarred youth, gazed at Yi Tian in disbelief, stunned by the swiftness of his actions. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden blur enveloped his vision, followed by a piercing pain coursing through his body. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. You, what do you want? He stammered. If you continue to dither, I shall render you incapable of walking. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and barked sharply. He then crouched down, leaning closer to the scarred man's ear, a cruel smile playing upon his lips as he whispered. The rules state that killing is prohibited, yet they do not specify that one cannot incapacitate another, do they? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the scarred man's face blanched with terror. It was the 3rd day of the trial, and after nightfall, they would be teleported away. Yi Tian was taken aback. Had he truly meditated for 2 consecutive days and nights? Glancing up at the sky and estimating the sun's elevation, he deduced it was approximately 9 or 10 in the morning. There was an entire day ahead of him, plenty of time. Yi Tian then turned his gaze back to the 3 individuals on the ground, grinning slyly. They say one should assist others thoroughly, having already received a small favor. Why not extend it to a larger one? Hand over your tokens. The trio exchanged wary glances at Yution's smile, shivering in unison. They looked at one another, gritting their teeth before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The man referred to as the elder brother, the scarred one, removed a storage ring from his finger. The other two retrieved several tokens from their garments and presented them to Yution. However, he refrained from reaching out to take them, instead locking eyes with the scarred man. Surely you haven't withheld anything? Do not forget, once you lose all your tokens, you will be immediately transported out. Should I accept these tokens and you remain here, imagine the repercussions. At this, the other two turned their heads in unison toward the scarred man. A flash of resentment flickered in the scarred man's eyes as he reached into his clothing and produced several more tokens. Indeed, he had been concealing some. Yution let out a cold chuckle. With a single thought, a sphere of dark energy enveloped his right hand. He then struck the scarred man's chest with a powerful palm. Upon contact, the scarred man's vitality visibly waned at an alarming rate, his physique appearing to shrink considerably. Moments later, Yution withdrew his hand. Under the terrified gazes of the other two, he repeated the process on them as well. Observing the trio now listless on the ground, Yution nodded in satisfaction. He had utilized his devouring ability to absorb all their inner energy, transforming it into his own chakra, while also siphoning off half of their life force. This act had further advanced his cultivation level, enhancing his physical strength due to the nourishment derived from their vitality. Feeling thoroughly pleased, Yution rose to his feet, dusting off his hands as he addressed the three on the ground. Answer a few more of my questions, and I shall let you go. Three individuals on the ground weakly nodded in agreement. After receiving satisfactory answers to a series of inquiries, Yution accepted the tokens they offered. Subsequently, enveloped in a swirl of white light, the trio was transported out of this space. Yution counted the number of tokens. Collectively, the three had amassed an impressive 67. While their prowess was lacking, they had certainly excelled in acquiring these tokens. With a soft chuckle, Yution stored them all within his storage ring. Raising his gaze to the sky, he thought, on this final day, let me show you what it means to surpass the competition. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Half an hour later, in a different forest, a group of over 10 individuals rested on a clearing. Suddenly, one man clad in white abruptly raised his head, scanning a particular direction. Who is there? Step forward. As his words echoed, a shadow descended from a large tree within his line of sight. The others quickly seized their weapons, encircling the figure. This shadow was none other than Yution, who landed gracefully on the ground. After surveying the assembled company, he spoke calmly. Which of you is Wang Zitong? I am, replied the white-clad man, stepping forward. You seek me, what is your purpose? His tone remained gentle as he appraised Yution, yet he could not discern the latter's true strength. The young master of the Wang family from Yunnan City, 20 years old, with a cultivation level of 3 stars at the 5th tier. Impressive indeed. Observing Wang Zitong, Yution nodded in approval. Upon hearing this, Wang Zitong's eyes narrowed. Though others knew of his 5th tier cultivation, they were unaware of the specific level he had attained. The fact that this man could accurately assess his strength suggested he might surpass him. Chapter 88. Moon reading instantly resolves the battle after a brief moment of contemplation. Wang Zitong inquired, may I ask your name? What business do you have with me? You need not concern yourself with my name, Yution replied, maintaining his composure. I have heard that you possess many tokens, and I have come to borrow some. Borrow tokens? Wang Zitong scoffed. We are strangers. You think you can simply ask to borrow them? On what grounds should I comply? Refusing to lend them? Then I shall have to take them myself. Huh. With so many of us here, are you certain you possess the ability to do so? Why not find out? Brother Wang, don't waste your breath on this fool. He clearly lacks sense. Before Wang Zitong could respond, a thin man with a shifty appearance and a physique as slender as a reed interjected. After addressing Wang Zitong, the lanky man turned to Yution. Who do you think you are, waltzing in here and causing a stir? Let me show you what I'm made of. With that, the slender man drew his long sword and charged at Yution. Observing this, Yution merely curled his lip in disdain. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the slender man was sent flying, landing far away on the ground like a mere puddle of mud. Throughout the encounter, Yution appeared to remain motionless, as if he had not moved at all. No one could discern the manner in which he had struck. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zitong's pupils constricted sharply. The black-clad figure before him, seemingly younger than himself, was no ordinary adversary. Everyone, charge together. Wang Zitong commanded, frowning. Upon hearing the order, Those surrounding him seized their weapons and rushed forward, utterly unaware of their own folly. Yi Tian let out a scoff, and in an instant, he vanished. Bang! Crack! The foremost attacker seemed to collide with an unseen barrier, suddenly being sent sprawling backward. This was soon followed by a cacophony of flesh meeting flesh and bones snapping. In mere moments, all but Wang Zitong lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Seeing this, Wang Zitong was drenched in cold sweat. Although he was stronger than the others, they were all participants in the genius battle, each possessing cultivation at the 4th tier or above. Yet, in just a few breaths, this black-clad man had dispatched them all without him grasping how it had transpired. His strength was entirely beyond his own. A sense of retreat began to blossom within Wang Zitong. However, Yi Tian would not permit such an easy escape. With a flicker, he appeared right before Wang Zitong. Having just witnessed Yi Tian's ghostly speed, Wang Zitong was stripped of his fighting spirit. The moment he found Yi Tian suddenly before him, he was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retreat. Yet, Yi Tian was faster. He seized Wang Zitong by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "Look into my eyes," Yi Tian commanded in a frosty tone. Wang Zitong felt an abrupt loss of weight, momentarily stunned. In his panic, he instinctively met Yi Tian's gaze, locking onto a pair of red eyes adorned with strange patterns. As their eyes met, the most potent mental assault, the moon reading technique, was unleashed, pulling Wang Zitong's consciousness into the realm of the moon readings, where he endured a relentless torment for an entire day and night. Initially, Yi Tian had intended to subject him to 3 days of suffering, but to his surprise, Wang Zitong could not withstand the ordeal after just 1 day. In reality, this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Wang Zitong's eyes grew vacant almost immediately after the moon reading illusion was initiated, the spirit was utterly tormented to the brink of collapse, leading to a state of unconsciousness. His head and hands drooped limply. Yi Tian casually discarded his burden to the ground as if it were mere refuse. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. This weariness was not of the body, but rather a profound mental exhaustion. It was his inaugural use of moon reading, and he had not anticipated such an immense drain on his mental faculties. Fortunately, the realm of moon reading persisted for only a day, though the toll was significant. It did not unduly impact Yi Tian. Ding. The host has defeated a practitioner of 7th grade aptitude, earning 9,258 talent points. Ding. Congratulations. The host's aptitude has risen to 4th grade. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Yi Tian paused momentarily. He had nearly forgotten that defeating opponents with superior aptitude would yield talent points. It was unexpected that this Prince Ting possessed high-grade aptitude. No wonder he had ascended to the 5th tier by the age of 20. The previous trio likely lacked even 3rd-grade aptitude, which explained the absence of any reward from the system. Yi Tian massaged his temples to alleviate the mental strain, then proceeded to personally collect the tokens from the group, along with various treasures they had carried. Naturally, he did not overlook their cultivation levels either. After consuming their powers one by one, he departed with a sense of satisfaction, seeking his next target. Time swiftly passed, and the 3-day trial was nearing its conclusion. The remaining participants in the trial space scrambled to secure as many tokens as possible before the end, striving to enhance their rankings. Meanwhile, Yi Tian reclined leisurely on a branch of a grand tree, gazing at the drifting clouds above, embodying a picture of tranquility. Throughout that afternoon, Yi Tian had successfully seized the tokens from the more formidable contestants, those who possessed a greater number of tokens. This achievement was largely thanks to the trio he had previously drained of their vitality. Despite their lackluster strength, their intelligence gathering had proven quite effective. Yi Tian had extracted the names and detailed information of these formidable participants from them, saving himself considerable effort. As for the other, less remarkable contestants, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue them for their tokens. A handful of tokens would not significantly alter the outcome, and he saw no need to squander time. Given the number of tokens currently in his possession, securing first place appeared to be a certainty. Calculating the time, he anticipated being teleported soon. With that thought, Yi Tian expelled the stalk of grass he had been chewing and leaped gracefully from the treetop, landing steadily on the ground, awaiting the conclusion of the trial to be transported away. In the external plaza, a lively scene unfolded. At the center of the square, a grand platform had been erected, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. On the elevated platform, several individuals were seated side by side, while behind them loomed a colossal magical crystal display screen. Chapter 89, The First. 4 individuals occupied the platform. Sun Jie, the vice president of Yin City Academy. Lian Qing, the vice president of Qianyuan Academy. Yu Qiulu, the vice president of Shui Tian Academy. And Lu Hong, the current vice master of the Holy Temple. All 4 were formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. The 3 men and 1 woman sat silently, awaiting the conclusion of the trial. Before long, at the moment the sun completely dipped below the horizon, a vast magical array suddenly materialized in the square, with a diameter spanning several hundred meters, covering a significant portion of the area. Following this, a brilliant radiance erupted. And in the blink of an eye, all participants in the trial, whether they were still surviving within the trial space or had already been eliminated, appeared in the square. Please hand over your tokens. I shall rank you according to the number of tokens you possess. The top 500 will advance to the next stage. Form an orderly line, one by one. The middle-aged man, who had previously explained the rules, now stood before the platform, addressing the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the individuals in the square began to step forward, lining up to submit their storage rings containing tokens to the middle-aged man. Naturally, only a portion of the participants moved forward, while the remainder consisted mainly of those who had been eliminated in the trial space. The middle-aged man glanced at the lineup before him, momentarily taken aback. After a rough count, it appeared there were barely 200 individuals. What is the meaning of this? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Do the others not possess any tokens? Those who remained stationary stood in silence, exchanging glances, some even bowing their heads in shame. Noticing the lack of response, the middle-aged man turned to look at Lu Hong on the platform. Lu Hong appeared equally astonished. Such a situation had never arisen in the numerous past competitions. Could it be that the number of those with tokens did not even reach 500? However, as the vice master, he could not afford to lose composure at such a moment. Raising his hand, he gestured for the middle-aged man to proceed, while he himself furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution. Acknowledging Lu Hong's signal, the middle-aged man nodded and turned back to begin collecting the tokens from the participants one by one. With each contestant accounted for, the enormous magical crystal display screen behind him illuminated with the name and token count of the participant. As more contestants submitted their tokens, the rankings on the screen continuously shifted. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained unhurried, casually positioning himself at the end of the line. He was acutely aware that, with the number of tokens he held, he would undoubtedly emerge as the champion of this trial. After all, a competitor of his caliber was meant to make a grand entrance. Half an hour later, the preceding competitors had completed their tally of tokens. At last, it was Yi Tian's turn. The middle-aged man observed that only Yi Tian remained before him. He glanced back at the large screen behind him, where the combined total of tokens from nearly 200 participants amounted to merely a few hundred. With over 3,000 contestants in this competition, it implied there were likewise over 3,000 tokens in total. Could it be that all the remaining tokens were in the possession of this young man before him? Having presided over numerous genius battles, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. His disbelief was palpable as he hesitantly accepted the storage ring Yi Tian handed over. After channeling a trace of spiritual energy into it, he probed within. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yi Tian with incredulity. Concurrently, Yi Tian's name and token count appeared on the large screen behind them. As soon as his name emerged, it soared straight to the top of the leaderboard. A staggering count of 2,761. Witnessing this spectacle, the square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with murmurs of disbelief circulating about the identity of this Yi Tian. Among the crowd, some gazed at Yi Tian with eyes brimming with resentment, envy, humiliation, and fury. Those were the individuals whom Yi Tian had previously outmaneuvered in the trial space, resulting in their elimination from the first phase of the competition. How could this be? The 4 individuals atop the platform could no longer remain composed. The young man standing below had, through sheer effort, amassed 70% of the tokens. Even some competitors they had initially favored had been entirely eliminated. Observing the vast disparity between the first and second place on the screen, a sense of absurdity and unreality arose in their hearts. The second place was occupied by a contestant of rather ordinary strength and talent, possessing merely a handful of tokens. Not even a fraction of Yi Tian's count. What transpired in the trial space? How could such an inexplicable situation unfold? The vice president of Qianyuan Academy, Lian Qing, turned to Lu Hong, his voice tinged with surprise. I am not fully aware of what transpired during the trial, but this space is empowered by a formidable being from the temple. Since Yi Tian was not forcibly disqualified, it indicates he did not violate any rules. Could it be that he genuinely acquired such an abundance of tokens through his own prowess? This young man appears to be quite remarkable. Lu Hong regarded Yi Tian with contemplative intrigue. I have perused Yi Tian's profile previously. Suddenly interjected Yu Qiulu. He is a body cultivator. It is precisely for this reason that my interest in him has deepened. However, at the tender age of 19, achieving such remarkable proficiency in body cultivation is unprecedented. Upon hearing the words of Qiu Lu, the remaining three were momentarily taken aback, followed by a furrowed brow as they sank into contemplation. After a brief interval, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Lu Hong's eyes. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man below the platform and, channeling his spiritual energy, transmitted his words into the man's ear, ensuring that only he could hear. Immediately, he designated Yi Tian as a focal point of scrutiny. I require all information pertaining to him from the moment of his birth to the present. I demand even the minutiae of his daily existence be thoroughly investigated, with an emphasis on detail. Upon hearing Lu Hong's directives, the middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. Vice Palace Master Lu. This presents a dilemma regarding the first phase of the trial, Sun Yingjie remarked, his expression clouded with concern. With fewer than 500 individuals qualifying for advancement, the arrangements for the genius battle would be disrupted, complicating the subsequent selections. Although Sun Yingjie did not finish his thought, Lu Hong grasped the implication. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze towards the assembled crowd, mustering his spiritual energy and speaking with vigor. This trial has encountered minor issues, resulting in an insufficient number of qualifiers. To ensure the smooth progression of the upcoming selections, I have decided to reinitiate the first phase of the trial. Chapter 90. Lottery draw. The 196 individuals who had previously qualified still retain their eligibility and will not need to participate anew in this selection. The remaining participants will commence a 3-day reevaluation starting tomorrow morning. Upon the trial's conclusion, the top 304 will advance alongside the earlier 196 into the second phase of selection. As for those already qualified, they may temporarily return to rest. They are to reconvene here in 3 days for the commencement of the second phase. The eliminated contestants, initially despondent and filled with resentment, lifted their heads upon hearing Lu Hong's proclamation, their eyes alight with renewed hope. Very well, you may disperse, Lu Hong concluded, gesturing with a wave of his hand before being the first to depart. He needed to promptly report the day's events. The other 3 vice deans also rose, each preoccupied with their thoughts. Observing this, Yi Tian shrugged and departed the square at a leisurely pace, amidst the peculiar gazes of those around him. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Tian neglected dinner, retreating immediately into his room. Sitting on the bed, he awaited something in silence, whether by coincidence or fate. Just as he settled in, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. The first phase task has been completed. Reward, 3 points. Unlocking the second phase task. Second phase, attain qualification in the arena battle. The task completion reward is 5 points. The penalty for failure, the host's powers will be entirely sealed, reducing them to an ordinary person for 3 months. Yu Tian couldn't help but mutter a curse. How could the penalties for system tasks grow increasingly severe? Would it ultimately lead to death if one failed to complete a task? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He suddenly found himself questioning whether possessing the system was a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, it was too late to dwell on such matters. Overthinking was futile. Were it not for the system, he would likely still be a useless individual. He decided to take things as they came. Yi Tian possessed a remarkably positive mindset, quickly discarding his earlier thoughts. Glancing at the name of the second phase task, he realized it involved a tournament battle. However, he was uncertain about its specific format. Although Lin Feifei had previously shared much about the genius battles, each edition bore different rules and formats, and Lin Feifei had only provided a general overview. He doubted he would encounter Feifei and Lin Dong in the tournament battles. After some contemplation, Yi Tian concluded that the likelihood was slim. Those candidates under the Holy Temple's focused training would probably only appear at the critical final moments. Why dwell on it? Everything would be revealed in due course. With a shrug, Yi Tian's consciousness dove directly into the system space. Xiao Di, before Yi Tian could finish, a melancholic voice echoed from the side. Stop calling out. This time I will take the initiative to welcome you. Xiao Di hovered in the air, looking at Yi Tian with a resigned expression. Oh, how did you know what I was about to say? Yi Tian asked, surprised. Brother, you always start with that line every time you enter. Could you not be a bit more original? Hearing Xiao Di's words, Yi Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose. With a quick thought, he replied, then guess why I've come in this time. Xiao Di sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. With a flick of her hand, 5 enormous spinning wheels appeared not far ahead. Your current points have exceeded 10,000, unlocking all levels of the points lottery. Choose which level you wish to draw from. Wait, how did you know I wanted to draw a lottery? Yi Tian inquired, slightly astonished. Xiao Di abruptly turned to face him, remaining silent. It wasn't that she had nothing to say. She simply found herself at a loss for words. How could her current host be so dim-witted? Noticing Xiao Di's gaze, Yi Tian blinked, realizing that his question had indeed been rather foolish. Having just completed a task and earned points, it was only natural to rush to the system space for a lottery. Moreover, it seemed that he only visited Xiao Di when he was about to draw. All right, stop acting like a jilted lover. I promise to visit you more often when I have free time. Yi Tian gazed at the melancholic little D, reaching out to stroke its head. However, little D swiftly evaded Yi Tian's hand. You need not concern yourself with me. Go claim your rewards. Yi Tian chuckled, deciding not to tease little D any further, and turned his attention to the 5 spinning wheels before him. The size and style of these wheels were identical, yet the quality of the prizes they offered increased incrementally. Little D, how many points are required to spin each of these 5 wheels? With utmost seriousness, little D replied. From the lowest to the highest tier, the points needed are 10, 100, 1, 000, 5, 000, and 10, 000 respectively. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Since I have sufficient points, I shall go for the grand prize. Bring me the highest tier. With a grand gesture, Yi Tian commanded, exuding confidence. Little D shook its head in resignation. In a flash of light, the other 4 wheels vanished, leaving only the highest tier in view. You currently possess 35,000 points, allowing for 3 spins. You may allocate the remaining 5,000 points as you see fit. All right, I understand. Please do not disturb me while I spin. Little D was visibly irritated. Once you use them, you turn your back? How unreasonable. While Little D sulked, Yi Tian's focus remained steadfast on the spinning wheel before him. First spin, commence. With Yi Tian's command, the wheel began to whirl. After approximately a minute, Yi Tian suddenly called for it to stop. The pointer gradually slowed and ultimately came to rest in a designated section. Thank you for participating. Darn, my luck on the first try is dismal. Let us go again. Yi Tian exclaimed, initiating the second spin. This time, he deliberately paused longer before calling for it to stop. As the pointer slowed to a halt, a voice resonated through the system space. Yi Tian was taken aback, then his expression brightened. It landed on double flashes. Congratulations. You have obtained the ninja technique, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken. Congratulations. You have obtained the ninja technique, Lightning Release, Kirin. To his astonishment, he had drawn these 2 ninja techniques. Yi Tian was no stranger to these powerful abilities. Renowned as the advanced versions of the signature techniques of the 2 main characters in Naruto, their potency was remarkable. However, the conditions for executing the lightning release, Kirin, were significantly more demanding. Firstly, it required harnessing the forces of nature, and secondly, it necessitated the use of the Sharingan. Fortunately, Yi Tian possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Provided the weather conditions were favorable, he could unleash it. Despite the stringent requirements, the might of this technique, being the pinnacle of lightning release, was undeniably formidable. As for the wind release, Spiral Shuriken, until its completion reached 100%, attempting to throw it would result in damage to the user's meridians and bones. However, under the transformative power of the system, this technique has been perfected to a degree of 100%. Even in the absence of the Sage mode, it can still be executed. This time, 2 additional methods have been acquired. Seizing the moment, Yi Tian commenced his 3rd lottery draw, drawing from the experience of the 2nd attempt. He allowed the wheel to spin for a full 10 minutes. It was only when the impatient Xiao Di beside him could no longer wait that he called for a stop. Once again, it was a message of gratitude for participation. Had his luck been entirely exhausted? Yi Tian murmured to himself. Nevertheless, having drawn 2 high-level ninjutsu consecutively was already quite commendable. With 5,000 points remaining, he requested another high-level draw. Upon hearing this, Xiao Di nodded and with a flick of his hand, transformed the wheel from high level to an even higher tier. This time, Yi Tian was too weary to indulge in superstitions. As soon as the wheel began to spin, he shouted for it to halt. Congratulations on obtaining the high-level ninjutsu, multi-shadow clone technique. Oh, it turned out to be this? Anyone familiar with Naruto would undoubtedly recognize this ninjutsu. It is arguably the technique most frequently employed by Naruto throughout the series. Developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, it allows the user to create thousands of shadow clones at once. Due to its excessive chakra consumption, it is deemed a forbidden technique for ordinary individuals, as reckless use could lead to severe injury or even death. However, supported by the vast chakra reserves of the Nine Tails, Yi Tian need not concern himself with chakra consumption, and thus would not incur any harm. If wielded skillfully, it could serve as an excellent auxiliary ninjutsu. Today's gains were indeed noteworthy. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. With his points now reduced to 0, he found himself once again destitute, as the methods of several ninjutsu ingrained themselves in his mind. Yi Tian turned to Xiao Di beside him. Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, Xiao Di promptly raised a hand to silence him. If you're leaving, then hurry. No need for pretense. How can you say that about me? Yi Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. When have I ever been insincere? Before he could complete his thought, he felt the scenery shift abruptly. His consciousness was instantly returned to his body, having been unceremoniously kicked out of the system space by Xiao Di. This fellow was becoming increasingly disrespectful. Just wait until I re-enter. I'll show you how to handle this. Yi Tian huffed twice, venting his dissatisfaction. Open personal information panel. Host, Yi Tian race, human, qualification, rank 6, talent points, 4, 125, 850, 000, once accumulated to the maximum. It can enhance the host's qualification level. Attributes, earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, yin, yang, points, 0 super lottery chances, 0 strength, 5th rank. 4 stars, bloodline limit. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Byakugan Ninjutsu. Basic Ninjutsu, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, 8 trigrams palm. Return to Heaven, Lightning Release. Kirin, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Amaterasu, Left Eye Mangeki. Flame Release. Addictive Earth, Right Eye Mangeki. Susu, Ninjutsu. Basic Jinjutsu, requires Sharingan for casting. Tsukuyami, Left Eye Mangeki. Kodo Amatsukami, Right Eye Mangeki. Taijutsu, 8 gates, can unlock the 7th gate. 1,000 Years of Pain, 8 trigrams. 128 palms, includes 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Blade Technique, Mad Dragon Blade Technique. Items, Basic Ninja Tools, Paradise of Affection, Limited Edition, Tailed Beast, 9 Tails, Kurama, Sealed. Capable of, through rampant acquisition of tokens within the trial space, Yi Tian engaged in combat with numerous competitors who fancied themselves as prodigies, ultimately besting them. Those possessing greater potential than Yi Tian naturally bestowed him with talent points. In this manner, within a mere day, Yi Tian's talent points surged remarkably. His qualifications ascended to the 6th rank. Most of those he had defeated were of notable prowess, and Yi Tian was certainly not one to squander such a fortuitous opportunity. With each opponent vanquished, he utilized his devouring ability to absorb the spiritual energy residing within them. This absorption did not deplete their cultivation. Rather, it transformed the spiritual energy they currently held into his own. After a period of meditation and practice, they would revert to their prior state, temporarily incapacitated in battle. It was precisely due to the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by the high-grade Destiny Stone that Yi Tian's cultivation surged to an astonishing level of 5th rank. For stars, an elevation of an entire tier. Having reached the 5th rank, he also unlocked level 1 and level 2 ninjutsu. Thus, his chances of securing victory in the genius battle were significantly bolstered. Gazing at his attribute panel, Yi Tian brimmed with confidence. This assurance stemmed not only from his cultivation enhancement but also from his newfound capacity to unlock the 7th stage of both the Nine Tails Seal and the 8 gates. The prospect of attaining the 8th gate would signify a genuine qualification to engage with formidable opponents. Yi Tian shook his head, aware that such an achievement could not be realized overnight. His progress was already remarkably swift. After clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts, he gradually descended into a state of meditation, determined to solidify the remarkable advancements of the day. For an extended period, cultivation had seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of Yi Tian's existence, allowing him to enter a meditative state at any moment. The next 3 days unfolded in this manner. Aside from dining and attending to nature's call, Yi Tian spent the remainder of his time sequestered in his chamber, engaged in profound meditation. He diligently refined and organized the surging chakra energy within him. Due to the rapid ascension in his cultivation, his foundation had become precariously unstable. However, with Yu Tian's meticulous efforts, it gradually solidified. As time slipped away, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And the day for the second phase of the genius battle had arrived. On that morning, as dawn broke, Yi Tian emerged from his meditative state, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air. After 3 days of refinement and organization, he had grown accustomed to the sudden surge of chakra within him. Turning to gaze out the window at the morning sky, Yi Tian descended from his bed, performed a brief ablution, and after a modest breakfast, set off towards the square designated for assembly. Upon arriving at the square, he observed that several participants from the first phase selection had already gathered, waiting for him. The vice master of the sanctuary, Lu Hong, along with the vice deans of the 3 academies, occupied a raised platform in the center of the square. However, today, an additional figure stood respectfully behind Lu Hong. When Yi Tian recognized the individual, he was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than his old acquaintance, Zhao Wuyan, the sanctuary's inspector who had presided over the awakening ceremony in Clan City. Though Zhao Wuyan was a formidable presence with his 7th-tier cultivation, in the company of the 4 dignitaries on the platform, he seemed inconspicuous by comparison, merely standing silently to the side. When Yi Tian's gaze met Zhao Wuyan's, it appeared that Zhao had sensed his presence. He turned towards Yi Tian, their eyes locking. Upon recognizing Yi Tian, Zhao Wuyan greeted him with a friendly smile and a nod. Yi Tian reciprocated the gesture, feeling a slight chill in his heart. It seemed that the sanctuary had summoned Zhao Wuyan due to Yi Tian's remarkable performance in recent days, raising suspicions about his identity. However, Yi Tian had little to conceal regarding his true nature. If they wished to investigate, they were free to do so. With a dismissive smirk, he adopted an air of indifference and stood quietly in the square, waiting. As time gradually flowed onward, the crowd continued to swell. The second phase of the competition was to be held in this very square, open for public observation. Thus, aside from the 500 competitors neatly arranged in the center, the periphery was filled with spectators drawn to witness the unfolding spectacle. It appears that everyone is gathered. The middle-aged man surveyed the contestants in the square and spoke with a grave tone. Today, your presence here signifies that you have truly earned the qualification to participate in the genius battle. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shuizheng, and I am the principal overseer of this competition. Upon finishing his introduction, the man raised his hand, and a resounding noise echoed through the square. To the astonishment of the crowd, stone platforms began to rise from the ground, one after another. Yi Tian quickly counted them, 50 stone platforms in total. This must be the venue for the second stage of the arena battles, he surmised correctly. As his thoughts crystallized, Shuizheng began to elucidate the rules of the arena battles. The second stage consists of 50 matches occurring simultaneously. 10 contestants will engage in a free-for-all on each platform, and only the last person standing on each platform will advance to the next round of ranking battles. In essence, 50 individuals will ultimately progress to the final stage of competition. On the platforms, each participant may choose their opponents freely, whether to engage in one-on-one combat or chaotic skirmishes. Provided they do not endanger their adversaries' lives or resort to cheating, they are free to unleash their full potential. Following this, everyone will line up according to their rankings from the first stage to draw their platform numbers. Those who draw the same number will compete on the same platform. With that, Shuizheng clasped his hands behind his back, patiently awaiting the contestants to step forward and draw their numbers. So, this is the nature of the second stage's rules. I may have attracted too much attention during the first stage, and I fear I might become a target. Yet, it matters little. Among these individuals, none possess the capability to truly challenge me. Yi Tian mused, casting a casual glance at those around him. He then took the lead and stepped forward. Having ranked first in the preliminary selection, he was naturally the first to draw. Approaching the lottery box, Yi Tian glanced up at Shuizheng, who was observing him with a peculiar and somewhat profound gaze. Yi Tian shrugged it off, uninterested, and reached into the box. Drawing randomly, upon opening his palm, he discovered a crystal-clear jade tablet. As Yi Tian's gaze fell upon it, a hazy light shimmered, revealing a number at its center, 23. He glanced towards the distant platform marked with the same number before returning to his previous position. Others soon followed, drawing their numbers in succession. Once everyone had drawn, Shuizheng looked at the neatly arranged rows of young contestants before him and nodded. Now, proceed to your respective platforms according to the numbers you have drawn and prepare to commence. No sooner had he finished speaking than the contestants in the square began to move. Yu Tian strolled leisurely to the 23rd arena. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that the other 9 contestants had already taken their positions. To his surprise, one familiar face stood among them, Wang Zitong, the individual whose will he had shattered in the trial space using the moon reading technique. Upon catching sight of Yu Tian, Wang Zitong's gaze faltered, revealing a flicker of fear deep within his eyes. The memories of that harrowing day and night in the moon reading space haunted him, rendering his sleep restless. Each time he closed his eyes, terrifying images would resurface. If it isn't the esteemed young master of the Wang family from Yan'an City. It's been a few days. How have you been? Yu Tian teased, his gaze fixed on Wang Zitong. The latter offered no response, his fear intensifying as he lowered his head. The others present showed no astonishment at Yu Tian's words. The tale of Wang Zitong's defeat in the trial space had spread like wildfire. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, mingled with jealousy, disdain, and a fighting spirit. Everyone, please take your positions. At that moment, Shuizheng's voice echoed from the side. Turning to look, Yu Tian noted that he had ascended the platform without anyone noticing. I hereby declare the commencement of the second phase of the arena battles. As Shuizheng's declaration resonated, the contestants across the 50 platforms sprang into action, engaging in a chaotic melee. However, the situation at the 23rd arena unfolded differently. As soon as Shuizheng's words left his lips, several individuals prepared to strike, only to be halted by a robust bald man. Hold on. His commanding voice resonated throughout the arena. The would-be assailants paused, taken aback. What are you doing? If you wish to fight, then do so without hesitation. A hot-tempered individual frowned, expressing his discontent towards the bald man. Please, everyone, remain calm. Though the bald man possessed a fierce exterior, his mannerisms and speech bore a hint of elegance. I have no ulterior motives in calling for restraint. Instead, I believe that rather than engaging in a free-for-all and allowing a third party to take advantage, we should consolidate our strength to eliminate the most formidable competitor first, and then resolve our differences amongst ourselves. Consolidate against a common foe. The hot-headed individual furrowed his brow, momentarily halting his speech as his gaze drifted towards Yu Tian. Observing this exchange, the others understood and turned their attention to Yu Tian. Yet, Yu Tian remained unfazed, wearing a smile that suggested the matter was of no concern to him. I find this proposal quite agreeable. I am in favor. A female contestant suddenly voiced her support after a brief silence on the platform. I concur. Agreed. The remaining individuals expressed their agreement. However, one person remained silent throughout. Wang Xiao. Everyone has already concurred with my suggestion. I wonder what your thoughts are? Wang Zitong glanced at the bald, muscular man, then turned his gaze to the seemingly innocuous Yu Tian beside him. A flicker of struggle appeared in his eyes. In the trial space, he had witnessed Yu Tian's capabilities. At that moment, any of the individuals on stage would undoubtedly fall short against Yu Tian. It was even uncertain whether the 9 of them could triumph together. After all, he had been defeated without even comprehending how Yu Tian had struck. Who knew if Yu Tian had additional trump cards up his sleeve? Sensing Wang Zitong's hesitation and inner turmoil, the others refrained from urging him, quietly observing him as they awaited his response. The other arenas are nearing a conclusion, yet the participants on Platform 23 remain utterly motionless. Isn't that Yu Tian, who secured first place in the token contest? He is indeed on Platform 23. Could it be that they all fear Yu Tian and dare not make a move? I think that is plausible. After all, Yu Tian's strength is formidable. However, if those 9 could unite, Yu Tian would likely have to concede, regardless of his might. Yu Tian is strong? On what basis do you draw that conclusion? Have you witnessed him in action? Securing first place in the token contest with a margin far exceeding the second place, does such prowess still warrant skepticism? That is debatable. Who knows if he resorted to underhanded tactics? We have not seen what transpired in the trial space. I won't argue with you. I simply believe Yu Tian is immensely powerful. We shall see when the fighting begins. The onlookers in the square, witnessing the peculiar scene on Platform 23, began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted towards the arena, "Are you going to fight or not? If not, hurry home and stop wasting time." The voice was loud enough for all present on Platform 23 to hear. Yu Tian stretched lazily, observing the 9 before him. and nonchalantly remarked, "Did you hear that? The audience is growing impatient. Have you reached a consensus yet?" Upon seeing Yi Tian's demeanor, a flicker of indignation arose within the group. "We were just discussing how to unite against you, yet you maintain such a nonchalant attitude. Do you look down on us?" "Humph. Yi Tian, although I am unaware of the means by which you cunningly attained first place, you stand no chance against our combined efforts. It would be wise for you to voluntarily forfeit and leave the arena with some dignity." The recently agitated fellow glared at Yi Tian with a cold tone. In response, Yi Tian merely scoffed, "If you want to fight, then let's get on with it. No need for hesitation." Yi Tian echoed the words of the irate individual back to him unchanged. "Huh. Well then, how audacious. You shall soon have cause to lament." The irascible elder, in a fit of fury, let out a sardonic remark before turning to the still tormented Wang Ziting. "Have you made up your mind? If you choose not to participate, we shall." Wang Ziting clenched his teeth resolutely and declared, "I withdraw." After casting a glance at Yi Tian, a flicker of terror mingled with an inexplicable sense of relief and liberation crossed his eyes. Subsequently, he leaped off the arena without a backward glance. This act signified his relinquishment of the qualification to compete. What transpired? How could someone forfeit before the contest even commenced? If my eyes do not deceive me, that was indeed the young master of the Wang family from Yan'an City. It is rumored that he possesses a fifth-tier cultivation, placing him among the elite of all participants. Why then did he flee without a fight? Just before he descended from the stage, it seemed he had exchanged a glance with Yi Tian, leading me to believe that Yi Tian's prowess is indeed formidable. It is highly plausible that Wang Ziting encountered Yi Tian within the trial space and was bested by him. Could it be that Yi Tian's strength is so overwhelmingly powerful that it instills a fear of engaging in battle? Such terror is indeed alarming. Let us observe the unfolding events. As the crowd speculated, several prominent figures atop the platform engaged in conversation. Wang Ziting, 20 years old, with a 7th-grade talent and 5th-tier cultivation, the vice president of Qianyuan Academy, Lian Cheng, remarked, putting down a stack of documents and gazing intently towards the 23rd arena. "To witness such a prodigy flee in fear upon encountering Yi Tian suggests we have greatly underestimated this young man." What transpired in the trial space? Although the distance to the 23rd arena was considerable, those on the platform possessed profound cultivation, granting them exceptional hearing and vision. Nothing that occurred on the stage could escape their notice. "Ah, but you are unaware of certain details," interjected Sun Yingjia, the vice president of Yanqing Academy, taking over the conversation. "Oh? It appears Brother Sun has some insights to share. Please enlighten us." "Several days ago, I dispatched individuals to investigate and inquired with many contestants who entered the trial space that day, thus gleaning some understanding of the events that unfolded." Sun Yingjia paused before continuing. "It is said that while Wang Ziting and his entourage of over a dozen rested in the forest, Yi Tian suddenly appeared, challenging Wang Ziting to a duel for his token. Naturally, Wang Ziting could not relinquish the token he had labored to gather, and a conflict ensued. Yet, in mere moments, all of Wang Ziting's companions found themselves incapacitated, scarcely comprehending how Yi Tian had struck. Bear in mind, those participating in the genius battle are all above the 4th tier in cultivation. Even a typical 5th-tier pinnacle expert would struggle against a dozen 4th-tier practitioners. Yet, Yi Tian managed to conclude the battle in the blink of an eye. Chapter 94. This sorcerer is quite violent. This, however, was not the most astonishing revelation. It is said that Prince Ting, who possessed a 5th-tier cultivation level, was seized by Yi Tian without even having the opportunity to retaliate, with just a fleeting glance. He succumbed to unconsciousness. How could Yi Tian, merely a practitioner at the peak of the 4th tier, achieve such a feat? As Sun Yingjia spoke, his gaze turned toward Yi Tian on the arena, revealing a look of bewilderment. "Is what you say truly accurate, Brother Sun?" Upon hearing Sun Yingjia's words, Liansheng also appeared astonished. If this were indeed the case, then Yi Tian's strength must far exceed what is merely visible on the surface. What I have conveyed are details gathered from the lips of other competitors, so it should be reliable. I suspect that Deputy Hall Master Lu possesses even more comprehensive insights. At this, the eyes of the group instinctively shifted toward Lu Hong, who was intently observing Yi Tian from a distance, his gaze unwavering. This young man conceals his depths. He is indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong uttered these words and fell silent once more. With Lu Hong's endorsement, the others lowered their heads in thought, their assessments of Yi Tian elevating yet another tier. Meanwhile, on the 23rd arena, When Prince Tung declared his withdrawal and turned to leap off the platform, disdain spread across the faces of the remaining competitors. Coward. Useless. Trash. Is this the illustrious young master of the Wong family, so lauded before? Lacking even the courage to engage? Truly a pitiful wretch. The irate individual spat contemptuously in the direction of Prince Tay's departure. It matters not. One less is no loss. The 8 of us can easily handle one. The burly man with a shaved head fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yi Tian. Everyone take your positions. Prepare to strike together. Upon hearing the bald man's command, the other 7 swiftly moved, encircling Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced around at his assailants. Most were at the 4th tier of cultivation, save for the bald man, the hot-tempered youth, and a tall woman, all of whom had reached the 5th tier. You wish to challenge me? Your levels are still insufficient. Yi Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. You need to be so arrogant. Soon you shall have no reason to smile. The irate young man scoffed and charged toward Yi Tian. The others, not to be outdone, launched their assault as well. Yi Tian, however, maintained an expression of serene composure, his lips parting slightly. 8 gates of Duanjia, opening the 3rd gate. Life gate, open. As Yi Tian's voice resonated, his exposed skin flushed crimson. Simultaneously, a faint green energy emanated from around his body. Although taken aback, the assailants did not hesitate. Their momentum only intensified. 7 figures, infused with formidable spiritual power, surged toward their singular target, Yi Tian. Wide eye, open. Bagua palm, return to heaven. Yi Tian let out a fierce roar, and his body began to spin rapidly. Chakra surged from his myriad of energy points, enveloping him in a hemispherical shield of chakra. The attacks from the 7 adversaries struck against this barrier, only to be met with an overwhelming force. Under the high-speed rotation of the returning heaven palm, not only were their assaults rebounded, but the bodies of the attackers were also flung away. Among them, the bald, muscular man, the hot-headed youth, and the tall woman managed to halt their descent mid-air, stabilizing themselves as they landed firmly on the arena. The remaining 4, however, were directly thrown out of the arena, thus disqualifying them from the match. Rising one after another, the 4 glared fiercely at Yi Tian before snorting coldly and departing in anger. Is this a secret technique capable of instantly enhancing one's strength? Sun Yingjia exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Yi Tian on the platform. It must be. Yanqing nodded in agreement. Moreover, judging by the flush on his body, this technique likely augments physical power significantly. I have cultivated for decades and have never encountered such a method. This Yi Tian is indeed more complex than he appears. Not only that, Yu Qilu interjected suddenly. The martial skill Yi Tian employed just now seems to require the simultaneous use of physical prowess and spiritual energy. Given its magnitude, it is likely that his spiritual cultivation is also quite formidable. Sun Yingjia frowned at her words. Are you suggesting that he concealed his abilities when he registered? Such occurrences are not uncommon. As long as one meets the registration criteria, it is permissible. Every year, the Genius Battle features several individuals who hide their cultivation levels, often surprising us. That is true, the trio remarked while discussing Yi Tian. Throughout their conversation, Lu Hong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian, lost in his own thoughts. Now, it is just the 3 of you left. Will you face me one by one, or will you come at me together? Yi Tian inquired calmly, standing on the arena after the returning heaven palm concluded, seemingly unfazed by the presence of 3 opponents, each at the 5th tier of cultivation. This Yi Tian is indeed formidable. The bald, muscular man observed, a look of seriousness etched upon his face as he turned to his companions. We should attack together. Otherwise, we might not stand a chance. Let us unleash our strongest moves. As he spoke, a flash of light emanated from the storage ring on his finger, summoning a massive weapon that he grasped with one hand and slammed onto the ground. Simultaneously, a circle of earthy yellow light emanated from the weapon, spreading across the arena before converging beneath Yi Tian's feet. Gravity technique. With the bald man's declaration, Yi Tian immediately felt a weight pressing down upon him. His feet felt as if they were firmly glued to the ground, making every step an arduous endeavor. In Yi Tian's perception, within the roughly 3-meter diameter of the arena he stood upon, gravity had increased manifold by at least dozens of times. This bald giant. Could he truly be an earth mage? Yi Tian stared, astonished, at the muscular figure before him. Towering at nearly 2 meters, beside him stood an enormous staff, approximately 3 meters in length. Setting aside its sheer size, The fissures in the ground where the staff made contact revealed the terrifying weight it must possess. This was hardly a staff. It resembled a monk's staff of great renown. Have wizards become so brutish in these times? Yution felt his understanding of the world being fundamentally shaken. In his recollection, mages were typically frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. However, the figure before him, with such a physique and an aberrant staff, would never have crossed his mind as a mage had he not witnessed the magic being wielded firsthand.